After sending her son to his room and coaxing him to sleep, Lu Hanwan returned to her room. Xiao Yun had been following her all the time, so she naturally noticed that something was wrong with Lu Hanwan. While removing Lu Hanwan's makeup and hair, she whispered, "Master, don't you want the little prince to have a relationship with General Feng?" In her opinion, Feng Ji was loved by the emperor, and she was in a high position, so it was a good thing that such a person liked the little prince. What the ninth prince lacked was the support of someone behind him, which her master didn't have, and General Feng made up for it. Lu Hanwan sighed. General Feng is loyal to the emperor, and whether he can support Xiaojiu is still a question. But he is so close to Xiaojiu, and the first thing that attracts others is fear of Xiaojiu. Originally, no one in the harem considered Xiaojiu as a rival. Now, he is not only the emperor's favorite son, but also has the military power behind General Feng. Even compared with the prince, he is not much different. Although Feng Ji did not say that he would support Xiaojiu, outsiders would not think so. They would only increase their fear of Xiaojiu and eliminate the threat. As for the benefits brought by Feng Ji, it is not necessary. After all, Lu Hanwan only wants her son to be a vassal king if the prince ascends to the throne in the future. After the emperor dies, under normal circumstances, she, the biological mother, can be taken to the fiefdom with the child. Of course, if possible, Lu Hanwan does not want the emperor to die early. After all, the status of a father on the throne or a brother on the throne is very different. Especially the emperor himself dotes on Xiaojiu, and even holds Xiaojiu directly in the Golden Palace to watch the candidates take the palace examination. It is conceivable that no matter how good the next emperor is to Xiaojiu, it will not be as good as now. Moreover, if the son makes a mistake, the father will not kill the son. But the brothers may not be the same. If the prince really takes the throne in the future, it will be fine. After all, the brothers have a good relationship. But if the other princes? Lu Hanwan thought about the third prince, who looked like a cockfight when he met his son, and the 10th prince, who was beaten by his son. Lu Hanwan refused to consider this possibility. It was better for the prince to take the throne. If necessary, the other princes would be ruined. Besides, the emperor would not choose an heir who would raise the knife to kill his brothers after his death. However, this will happen decades later, and there is really no need to think too much. Otherwise, the first half of his life will be spent trying to please the brothers, and the second half of his life will be spent living under the rule of the brothers. There is no point in living in fear all your life. Thinking of this, Lu Hanwan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people fought for the throne. And it was bloody. This power is indeed a useful thing. It's a pity that her background is not good, and it dragged Xiaojiu down. Xiaoyun was also shocked when she heard her master's analysis, and asked hurriedly, "Master, should we let the little prince slowly distance himself from General Feng?" After a long while, Lu Hanwan slowly shook her head. "Forget it. Since Xiaojiu likes it, let him do it. Let it go. Anyway, General Feng is busy fighting, and there won't be much time to meet. Besides, if the emperor notices our intentions, it will be bad." She had a hunch that the emperor would not like her calculating the relationship between Xiaojiu and Feng Ji. At the same time, she had a deep hidden thought in her heart that she did not say out loud. As they were both princes, Xiaojiu was not without the possibility of competing for the throne. As long as the emperor was willing, Xiaojiu could do it. It was just that compared with the background and family of other princes, Xiaojiu was not very impressive, and it was difficult for him to get so many supporters. But the appearance of Feng Ji did make up for this. Of course, she did not mean to ask Feng Ji to support his son in his bid for the throne. She knew that Feng Ji had a very good relationship with the emperor, and was a confirmed royalist. But if the emperor really had an interest in Xiaojiu, then Feng Ji would naturally support Xiaojiu. Feng Ji's future is visible to the naked eye. The military power behind him is better than most people. As for the 7th prince adopted by EP81, although he is under EP81's name, he is not really good enough. She is in the harem all day, and knows the things in Isho Palace. The biological mother of the 7th prince is not a quiet person. There will be many troubles in the future. Although Lu Hanwan does not want her son to participate in the fight for the throne. This is just her own idea, not Xiaojiu's idea. Xiaojiu is still young now. What if her son wants to ascend the throne when he grows up? This is one of the reasons why Lu Hanwan did not say it out loud. This point is of great importance. Even if Lu Hanwan knew that Xiaoyun was trustworthy, She did not tell her. Therefore, it is necessary to maintain the Fengji line. Considering several reasons, Lu Hanwan decided to let things develop naturally. But in this case, Shijio's safety is particularly important. Xiaoyun worried, isn't this a bit too risky? The 9th prince might become the target of public criticism in the harem. Lu Hanwan said, the crown prince, the 10th prince, the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, and the 13th prince born to concubine Ning. The princes in the palace, who can be called targets, are not less than Xiaojio. Not to mention that concubine E still has a 7th prince. The situation is not that serious yet. The means used by the palace to treat the princes is nothing more than drugging. But Shijio's sensitivity to poison is simply extreme. And this aspect is actually not very threatening. Of course, she will not really let these things get to her son. Chaoxia Palace has now been governed by her like an iron barrel. As for other places, it cannot be said that there is no danger at all. But if you are afraid of everything, you can't do anything. In her bones, Lu Hanwan is more stubborn and crazy. Given Shijio's status in the emperor's heart, only a few people dare to do something to Xiaojio. If something really goes wrong, she will take everyone to accompany Xiaojio. She is different from others. Others are bound by their families, family reputations, etc., and dare not do many things. Although her family is still there, it has never been something that can restrain her. Xiaoyun, have everyone pay attention. If anyone in Chaoxia Palace behaves strangely, they should all be sent back. The palace is not a place where anyone can bring maids in casually. Except for 1 or 2 maids that each concubine brings with her when she first enters the palace. The others are assigned after entering the palace. Some of these maids have people behind them, but most of them are innocent. Lu Hanwan herself was born a maid. Although she is not like other concubines who can bring people to serve her since childhood. People like Xiaoyun are people she made friends with when she was a maid. She was still very clear whether there were other people behind the other party. As for the other people assigned to Chaoxia Palace, if they did not serve attentively, they could be returned for re-election. As for those who were returned, they would basically be arranged to work hard in the laundry department and other places. Their lives were quite difficult, so the maids on duty were particularly afraid of being returned. However, she also gave more to those who served well, and there were rewards during festivals. When she came back from the autumn hunt, the prince gave the queen 100,000 taels of silver notes. So Lu Hanwan had enough money. Xiaoyun understood the importance and agreed carefully. Yes, master. Don't worry. After discussing with Xiaoyun for a while, it was almost time. So Lu Hanwan went to bed. Before falling asleep, she was thinking about everything in the palace. Fengji. Shijio. She thought. She might have guessed the reason why concubine Zhuang wanted to attack Shijio before. This concubine who was always taciturn in the harem was able to raise the 2nd prince safely and sit on the throne of concubine. It turned out that she was not an easy person to deal with. Since she couldn't avoid it, she might as well face it directly. The 2nd prince fell off his horse last time and nothing happened. It's just a pity that it's not easy to attack again recently. Everyone is probably on guard. And the emperor is probably keeping a close eye on these suspicious concubines. Although Shupin may not be very favored, she has experienced so much with the emperor. And there must be some differences in the emperor's mind. If Shupin said that concubine Zhuang's affairs were not done by her, the emperor might really believe Shupin. Then she would be even more suspicious in the eyes of the emperor. And she could not act rashly. In the blink of an eye, the new year is coming. The snow is falling. Zhao Yuan has a reputation of being weak, which is true. Therefore, every winter, Wei Nani wraps him up into a round ball, and his whole body is very warm. There is no sign of illness this winter. A round ball is making a snowman in the snow. Lu Hanlan is watching at the door, and Xiaolin follows her, looking at the direction of the palace gate with some expectation. I don't know when the person who announces the decree will come. Recently, the harem has been disturbed by a piece of news from the queen. It is said that the emperor is preparing to confer a title on the harem during the new year. The emperor has always kept his position relatively unchanged. Only when a child is born or something important happens, such as when Lu Hanwan and Zhang promised to accompany the emperor through smallpox, will the emperor give a promotion. On weekdays, he will not give a promotion for reasons such as favor or good service. Moreover, there are 4 concubines in the grand title, but now there are only Xian Fei and Zhuang Fei. 2 of them are vacant. What if they need to be filled this time? Although Lu Hanwan knew that she had little chance, she couldn't help but look forward to it. However, she said calmly, it's not easy to get promoted to the position of concubine. With my family background, it's okay if I give birth to 2 more princes. It's just that she had already drunk the sterilization medicine for Xiaojiu. There is no possibility in this regard. Of course, Lu Hanwan didn't regret it. Xiaoyun said, Master, don't belittle yourself. You have always been favored by the emperor. And the 9th prince is the emperor's favorite. Besides, the previous method of treating drowning has saved many people outside the palace. This is a great deed of immeasurable merit. Even if you want to be promoted, it is not impossible. Okay. Lu Hanwan smiled slightly. I say one word, and you have countless words to block it back. This recipe for treating drowning was after saving the 12th prince. Because the 12th prince was in an urgent situation. The emperor didn't ask much about it. But he asked later, and spread the method outside the palace. At that time, because it was not certain whether this method was really useful or it was just a coincidence that saved the 12th prince. Not many people paid attention to it. It's not good to specifically ask someone to try it after drowning. But the capital is the biggest fame and fortune place. And there are various banquets every year. And various dramas have never stopped. It just so happened that a drowning incident happened. And this method happened to save people. It happened to be twice in a row. This method instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then this method was spread to various places. And it was used many times in different places. And it immediately established its status. Coincidentally, at this time, the emperor was going to confer a large number of harems. Lu Hanwan couldn't help but wonder if she could really get promoted. This year may be her best chance in the past 10 years. The ones who can get the position of concubine by family background are Yiping, the former Ningfei, the current Ningpin, Shupin, the niece of the Empress Dowager, Shunpin, and the elder sister of the sisters, Yupin, who comes from the Marquis's mansion. Needless to say, Yiping, her uncle destroyed the southern Liang, and she will definitely occupy a position for the position of concubine this time. The remaining one is a bit fierce. But the 6th prince had an accident just a few months ago, and the princess died. It is impossible for Ningpin to return to the position of concubine so soon. Chunpin is not liked by the emperor, and has not yet conceived a child. The elder sister of the sisters, Yupin, is also not very favored, and has not given birth to a child. Her sister gave birth to the 11th prince. The only one who is more competitive is Shupin. Shupin's 12th prince was killed like that. And the real murderer has not been found. If the emperor is pity, she may be promoted. Of course, it is not certain. After all, although there are various opinions in the palace about the matter of concubine Xian, Lu Hanwan is sure that it was Shupin who did it. The emperor should have noticed it, and may not necessarily promote Shupin. Compared with these, Lu Hanwan can barely compete now. After this time point, Ningpin has a family background and a prince. So she will definitely be promoted. Shupin's child was killed. And she has the emperor's pity. So she may be promoted. Chupin has the queen mother as a backer. And if she gets pregnant, she will also be promoted. Yupin is similar. Lu Hanwan can only have one child. And the further she goes in the harem, the harder it will be to compete. While waiting, Xiaoyun suddenly couldn't suppress her emotions and excitedly pulled Lu Hanwan. Master! Master! Look! It's eunuch Su. Lu Hanwan looked over, and it was Su Quan who came. She barely controlled her emotions, in case she thought wrong at that time. Over there, Zhao Yuan was pushing a big snowball with gloves on. He was wearing thick clothes all over, and even a furry hat on his head, covering most of his ears and face. He didn't realize that someone was coming until Su Quan came up to him and talked to him. The hat covered most of his face, and he hurriedly pulled it with his hands, looking at Su Quan and smiling and greeting. Eunuch Su. Hey. Looking at that innocent and bright little face, Su Quan couldn't help but feel very happy. He reached out to help Zhao Yuan brush off the snow that had just been stuck on his hat, and reminded him, it's cold in the snow. The little prince can't play for too long. Otherwise he will get sick and have to drink very bitter medicine. Zhao Yuan nodded repeatedly, and the fluffy white hair on the hat also covered his face, looking very cute. I know. After talking to Zhao Yuan for a few words, Su Quan knew that he still had things to do. So he said goodbye to Zhao Yuan and went to Chaoxia Palace. In Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan was already waiting. When Su Quan arrived, He smiled and congratulated her. Empress Wan, please accept the decree. Lu Hanwan's heart skipped a beat. Because of his son. Although Su Quan was not very close to Chaoxia Palace, he could sometimes feel the other party's courtesy and attention. Seeing the other party's appearance, Lu Hanwan had a premonition in her heart. She quickly knelt down to accept the decree. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Quan unfolded the imperial decree and read, "The Emperor of Heaven and the mandate of heaven decrees that the concubine Lu, who is prudent and well-mannered, gentle and kind, and elegant and graceful, is hereby ennobled as Rongfei by the Empress Dowager's benevolence. This is decreed." Lu Hanwan's heart was beating fast. "I accept the decree." Su Quan presented the imperial edict, smiled and said a few words to Lu Hanwan, mentioned the ninth prince, and then took the purse from Xiao Yun, and then left with his people. At Su Quan's position, a little favor was nothing, and he accepted the purse to show his goodwill to the other party. The chief steward of the imperial study room would not accept just any purse. After the people who announced the decree left, Lu Hanwan took the imperial edict and read it again and again, screaming silently in her heart. She was actually made a concubine, although she had always thought so. She couldn't help but feel excited when it really happened. She said happily, "This month, Chaoxia Palace will pay 3 months' salary." For a moment, all the palace maids standing in the room, who were originally happy that their master's status was improved, were even more excited, and the whole Chaoxia Palace was full of joy. A lot of congratulations and praises were poured towards Lu Hanwan, and Lu Hanwan raised her lips. After a while, she stopped after hearing almost everything. After Zhao Yuan came back, he also heard that his mother was promoted to the position of concubine. After a little joy, there was nothing else. The imperial edict of the title of concubine actually arrived at Yifei's Yisho Palace first, although Lu Hanwan and Zhao Yuan were more favored. Yifei's position as a concubine was obtained by Feng Ji's conquest of the southern Liang kingdom. Such a merit certainly could not let Yifei fall behind. Yifei herself knew early that she would definitely be promoted this time. When the eunuch who announced the decree arrived, she was not surprised at all. After receiving the imperial edict and sending the eunuch away, Concubine E was in a very good mood. She sat in the house and ordered, "Go and find out who else has been promoted." Someone in the house immediately went out to inquire. Seeing Concubine E like that, Kailan said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I saw the queen smile like this." Concubine E snorted and said slowly, "Although it is a great honor for the harem, not everyone can be promoted. After all, there are only a few positions, especially the position of concubine. Although there are no concubines that Concubine E likes." Kailan knows that what her queen said at this time is specifically referring to the ninth prince's biological mother. Wanpin. Above the position of concubine is the position of imperial concubine. Wanpin has already reached the position of concubine, but her family background cannot make her a concubine. Sure enough, the next moment, Yifei continued to say, "I have known for a long time that although I have been demoted to the position of concubine, I will be able to return sooner or later. But for some people, the position of concubine is the highest position they can reach. So what if she is favored? Can Lu Hanwan be made a concubine based on favor? The position of concubine and the position of concubine are a gap in status. From the beginning, they are not equal. It is destined that Wanping can only look up to her from afar. With her family background, if the queen dies one day, maybe she can still become the queen. Well, that's what I thought. But Concubine E didn't really think she would be the queen. You don't understand when you're young. But when you get older, you'll understand what you've lost." This was sour. And Kailan felt a toothache, knowing that the queen must be talking about the ninth prince. Her queen hoped that the ninth prince would know things sooner, understand the importance of background power sooner, and regret it sooner. She always believed that the emperor's favor would not last long, and the ninth prince's life would be difficult immediately. And he would be bullied and looked down upon by those eunuchs and palace maids. And then, he would remember the days in Yisho Palace. But the emperor's favor was really long-lasting this time. Not only was the ninth prince always favored, but even Lu Hanwan, the former favorite concubine, was always favored. After the ninth prince left Yisho Palace, he lived a happy life without any tendency to decline. Kailan, as the maid of Concubine E, naturally wanted to make her master happy. So she flattered directly, "Your Majesty is right. It is not so easy to get the position of concubine. There is really no one in the palace with a family as powerful as yours. Concubine E raised her lips and analyzed with Kylon. There are 2 concubine positions. I guess one will be mine. And the other one will be kept. Concubine Ning was just demoted. And it is impossible for her to climb up so quickly. If someone wants to get this position later, they will have to compete for it. Concubine E was also somewhat fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, her uncle made contributions early. Otherwise, if the position was full in the future, she would not be able to find a place to move up. Although there is a noble concubine above the concubine, the emperor will not directly skip the concubine position and give her the noble concubine position. If he lets others go up to make room for him, Concubine E will not be willing. Just as she was talking proudly, the maid who was sent out to inquire about the situation came back. Your Majesty, the decree of the grand title has been issued. In addition to Your Majesty, the Wampin of Chaoxiao Palace has been promoted to the title of concubine. And the Chuxiao Palace. Concubine E did not listen to the rest of the words. She was full of the words that Wampin was promoted to the title of concubine. With a snap, the teacup in her hand was thrown to the ground by her. For a moment, all the sounds were still, and the maids in the room did not dare to breathe. Concubine E was filled with anger. How can this bitch Wampin be on an equal footing with me? Why? She never expected that Lu Hanwan could really be made a concubine. She was still mocking Lu Hanwan a moment ago, and she swore that she would be superior to Lu Hanwan in the future. But she didn't expect that Lu Hanwan would be made a concubine together with her. Concubine E was really angry at this moment. On the one hand, she was dissatisfied with the fact that the 9th prince was not dragged down by his biological mother after returning. And on the other hand, it was about the favor of the harem. Concubine E really admired the emperor. So she was so looking forward to Lu Hanwan falling out of favor. Not only because of the 9th prince, but also because she was jealous of the emperor who favored one person for so long. Not only Concubine E, some people also couldn't accept the news that Lu Hanwan was promoted to concubine. For example, Concubine Ning smashed everything in her room in a rage after hearing the news. The reason is simple. There are only 4 concubines, and now all the positions are occupied. How can she get promoted? Concubine 1. Concubine Chun was also a little surprised after learning that Lu Hanwan was promoted to concubine. But her reaction was not that big. It doesn't matter if the concubine position is full. There are still 2 positions for noble concubines. 2 noble concubines and 1 imperial concubine. Imperial concubines basically cannot be promoted if the queen is around, unless they are particularly favored and their family is also very powerful. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to get the title. But the imperial concubines don't have so many requirements. Concubine Chun has the queen mother as her backing. She is not worried about her future at all. The most important thing now is that she has to give birth to a child. If she can give birth to a little prince, her aunt, the queen mother, may let her become an imperial concubine directly. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but touch her belly. It's been so long. Why can't I get pregnant? Mingyan, go and bring the pregnancy medicine. After drinking the pregnancy medicine, Concubine Chun touched her belly, her heart full of expectations for the future. This time, the harem was greatly promoted, and there were 2 more concubines, and there were not many other changes in the concubines. The position of concubine should be only 6 in total. But in fact, there were more than 6 people in the position of concubines before. Now there are Shupin, Shupin, Yupin, Ningpin in the position of concubines. And this is when Wampin and Epin have been promoted. But there were too many concubines in the past, and there was nothing we could do. For example, when Concubine E made a mistake, we couldn't really demote her to a lower position. Another example is Lu Hanwan. She accompanied the emperor through smallpox as a noble lady. With such a great contribution, the emperor could not fail to reward her after she came back. Above the noble lady is the concubine. So of course she had to be made a concubine. However, everyone also knows that as the emperor ascends the throne for a longer time, the position in the harem will only conform to the rules more and more, and it will be more difficult to move up in the future. If you want to move up, someone has to come down. After all, it is not easy to have the great contribution of Lu Hanwan accompanying the emperor through smallpox in the harem. Judging from the favor Lu Hanwan and the 9th prince have enjoyed for so many years, most concubines actually think it is reasonable for Lu Hanwan to be made a concubine. Then, all the lower positions such as Chongzai, Ying and Xianxue were basically promoted a little bit. The position increased. Some were happy and some were sad. There were fewer and fewer positions above. And there was only one concubine left. The concubine position was the watershed of the harem position. And no one wanted to move up. So, everyone started to work hard to have children. As long as they gave birth to more princes, the remaining concubine position might be theirs. In this encouragement, the new year arrived. Lu Hanwan dressed up and took her son to the banquet. After the new year, another spring came. The arrival of spring also meant that her son would be 5 years old. After the age of 5, the ninth prince had to move to the prince's residence and study at Chongwen Hall. Lu Hanwan was filled with sadness when she thought of her son leaving her to live alone in the prince's residence. When Zhao Yuan came back breathlessly from playing in the imperial garden, he saw his mother, who was rarely sad. He looked at his mother with some doubts and asked Xiao Yun, who was following him in a low voice. "Aunt Xiao Yun, what's wrong with mother?" Lu Hanwan heard the question, put aside her thoughts, squatted in front of her son, took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and prepared to tell her son in advance so that he could be prepared. "Xiujiu, mother has an important matter to discuss with you." Zhao Yuan was a little nervous because of his mother's serious attitude. "What's the matter?" Lu Hanwan organized her words. "Didn't Xiujiu go to Chongwen Hall to watch the prince read before? Do you want to study with the prince?" Zhao Yuan shook his head. "No." Lu Hanwan, "How can I not want to? Didn't you often go there to see the prince before? And you complained that the prince didn't have much time to accompany you. If you study with the prince, you can have more time to see each other." Lu Hanwan said it so clearly. Zhao Yuan also knew what she really wanted to say. Zhao Yuan never had a strong sense of his age. After all, he played around in the palace every day. But he knew that he had to move out of Chaoxia Palace and go to Chongwenwen to study at the age of 5. Seeing his mother's nervous look, Zhao Yuan shook his head seriously. No. He was very happy. His mother always liked to tease him. But it was not often that she teased him in return. Lu Hanwan was indeed full of sorrow when she heard this. She tried to comfort her son. "But if you go to school, you can still play with other children of the same age. Now in the palace, you can only play by yourself." Zhao Yuan shook his head. Lu Hanwan's mouth was almost dry. And Zhao Yuan was still unmoved after coaxing him left and right. Talking in a nice voice all the time will make people tired. Lu Hanwan was reluctant to leave her son at the beginning. And she was so angry later. But when she saw her son's innocent eyes and his long eyelashes blinking, she couldn't get angry again. She thought with a headache that she couldn't even convince her son to go to school, let alone let her son move out of Chaoxia Palace and live in the prince's residence from now on. Xiao Yun was so happy that she covered her mouth in the back. Her master didn't see it, but she saw it from the side. The little prince was clearly doing it on purpose. When the master was worried, the little prince smiled secretly and showed a row of white teeth. But when the master looked over, the little prince held it back seriously. The back-and-forth performance of the two made Xiao Yun laugh so hard that her stomach hurt. In order to prevent the little prince from revealing the truth, she did not laugh out loud. But after a long time, Lu Hanwan finally realized that something was wrong. She looked at Xiao Yun and her son suspiciously, and put her hands on her hips. "Are you fooling mother? Mother!" Seeing that he was exposed, Zhao Yuan immediately hugged his mother coquettishly. Lu Hanwan pouted, knowing that now was not the time to argue with her son. So she quickly took advantage of her son's guilty conscience to settle the matter. "So you mean you are willing to go to Chongwenwen to study?" "Yeah." Zhao Yuan nodded. He likes reading, and he can learn what he wants to learn. So going to school is not something that makes him afraid or repulsive. Of course, playing around is also something he likes. Zhao Yuan has been committed to having a childhood that normal children have in this life. He wants to grow up happily. Seeing that his son agreed, Lu Hanwan felt relieved and said, while the iron was hot, "But in addition to going to Chongwenwen to study, you have to move to the prince's residence and live with other brothers. But it's okay. The prince's residence is not too far from us. It's all in the palace. You can come back when you want." Do you think Xiujiu can accept this? This made Zhao Yuan frown. He still wanted to live in Chaoxia Palace, but he was surrounded by Lu Hanwan's wholehearted maternal love in this life. So he didn't worry about it, thinking that this was the rule of the palace. He could only nod reluctantly, with a small voice full of grievances. Okay. Lu Hanwan's heart was melted by her son. She touched the back of her son's round head and said, "Mom knows that Shoujo is the best. Mom can't bear to leave Shoujo. But you can still come back to see Mom every day. It's almost the same as before. The concubines can't go to the prince's residence easily. But the harem's restrictions on the princes are not that severe. Of course, when the princes grow up, it's not easy to set foot in the harem at will. After all, they have to avoid suspicion." Zhao Yuan continued to nod. "Okay. Shoujo knows." Although he said he was going to school, Zhao Yuan was not actually going to Chongwingwen right away. The emperor just told Lu Hanwan in advance, hoping that Lu Hanwan would comfort her son and wait until the child was convinced before waiting for school enrollment. The specific enrollment time is still 1 month away. In addition to Zhao Yuan, there are also the 7th and 8th princes, as well as the 10th and 11th princes. At the beginning, from the 4th prince to the 11th prince, they were all conceived in a row, and the time of birth was not too far apart. Now that they are enrolled, the emperor simply let them go together. Everyone's enrollment time is the same. Before enrolling, there is another thing that needs to be determined in advance. That is, companion reading. Each prince would usually choose 2 study companions to study with, most of whom would choose people who were close to the prince's maternal family, or who were intentionally related to the prince. For example, the queen's 10th prince. The queen could find a study companion directly. He was a legitimate son, and the queen had a good family background, so it was very easy to find a study companion. But Zhao Yuan was different. He asked his mother, "Do I find a study companion from my uncle's family?" After the eldest brother Lu passed the palace examination and became an official in the capital, the Lu family moved to the capital. This was normal. After all, the 2 sons were officials in the capital, and their daughter became a concubine and had a high status in the palace. Of course, the Lu family would choose to move all of them here. Otherwise, the old couple can't stay in their hometown alone. However, for so long, the second brother Lu has not married. But the eldest brother Lu has 3 children, who are not much different in age from Zhao Yuan. Generally speaking, the prince's companion is a few years older than the prince, so that he can know more and take better care of the prince. Lu Hanwan shook her head. She had asked the emperor about this question before. "Your father will arrange this matter." The emperor thought that the Lu family's background was average and not worthy of his son. To a certain extent, companionship also means that this family is likely to become the power of this prince. Although the emperor has not considered letting his son sit on the throne when he grows up, he wants to give his son the best of everything because of his love for Zhao Yuan. So, when the emperor was thinking about a companion, the first thing he thought of was the Qin family, which had some affinity with his son. He specifically asked Qin Ping, the Minister of Revenue, about the eldest grandson of the other family. Qin Ping had already had a hunch when the emperor asked about the eldest grandson, but he had been mentally prepared for this for many years, so it was not a lie at all. He answered the emperor's question meticulously. "Thanks to your concern, Ru'er has now finished learning 3-character classic, 1,000-character classic, Guangyun, etc., and will officially start learning the 4 books and 5 classics in a while." The more Qin Ping spoke, the more angry he became. Although he had made up his mind, his grandson was very talented and would definitely be able to handle everything even if he followed the 9th prince. Even if his Qin family has a grandson who is a companion to the 9th prince, it does not mean that the Qin family will become the 9th prince's party in the future. When the 9th prince grows up and does not need a companion, his grandson will no longer have to follow the 9th prince, and everything will be separated at that time. But this all takes time. When he thinks that his grandson, who is like a child prodigy, has to serve the 9th prince, he feels uncomfortable. It's not that he thinks the prince is not qualified to be served by his grandson. But how old is the 9th prince? His grandson has a lot to study every day. So how can he have so much time to play with children? But it's a waste of time. What's more, his grandson is not old, and he has to serve the emperor's favorite son. That is the most beloved. For specific reference, the 3rd prince, the favorite son of the previous emperor, has that temper. His grandson may be beaten and scolded. So he started to praise his grandson to the skies, staring at the emperor with his old eyes, trying to arouse the emperor's self-awareness. "My grandson will be the pillar of the country in the future. Now is the time to work hard. I don't have time to play house with children. Listen to how much my grandson has learned. Do you have the nerve to let my grandson accompany your son, who has not started to learn anything?" Unfortunately, Chen Ping's little thoughts were destined to be ignored by the emperor. The more he praised his grandson, the more satisfied the emperor was. Well, not bad. Such a good companion is worthy of my little nine. The emperor said very happily, my dear, you have taught the child very well. Chen Ping straightened his chest. It's not my teaching. It's just that my eldest grandson has been smart and studious since he was young. He doesn't need me and his father to supervise him. He can arrange his time every day and never miss any classes. It's pretty good. The emperor said, I remember your eldest grandson is 8 years old this year. Right? Chen Ping was a little modest. He will be 8 in 2 months. Well, the emperor said, it just so happens that my little 9 is 5 years old this year and will go to Chongwen Hall to study. Why don't you let your eldest grandson accompany little 9 to study? Chen Ping's straight chest shrank back a little. Bowed? It's my honor. How to say it? Chongwen Hall is not for everyone who wants to go. And the teachers there are all excellent teachers. If it weren't for his grandson going in as a companion, Chen Ping would definitely be very happy just to be able to go in and study. But now, alas, Chen Ping left, and one companion was solved. The emperor was thinking about another one. Of course, the emperor didn't just listen to Chen Ping's words about Chen Rui, the eldest grandson of the Chen family. He had asked the Jinui to investigate it clearly. Chen Rui was smart, but it was not enough to be good at literature, but not martial arts. The grudge between the third and the ninth had existed since childhood. What if they fought again in Chongwen Hall? And the sons of those princes were not good at tempers. No. I have to find another one who can fight for my son. Thinking about it in his memory, the emperor thought of a person. He asked someone to call the commander of the Jinui. Go check the Dongping Marquis mansion. I remember that the child in the Dongping Marquis mansion seemed to be quite good at martial arts. Wait. The emperor stopped him again. Investigate the families of officials and dignitaries in the capital who are as old as the ninth prince. Especially those who are good at fighting. Focus on investigating. What if there is something he doesn't know? Yes. The commander of the Jinui was shocked. It turned out that this was to select a companion for the ninth prince. And to select a companion, everyone in the capital had to be checked. It can be seen that the emperor's love for the ninth prince is true. A few days later, Zhao Yuan learned that his 2 companions had been in place. One was the eldest grandson of the Minister of Revenue, Chen Rui, and the other was the son of the original wife of the Marquis of Dongping, Dong Mingli. The former was good at reading, and the latter was good at raising his sandbag-sized fist. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Lu Hanwan was not idle during this month. She reported to the queen and personally arranged her son's residence in the prince's residence. The queen did not have any difficulty in this regard. After all, the 10th prince also went to school together, and she had to arrange a room for her son. Although she was the queen and was in charge of everything in the prince's residence, it was quite easy to arrange for her son. But if the difference between him and other princes was too obvious, it would be unworthy of her status as the queen. So Lu Hanwan's proposal was just in time. Therefore, Zhao Yuan rarely went to see his future residence in person to be cleaned up bit by bit. Although he lived alone, Zhao Yuan's house was not small. Each prince had a small courtyard, and a group of people lived there to serve them. Zhao Yuan stayed in Chaoxia Palace until the day of school. Although he usually woke up not too late in the morning, he woke up a little earlier than usual today. After getting up, he had a meal. And then the eunuch who served him took his books and started to go to Chongwen Pavilion. Lu Hanwan earnestly reminded him from behind. Listen carefully to the teacher's lectures when you get there. But don't be afraid. If anyone bullies you, go to the prince brother. Or tell your father that you are a prince. And no one can bully you casually. Don't be afraid. Understand? Lu Hanwan was particularly worried about her son, who was about to leave her. She followed her son all the way, and it was obvious that she wanted to send her son all the way to Chongwen Pavilion. But as soon as he left Chaoxia Palace, Zhao Yuan saw a familiar figure. The other person was tall and graceful. When he saw him, he showed a gentle and amiable smile on his face. Shujio, Crown Prince. Zhao Yuan immediately rushed towards the Crown Prince happily. Being able to go to school with the Crown Prince was obviously a bit novel, and Zhao Yuan liked it very much. The Crown Prince held Zhao Yuan's hand. As the Crown Prince did not need to salute the concubines. Both sides greeted each other and said some polite words. Zhao Yuan waved his little hand. Mother, I will go to class with the Crown Prince. Okay. You listen to the crown prince and don't make trouble. Okay? Lu Hanwan said with a smile. After meeting the prince, she felt more relaxed, knowing that the prince and Xiujio were good friends. He would definitely take good care of Xiujio when he got there. Watching her son go away, Lu Hanwan called everyone. Let's go. We should also go to pay respects to the queen. Today's respects have not been paid yet. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan got up early, so Lu Hanwan didn't waste much time. When they arrived at Changchun Palace, it was not too late. On the other side, Zhao Yuan followed the prince to Chongwen Pavilion. The prince told his brother about the situation in Chongwen Pavilion. Zhao Yuan found out with dissatisfaction. Can't I study with my brother? The prince? The prince smiled and said, Brother Prince, you are already so old and have studied in Chongwen Hall for so many years. We study different things, so of course we can't be together. But the classrooms are not far away. If you want to find me, just come over. Okay. Zhao Yuan was still a little unhappy. The prince talked about other topics to divert his brother's attention. Seeing that his brother was no longer unhappy, the prince also smiled. The two talked and laughed, and soon they arrived at Chongwen Hall. The prince first pointed to his brother's classroom and told him to come to him if he had any questions, and then sent his brother to the class. At this time, there were already many children in the classroom. Zhao Yuan did not go to class alone, but with a group of children. Some of the children had been in school for 2 or 3 years, and Zhao Yuan and his friends joined later. There was no fixed allocation of tables and chairs in the classroom, and everyone sat on their own. Obviously, for Zhao Yuan, a student who joined later, the seats inside were already occupied. But the teacher of Chongwen Hall knew about the joining of several princes today, and the students in the class also knew about it. The teacher directly added seats in the class. The prince brought his younger brother in, and the people inside hurriedly saluted. Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Meet His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince. Although they had never met, it was well known that the prince and the ninth prince were good friends. After the call, everyone poked the people around them. Could that be the 10th prince? It is said that several princes will come to class together, and the 10th prince and the prince are obviously closer. The prince told those people not to be polite, and asked his brother to choose a seat. Zhao Yuan chose a seat near the front, but not at the front. After all, among his goals of going to school, there is also the matter of skipping classes. It is said that skipping classes is a very exciting and interesting thing. Zhao Yuan, who is determined to experience the same things as others, will certainly not miss it. So not choosing the front seat is very important. The prince did not have much opinion on where his brother chose, but was only worried. You can't see where the teacher is if you sit here. Zhao Yuan shook his head. I can see it. Okay. Seeing his brother insist, the prince didn't say anything. The prince could understand the child's idea of not wanting to get too close to the teacher. After all, he seemed to be good in both character and learning, but he actually hated studying. After his brother sat down, he looked around. It's still early now. Your study partner hasn't arrived yet. They will come to find you later, and then they will sit with you. You can tell them to do anything. Zhao Yuan nodded obediently. Okay. After explaining everything, the prince left with great concern. As soon as he left, a group of people came in with a child in a mighty manner. Zhao Yuan took a look and saw that the child was clearly the 10th prince. It was at this moment that Zhao Yuan realized that this morning, the prince came directly to the gate of his palace to wait for him, instead of picking up the 10th prince. Although Zhao Yuan was extremely happy when he saw the prince in the morning, now in such a comparison, the prince came to pick him up and ignored the 10th prince. This discovery instantly brought Zhao Yuan's mood to another climax. His eyes became bright, and he laughed happily. Sure enough, he was the prince's favorite brother, and even blood could not stop this. On the other side, the prince was about to enter his class, but when he heard the noise and turned around, he was stunned when he saw the 10th prince. Mu Wendy patted the prince on the shoulder. Why don't you go in? What are you thinking about? When Mu Wendy looked back, the 10th prince had already entered the classroom, and only a few servants were entering one after another. The prince shook his head and laughed. Nothing. Go in. Class is about to start. He just thought about Shijio's first day of class this morning and forgot that his 10th brother was also going to class today. The fact that he picked up Shijio alone must have been heard by his mother. The prince thought with some self-mockery, and he didn't know what his mother would think. Although he tried his best to treat the two children equally, there would always be differences. Such as Shujio liked him so much that no matter what he gave him, whether it was expensive or ordinary gadgets, as long as it was given by him, Shujio would cherish it. However, Xiaoshi hated him very much and didn't like him going to Changchun Palace. Under such circumstances, he would naturally have his own subconscious bias. Moreover, he and Xiao Jiao have been in love for such a long time. But the mother might not think so. After a while of self-loathing, the prince put those thoughts aside. Forget it. Even if he went to his 10th brother in the morning, he was afraid that his 10th brother would not be happy to see him. It would be better to pick up Xiao Jiao. Thinking of Xiao Jiao's bright smile when she saw him in the morning, his eyes softened. The appearance of the 10th prince was much louder than others. At first glance, he had the noble momentum of the queen's legitimate son. Behind him followed two companions, and they also had extraordinary family backgrounds. The 10th prince looked around and finally chose a seat in front of Zhao Yuan. Next to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan. Childish. The other party's two companions also sat down next to the 10th prince. After all, the 10th prince was behind the 9th prince. They couldn't drive the 9th prince away. They didn't have the courage to do that. At this time, two more teenagers came in. One of them was wearing white brocade clothes. He looked around the room and then walked to Zhao Yuan. Excuse me, is this the 9th prince? Zhao Yuan looked at the two people standing in front of him. The leading white-clothed teenager looked old-fashioned and serious, with a slender figure. It was obvious that this child must be good at studying, and was a little old-fashioned. The one behind him smiled at Zhao Yuan when Zhao Yuan looked over. He was a little silly, but it can be seen that this is a restless child, and he should be quite skilled. Both of them look a little older than Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan knew that this was the person carefully selected by his father, so he didn't reject it and nodded directly. I am the 9th prince. You are Chen Rui. You are Dong Mingli. Right? Zhao Yuan was distinguishing people, and these two people were really easy to distinguish. Chen Rui saluted Zhao Yuan seriously, and Dong Mingli followed behind him. They were not familiar with each other, and had never played together before. But Dong Mingli knew that it was right to follow Chen Rui at this time. Chen Rui said, Your Highness is right. I am Chen Rui. Dong Mingli poked his head out. I am Dong Mingli. He thought that his name was very appropriate, and he was really polite. This time, his father couldn't call him a bastard again. He secretly praised himself for this set of actions. Zhao Yuan smiled. The class is about to start. Sit down quickly. As companions, the two naturally had to sit with Zhao Yuan. As for whether they took up other people's seats, they couldn't care less. From the moment the prince chose his seat, everyone else had to give way to the prince. Not long after, the other princes arrived, and more people came to the classroom, and it was full. Then, the bell rang. The teacher came in and the class began. Zhao Yuan opened the book and listened to the teacher's lecture. After listening for a while, he looked at his other brothers and then at the other people in the classroom. Dong Mingli came over and asked quietly, Your Highness, what's wrong? Zhao Yuan wondered, Master, if you talk directly like this, can everyone understand? Why not start with recognizing characters? He had seen that the 11th prince, who was the same age as him, or even 2 months younger than him, was sitting upright and listening to the master's lecture. This was different from the enlightenment he knew. In his concept, they should first teach characters, such as the 3-character classic. The master on the stage was obviously teaching directly, and you had to have some basics to understand. In fact, he also found that the people in this classroom did not look like they had just studied in Chongwingwen. Why didn't they teach these beginners separately? Dong Mingli scratched his head. But didn't the princes learn in advance before they came to school? Everyone knows that the emperor prefers outstanding sons, and the little princes started teaching when they were very young. Zhao Yuan thought hard. Is this true? Although he was taught to read, it was mainly Wei Nanny who taught him. His father and Feng Ji also taught him, but they were more inclined to read to him, or tell him some related stories, etc., and did not deliberately test him. Zhao Yuan was speechless for a while. Is your palace so hard to guard against? Fortunately, he really remembered it when he heard it in the past. At the end of the class, the 10th prince in front turned around and spoke loudly. 9th brother, you don't even know the words. Why didn't your mother find someone to teach you? Instantly, everyone in the classroom looked over. Everyone had heard about the feud between the 10th prince and the 9th prince a long time ago. Didn't you see that the crown prince sent the 9th prince this morning instead of the 10th prince? It can be seen that the rumors are true. Everyone was secretly and excitedly waiting for the next excitement. Zhao Yuan looked at the 10th prince steadily and asked instead, "What did you call me?" The 10th prince was startled, looking at Zhao Yuan's cold face, and felt a little panicked. Did he say something wrong? He stammered, Ninth brother. Hey. Zhao Yuan smiled instantly, reached out and patted the 10th prince's head. Good brother. Children always pay extraordinary attention to the names of their brothers and sisters. Originally, the 10th prince didn't feel anything when he called him 9th brother. But after Zhao Yuan did this, he instantly felt that he was being teased, as if he had suffered endless humiliation. In fact, he was not wrong. Zhao Yuan was deliberately bullying him. The 10th prince disliked him, and he also disliked the 10th prince. This can't be offset by calling him 9th brother. What's more, the other party asked him this question so loudly, which was obviously ill-intentioned. The 10th prince was furious and shouted, I say you are so old, but you don't even know how to read. It's really not good for your mother to be of low birth. You don't know how to teach you these principles. This is the unspoken rule in the palace. Everyone has taught the princes to read in advance. The 10th prince was quite proud of himself as he spoke. He knew that he had the most honorable status among all the princes. His mother was the queen, and he was the legitimate son. However, the 9th prince's biological mother was just a palace maid, and she didn't even know these things. But before he could even feel proud, he was interrupted by a burst of pain. There was a cry of surprise in the classroom, and it turned out that Zhao Yuan had already pounced on the 10th prince and started beating him. The 10th prince was beaten so hard that he screamed, and his two companions immediately reacted. Quick! Quick! Go and pull the 9th prince away. The 10th prince's companions also had an extraordinary family background, but no matter how extraordinary they were, they did not dare to help the 10th prince beat the 9th prince in front of the emperor's favorite son. It can only be said that they were pulled apart. Chen Rui was also stunned when he saw this. He never expected that a fight would break out on the first day of school. Before he could react, Dong Mingli, who was beside him, had already rushed out. Dong Mingli directly pushed away the two companions of the 10th prince, shouting, You dare to hit the 9th prince? You want to die? The two companions of the 10th prince? Who hit the 9th prince? They haven't been hit yet. Okay? These two people are not stupid. They know what they are here for as companions. It would be bad to let the 10th prince get beaten at this time. Besides, they themselves have a good status and naturally have a sense of pride in their hearts. They pushed Dong Mingli and wanted to catch the 9th prince. Dong Mingli stopped them. In a moment, they also started fighting. Tables and chairs also fell in the fight, and the people in the classroom gathered around. For a moment, no one dared to fight. Chen Rui was stunned. He had never experienced this before. He was at a loss where to go. The two companions were older and taller than Dong Mingli. With the two of them together, Dong Mingli could not support them and hurriedly called for help. Chen Rui, what are you doing? Come and stop them. They are going to beat the 9th prince. Dong Mingli usually looks like a fool, but he has his own theory in his mind, which makes him look stupid sometimes and not stupid sometimes. For example, at this moment, he knew that the two companions would definitely not dare to beat the 9th prince. But the 9th prince wanted to beat someone, and they stopped him, which was against the 9th prince. Then, as a member of the 9th prince's side, he must not let anyone succeed. Chen Rui, the old-fashioned man, stood there. When he heard Dong Mingli's cry, he clenched his fists for a moment, not knowing what to do. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed over. He didn't know how to fight. After getting close to the people, he stretched his hands a few times, closed his eyes, and hugged one of them by the waist. The 10th prince, who was beaten on the side, was already cursing. Why didn't anyone come to help him? He secretly hated it in his heart. It was all because the 9th prince took the lead and suppressed him at once. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerless to fight back. If they were to compete again, he would definitely win. Let go! The man held by Chen Rui yelled anxiously. The 10th prince was calling for help, so he had to go quickly. Chen Rui closed his eyes tightly and refused to let go. For a moment, the scene was deadlocked. and only the 10th prince's ghostly howling echoed. At the door, Xiao Fuzi, who came to help the prince to check on his brother's situation, was horrified and ran back to report to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness? Your Highness? It's not good. It's not good. The 9th prince and the 10th prince are fighting. What? The prince was shocked. This was only the first day of school. How could they fight? The prince couldn't figure it out. He quickly got up and ran towards the classroom here, asking, "How is Shujo?" He knew the two companions of the 10th brother. One was 8 years old, and the other was 9 years old. They looked quite strong and looked like they could bully people. Moreover, these two had been studying at Chongwengwen before, and they knew many people. Would those familiar people help beat Shujo? The prince was extremely worried. The prince's worry was not without reason. If the 7th and 8th princes had a conflict with the 10th prince, those who were on good terms with the 10th prince's companion would certainly rush to help without hesitation. They might even do something bad in secret. But the 9th prince was different. These days, everyone knew that the 9th prince was the most favored prince by the emperor, and his biological mother had risen from a maid to a concubine. So you can imagine how favored he was. This was not a prince who could be bullied at will. Therefore, everyone mainly watched, at most shouting a few words. But they didn't dare to pull anyone out. When the prince arrived, he saw his well-behaved younger brother beating the people below. Seeing his white and smooth face, he didn't look like he had been bullied. The prince breathed a sigh of relief instantly. But then he remembered that the one who was beaten seemed to be his 10th brother, and his brows frowned again. The prince is here. His Royal Highness the prince is here. The crowd of onlookers spoke out. Xiao Yuan also heard the noise, looked up, and found that not only his brother the prince had come, but also the 2nd and 3rd princes, and their classmates, who came to watch the fun. Xiao Yuan looked at the worried look of his brother the prince, and immediately smiled at the prince to show that he was definitely not defeated. Brother prince. The prince didn't know what he saw, and his expression changed instantly. Be careful. The next moment, with a snap, Xiao Yuan slapped the hand of the 10th prince that was about to reach his face. He looked at the 10th prince angrily. How can you still sneak attack? He was just greeting the prince. If the prince saw him being beaten, it would be so embarrassing. Is he shameless? So Xiao Yuan angrily beat him again. The two 5-year-old children rolled into a ball. The prince hurried forward to separate the two. The 10th prince cried loudly. Xiao Yuan moved away from his snot bubbles in disgust. He could be disgusted, but the prince could not, especially in public. Everyone was watching. The prince took out a handkerchief to wipe the 10th prince's snot, and the 10th prince pushed him with both hands. Go away. He was very disliked by the prince. He knew that the prince was not his mother's biological child, and was not his biological brother at all. But he took his place. The position of the crown prince should have belonged to him. Before the crown prince could feel any discomfort about the actions of the 10th prince. The next moment, he saw the little brat in front of him being pushed on the buttocks. Xiao Yuan said dissatisfiedly, Why did you push the crown prince, brother? The 10th prince looked at the crown prince, and then at the 9th prince. Finally, he opened his mouth and cried again. Too much. Too much. The crown prince and the 9th prince teamed up to bully him. In the end, the group stood in front of the emperor. The queen hugged the 10th prince distressfully and checked his condition. Lu Hanwan also pulled her son to check. But she was not too worried. Her son didn't look like he was in trouble. And her son had fought several times. And he was fine every time. The emperor looked at the crying 10th prince, and then looked at the little 9 who smiled at his mother. The emperor said, Headache? He asked, What's wrong with you? The 10th prince was a master at complaining. When he heard the emperor's question, he couldn't hold back his grievances any longer. He didn't even care about crying. He pointed at the crown prince and the 9th prince and said, He beat me. They all bullied me. Mother, you ask someone to teach them a lesson. It hurts so much. My body must be swollen. In fact, it didn't hurt at this time. But the fact that the 10th prince was beaten by someone he hated had been suppressed for a long time. So he naturally said whatever he could to make him feel sorry for him. At least the queen's eyes were red with heartache after hearing what he said. Seeing that Lu Hanwan and Zhao Yuan's eyes were full of fierceness, the prince sighed in his heart and was about to speak out to explain the truth, but was suppressed by Zhao Yuan's voice. Zhao Yuan certainly couldn't let the prince help him speak. Although the prince was telling the truth, it would be inevitable that the queen would think that he was biased towards him. In this way, the prince's life in front of the queen would be even more difficult. In that case, the conflict between the queen and the prince would also intensify in advance. However, Zhao Yuan thought that the arrival of that day was probably inevitable. There was no time to think too much at this moment. Zhao Yuan subconsciously started to act. He also shouted loudly, "Father, it was my 10th brother who scolded me first." Before the emperor opened his mouth, the queen could no longer bear it and said, "If he scolds you, will you beat him?" Her son had been beaten by the 9th prince before, but the emperor made a big deal out of it at that time, and did not punish the 9th prince at all. Those things were just trivial matters in the eyes of the emperor, and it was Xiao Shi who did the wrong thing first. But in the eyes of the queen, it was completely different. Her son was the legitimate son, the son of the queen. So even if he was wrong, what could he do? Why did a prince born by a palace girl dare to beat her Xiao Shi? How dare those lowly people? Besides, she was not cared about by her parents at home, so she paid special attention to her son in this aspect. The emperor's obvious favoritism towards the 9th prince naturally made the queen even more dissatisfied. So the queen spoke to Zhao Yuan with great severity at this moment. The emperor was stunned for a moment, and then he frowned. The queen was too harsh to a child like this, and she was not afraid of scaring the child. The queen was really a very majestic person. In the past, when she was stern, even the concubines who were always proud in their hearts, such as Chumpan and Epine, could not help but be afraid of her. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan was immediately worried. She was afraid that the queen would scare her son. But Zhao Yuan was not afraid of this trick. Facing the queen's cold face, he was not moved at all, and said clearly and seriously, "He said insulting words to my mother. Why can't I beat him? It's not just him who should beat him. Xiao Shi is so young. He can say such words. It must be taught by the people around him. And the people around him should also be beaten." Chen Rui, Dong Mingli, and others were trembling with fear in the face of such a storm. Dong Mingli saw Zhao Yuan talking to the scary queen without any fear, and he was immediately full of admiration. The queen slapped the table. "Little Ten is the legitimate prince." She emphasized the word legitimate. Zhao Yuan exclaimed, with a puzzled look, "I am my father's child. Isn't he? They are all sons of the emperor. How can the difference be so big? Throughout the dynasties, there are many who can sit on the throne, but they are not legitimate princes. If you really compare them like this, then the prince is still the legitimate son of the original wife. And I don't see how much respect the 10th prince has for the prince." The queen's anger continued to rise, and the emperor interrupted directly. "Okay." He glanced at the queen. There were more than just a few princes present. The 2 princes' study companions were still there. As the queen, she should maintain the demeanor of a queen mother. The queen took a deep breath and knew that she was too excited before. She has always been a very tight-lipped person. Only when it comes to children, she will reveal her emotions from time to time. The emperor asked one of the study companions, "What happened at that time?" Being stared at by the emperor, the child, who was only a few years old, did not dare to tell a lie. He said shyly, "Your Majesty, it was the 10th prince who asked the 9th prince if he was illiterate. He said that concubine Rong was of low status and didn't know to teach the 9th prince these things in advance. And then the 2 princes fought. The air became quiet. The emperor looked at the 10th prince. Although the 10th prince was arrogant outside, he knew that he shouldn't say that by looking at his father's expression. He was so scared that he buried his head in his mother's arms. The queen held the 10th prince firmly. She actually felt that her son was right. These concubines were not lowly people, but Rong Fei and the 9th prince were particularly lowly among them. The emperor said, "Little Ten, did you say that?" The 10th prince hugged his mother and didn't say anything. Seeing this, the emperor looked even more unhappy. As a prince, he didn't like a son who only knew how to escape when encountering things, regardless of right or wrong. He certainly wouldn't really do anything to such a young child. Even if he talked a few twisted words with him, it would be more to his liking than this. The queen could still understand the expression in this regard. She pushed her son and gently turned his body to the emperor. "Little Ten, be obedient. Father is asking you a question." The 10th prince did not dare to look up. The emperor asked, "Who taught you these words? Such a young child knows these things. There must be someone around to teach him." Seeing that his son did not say anything, he said, "Come here. Take all the servants around the 10th prince out and punished them with 30 strokes of the cane. They dared to talk nonsense in front of the prince and stir up the relationship between the brothers. It is really hateful. Someone immediately went to execute it. And the 10th prince still did not dare to speak. The emperor was even more disappointed when he saw this. Seeing the cold and silent atmosphere in the palace, Lu Hanwan immediately smiled and put up a ladder for the emperor. It's normal for children to fight. It's Shizhou's fault. He shouldn't have fought with the 10th prince. Shizhou, you are the older brother. You should take care of your younger brother. Okay? Say sorry to your brother. Anyway, the fight has already happened. And they are not the ones who suffer. In Lu Hanwan's opinion, a verbal apology is nothing. The most important thing is to see what the emperor thinks. In the palace, sometimes it really doesn't matter whether you are right or wrong. Zhao Yuan glanced at his mother, then at the emperor, pouted, and stepped forward and said, I'm sorry. Xiao Shi, I shouldn't have hit you. The emperor was amused by his unwilling look. He laughed out loud. They are all children. I also played and quarreled with those brothers when I was a child. When they grow up, they will be sensible. Zhao Yuan thought that it was not just when they were young. But now those princes are still fighting with the emperor. The emperor detained them in the capital, and did not allow them to return to the foreign land. Those princes wanted to rebel, and those who wanted to make trouble made trouble. Anyway, they still did not get along with the emperor. Then, the emperor asked curiously, Shizhou, don't you know how to read? Why does Xiao Shi say you can't? The emperor himself taught Shizhou for a period of time. He knew that Shizhou, a child, seemed unwilling to learn. But in fact, he should have remembered a lot of things. Every time Shizhou came to the Qingjing Palace, he also liked to read books. That's why he didn't interfere with his son's reading and literacy. Lu Hanwan was surprised when she heard about literacy before. She had taught her son, but not much. Her son liked to listen to people reading, but he didn't like to learn. He often listened once, and that was it. But she knew that her son knew some characters. Wei Nani had told her about these. But there was no systematic examination. So when she heard that the requirements for school seemed to be quite high today, Lu Hanwan's heart was instantly lifted. Zhao Yuan said, I know some. But I thought the teacher would start teaching from recognizing characters. After that, the emperor talked to everyone for a while. When the emperor wanted to be gentle, it was still quite useful, and quickly eased the atmosphere in the palace. After a while, the emperor asked everyone to leave. Lu Hanwan walked behind Zhao Yuan holding his hand. There was a distance between them. Suddenly, Lu Hanwan stopped, squatted down, smiled and praised Zhao Yuan. Shizhou is so nice. He fought for Mother today. Mother is so touched. Earlier in the palace, although Lu Hanwan asked Shizhou to apologize, it did not mean that she really thought her son should apologize. It was just that the prince's fight itself was not a good thing, even if it was justified. So apologizing in advance also prevented the emperor from doing anything else. If Shizhou was punished by the emperor, I don't know how sad he would be. It's better to apologize. Being like this in front of others, Lu Hanwan would of course comfort her son behind his back. Hearing his mother say this, Zhao Yuan was obviously happy, and his whole face was visibly brightened. He pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth opened in the next moment. He deserves to be beaten. If he talks nonsense again next time, I will beat him again. Lu Hanwan was so soft-hearted. Don't beat him next time. Shizhou, even if you get hit by others, your mother will be worried about you. Even if it doesn't hurt or you are not injured, your mother can't help but wonder if Shizhou is hurt. And if they have more people, and you have fewer people in the future, what will you do if they fight? Lu Hanwan kept talking about her worries. What she said was true. In Lu Hanwan's heart, her son was so small. How could he beat others? What if he gets hurt? Before, with the prince around, Shizhou had other palace servants around him. So he didn't dare to fight with anyone. And the people around him wouldn't really watch Shizhou suffer. But when he went to school, there was no one around Shizhou. If he got up, he would really have to rely on himself. Zhao Yuan looked at his mother like that, thought for a moment, took her hand, and promised, Mom, don't worry. I heard that we will learn horse riding, archery and martial arts in the future. I will study hard and beat him hard. I guarantee that he can't beat me. He felt that the importance of martial arts training increased in an instant. Alas, who made him have such a mother who always worried about him? Lu Hanwan was stunned for a moment, and finally couldn't help laughing. She stood up and held her son's hand, and continued walking. Okay. Let's learn martial arts well before we go beat people up. Lu Hanwan's mind changed, and she temporarily followed her son's lead. For boys, it's not bad to fight. Today is Zhao Yuan's first day of school. Of course, he can't follow Lu Hanwan back to Chaoxia Palace. It's still early now, and he has to go back to class. The prince and his two companions are also waiting for him in front. Therefore, when they reached the fork in the road, Zhao Yuan separated from his mother and ran to the prince. He walked while shaking the prince's hand. He looked sideways at his brother, the prince, and sighed in his heart. The better the relationship between the prince and him, the closer they are. But it is not necessarily a good thing for the prince. Originally in the plot, the prince and the queen did not have the 9th prince standing between them. But the queen still wanted to kill the prince. Now that he is with him, he is more important than the 10th prince, his younger brother. In the prince's heart, it would be strange if the queen could like the prince. He knew that one day, the queen would personally take action against the prince. The prince and the queen are backed by the Duke of Ingwa Mansion. If the prince and the queen fall out, it is not certain which side the Duke of Ingwa Mansion will support. When Zhao Yuan thought that the prince might go from being in the limelight and being looked up to by others to being alone in the future, he felt unbearable. In that case, the prince's brother will definitely be unhappy. All that he once had left him. Such a gap is not easy to accept. He thought, maybe he should think of some way to increase the bargaining chips on the prince brother's side, so that the prince brother will always be so bright and shining. The prince looked at the little kid beside him with a smile, looking worried, sighing, and full of fighting spirit, and asked, "Are you still thinking about how to beat Xiao Shi?" Huh? Zhao Yuan's little face was confused. The cute look made the prince couldn't help but reach out and rub it. At this time, someone came to call the prince, and the prince had to leave first. As soon as the prince left, Dong Mingli immediately came to Zhao Yuan's side. He said to Zhao Yuan with admiration, "9th prince, you are really brave. You dared to speak when the queen was like that before." He was almost scared to death at that time. As he was talking, Dong Mingli suddenly pushed his hands back twice. "Who pulled my clothes?" He got rid of the hands behind him, but someone pulled him back again. He turned around to look and saw Chen Rui acting strangely behind them. Dong Mingli said carelessly, "Chen Rui, what are you doing? What are you hiding from?" Dong Mingli's voice is always loud. Although he just spoke out of curiosity, his voice was actually heard in the area instantly. Not far away, a man in official uniform stopped and looked over here. When Chen Rui heard his name clearly spoken in Dong Mingli's loud voice, he closed his eyes in despair. Just when Zhao Yuan and Dong Mingli were curious, a hesitant voice came over. "Chen Rui?" Zhao Yuan turned around and saw several officials not far away. One of them left the team and walked over here. The official had gray hair and looked quite old. After approaching, the official said, "I see the 9th prince." Zhao Yuan said, "Your Excellency, there is no need to be polite." The other party was obviously a high-ranking official. For an official like this, generally speaking, there is no need to be polite to him. Just show some consideration. Even when he was young, it was okay not to say hello. Zhao Yuan guessed that the other party might be so polite to him because of Chen Rui. He had guessed that this might be an elder in Chen Rui's family. Zhao Yuan's guess was correct. In fact, the person in front of him was Chen Rui's grandfather, Chen Ping, the Minister of Revenue. Today was the first day for his eldest grandson to be a tutor. Chen Ping was also worried about it. Just now, he suddenly heard his grandson's name. When Chen Ping turned around, he saw two children, one big and one small, standing together and talking to the person behind them. Chen Ping came over. Chen Ping had seen the 9th prince before, but the other party might not have noticed him at that time. So now he also recognized him. Seeing Chen Ping looking behind them, Zhao Yuan and Dong Mingli sensibly moved aside, revealing Chen Rui standing behind them. "Rui. Rare." Chen Ping was shocked for a moment. The child in front of him, with messy hair and wrinkled clothes, who looked like he had had a hair fight with someone, was his elegant and dignified outstanding grandson? In Chen Ping's strange eyes, Zhao Yuan and Dong Mingli also realized that they were taken directly to the emperor after the fight, and they had no time to wash up. So their clothes and hair were still the same as after the fight. Especially Chen Rui. He didn't know how to fight, and he hugged the man's waist at that time. And the man couldn't pull him away, no matter what he did. He was so anxious that he pulled Chenrui's hair. Chenrui's current appearance is completely different from the old-fashioned and bright appearance that appeared in front of Zhao Yuan in the morning. Chenping said, "You? How did you become like this?" He looked at Zhao Yuan's body without leaving any trace. And he was furious. He had heard that the 9th prince was domineering and liked to fight. He didn't expect that today, on the first day of his grandson's study, the 9th prince would be so rude to his grandson. It's outrageous. His grandson was also from a good family. How could the 9th prince be like this? Chenping made up his mind. If it was really the 9th prince who beat him, he would have to complain to the emperor later. His poor grandson. They would not be his study companions anymore. Chenping looked at his grandson and felt very distressed. Chenrui's ears turned red under his grandfather's gaze. He nervously entangled his fingers and stammered, "Grandfather. Grandfather." Chenrui never expected that this scene was seen by his grandfather. He felt very ashamed. Chenping suppressed his anger and looked at Zhao Yuan. Seeing that the other party was so small and shorter than his grandson, his anger stagnated and he asked after a pause, "May I ask the 9th prince, what did this old minister's grandson do wrong?" Zhao Yuan could roughly guess the old-fashioned character of the little old man. Zhao Yuan was a little embarrassed that his grandson was beaten because of him on the first day of school. He no longer had the self-righteousness in front of the queen. He whispered, "Xiao Shi scolded my mother, and I fought with Xiao Shi. Chenrui came to help me, and we fought." Chenping was stunned for a moment, and then looked at his grandson again. He was a little surprised that his grandson, who had always been calm, would fight with others one day. So strange. Take another look. Chenrui's face turned redder. Dongmingli had some animal instincts. And he immediately said, "We didn't fight on purpose. It was the 10th prince who was really bullying and insulting people. So of course we couldn't just stand by and watch. So we started fighting." Dongmingli was a little proud when he said that. He raised his head and chest, feeling that he did the right thing. This time, it was the 9th prince who started it first. So as a companion, he certainly couldn't just stand by and watch. He had to take action. Even if he went back, his father couldn't scold him. Dongmingli was very satisfied with his first day of school. The 9th prince was a good person to get along with, and he would fight with him. After explaining the truth of the matter, Chenping did not say anything else, but looked at his grandson with strange eyes for a while, and then left. As the Minister of Revenue, he does not have so much time to spare. Even after he left, Chenrui's face was still red, and he was ashamed. Zhao Yuan said, "Why don't we go change clothes first?" Zhao Yuan's height was much different from that of his 2 companions, so he didn't have suitable clothes. He simply took people to the prince's place and asked the palace servants to find 2 sets of the prince's old clothes for him to change into. Even his own clothes. He had several sets in the East Palace, which just happened to be used now. Dongmingli and Chenrui both agreed. As the 3 of them walked, no one spoke. Silence spread among the 3 of them. Everyone thought they should say something, but they couldn't think of anything at the moment. They couldn't help but secretly look at the others. For a while, their eyes met, and then they turned to another direction and looked at another person. Zhao Yuan. After holding it in for a while, Dongmingli couldn't help laughing. Then one after another, Zhao Yuan and Chenrui also laughed. Everyone looked at each other and laughed happily, although it was the first time they met. After today's fight, their hearts seemed to be infinitely close. After this, the atmosphere between the 3 of them was obviously much better. After changing clothes in the East Palace, the 3 of them returned to the classroom. The afternoon was spent peacefully. The next morning, Zhao Yuan came to the classroom again. He was actually quite happy. He had never been to school before, but now he had made new friends. Especially Dongmingli would tell him about things outside and how his family was. This feeling was very novel, and Zhao Yuan liked it very much. So when he woke up in the morning, he was very happy to think that he had someone to play with again. Soon, Dongmingli and Chenrui walked into the classroom. Dongmingli looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He greeted Zhao Yuan vaguely and fell asleep on his seat. Chenrui said a few more words to Zhao Yuan, asking him if he had finished the homework assigned by the teacher yesterday, etc. Because he was a companion, and he was older than the 9th prince, Chenrui still had some sense of responsibility. Chenrui paid more attention to homework. He kept supervising Zhao Yuan and wanted him to study hard. Zhao Yuan did not object to this. He listened to the class carefully. Although he wanted to have an ordinary childhood, it did not mean that Zhao Yuan would shape himself into a student who jumped around and played all day. This was too different from him, and he could not adapt. For example, his several royal brothers, such as the crown prince, the second and third princes, were actually quite good at schoolwork. So Zhao Yuan just wanted to make himself not too outstanding like in his previous life, and keep a level similar to his royal brothers. In a blink of an eye, it was time for class. But the seat in front was still empty. Zhao Yuan thought. It was only the second day of school, and the 10th prince didn't come to class on time? The students in the class were basically royal relatives and so on, and they were of high status. So the teacher who came to give the lecture just glanced at the empty seat and didn't say much, and continued the lecture directly. The 10th prince didn't come to the first class. But when he didn't come all morning, Zhao Yuan felt very strange. Dong Mingli also whispered in Zhao Yuan's ear. Could it be that after being beaten yesterday, the 10th prince didn't dare to come to class? Zhao Yuan said, there are still people around. It's not good to say such things. After all, he is a prince. If Dong Mingli speaks disrespectfully, if someone gets hold of it, it will be Dong Mingli's fault. Of course, you can say whatever you want in private. After all, whether they are princes or not, their private opinions are very important. The younger princes are better. For example, the fight between the crown prince and the second and third princes is already exposed. Not only do they speak disrespectfully, but they also have to trip up the other party. Dong Mingli is not stupid. He covered his mouth and looked around. Seeing that no one noticed, he was relieved. In the past, he was not afraid of people. But the royal family, even though Dong Mingli was reckless, knew that it was not easy to provoke. At lunch, Zhao Yuan did not eat with Dong Mingli and the others. The prince would ask him to eat together in the East Palace. After arriving at the East Palace, Zhao Yuan asked his question. Why didn't the 10th brother come to class today? The prince really knew about this. He caught a cold and is recuperating in bed. He will be able to attend class after he recovers. Oh, Zhao Yuan responded, but did not take it to heart. Although it is almost summer now, the temperature has not really risen. Especially there is often a little wind, which is quite cold. It is not strange that the 10th prince caught a cold. After several days, Zhao Yuan was talking to Chen just after class that day, and was pushed by Dong Mingli. 9th prince, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is waiting for you outside. Zhao Yuan looked up and saw the prince at the door. He smiled at the prince, quickly packed up his things, and said hello to Chen. I'm leaving first. He ran to the door quickly, called the prince brother first, and then habitually let the prince lead the way. Mu Wendy sighed and walked ahead. In addition to Zhao Yuan, Mu Wendy and Yu Chao, the prince's companions, went to the East Palace for dinner today. Zhao Yuan rolled his eyes at Mu Wendy's sigh, pretending not to hear it. He didn't know what this man was doing today, but after walking for a while, he heard the faint voice of the palace maid in front, and Zhao Yuan knew what Mu Wendy was doing. He only heard someone in front saying, the 10th prince hasn't been to class for a few days. Yes, I heard that the 9th prince beat the 10th prince that day and frightened him sick. And he hasn't recovered yet. It hasn't recovered for so long. Is there something wrong? I don't know about that. As they were talking, the maids in front of them were walking farther and farther away. Zhao Yuan. The prince lowered his head and said, don't listen to them. Little 9. What does little 10's cold have to do with you? Zhao Yuan nodded very naturally and said seriously, even if the 10th brother was frightened and sick, it was the father who frightened him. Brother Prince, you saw it that day. The father's momentum looked so powerful and scary. How could I scare the 10th brother sick? Mu Wendy. Yu Chao. The prince touched his brother's head and said with a smile, Xiuzhou is right. You are so young. It would be strange if you could be scared. That being said, Zhao Yuan also estimated that the 10th prince had not come to class for the past few days because he was not well. And the disease might even be getting worse. And there should be many rumors in the palace that he caused the 10th prince to get sick. Otherwise, Mu Wendy would not have such an attitude. After eating in the East Palace, Zhao Yuan ran back to find his mother. Sure enough, he did hear such a result from his mother. Lu Hanwan frowned. Such rumors are indeed spreading in the palace. And the palace is also fanning the flames. The 10th prince is not well, and the queen is not in the mood to care about such things. The 10th prince was still ill. And even the emperor couldn't blame the queen for not managing the harem well. And Lu Hanwan couldn't do anything. Zhao Yuan said, "How is the condition of the 10th brother?" Lu Hanwan smiled. "It's just a cold. What else can it be? Children recover slowly. And these rumors will disappear after he recovers in a few days. Don't worry about these. Mother will take care of it." Seeing this, Zhao Yuan nodded. He knew that his mother only thought that the 10th prince's condition was not bad. And he might have recovered a long time ago. But the queen was angry that her son was beaten by him. So she gave them a small lesson. But Zhao Yuan had another guess in his mind. It will take some time for this guess to get an accurate result. Several days passed again. When Zhao Yuan entered the classroom, there were many people looking at him and whispering something. Dong Mingli sat next to Zhao Yuan. "Ninth prince, don't listen to those people's nonsense. How can you blame you for the illness of the 10th prince? Those people are simply unreasonable. If a fight is so serious, how many lives have I been carrying since I was a child?" He had a lot of fights. Even Chen Rui silently comforted him. Zhao Yuan smiled and said, "I know. Class is about to start. You can sit back. I'm fine." But all this was regarded as a forced smile by the two companions. During the class, Zhao Yuan still entered the classroom. But in Dong Mingli's eyes, such a small person looked extremely lonely. He was indignant in his heart. That was right. The 10th prince just had a fight with the 9th prince. How could the 9th prince have any strength? If he said that his bones were broken, it would be the 9th prince's fault. The 10th prince caught a cold, and it was the 9th prince's fault. It was obviously the 10th prince who said those insulting words first. But children are so unreasonable. Once the rumor spread, everyone would not really do anything to the 9th prince. But they could discuss it privately and stay away from the 9th prince. At noon, the prince came to pick up his brother to eat. The 2nd and 3rd princes were in the same class as the crown prince. Today, they followed the crown prince slowly. The 3rd prince watched the crown prince take Zhao Yuan away and couldn't help but say, "Oh, your own brother is already so sick. But your highness is so broad-minded that he is still so close to the culprit." The crown prince's eyes sank, and he replied sarcastically, "The 3rd brother's knowledge is getting better and better. He can believe some inexplicable rumors. Do you need me to praise the 3rd brother in front of my father?" The crown prince knew that no matter whether Shizhou was the cause of the 10th brother's illness, the key point was actually what the queen thought in her heart. He knew very well that at this point in time, what he should do most was to separate from Shizhou and not be so close to him, even if he could resume after this incident. In this way, the queen mother would not hate him so much. But he couldn't bear to see his little brother. He was the prince, and his every move represented different meanings. Even if he could contact Shizhou privately, others would only think that he hated Shizhou, and Shizhou's situation would be more difficult. He knew that many people in Chongwen Hall believed those rumors. So, the prince didn't let go. "Humph." The 3rd prince sneered and said, "The imperial physician said that the 10th brother was frightened, which led to the cold." The prince said, "This is not the first fight between Shizhou and the 10th brother. How can he be frightened?" He thought that what Shizhou said that day was right. Even if he was frightened, he was frightened by his father. His father was so powerful that even the prince himself often dared not breathe when he was with him. It was said that his father was not only angry with his 10th brother that day, but also punished the people around him. It would be strange if he was not frightened, but he couldn't say it directly. "3rd brother, don't be frightened all the time and think that others are the same as you." The prince said this and left with his younger brother, leaving the 3rd prince behind with red eyes. After all, everyone knew that the 3rd prince had asthma, so he often used asthma as an excuse to complain to the emperor. The 2nd prince laughed mercilessly in front of him, earning the 3rd prince's angry glare. However, the 2nd prince didn't take it to heart. He patted the 3rd prince on the shoulder and sighed, "3rd brother, you really should be more open-minded. Who let the 2nd prince be a victim of this asthma before?" Of course, he would add insult to injury now. The 2nd prince left with a big laugh, and the 3rd prince was so angry that he almost wanted to explode. On the other side, Zhao Yuan looked up at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. "Is the 10th brother really getting worse?" The Crown Prince nodded. His expression was a little solemn. "It has become more serious. The imperial physician is here. He will be cured." Having said that, the Crown Prince's mood was not so relaxed. Even if the 10th prince didn't like him, He was born by the queen and was his brother. The prince was very tolerant. He took the queen to heart. So the queen didn't come down so easily. The 10th prince was also taken with him. Thinking about the 10th brother's condition, the prince was a little distracted. He really didn't expect that a cold would develop to such a point. Obviously, the 10th brother's health had always been very good. The 10th brother had been sick before, but it was not as serious as this time. Xiao Yuan pulled the prince, and the prince came back to his senses and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yuan whispered, "Brother prince, can you take me to see the 10th brother?" He had a guess in his heart that the 10th prince's cold might not be a real cold. This incident actually did not happen in the plot. In the play, Song Shuqing also began to turn evil because her son, the 12th prince, was killed. She didn't know who was the real black hand behind the scenes, so she attacked everyone she disliked, such as concubine Xian and the queen. Among them, the queen, as we all know, of course, attaches the most importance to her son, the 10th prince, who she had finally obtained. Song Shuqing wanted to attack the 10th prince, but the queen was not comparable to ordinary people. She protected the 10th prince very strictly, and Song Shuqing could not find an opportunity to attack. The 10th prince had to wait for a long time before Song Shuqing would catch the opportunity. But this trick of catching a cold, and then dying of the cold without making a sound, was used by Song Shuqing on other people in the play. And Xiao Yuan looked very familiar. He thought about it. In the drama, Song Shuqing couldn't catch the chance to attack the 10th prince. In this life, Song Shuqing could do it. It was probably because the emperor had directly pulled out the people who served the 10th prince and punished them with canes some time ago. With this trick, some people around the 10th prince naturally had to be replaced. It is very likely that Song Shuqing caught the opportunity from here. Of course, it is not ruled out that the 10th prince simply had aggravated cold and may eventually die. After all, in the medical environment of ancient times, there were actually many children who died of cold. All this can only be known by Xiao Yuan himself. But the prince hesitated. He squatted down and said to his brother seriously, "Xiaojiu, the prince knows that you are a good child. The 10th brother's affairs are not your fault. You want to see the 10th brother. The prince can understand your mood." Xiao Yuan pursed his lips, knowing that the prince had misunderstood and thought he was worried about the 10th prince. However, he did not refute it. It is better for children to be soft-hearted. He knew that the prince was also worried about the 10th prince, so some words should not be said. The prince continued, "But even if it is not your fault, others may not think so. The queen has always been prejudiced against Shijiu. If she knew that you, Shijiu, went to see the 10th brother, she would definitely be very unhappy. If the 10th brother really got into trouble, I am afraid that the revenge on Xiaojiu would be more serious." Of course, he felt that as long as the 10th brother was not well, the hatred between the queen and Xiaojiu would not be reduced. The prince felt a headache when he thought of the revenge that Xiaojiu would face. He could not persuade a mother who truly hated Xiaojiu, even if he thought that the fault should not be attributed to Xiaojiu. When he was young, when his mother beat a palace maid to death in front of him, didn't she say that as the heir to the palace, he should exercise his courage? Of course, they all knew that the so-called heir to the palace actually referred to the prince. In the eyes of everyone, his father was the next emperor. Hearing the prince's refusal, Xiao Yuan wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He verbally agreed to the prince. Okay, he should find another opportunity to sneak into Changchun Palace. If the prince takes him in, the queen will definitely dislike the prince again. This will harm the prince. As the rumors in the palace evolved, Lu Hanlan could no longer sit still. She went to ask the emperor. The palace is full of rumors. Xiujiu is not studying peacefully in Chongwengwen. Those children believe that it is Xiujiu who has harmed the 10th prince. Xiujiu is still so young and must be scared. I asked to take Xiujiu back to Chaoxia Palace temporarily. Wait until the 10th prince is better. Then let Xiujiu go to Chongwengwen to study. As she said this, Lu Hanwan's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked very sad. The emperor sighed in his heart. I know. You go and take Xiujiu back first. After that, he comforted Lu Hanwan. The emperor was exhausted these days. He watched his son's illness not get better, and he might even die. The emperor felt heavy in his heart. After Lu Hanwan left, the emperor called Su Quan. After Su Quan responded, the air was quiet for a while, and then the emperor said, "Clear up the rumors in the palace. Yes. Su Quan naturally knew what the rumors were. Watching Su Quan go out, the emperor closed his eyes tiredly. He knew the rumors in the palace before, but it was not easy for him to intervene when the 10th prince was so sick. Moreover, if he intervened, it would not be a good thing for Xiaozhou and Rongfei, because the queen would definitely target them madly. But now, there is no need to care so much. Zhao Yuan, who had finished his meal in the East Palace, was informed of the news by Nani Wei. After the meal, he was taken back to Chaoxia Palace. In Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan of course gently comforted her son, and did not say anything anxious to her son. Zhao Yuan returned to his old days. That day, he waited in advance on the way to Changchun Palace. He knew that the 10th prince was seriously ill these days, and the emperor must visit the 10th prince more often. Then, when the emperor passed by, he followed the emperor's team. Nani Wei called Zhao Yuan in a low voice. The atmosphere in the palace was serious these days. It was not the time for the little prince to act recklessly. She was a little worried that the little prince would anger the emperor. Zhao Yuan put his finger to his lips. Shoo. Nani Wei was quiet, mainly because this was not a good place to talk. She could only pray that nothing would happen to the little prince. The emperor was thinking about something, and Zhao Yuan deliberately avoided his gaze, so he didn't notice Zhao Yuan for a while. But the people following the emperor noticed him when Zhao Yuan and others caught up. Everyone knew that the emperor loved the 9th prince, so of course they didn't dare to drive him away directly. They told Su Quan about the matter. Su Quan looked behind him and walked a distance, seeing that the 9th prince was about to follow them into the queen's Changchun Palace. Su Quan couldn't help it anymore and whispered to the emperor about the situation. The emperor stopped, looked back, and saw his son's small body. He subconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth and waved at his son. Zhao Yuan hurried over. The emperor asked, "Why are you here?" Zhao Yuan was held in the emperor's arms, and he whispered, "I want to go see my 10th brother." He looked pitiful. The emperor felt pity in his heart. Xiuzhou was so good, so caring for his brother. But he also knew that the queen probably wouldn't think so. But he thought, whether Xiuzhou went to see Xiaoshi or not, the queen would hate Xiuzhou. But Xiaoshi was like that. If Xiuzhou didn't go to see him, it was very likely that he would never see Xiaoshi again in his life. With this thought, the emperor came to his senses. He held his son and walked directly into Changchun Palace. Su Quan saw this behind him and took a breath of cold air. Seeing the emperor walking away, he hurriedly ran to catch up. They went at the right time. At this time, the queen had fallen asleep because she was exhausted from taking care of the 10th prince. The emperor took Zhao Yuan directly to the 10th prince's room, so that the servants of Changchun Palace did not have to wake up the queen. Having said that, the people in Changchun Palace looked at the 9th prince, who was carried in by the emperor. Everyone exchanged glances with each other, and there was an indescribable feeling. Zhao Yuan didn't care so much. After arriving at the 10th prince's room, he went directly over, held the 10th prince's hand exposed on the quilt, and felt his pulse inconspicuously. At the same time, his eyes also observed the 10th prince's face, etc. In just over 10 days, the 10th prince's face lost a lot of flesh, and he looked like he had suffered a lot. As expected, he realized that the 10th prince's weakness and serious illness were not normal. It should be Song Shuqing who did it. However, Zhao Yuan glanced at the emperor. You know, in the plot, the emperor helped Song Shuqing hide things many times. What about this time? After seeing the 10th prince, Zhao Yuan followed the emperor out again. Having just seen his son who might be dying, the emperor, no matter how much he doted on his 9th son, was in no mood to play with him. He put Zhao Yuan down, told people to go back to Chaoxia Palace, and went back to handle government affairs. Nani Wei asked carefully, "Your Highness." Zhao Yuan retracted his gaze from the emperor's figure, stepped up his short legs. Let's go back." Nani Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Today, the little prince followed the emperor to Changchun Palace, which really shocked her. From the rumors in the palace now, it can be seen that the queen feels about the young master. If the 10th prince really died, then the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, Nani Wei was really afraid that the little prince would do something unexpected at this juncture. But fortunately, what she was worried about did not happen. Zhao Yuan led his people back to Chaoxia Palace. He knew in his heart that this was not the time for him to wander around the palace in such a troubled time. As soon as he arrived at Chaoxia Palace, Nanny Wei told Lu Hanwan about Zhao Yuan's visit to Changchun Palace. She had to tell her. Otherwise the queen's revenge would come and concubine Rong would not know what happened at all. Of course, this was impossible. As for the matter of the 9th prince going to Changchun Palace, it was estimated that everyone in the harem would know about it today. After hearing what Nanny Wei said, Lu Hanwan's eyes were heavy. She looked at her son, who was playing with toys not far away. She thought the same as the emperor, that her son was kind-hearted. After knowing that the 10th prince was ill, she couldn't help but want to go see him. For a moment, Lu Hanwan was angry at the malicious rumors in the palace, and felt distressed for her son. This had nothing to do with her son. It was all nonsense from those outsiders. If her son really took it to heart, how uncomfortable he would be. She asked Nanny Wei about the 10th prince's condition again, wanting to know if the 10th prince was really not well. Her heart sank, knowing that if the 10th prince was not well, the blame would really be put on her son. Even though everyone knew that the matter had little to do with the 9th prince, there were still many people who were happy to see them laugh. The queen and even the emperor might even vent their anger on little 9. But this way Nanny didn't know that the servants had never entered the 10th prince's room. Only the emperor, the 9th prince, and Su Quan had entered, and the rest of the people were guarding outside. Lu Hanwan waved her hand. I know. You go down first. Lu Hanwan never liked to keep more people around her. And Su? Only Xiao Yun, the most useful person, was left in the room. Xiao Yuan saw that everyone had left, so he moved to his mother's side. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan asked, Does little 9 have anything to say to your mother? Xiao Yuan nodded and leaned forward. Lu Hanwan also leaned forward and listened quietly. Mother, the 10th brother feels very strange. Strange? Lu Hanwan's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Yuan said hesitantly, The taste in his mouth seems to be something bad. Anyway, it's very bad. Lu Hanwan's heart sank completely. She knew that the 10th prince's illness was probably not a real illness, but someone took the opportunity to make trouble. She trusted her son's nose very much. She knew that her son was keen in poison. At the beginning, everything in her room was buried under the bricks, and her son could find it. But she also knew that even if she knew about this, it didn't mean anything. The 10th prince was seriously ill. In addition to the doctor trusted by the queen at the beginning, all the doctors in the imperial hospital had seen him later. There were many people with rich experience and high medical skills, and even the director of the imperial hospital had seen him. But so many doctors have seen it, but none of them can find any problem. Even if she tells him, it's useless. Maybe her son smelled it wrong? This thought flashed through her mind, and Lu Hanwan denied it. Her son is the best, and there is no way he can be wrong. Remembering that her son went to see the 10th prince with the emperor, Lu Hanwan hurriedly asked, Have you told your father about this? Xiao Yuan shook his head. No. Lu Hanwan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Xiaozhou did the right thing. Don't tell your father about this. To a certain extent, the imperial physician is a punching bag, especially when the emperor is old and afraid of death. So even if her son seems to be very talented in medical skills, Lu Hanwan has no intention of letting the emperor know. Otherwise, when the emperor is old, what if his son can't cure the emperor and the emperor takes his anger out on Xiaozhou? Sometimes, the imperial power is so unreasonable. Lu Hanwan asked his son to play, and asked Xiao Yun to come over. The two of them discussed it in whispers, and Xiao Yun went out. Zhao Yuan knew that his mother probably asked Xiao Yun to investigate the matter, and Zhao Yuan chose to tell his mother for this purpose. He wanted his mother to find the person who attacked the 10th prince. That is Song Shuqing. It was not that he deliberately targeted Song Shuqing, but Song Shuqing's move was aimed at him first. The medicine that the 10th prince was poisoned with was very hidden, and no one could see it. Everyone just thought that the 10th prince died of a cold. In this way, after the 10th prince died, the queen's hatred would all be pulled on him. It can be imagined that if the prince that the queen had been waiting for so many years died, he, the fuse, would definitely not survive. As for Song Shuqing, the mastermind behind the scenes, he was completely invisible. He did not want Song Shuqing to get away so easily. As for the poison of the 10th prince, Zhao Yuan could cure it, but from beginning to end, he had no intention of curing it. To a certain extent, Zhao Yuan was not such a kind person. He knew that it was because of the existence of the 10th prince that the queen became more and more unbalanced between her own son and the prince. so that she finally attacked the prince and wanted to give the prince's position to her own son. When the 10th prince died, this contradiction would no longer exist. The queen will treat the crown prince well again. The Duke of Ying's mansion itself supports the crown prince more. At that time, there will be no other choice except the crown prince. As for him, even if it is caught that Song Shuqing is behind the attack, the opportunity for Song Shuqing to attack is that the emperor beat the people who serve the 10th prince. All this has to start from the fight between him and the 10th prince. Zhao Yuan estimated that he could not escape the queen's hatred. But it doesn't matter. At worst, he will attack the queen first. As for saving the 10th prince, Zhao Yuan was too lazy to think about it. He didn't like the 10th prince. There was no need. Saving him was a threat to the crown prince. Of course, he felt that the situation with the 10th prince was not a dead end. The key was whether his father could find Song Shuqing earlier. In the original plot, Song Shuqing also attacked the 10th prince. Of course, the time of attack was earlier now. But in the original plot, the emperor suspected Song Shuqing, and the two had a big quarrel. The emperor did not allow Song Shuqing to reach out to the prince, and finally let Song Shuqing quietly detoxify. The 10th prince also recovered. But no one in the harem knew that it was Song Shuqing who did it. Everyone thought that the 10th prince was just sick and cured. This confrontation was also a section on Song Shuqing's road to blackening, which made Song Shuqing's feelings for the emperor more and more exhausted. But this time is different. This time, the rumor in the palace is that the 10th prince was in trouble because of him. Even if the 10th prince didn't die, the queen already hated him. So, if the emperor still found out about Song Shuqing's involvement this time, would he help Song Shuqing conceal it like in the original plot? Or would he make Song Shuqing's involvement public? This choice means that the queen's final hatred will be locked on him or Song Shuqing. Thinking about the possible decision of the emperor, Zhao Yuan suddenly felt unhappy. Nanny Wei asked worriedly, "What's wrong with your highness?" Zhao Yuan lay on the table, shaking his head, not wanting to talk. Nothing. He thought that it was normal even if the emperor chose Song Shuqing. After all, even if he told about Song Shuqing, the queen would still hate him. If he hadn't fought with the 10th prince, if he hadn't said that the 10th prince must have been taught by someone, maybe his father wouldn't have punished the people around the 10th prince. Song Shuqing wouldn't have seized the opportunity to attack him. He sighed, feeling a little sad about life. How could a child have so many troubles? After a while, he turned over angrily. It didn't matter if his father didn't choose him. Anyway, his mother was already investigating the matter. If his father didn't say it, his mother would naturally help him to say it. Anyway, the bad guys who hurt people can't escape. My queen, the little prince is? Nanny Wei said worriedly beside Lu Hanwan. Rong Fei looked at her son's lively expression and couldn't help but smile. Don't worry about him. He probably had a quarrel with his brother, the crown prince. Or maybe he was angry with the emperor. Such a little kid is really interesting. Another 2 days passed. As the health of the 10th prince deteriorated, just as Zhao Yuan had guessed before, the emperor once again suspected Song Shuqing, mainly because he knew Song Shuqing better. And some of Song Shuqing's reactions to the 10th prince's accident were quite intriguing. It was okay before I thought about it. But once I thought about it, I always felt that this might be the case. After all, the emperor knew that concubine Xian's voice was lost quietly last time. It was Song Shuqing who did it that time. The suspects who instigated Yun Guiran at that time were concubine Zhuang, concubine Xian, and the queen. Now only the queen is left. If the 10th prince was really the one who did it by Song Shuqing, it is not impossible. The emperor was shocked by the level of the imperial hospital on the one hand, and annoyed on the other. At dusk, he walked into the Changqiu palace in the setting sun. After entering, he waved his hand to let the waiter go down. Song Shuqing's heart jumped. She had a bad premonition in her heart. The last time the emperor did this was after concubine Xian's incident. But she still sat down calmly and took the initiative to ask, "Why did the emperor come here today?" The emperor was silent for a moment, and said, "You wouldn't ask me this before." After the incident with the 12th prince, the relationship between the two was a bit like a Cold War. Song Shuqing would not ask any more questions except for the courtesy. Song Shuqing's body froze after hearing this, and she said sarcastically, "Now that I have entered the palace, I have to be careful even if I say anything casually." The emperor looked at her without saying anything. The two looked at each other. They were really too familiar with each other. No. It should be said that the emperor was too familiar with the previous Song Shuqing. After a while, the emperor spoke again. You should know why I came to you. Xiaoshi's illness was caused by you. Right? The emperor always had a plan in mind. Song Shuqing was defeated in a short while under his gaze. And a feeling of powerlessness spread in her heart. It was always like this. Always like this. She was always played around by the emperor. It was as if no matter what she did, she could not escape the other party's eyes. In the end, she was too lazy to let the emperor lay out all the evidence one by one. She knew that if she really checked, her tricks would definitely be found out. Add to that the last time concubine Xian's incident. She simply admitted it. Yes, I did it. What's wrong? The emperor was unhappy. When are you going to stop? Just for a suspicion. You really want to kill a prince? Song Shuqing didn't want to argue too much with the emperor about this. She knew that the 10th prince was also the emperor's son. And he would never agree with her approach. I said my thoughts last time. If the murderer who hurt my child is not found, I will not let anyone go. What about Shujio? The emperor said, can't you hear the rumors in the palace now? If I remember correctly, it was concubine Rong who saved Xiatuel's life. Song Shuqing was silent for a moment. The queen is too guarded. I only have this chance. If she hadn't taken advantage of the fact that the people serving the 10th prince had changed this time, and one of them happened to be hers, she wouldn't have taken action. This opportunity is too rare. If she misses this one, she doesn't know when she can find it again. After all, those who were caned are only temporarily unable to get up. When they recover, they will most likely return to the side of the 10th prince. By that time, it will be too late. As for the 9th prince, I will also try my best to protect him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she may be able to catch the queen's handle, although the queen has always behaved without fault. After being in the harem for so long, Song Shuqing always feels that the other party is not simple. It is very likely that her child was made by the queen behind her. She knows that the queen has a good background and cannot be easily pulled down. But using the emperor's favorite 9th prince to touch it, perhaps, a crack can be created. She had a vague feeling in her heart that the son born of the love between her and the emperor might not be as important as the status of the 9th prince in the emperor's heart. After a while, the emperor said, you can target anyone who harms you. But the 10th prince is only 5 years old. Such words should not come from the mouth of an emperor. But the emperor and Song Shuqing have different feelings after all. And the emperor himself is not a person who is high above and cannot come down. He clearly knows that if it were him, he might do more than Song Shuqing. But he is not Song Shuqing. He is the emperor. So he can only tolerate Song Shuqing's harming people. Not those children. He stood up and said in an unquestionable tone, take out the antidote. Song Shuqing finally went to get it. After leaving Chengqiu Palace, night had already fallen. The emperor looked up at the night sky and suddenly sighed deeply. Su Quan whispered, Your Majesty, where are we going now? The emperor said, to Chaoxiao Palace. The emperor knew how much the queen hated Xiujiu about the matter of the 10th prince. If the truth was not revealed, he strode towards Chaoxiao Palace. When he arrived, Zhao Yuan was already sleeping soundly in bed. Under Lu Hanwan's disapproving eyes, the emperor pinched his son's nose, and only let go of the child's hand when he was sleeping, and said sourly, Little brat, you still want to sleep with your mother at this age. Lu Hanwan said dissatisfiedly, Xiaojiu is just 5 years old. How can he be older? After moving to the prince's residence, there are fewer opportunities to meet. The emperor smiled, turned over to bed, and slept with his son. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan smiled unhappily. Every time the emperor amused the children the best, he was also the one he loved the most. Choosing his son or Song Shuqing is a very easy choice. The emperor basically did not hesitate. If this matter did not involve other people, he would help Song Shuqing conceal it. But Xiujiu was bullied and dared not go to school. So of course, he could not conceal it. He was not stupid. Of course he knew that even if the 10th prince was fine, the queen would not let Xiujiu go. Of course, once he made the decision, the queen would not let Song Shuqing go. But it doesn't matter. Song Shuqing is an adult, and there are many good people around him. And he is more resilient than a child. So it shouldn't be a big problem. So when Lu Hanwan heard the news from Qiao Yun the next morning, she was surprised. You mean? The emperor had the people who served the 10th prince quietly taken away last night. Xiaoyun nodded and said, "The 10th prince has been suffering from a cold because the symptoms of the poison he took are similar to those of a cold. And it will actually slowly kill people." Since Lu Hanwan and Xiaoyun heard Xiao Yuan say that there was something wrong with the 10th prince 2 days ago, they have been investigating this matter. But after all, that was Changchun Palace. And Lu Hanwan's people were not very important people in it. It was not easy to find out who did it. But only 2 days later, the results came out. Although it was not immediately known which concubine did it, it was clear that the results would be out soon. For a moment, Lu Hanwan was a little confused. There was a feeling that it had ended before it even started. She kissed her son on the face excitedly. And the whole person was a little incredible. "Shizhou, you didn't tell your father about the 10th prince, did you?" "No." Seeing his mother like this, Xiao Yuan probably had an accident. "Sure enough," Lu Hanwan said, "then your father is quite powerful. He has already found out about the 10th prince." She briefly explained the situation. The person behind the scenes should be able to come out soon. After all, the murderer has been caught. She frowned again, hoping that the person who did it would commit suicide in the imperial prison, so that the murderer could not be found. Right? After all, those who dared to attack the prince basically had their lives and property in the hands of others. If they were really exposed, they would only be able to save their families if they died. Lu Hanwan only knew that someone had attacked the 10th prince, but she didn't know who it was. She only guessed that it might be Song Shuqing. After all, the matter of the 12th prince was still pending. But it was just a guess. Fortunately, Lu Hanwan's worries did not come true. In the morning, the news that it was Shupin Song Shuqing who did it had spread throughout the harem. And at the same time, the decree that Shupin was demoted to a noble lady was also received. Of course, this decree did not satisfy the queen. You know, her son almost died. After Xiao Yuan knew about this, his eyes widened. He was thinking in the morning that since everyone knew that someone had taken action against the 10th prince, even if his suspicion had been lifted, as long as the maid who took action died, there would be no evidence and the real murderer could not be found. In this way, he could be rescued from the rumors and Song Shuqing could be protected. He felt that he had the best of both worlds. Moreover, there were admirers of Song Shuqing in the imperial prison, and that eunuch would definitely intervene in the matter involving Song Shuqing. But the result was like this. It was really unexpected. The emperor had indeed thought about this. But he turned around and thought, if the real murderer could not be found, wouldn't the queen put her hatred on Shizhou again? This would not work. The queen had to have a target to aim at. So after thinking about it, the emperor was quite dog-like and started the matter of Song Shuqing. As for the eunuch, He Huan, who was loyal to Song Shuqing, he was still powerless after all, and the matter involved the 9th prince. And the emperor attached great importance to it, so he did not dare to intervene. Xiao Yuan was in a very good mood at the moment, which meant that his father really chose him. Between his father's true love and him, his father chose him. It is obvious that he must be very important in the heart of his father. So, he immediately ran to the emperor's Qinzheng palace, shouting to his mother while running, "Mom, I'm going to find my father." Lu Hanwan looked at her son's energetic appearance and smiled. Xiaoyun also smiled and said, "Thanks to the emperor for catching the murderer early. The little prince has been in a bad mood these days. It's not that Xiao Yuan is unhappy these days, but being regarded as a person who hurts others, the energy in his body can't be raised even if he wants to. Today, after clearing his grievances, he suddenly became full of energy and returned to his former self." "Yes." Lu Hanwan also sighed. "If possible, I really hope that Shizhou can always be so happy." When Xiao Yuan ran out of their sight, Xiaoyun retracted her gaze and said, "That Shupin, no, Shuguren, is really ungrateful. Last time our master saved her child, and she hurt our 9th prince in the blink of an eye." Lu Hanwan's eyes also sank. "Yes, what a kind mother. For revenge, no matter how small. It's just that Shizhou is looking for trouble. Lu Hanwan is determined not to let Song Shuqing have an easy time." On the other side, Xiao Yuan's short legs were moving fast all the way, and Wei Nani almost couldn't keep up with him. Your Highness, slow down. Don't fall." Xiao Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. The little carrot head ran in front, and the palace maids and eunuchs behind him followed quickly. Soon, Xiao Yuan arrived at the Qinzheng palace. Father! I'm here to see you. His little voice was super sweet. When Zhao Yuan arrived at the Qingjing Hall, the emperor was handling government affairs. When he heard the sound coming from outside the door, he put down the memorial in his hand and moved his eyes to the door. He didn't even notice that his eyes were already filled with smiles. Zhao Yuan's little head poked in from the Qingjing Hall door. Seeing that there was only the emperor inside, he immediately rushed in with a smile on his face, yelling "Father," and then quickly threw himself into the emperor's arms. The emperor held his son on his lap and asked, "What big happy event happened that made our little Nine so happy today?" His son's little voice was very sweet, and his little expression was particularly happy. Just at a glance, people can easily know that children are particularly happy now. Zhao Yuan said, "Father Emperor, I listened to the mother, and the father and the emperor found the bad guys who harmed people, and they were innocent. Those people would never say that it was Xiao Jiu's fault." Ah! Zhao Yuan's little mouth was shot for the emperor. "Father Emperor is great. I am super superb. Okay." The emperor's mouth was helpless, but he couldn't enjoy it. A child knows what is innocent. Zhao Yuan was proud of his chest. "Of course. I'm amazing." The emperor said, "Is that are you amazing? Or is the father emperor?" The two chatted a lot of meaningless nonsense, and time passed for a long time. But both sides were very happy. For a while, the father and son were kind, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. But they were fine. But Song Shuqing was not so lucky. Yesterday, Song Shuqing confronted the emperor. On the one hand, she felt that she could not hide it from the emperor. And on the other hand, she was sure that she and the emperor had a different relationship and the emperor would protect her. Just like the last time with concubine Xian. So she admitted it directly and handed over the antidote. But she didn't expect that she would hear the news that the emperor had taken someone away in the middle of the night the next morning. For a while, Song Shuqing's heart was pulled. She was angry and afraid. She didn't know whether the emperor would tell her in the end. Even though Song Shuqing wanted to avenge her child, she also knew that the queen was not easy to mess with. She had touched the 10th prince. If the queen knew it was her, her life in the harem would definitely be difficult in the future. After all, she was the queen, in charge of many matters in the harem. Just with this title, she could make her suffer a lot. But until the last moment, Song Shuqing still couldn't believe that the emperor would really be so cruel to her. And the final result told her that the emperor was really like that. Her attack on the 10th prince was exposed, and everyone in the harem knew it was her. For a while, everyone was talking about Song Shuqing. She attacked the 10th prince, and of course she put the blame on the 9th prince. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that before Song Shuqing was exposed, all the blame for the 10th prince's illness was directed at the 9th prince. If she hadn't been exposed, the 9th prince would have been the only one to be pitied. The queen instantly hated Song Shuqing to the bone, gritting her teeth and saying, "Noble Lady Shu, you are such a good trick," compared to the queen who went directly to Song Shuqing to fight because of her poor status. There was another person who exploded directly in this fight. That is, concubine Xian, whose voice was ruined. Concubine Xian has not had a good life in the past period of time. She loves to talk and act like a spoiled child. But when she opens her mouth, her voice is broken, and even the emperor rarely goes to her. And many people in the harem are laughing at her. She drank a lot of medicine to cure her throat. But until now, it has not been cured. Therefore, when she heard that Song Shuqing actually had medicine that could pretend to be a cold to harm the 10th prince, and the imperial physician had not found it, concubine Xian immediately thought of herself. Didn't she ruin her throat in the first place? Although the imperial physician said at the time that there was no trace of poisoning, concubine Xian was always skeptical. She always felt that someone must be harming her. Otherwise, how could such a good throat be damaged so easily? As time passed, this idea gradually dissipated in her mind. But this time, concubine Xian immediately rekindled her suspicion in her heart. It must be Song Shuqing who did it. The three suspects who ordered Yun Guiran to harm the 12th prince were first concubine Zhuang, then her, and now the queen. How could it be such a coincidence? It must be Song Shuqing. Concubine Xian did not have the queen's idea of being concerned about her status. She immediately ran from her palace to Song Shuqing's Chongqiu palace in a threatening manner. After arriving, she immediately questioned Song Shuqing. Of course, Song Shuqing would not admit it, and she could even find reasons to shirk her suspicion. But concubine Xian did not want complete evidence. This time she identified Song Shuqing. So the two of them fought directly. People from both sides tried to pull them apart, and it developed into a melee between the two palaces. It didn't take long for the news to spread to the Qingjing Palace. Zhao Yuan was so surprised when he heard about concubine Xian's great achievements that his mouth opened wide. This concubine Xian was so good at doing things. The emperor's good mood with his son came to an abrupt end. He picked up his son and quickly carried him to Chengqiu Palace. When they arrived, the queen had just arrived. The queen glanced at the ninth prince in the emperor's arms, lowered her eyes, and saluted the emperor. "Your Highness." The emperor said, "No need to be polite. Get up." After that, the two walked inside together. There were many people in front of them. Zhao Yuan jumped in the emperor's arms and supported the emperor's head to look inside. The emperor glanced at his son in his arms and was silent for a moment. Why did he bring his son with him to such a scene of concubines fighting in the harem? After thinking about it, it seemed that it was convenient to hold his son, so he just took him over. Other concubines in front had seen the emperor and empress coming and made way for them. Forget it, the emperor thought. Since he was here, it would be difficult to send his son back. Since he was in the palace anyway, it would not be a bad thing to see more of these fights and conflicts. The thought flashed through his mind, and the emperor quickly strode forward, looking at the people who were still fighting inside, and said in a deep voice, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and separate them." With the emperor around, no one dared to make trouble again, and concubine Xian and Song Shuqing were quickly separated. At this moment, their hair was disheveled, their clothes were wrinkled, and even their faces had scratches. Concubine Xian complained first in a tender voice, "Your Majesty, please help me. It must be the bitch Shu Guiran who damaged my voice." Hearing her originally soft and gentle voice become like this, concubine Xian's originally pretended crying suddenly became real. The more she talked, the more her mentality collapsed. She squatted down and cried loudly. The emperor felt a headache. Song Shuqing said, "Please investigate. Your Majesty, I have never done this." She looked at the emperor stubbornly. The emperor actually asked Song Shuqing and knew that concubine Xian's voice was damaged and there was no antidote. Perhaps only when Luo Huaqing came back and saw it himself, there would be a certain possibility of recovery. "Of course," he asked casually, not really wanting to help concubine Xian. After all, concubine Xian's hands were not clean. As long as it didn't get too big. The emperor didn't like to interfere in the fights between concubines. Everyone was not fighting for him, but for the interests behind the fight. The emperor had long understood this. Now that things had become like this, the emperor finally said, "In that case, let someone go in and search." Searching the palace was a very detrimental thing for a concubine. Under normal circumstances, they would not search the palace for no reason unless something went wrong. Hearing the emperor's order, Song Shuqing looked over with shock and disbelief. He Huan, the eunuch standing in the team behind the emperor, looked at Song Shuqing worriedly, and then followed the others to search. The concubines standing outside were excited and nervous, all waiting for the good show later. Everyone wanted to know how much more things would be found in Song Shuqing's palace. Song Shuqing had such an important position in the emperor's heart. Is she finally going to step down now? During this waiting, Zhao Yuan adjusted his sitting position in the emperor's heart and waited with relish. The emperor glanced at his excited son. While waiting, many concubines also realized that the emperor actually came with the ninth prince in his arms. Everyone looked at the emperor's arms again and again, and their hearts became complicated again. It would be great if the emperor was holding their son. In the process, the searchers came out soon, and to everyone's surprise, no one found anything else. Concubine Xian was shocked. How is it possible? How is it possible that there is nothing? Could it be that Song Shuqing only had 2 doses of poison? One to damage her throat, and one to kill the 10th prince? Doesn't this person know to keep a little more? But now that things have come to this, there is really nothing to argue about. Seeing this, the queen's eyes also flashed with surprise. "But soon," she said with a twinkling look in her eyes, "Your Majesty, it's good that there is no problem found in Shu Guiran's palace. But there is another thing. Shu Guiran is now a noble lady, according to the rules." "No," Song Shuqing murmured in her heart. She had realized what the queen wanted to say. Her originally calm heart quickly stirred up huge waves. But the queen did not hear Song Shuqing's voice. Her words rang clearly in the air. Shu Guiran is no longer qualified to raise the 12th prince. After hearing the queen's words, many concubines exchanged glances with each other, which was indescribably stimulating. She is worthy of being the queen. She hit the nail on the head. It hit Shu Guiran's heart at once. Originally, even when the palace was searched, Song Shuqing was not so panicked. But at this moment, she could not care about many things at all. She knelt on the ground with a plop. Your Majesty, the body of the 12th prince has been destroyed. He is sick every now and then. If he leaves me, what should he do? Song Shuqing was really panicking. She was afraid that her son would never live again after being taken away. Your Majesty, for the sake of our past relationship, please let the 12th prince stay with me. She stepped forward and grabbed the emperor's clothes, tears streaming down her face. The queen looked at her with cold eyes, indifferent to Song Shuqing's pitiful appearance at this moment. This was far from her revenge. The other concubines were happy to see Song Shuqing's excitement at first, but after hearing what Song Shuqing said, they began to feel entangled. The 12th prince was a famous sickly person. What if he really died in their hands? Wouldn't Shu Guiran, who was so vicious, keep an eye on them? The queen didn't think about this. She wished the 12th prince would die like this. Seeing that the emperor hadn't spoken yet, Song Shuqing was heartbroken and kowtowed. After a few kowtows, her forehead was black and blue. The emperor frowned and reached out to pull her, but saw Song Shuqing's body tilted and fell down. Imperial physician. Go find the imperial physician quickly. The emperor put his son under his arm, and then picked up Song Shuqing and went into Changqiu Palace. Zhao Yuan, who was trapped. Can't you just put me down? After the emperor put Song Shuqing down, Zhao Yuan also found a chance to stand on the ground by himself. He obediently went to the side to find his mother. Changqiu Palace was so noisy, and Lu Hanwan had been watching here for a long time. After a while, the imperial physician came over. He took the emperor's pulse with a serious face, and then suddenly showed joy. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Lady Shu has been pregnant for more than 2 months. The concubines present were immediately disappointed. Originally, they were still struggling over whether the 12th prince should take over. Now that Song Shuqing is pregnant, it seems that he can't take over. When Song Shuqing woke up, Changqiu Palace had become quiet again, and only her maid was guarding her in the room. 12. Thinking of what happened before she fell asleep, Song Shuqing screamed immediately. She hurriedly sat up and wanted to get out of bed to find her child. She fainted. Could the emperor have given 12 to someone else? Hearing the movement on the bed, Qianru and Wenqin, who were guarding nearby, came over immediately. Master, don't worry. The 12th prince is fine in Changqiu Palace, and the emperor didn't take the 12th prince away. Song Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief and asked, what happened after I fainted? Qianru smiled. Congratulations, Master. You are pregnant. The imperial physician said that you are already more than 2 months pregnant. Song Shuqing was startled when she heard this. Her hand unconsciously touched her belly. Thinking of the emperor, she was not very happy. Seeing her expression, Qianru and Wenqin, who were originally smiling, also suppressed their smiling expressions. They looked at Song Shuqing worriedly. They had all been through that time and knew how Song Shuqing felt about the emperor. Master, the two maids called. Song Shuqing forced a smile when she thought of the emperor directly asking people to search her palace today. Her tears flowed silently. The emperor clearly knew that she had some poisons that she didn't want to see in public. If they were found out in public, what would she do in the future? This was clearly an attempt to harm her. If she hadn't known that everyone in the harem knew that she was the one who had taken action against the 10th prince, she would have been caught today if she hadn't had a premonition in her heart and brought all the medicines with her in advance. When Xian, who was standing aside, looked at Song Shuqing with a flickering look in her eyes. The emperor chose to search the palace not because he really wanted to kill Song Shuqing, but because he had long known that all the poisons were on Song Shuqing. As for why, of course, it was because when Xian herself was the emperor's person. In other words, when Song Shuqing entered the palace, many people around her were arranged by the emperor. Among them, Wenqin was the most trusted by Song Shuqing. But in the past, the emperor never asked her about Shu Guiran's private affairs. When she took the initiative to report, the emperor was probably sincere to Shu Guiran at that time. The emperor directly asked her to follow Shu Guiran in the future and didn't need to do extra things. At that time, Shu Guiran was kind and enthusiastic, and there was no secret to report at all. Shu Guiran had always been very good to her, and never simply treated her as a slave. So Wenqin felt that it was a good thing to be able to follow Shu Guiran loyally. In this way, she would not feel guilty in the face of Song Shuqing's kindness to her. But this time, the emperor guessed that Shu Guiran had taken action against the 10th prince. After many years, he finally started to question her, facing the emperor and Shu Guiran. When Xian finally chose the emperor. Of course, this does not mean that she will harm Song Shuqing. When Xian feels that based on what happened today, the emperor clearly treats Shu Guiran differently. Otherwise it would not be like this. But she can't tell Song Shuqing directly about these things. Otherwise it will be exposed. Song Shuqing was sad and asked again. Did the emperor say how to deal with the 12th prince? If the emperor didn't say it himself, there would still be a certain risk in the fate of the 12th prince. Song Shuqing knew that after the fact that she harmed the 10th prince was exposed, the queen hated her to the bone and would definitely find a way to find an opportunity to make her feel uncomfortable. Qianru was just worrying about how to comfort Song Shuqing. When she heard her mention this, she said happily, "My master, the emperor has already ordered that the 12th prince will be kept by your side as an exception, and will not be taken away by other concubines." Song Shuqing reluctantly curled her lips. "That's good." Seeing this, Qianru advised, "My master, you are pregnant now, and you should not worry about it. The emperor is willing to make an exception and keep the prince, which means that he still treats you differently. Don't think too much. After all, she grew up with her master." And Qianru knew what Song Shuqing was thinking. For example, at this moment, she knew that her master was worried about the emperor. Song Shuqing sighed and shook her head gently. "I should have known that he has changed. And I am the only one who has stayed where I am. From the beginning, the other party's identity was destined, and they would eventually change. The throne, interests, etc., all drove every woman in the harem to fight for it. Under such circumstances, how could they not change?" Just thinking of the emperor's order to search the palace, she was still a little panicked. She didn't expect that the emperor would be so cruel. No, maybe the other party was like this from the beginning, but she didn't recognize it. Song Shuqing was afraid and resentful. She grabbed Qianru's hand and burst into tears. "Qianru, I regret it. If I had known." "Master." Qianru was immediately distressed. Song Shuqing didn't say anything after all. The figures of those men flashed through her mind. And then she thought of the emperor, and her heart ached. It was still different. After all, she only liked that one. In the Chaoxia palace, Zhao Yuan was having dinner with his mother. Lu Hanwan scooped a bowl of soup for her son and put it beside him, admonishing him. "Now the rumors are over. Xiujiu, get up tomorrow morning and go to Chongwenguan to continue studying. After class, live in the prince's residence. After all, it has been separated. Everyone lives there. And you live there too. Don't cause criticism." Zhao Yuan glanced at his mother. "Mom, you have changed. You don't even miss me." Lu Hanwan said calmly, "We meet every day. What else do you have to think about?" She was so worried about her son before he went to school that she couldn't sleep at night. In the end, except that she didn't sleep in Chaoxia Palace, she felt that it was not much different from before. Lu Hanwan felt calm instantly. She continued to nag, "You have been absent for many days. If you don't go, you won't understand the teacher's lessons in the future. Your father pays the most attention to the homework of you children. You must study hard in class. Otherwise you will not be able to answer when your father checks you. What if your father thinks you are a fool?" After saying this, Lu Hanwan was really worried. The emperor really paid attention to these things. The reason why the third prince was favored in the past may not be without this aspect. When he was young, Xiujiu could still please the emperor with his cleverness. Who knows if the emperor will change his mind if his son's studies are not good enough? There are several princes going to school with Xiujiu. What if someone comes to succeed? "I'm not stupid," Zhao Yuan muttered. The reason why he didn't show himself too ordinary was because he knew how talented the princes were. He didn't want his father to dislike him. The next morning, Zhao Yuan got up early and went to Chongwen Hall for class. Chen Rui and Dong Mingli were also very happy when they saw him coming. "Your Highness, you finally came to class." Chen Rui didn't like to talk. Dong Mingli was very depressed these days, and was looking forward to the arrival of the 9th prince. Back in class, this time, there was no one to spread rumors. Since Zhao Yuan arrived at Chongwen Hall, he really didn't make any other friends. Only his two companions. No one deliberately tried to please him because of his status as a prince. Zhao Yuan guessed that it was probably because he was young. His mother was of ordinary family background, and both mother and son relied on the emperor's favor. So he didn't attract much attention from these people, and everyone just kept a distance from him. In addition, most of the people in Chongwen Hall were from the royal family, which led to some people even looking down on Zhao Yuan. This is normal. After the rebellion, the emperor directly detained those princes in the capital and didn't let them go back. It was obvious that he wanted to forcibly reduce the power of the princes. It would be strange if these princes were willing to do so. As the descendants of those princes, everyone naturally shared the same hatred for them. Zhao Yuan had heard from the crown prince before that among these people, the eldest prince's son was the most arrogant, targeting several princes and trying to suppress them. This was one of the reasons why the emperor attached great importance to the prince's homework. After all, if they lost, they would be laughed at. Half a month later, the 10th prince also returned to the classroom. Zhao Yuan saw that he looked much better than the last time he saw him during his illness. But he had not completely recovered to his normal appearance. After seeing Zhao Yuan, the other party raised his chin and sat down in front of Zhao Yuan with a proud attitude. Zhao Yuan. Schooling soon got on the right track. Zhao Yuan attended classes every day during the day, and did the homework assigned by the teacher when he was free after class. As for memorizing, there was no need to worry, because he had memorized everything when he was studying. Then at night, he either slept in the prince's residence or stayed with the prince in the East Palace. They could go to class together in the morning. The prince was very satisfied that he could take his brother to and from get out of class. This morning, Zhao Yuan slept in the East Palace again. After breakfast, the two brothers went to class together. When they reached the open space inside, they separated and went to their own classrooms. The class had been going on for so long, so the prince didn't seem to have to send his brother to a seat before leaving. Just as they were about to separate, the prince suddenly remembered. By the way, the East Palace is going to have roasted whole lamb tonight. Shijiao, why don't you go to Chaoxiao Palace at noon to tell your mother? Zhao Yuan usually eats at noon with the prince in the East Palace. The East Palace is also close to Chongwen Hall. After lunch, he takes a nap in the East Palace and goes to class in the afternoon. Then after school in the afternoon, he will go back to Chaoxiao Palace to have dinner with his mother, and then go back to the East Palace to sleep. If a big meal is prepared this afternoon, then naturally the time needs to be changed. Yes. Zhao Yuan understood what the prince meant. Then I will go back to have lunch with my mother at noon. The prince happened to have something to do at noon, so he agreed not to pick up his brother. After the two finished talking, they went into the classroom separately. No one noticed the 10th prince coming in from the gate. A young boy who was also dressed in gorgeous clothes said with a smile, "It seems that the 9th prince was sent to school by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince again. By the way, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince should have a closer relationship with the 10th prince. Has he ever sent you to school?" This man spoke recklessly, and his ill intentions were quite obvious. He didn't seem to be afraid of the 10th prince. The identity of this young man was not unexpected. He was the son of a prince. The 10th prince was still young, and such provocative words could really arouse his emotions. He said disdainfully, "He wanted to send me, but I didn't agree." That being said, the 10th prince was really dissatisfied. He didn't like the crown prince, and he didn't care whether the crown prince sent him to school or not. But he was not happy with the crown prince being so nice to the 9th prince. Hearing the words of the 10th prince, the young man who had provoked him earlier smiled. And it was obvious that he didn't believe the 10th prince and that the 10th prince was just pretending, which made the 10th prince even more angry. He pushed people aside and strode towards the classroom. When he entered, Zhao Yuan was reading a book and occasionally talking to Dong Mingli. Dong Mingli forgot to do his homework yesterday and was now rushing to do it. The 10th prince sat down in his seat with a snap, and the noise was so loud that he was afraid that others would not know that he was here. Zhao Yuan looked up and put his eyes back on the book. The 10th prince was even more dissatisfied. He pushed something on Zhao Yuan's desk. When he saw Zhao Yuan's eyes on him, he said with some pride and disdain, "You follow the prince like a tail every day. Don't you know how to blush at all?" Zhao Yuan looked at the 10th prince, and then at the crowd not far away who were watching the show. So, is this the 10th prince being a bad mouth again? Or what? He's not your real brother. You're a prince after all. You don't need to work so hard to curry favor with him. Right? But don't think that the prince is really good to you. He has sent a lot of gifts to Changchun Palace. It's just that I don't like them. Why should I be like you? Following him around every day and sleeping in the East Palace. The 10th prince became more and more excited. And for a while, he was talking with saliva flying. To a certain extent, this was really what he thought in his heart. In the mind of the 10th prince, the position of the prince should be his. And the current His Royal Highness the Prince is just temporarily occupying the position for him. As long as he wants, the prince will step down from this position. The prince did often send him gifts, and wanted to take him out to play many times. But he didn't agree. When he thought of the prince's humble appearance in front of him, the 10th prince looked down on him more and more. The same was true for Zhao Yuan, the 9th prince. Zhao Yuan had no ability to compete for the throne at all. Now he barely got the favor of his father. But when his father shifted his attention in the future, Zhao Yuan had no future at all, and could only watch the other princes take power. In his opinion, Zhao Yuan's friendship with the prince was just to curry favor with the prince. It was a pity that the 9th prince was of humble origin, and the mother and son had poor vision. The prince they chose was of no use at all. No matter how well he curried favor with him now, it would be a waste of effort in the future. Zhao Yuan was not moved by the 10th prince's words. Even if the 10th prince said that the crown prince also gave gifts, because he knew that the crown prince gave gifts to the 10th prince just to maintain his relationship with the queen of Changchun Palace. As the queen's adopted son, the crown prince was well known to everyone. He was weak since childhood, and was carefully raised by the queen, who made a lot of efforts. Out of filial piety, the crown prince could not let the 10th prince be treated too differently from him. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. In the position of the crown prince, the requirements are always stricter. In fact, the crown prince is not a person without a plan. The outside world has never seen the 10th prince before. Everyone only knows that the 9th prince has a good relationship with the crown prince, but not with the 10th prince. But now, since the 10th prince started studying at Chongwingwen, public opinion has changed a lot. In everyone's eyes, the crown prince is also very good to the 10th prince. But the 10th prince is too stubborn, which makes the crown prince treat the 9th prince better than the 10th prince. After all, the 10th prince will not accept anything the crown prince does. Obviously, the crown prince does not appear humble in front of others, and even treats the 9th prince well in front of the 10th prince. But when the relationship between the crown prince and the 10th prince is mentioned, everyone will subconsciously think that it is all the 10th prince's problem. Zhao Yuan is also confident that between himself and the 10th prince, the crown prince cares more about him. So no matter how much the 10th prince says, he doesn't take it seriously. He smiled at the 10th prince, raised his fist and shook it. 10th brother, what do you see here? The 10th prince stepped back subconsciously. What do you want to do? I tell you, I was not prepared last time. If you really want to fight me, I can beat you. And I am not wrong this time. If you dare to hit me, my father will not let you go. Ha. Zhao Yuan said simply and rudely, my brother the crown prince and I are brothers and sisters. The elder brother is like a father. The crown prince is your father. If you dare to disrespect your father, you are disrespecting your father. Then I should teach you a lesson on behalf of my father. This series of words stunned the 10th prince. He had little experience and always felt that what his 9th brother said seemed to make sense. But he always felt that something was wrong. Just at this time, the teacher came in and the class became quiet. He had no choice but to speak harshly in a low voice. Humph. I'll let you go for now. You wait. Zhao Yuan rolled his eyes at him, and didn't want to pay attention to him. The 10th prince turned around and shouted, Teacher, Dong Mingli is copying other people's homework. Dong Mingli? What do you mean by copying? He just took a look at the 9th prince's ideas. Dong Mingli? The teacher in front walked over. Dong Mingli showed the homework in his hand to the teacher in frustration. Time passed slowly. During the class, Zhao Yuan was poked by someone. He looked over and saw Dong Mingli with a sly smile on his face, motioning Zhao Yuan to look at the 10th prince in front. Then, Zhao Yuan saw the 10th prince's head moving in the air little by little, and finally fell directly on the table. On the stage, the teacher was concentrating on giving a lecture, because the emperor attached great importance to the learning of several princes. The status of the teachers teaching in Chongwen Hall was quite good, and many of them were very famous. Of course, the students below were all children of nobles, and some of them were too difficult to teach, so some teachers would selectively ignore them. At this moment, the 10th prince was sleeping soundly, and the person sitting in front of him leaned back, blocking his sleeping posture. Zhao Yuan glanced at the teacher, quietly lowered his body, and while the teacher was not paying attention, he quietly squatted in front of him, raised the 10th prince's hand, and then returned to his seat. Dong Mingli and the others, who saw it behind him, laughed like crazy. The teacher heard some noise and looked over, and then naturally noticed the raised hand of the 10th prince. That was where the prince sat, and the teacher knew it well. The emperor would test the prince's homework from time to time, so the teacher paid more attention to the princes during class. At that moment, the teacher immediately said, "10th prince, is there anything you don't understand about the question I just talked about?" As soon as this was said, everyone in the classroom looked at the position of the 10th prince, because the 10th prince was blocked by someone. The teacher didn't realize that the 10th prince was sleeping, and he praised him. The 10th prince's behavior is very good, usually in class. If you don't understand what the teacher said, you can speak to the teacher in time. After the praise, the teacher waited for a while, and when he saw that the 10th prince had not spoken yet, he could not help but feel a little strange. The 10th prince's companion had already discovered that the 10th prince was still sleeping, and immediately became very anxious. He hurriedly called the 10th prince in a low voice and turned around to push him. The teacher stood up and looked over here. The 10th prince finally woke up. At the prompting of his companion, he stood up and saw the teacher looking at him on the stage. He was startled. He thought that the teacher should ask him a question, and wanted to naturally change the subject. He stammered, This, teacher, I don't know how to answer this question." The classroom suddenly burst into laughter, bathed in the eyes of everyone. The 10th prince felt dry in his mouth and realized that he had said the wrong thing. His companion whispered, "The teacher thought that you raised your hand because you didn't understand what was just said." The 10th prince's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" The companion was helpless. He sat in front of the 10th prince. The classroom was so quiet at that time. The teacher looked directly at him. The teacher was usually quite strict, so how could he dare to say anything? It was enough to wake up the 10th prince. When everyone was making a fuss, he found a chance to speak. The teacher on the stage also understood that the 10th prince didn't raise his hand at all, but was sleeping soundly. His face darkened. "Since the 10th prince hasn't woken up yet, let's stand in this class." The 10th prince's face was hot, and he was extremely ashamed. He always felt that everyone was laughing at him, but he didn't dare to disobey the teacher, so he could only stand there with his head down. After waiting for the get out of class to end, he finally asked what happened. He had someone in front of him to block him. So why did the teacher suddenly call him? What about raising your hand? He raised his hand? The companion sitting in front of him didn't see Zhao Yuan's action at that time, and only said, "Maybe your highness was resting your head with your hand, and your hand was raised accidentally. It's not that there is no such way of sleeping." Another person said, "No. I saw it from the side. It was the 9th prince who secretly went over and raised your hand. And then the teacher saw it and thought that your highness had some questions to ask." The 10th prince was immediately furious. He turned around and slapped Zhao Yuan's desk, saying angrily, "You are really great." Zhao Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. It is my duty as an elder brother to educate my younger brother." "Little 10th prince, don't thank me too much." The 10th prince's chest was heaving violently with anger. If this matter was made public, it would be wrong for the 10th prince to sleep in class. He simply ignored it, so he couldn't do anything to Zhao Yuan. He could only say harshly again, "Let's wait and see." After that, Zhao Yuan always saw the 10th prince turning his head to look at him in class. Even the two companions of the 10th prince were deliberately arranged to sit next to him to monitor him, ready to catch Zhao Yuan's little braid and report it to the teacher. Unfortunately, for Zhao Yuan, attending classes was as interesting as playing, and there was nothing he couldn't accept. He attended classes steadily and focused on studying every day. After class, Dong Mingli said bitterly, "I have been stared at by them for several days, and dared not to be distracted." After all, he and the 9th prince were in the same group, and the 10th prince was also targeting them. Seeing Dong Mingli like this, Chen Rui laughed for the first time. Isn't this just right? With the 10 princes watching him like this, Dong Mingli dared not fail to complete his homework on time every day. And he listened to the lectures in class. He was even better than Dong Mingli's father. Dong Mingli used to be a troublemaker. Even Lord Dong chasing him with a stick could not make Dong Mingli calm down. If your father knew about your situation in the school, he would probably give gifts to the 10th prince, Chen Rui said. Dong Mingli's eyes were resentful. Zhao Yuan was also amused by their argument. Seeing Dong Mingli like that, he comforted him, "Don't worry. They won't hold on for too long. They will give up." The 10th prince and his two companions were not studious. Especially the two companions. They stared at them all day long. To a certain extent, they were not the only ones who suffered. The three of them were also tired. Hearing this, Dong Mingli also thought of the 10th prince, who didn't dare to doze off. He smiled and said, "When I think of the 10th prince accompanying me, I don't dare to sleep. It seems that life is not so difficult." Dong Mingli has always been a person who sleeps a lot in class and becomes lively as soon as the get out of class is over. Sure enough, a few days later, someone from the 10th prince came and took the initiative to ask for peace. This person is Mu Wensheng, the second son of the second house of the Duke of Ingwa's mansion. His status in the Duke of Ingwa's mansion is naturally not as good as Mu Wendy, the companion of the crown prince. Mu Wendy is the eldest son of the first house of the Duke of Ingwa's mansion and has been established as the prince. In the future, the title of the Duke of Ingwa's mansion will be inherited by Mu Wendy. The Duke of Ying's mansion is still firmly supporting the crown prince. So there is not much other meaning in the choice of a companion for the 10th prince. Just choosing a child to accompany the 10th prince deepen the connection between the two sides. In addition, the Duke of Ying's mansion currently has only Mu Wensheng, who is about the same age as the 10th prince. Let's all live in peace. And we will never report you again in the future. And you can't report us either. Is this okay? Mu Wensheng discussed with Dong Mingli and Chen Rui. He didn't go directly to Zhao Yuan, although Zhao Yuan thought he was very easy to get along with. In fact, in the eyes of others, as the emperor's most beloved prince, Zhao Yuan was quite distant. As a companion, Mu Wensheng couldn't directly ask the 9th prince to truce. After all, the 10th prince himself didn't show up, so he just asked Zhao Yuan's two companions. Whoever spoke first bowed first. Seeing this, Dong Mingli was very proud. You can't start and end this matter as you say, right? That would be so embarrassing for them. Mu Wensheng lowered his posture and said with a smile, "We are wrong in this matter. Can we apologize? Please don't be so fussy. You said we are all companions, and there are some things we can't do, right?" The situation in Chongwengwen was also known to the Duke of Ying's mansion. After all, his elder brother Mu Wendy was also studying in Chongwen Hall. The affairs of the 9th prince and the 10th prince had long been spread throughout Chongwen Hall, and his elder brother certainly knew about his situation. This situation was also mentioned in their Ingong mansion, and Mu Wensheng was asked not to have too much conflict with the 9th prince unless it was necessary. In the final analysis, their Ingong mansion stood on the side of the crown prince, and the 9th prince and the crown prince were on good terms. The 9th prince was actually a helper on their side, and the two sides were not in a hostile relationship. As for the 10th prince, before the 10th prince showed the necessary talent, the Ingong mansion was clearly on the side of the crown prince. The early death of the crown prince's biological mother did not mean that the relationship between the crown prince and the Ingong mansion had faded. After all, the Ingong mansion's daughter died, and family affection was different from love. How could it fade with the passage of time? On the contrary, because the prince's biological mother was the eldest daughter that the Duke of England and his wife were most proud of. Her death made her image more beautiful in their hearts. Besides, the prince is the next emperor, but the prince may not necessarily become the prince. Even if the prince is the legitimate son, it is the same. Dong Mingli is not a bad person. After Mu Wensheng apologized, he couldn't continue to be tough. I can't make the decision on this matter. Anyway, let's see how you perform in the future. When we have vented enough anger, maybe it will be fine. He was unforgiving in his words, but Mu Wensheng still greeted him with a smile. After the two sides separated, Dong Mingli told Zhao Yuan about the matter. Zhao Yuan smiled and said, "It depends on when you calm down." Chen Rui also laughed when he heard this, although the 10th prince was targeting the three of them. In fact, Chen Rui and Zhao Yuan were serious enough in school, and no one could find any fault with them. The only unlucky one was Dong Mingli. Dong Mingli. After joking, Zhao Yuan said seriously, Tell them that they can have a truce unless they beat up those people. When they finish beating them, our revenge will stop. Zhao Yuan raised his chin slightly to indicate which people he was talking about. Dong Mingli looked over and saw that the three were all sons of the prince. For a moment, he didn't understand why Zhao Yuan asked people to beat up the three people. Your Highness, do you think you don't like those three people? He did know that the conflicts between the prince's children and the princess had been going on for several years. But that was mainly the prince and the second and third princes, since he came to Chongwen Hall to attend classes. Although there were also a few princes' sons in their class, they had never had any conflicts with the ninth prince. So Dong Mingli thought that Zhao Yuan was just following tradition and beating up a few princes' sons to liven up the atmosphere. Zhao Yuan nodded. It's not a question of like or dislike. Don't you realize that these people are deliberately instigating me and the 10th prince to oppose each other? Just wanting to see us fight? Zhao Yuan himself hadn't discovered it yet. After all, he wasn't a clairvoyant. Those people were saying provocative words in front of the 10th prince, not in front of him. So how could he know? It's just that every time when the 10th prince picked a fight with him, these people always looked like they were enjoying the show, which made it impossible not to notice. For some things, as long as you have a guess and then verify it, it is easy to draw a conclusion. Hearing what Zhao Yuan said, Dong Mingli thought about it and suddenly realized, yes, it seems that they are the ones who make the loudest noise every time. Chen Rui said, I have seen them standing and talking with the 10th prince several times. Now everyone is clear. So, Dong Mingli turned around and told Mu Wensheng about his request, and reminded him that the 10th prince was used as a gun by others. Of course, this was not out of kindness, but Dong Mingli secretly hoped to get the 10th prince involved. In this case, the grudge between the 10th prince and the other side will be even deeper. At noon, after school, Zhao Yuan and Dong Mingli had lunch together. After all, they were study partners, so they had to spend more time to cultivate their relationship. Both Chen Rui and Dong Mingli had good family backgrounds. On the one hand, Zhao Yuan liked them, and on the other hand, he thought that if he maintained a good relationship, he might be able to pull them into the camp of the Crown Prince in the future. But after eating for a while, suddenly some students in the cafeteria were shaken, and some began to walk out. Dong Mingli asked curiously, what happened? He directly pulled someone to ask, and then came back with a smile on his face. A little excited. Your Highness, Chen Rui, guess what happened? Without waiting for Zhao Yuan and Chen Rui to reply, Dong Mingli answered himself. The 10th prince took people to stop those princes' sons, and they started fighting directly. This 10th prince is quite fierce. The meal could not be eaten now, and everyone went to watch the excitement. It is said that the fight has not yet ended. Zhao Yuan and Chen Rui finished their meal quickly and rushed over there. When they arrived, the 10th prince and others had been taken away. It is said that they were called over by the emperor. Zhao Yuan muttered in his heart. It was he who asked the 10th prince to beat people. Could it be that his father would come to call him later? On the other side, the emperor also asked about the whole thing. It was nothing more than that the children of these princes were dishonest and sowed discord. And then Xiao Shi retaliated again. He looked at his bruised and swollen 10th son, and didn't know what to say in his heart. He had to be thankful that this kid was not stubborn and brought a few more people. Otherwise, he would be completely suppressed by others. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Jio was involved in this. After sending everyone away, the emperor asked Su Quan to call Xiao Jio over. So, after a while, Su Quan's figure appeared in front of Zhao Yuan. Ninth Prince, the emperor invites you. Dong Mingli wanted to go with him. I said that to Mu Wensheng. I'll go if you want to go. Zhao Yuan shook his head. Forget it. I'd better go alone. At this point, he had nothing to fear. After all, he knew that the emperor treated him very well. What he was worried about was whether the emperor would feel embarrassed if he asked people to take action against the prince's sons. With Dong Mingli's eyes on him, Zhao Yuan followed Su Quan away. Walking on the road, Zhao Yuan looked at Su Quan and asked, Eunuch Su, how is my father feeling now? Su Quan naturally knew that the 9th prince would be fine, and the 10th prince had been sent away by the emperor. But the emperor was obviously trying to amuse the children, so he certainly couldn't spoil it. So he could only control his expression and said, You'll know after the 9th prince goes there. Zhao Yuan pestered Su Quan with questions, and Su Quan almost broke down. But luckily he held it in. When they were about to reach the Qingjing Hall, Su Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally arriving, Zhao Yuan walked to the door of the hall and listened attentively to the movement inside. But he didn't hear anyone talking. His heart suddenly sank. But when he looked inside, he saw only the emperor. He immediately smiled and ran in. "Father." The emperor had a stern face. "How can you still laugh after causing such a big disaster?" It must be said that when the emperor had a stern face and was fierce, it was still a bit intimidating. But Zhao Yuan had been with him for a long time and knew his expression very well. He directly climbed on the emperor with a smile on his face. "Father, I knew you were the best, and you would definitely not be really angry with me. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong. Those 3 people dared to tease the prince. I just had them beaten up. It was already a minor punishment." The emperor couldn't help laughing. "Oh, you are a good student. You even know the term minor punishment." Zhao Yuan looked proud. "Of course. My 10th brother is waiting to catch my little braid every day, so I have to study hard these days." Of course, he didn't study hard because the 10th prince was watching him. But that didn't stop Zhao Yuan from saying so. He seemed to know how to please the emperor naturally. The emperor laughed out loud. He had known about the conflict between the 2 children in Chongwen Hall for a long time. But he did not take these small things to heart. When children get along with each other, there will always be such big and small problems. As long as they don't make a big fuss, it's fine. To a certain extent, as an emperor, he has subconsciously prepared for the future fights between the princes. This fight between the children did not cause much controversy among the adults. Those princes were accustomed to such things. Their little fights were completely incomparable with those of the older princes. So when the 3 princes' sons were beaten, no one came to their door when they returned. According to the prince, they were older than the 10th and 9th princes, but they were beaten like this, which was shameful. They even had the nerve to complain at home. But the indifference of adults was very important to children. Since then, the 3 princes' sons no longer concealed their malice towards the princes. Among them, Zhao Yuan and the 10th prince were the first to bear the brunt, who made them the most famous prince in the palace and the most beloved by the emperor. And the other was the legitimate son. In addition, the arrogant character of the 10th prince was really able to attract hatred. In this regard, Zhao Yuan just wanted to say, "Keep it up." In the morning, the teacher finished the class and let everyone take a break. As soon as the teacher left, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly relaxed. Zhao Yuan did not get up to play immediately. He had not finished writing what the teacher said in class. Although he had a good memory, he still liked to take notes. When you review it again after a while, you may have a different feeling. At this time, a voice sounded in the classroom, and the person praised, "The 9th prince is too hard-working in studying. He still writes seriously after class. When the teacher examines him in the future, he will definitely get a good grade. Unlike us, we just know how to sleep or go out to play after class." The 10th prince, who had just been lying on the table with a sleepy face, he felt hurt. He looked back at Zhao Yuan behind him. Sure enough, the other party was holding a pen and looked like a good boy. The 10th prince had a sense of competition with the 9th prince in his heart. Therefore, when he was playing badly, seeing the other party working so hard, it was difficult for the 10th prince not to feel dissatisfied with Zhao Yuan. After all, it is more comfortable to play bad together than to try to suppress others by yourself. Zhao Yuan glanced at the prince's son, who was talking nonsense, and then looked at the 10th prince, who stood up to look at him. These days, these people have been stirring up trouble without telling anyone, and they are praising and guessing directly in front of people. It is hard for people to beat up such compliments directly. Otherwise, they will ignore it if you tell them. Although sometimes Zhao Yuan can be unreasonable, and the emperor will support him behind his back, he can't be unreasonable in all aspects. This is not Zhao Yuan's character. So he looked at the people and ignored them, and continued to write his own things with his head down. As for whether the 10th prince would be unhappy, it was none of his business. He had a bad relationship with the 10th prince. So if these words could anger the 10th prince, it would be a good thing for him. As for the flattery this person said, Zhao Yuan was not afraid at all. With these words from this person, he seemed so hardworking. If he didn't get a good score in the exam, it would be a joke. Such words put a lot of pressure on people. But Zhao Yuan himself was a genius, and it was very easy for him to do well in the exam. He just didn't want to stand out too much. But being an excellent student was no problem. As long as he did well in the exam, nothing would happen. He would have to thank the other party for his encouragement at that time. He was indifferent. Several princes looked at each other and saw the smile and excitement in each other's eyes. This was the policy they had agreed on. They praised the 9th prince and the 10th prince and belittled the other. They praised the 9th prince more and flattered him, so that the other party had to do well in the exam. And by comparing and stepping on the 10th prince, it seemed that the 10th prince was inferior to the 9th prince in every way in the eyes of others, which aroused the 10th prince's dissatisfaction with the 9th prince. In this way, if the 9th prince did not do well in the exam and could not maintain his position in the front row, it would be embarrassing. Among these princes' sons, there was one who thought that he was very good at his studies and could firmly suppress the 2 princes. He flattered the 9th prince so much, but when the time came, the 9th prince could not do better than him in the exam. That scene. As for the 10th prince, he actually has a very simple way to deal with these words that are secretly stepping on him. That is, study hard, even if it is still early for the final test. As long as he can answer more questions from the teacher, complete his homework well, and be an excellent student, these words will not stimulate him at all, even if he can have the strength to suppress the 9th prince. Then when he hears these people's words, he may even think about turning the tables in the test and stepping on the 9th prince. The more these scenes of first suppressing and then praising, the more satisfied he will be. Unfortunately, these princes' sons have made good observations. The 10th prince always dozes off when he hears these things from the teacher in class. He is not a good seedling with both good character and good academic performance. So in the comparison between the two of them, the harder Zhao Yuan tried, the more anxious he would be, and the more dissatisfied he would be with Zhao Yuan. At noon, Zhao Yuan watched those people flatter him as usual and then leave. He stood up and greeted Dong Mingli and the others. You go to eat by yourselves. I'm going to the East Palace today. Dong Mingli and Shen Rui have long been accustomed to this. When it was time to eat, Zhao Yuan was eating and looking for a gap to ask the prince secretly, Brother Prince, how is your relationship with the eldest prince, the eldest son of the 4th prince, and the children of the 7th prince? Is it good? Why are you asking this? The prince was surprised, but he still answered his brother's question well. The children of those princes basically have a bad relationship with our princes. Some of them have better temperaments and don't oppose us, but they don't have much contact. After all, everyone is now in opposition. Even if someone recognizes the reality and knows that they can't beat the emperor, they compromise and have to give in. But it's not good to show it too much in front of the public, because the princes had formed an alliance because of their common interests. If they regret now, it means betraying everyone's interests, and others will not let it go. The interests involved in reducing the vassal state are not a trivial matter. If they really want to betray, they will not be easily let go. The prince continued, as for the ones you asked about, my brother has a very average relationship with them. The eldest prince's son has average ability, but because of the eldest prince's status, he has always been arrogant. The eldest son of the 4th prince is a fence-sitter. Once he falls behind, he begs for mercy, but he remains the same when targeting the princes afterwards. The son of the 7th prince does not have much presence. Zhao Yuan said, Can my brother beat them? The prince was stunned. Well, I can beat them. Before, he was weak and not very strong, and he was always at a disadvantage in martial arts. But his younger brother fed him those pills for raising soldiers, and now his strength can't be said to be great, but it has returned to normal. In addition to his hard training, even if he is not the best among all the students, he can often get praise. Of course, the main reason is that these 3 people are not the top few among the students, and they are usually unlearned, so it is still easy for him to fight. Zhao Yuan thought about it, and was afraid that the prince could not deal with 3 people, and said, I remember that the prince's companion Yu Chao seems to be very good in martial arts. The prince nodded. Yes, Yu Chao is naturally strong, and no one can beat him in martial arts. Among so many people, only the 2nd prince can compete with him. It's safe. It's not impossible for the prince to let Yu Chao fight. Zhao Yuan immediately moved his stool and sat next to the prince, then hugged the prince's arm and shook it. Prince, can you let Yu Chao beat them up in the martial arts class? Although Zhao Yuan didn't explain the cause of the matter, the prince knew what was going on when he said this. With a smile in his eyes, he nodded his brother's head helplessly. They are fine. How can you teach them a lesson casually? It will be bad if my father finds out. He knew about his brother, and the sons of princes in his class. The people his brother mentioned just now happened to be the elder brothers of those people in his class. So it was difficult for me to beat you. So I asked my brother to beat your brother. Zhao Yuan pouted. Hey, Prince, please help Shuzhou. The prince said. I remember that he only said some flattering words to you. But you asked Dong Mingli to bring the cow dung on his seat. Didn't you? Isn't that enough? Although he didn't find out who put the cow dung. The prince knew that it must have been his brother. Zhao Yuan was dissatisfied. Am I such a bad kid in the eyes of Prince? This has nothing to do with being bad or not. In the eyes of the prince, his younger brother is cute no matter what he does. Before the prince could explain, Zhao Yuan had already started to talk. He was actually fearless. He knew that the prince had deep feelings for him, and it would not affect anything. Brother, please help me. You don't know that they are actually very bad behind the scenes. This sentence of his behind the scenes scared the prince. Did those people beat you secretly? Could it be that those people guessed that the cow dung was done by his younger brother? So they wanted to take revenge. For children, suspicion is enough. And there is no need to investigate complete evidence at all. Zhao Yuan was stunned and shook his head. That's not the case. But it will probably be soon. Anyway, brother, just tell me whether you will help me or not. Okay. Okay. Brother Crown Prince will help you. Okay? The Crown Prince was helpless. But there was a smile on his eyebrows and eyes. Since his younger brother made the request, he had already agreed in his heart. But it seemed good to see that his younger brother was so thoughtful. However, you let Yu Chao help you get revenge. Do you look down on Brother Crown Prince? The Crown Prince pretended to hesitate. He was really dissatisfied with this in his heart. He helped his younger brother to teach someone a lesson. But how could it be Yu Chao's turn to do it? He was Shizhou's brother Crown Prince. And in Shizhou's heart, he was not omnipotent. Zhao Yuan did think that the Crown Prince was not as strong as Yu Chao in terms of martial arts. But he also knew that such words would hurt people if they were really spoken. Seeing that the Crown Prince was unhappy, he suddenly became anxious. No. No. Shuzhou likes Brother Crown Prince the most. I know Brother Crown Prince is very powerful. But what if Brother Crown Prince is injured? The master said that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Yu Chao is Brother Crown Prince's man. So it is the same if he takes action. The status of the prince is different from that of the prince's son. As the emperor becomes more powerful, and the princes grow older, they can no longer just attack people as they did when they were young. After all, there is a difference between the emperor and his subjects. And there are still some rules. If those people attack the prince's son will naturally be inferior. Therefore, generally, when people find fault, they are open and above board, such as having some verbal fights, as long as they don't say too much. Even if it is the prince's son's fault, the emperor will not bother to care. These are all trivial matters. In addition, beating the prince in the assessment and beating the prince in the martial arts class are all within the scope of the rules, especially for martial arts classes. Since it is martial arts, it is normal to have competitions between each other. Even if you lose and get beaten up, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck and your inferior skills. Of course, fighting is fighting. But you can't go too far, such as beating to death, which is definitely not allowed. That's why Zhao Yuan wanted to let the prince fight. He knew that the prince's martial arts were good, and the identities, personalities, and abilities of the three people he targeted. These people dared not really confront the prince head-on. So he blatantly let the prince bully others. But thinking about it, he was still afraid that if three people took turns to come, the prince would not be able to bear it. So he changed his mind and said to let Yu Chao go. The prince asked, "Do you really like my brother the most?" "Really? Really?" After teasing his younger brother and saying a bunch of sweet words, the prince said contentedly, "Don't worry. My brother will make arrangements." It feels so motivating to hear that the brother who beats up the person who bullies his younger brother. Of course, teaching someone a lesson can't just be a simple duel. People have to know that he is standing up for his younger brother, and that will be effective. So it is inevitable to be ruthless. At that time, I'm afraid that his father will come to hold him accountable. He is the prince, and his father's requirements for him are always much higher than those of ordinary people. The prince thought about how to deal with it at that time, but his decision to take action was not shaken at all. The next day, Xiao Yuan went to class happily. When he saw the trio, he raised his chin slightly, glanced at them, and sat back in his seat. The trio looked confused, and one of them said tentatively, "Is the ninth prince going to deal with us?" Another said, "How is this possible? We have been praising him all the time. Why would he deal with us?" Although they had bad intentions, they had been standing on the side of the ninth prince against the 10th prince, so it shouldn't be discovered that something was wrong. When we talked before, he didn't show any big reaction. The three people were mumbling, not knowing what they would encounter. On the other side, the class that the prince was in today happened to have a martial arts class. Once they arrived at the martial arts training ground, they could basically see the relationship between each person through everyone's standing position. The prince focused on the three targets today. He saw that the eldest prince's son and the eldest son of the fourth prince were standing together. The two had always had a good relationship. They were usually arm in arm, and it can be said that they were like-minded. On the contrary, the child of the seventh prince stood there quietly. If someone talked to him, he would talk. If no one was there, he would stay alone. The prince did not have a deep impression of this person. It seemed that he had not seen anyone really do anything against the prince. In addition, this person and the three people in Shijiu's class were not born from the same mother. So in comparison, the prince's attention was more on the other two. After the previous teaching, the teacher who taught them soon asked them to practice sparring. This kind of practice is very common in their martial arts classes. Those who study seriously, such as the crown prince, the second and third princes, and some others, are not learning for show. After all, at the end of the year, the emperor sometimes specially inspects them. There are often some competitions. As for the relationship between the emperor and those princes, both sides are waiting to see each other's jokes in this competition of the next generation. It is not good not to practice well in normal times. At this moment, at the teacher's order, the crown prince directly carried the sword through the crowd, walked towards the eldest prince, and asked with a smile, "Prince, how about I partner with you in this sparring?" The eldest prince's son looked puzzled. The prince's character was always gentle, and he rarely had an aggressive side. The eldest prince's son had no idea why the prince suddenly came to fight him. Everyone present noticed the prince's movements and looked over here. The eldest prince's son swore that although the prince was laughing when he spoke, the other party was definitely hostile to him. But he didn't know when he had a conflict with the prince. The eldest prince's son was used to being ignorant and unskilled. Of course, he didn't learn very well in such a hard thing as learning martial arts. But at this time, looking at the prince's contemptuous eyes, his heart was instantly angry, and he agreed directly. He also smiled and said nonchalantly, "Okay. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince personally invited me. How dare I refuse? But the sword has no eyes. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has always been weak. If I accidentally hurt His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, it will be bad." In the conflict between the prince's son and the prince, the eldest prince was the leader. His father, the eldest prince, was the eldest son, so he also felt that his status was superior. If the emperor hadn't taken the throne, it would not be certain who would sit on the throne in the end. His father's military merits and power were not weak. The prince smiled and said, "It's okay. Some injuries in the competition are inevitable, and we don't need to care about these things." The prince didn't find it difficult to beat up the eldest prince's son. The eldest prince was good at martial arts and had an arrogant temperament. But unfortunately, the son only learned his father's superficial arrogance, but did not inherit the eldest prince's ability. The eldest prince's son didn't think there was anything wrong with his poor martial arts skills. His status was precious, so there would naturally be people around him who could protect him. The main reason was that martial arts were too tiring, and the eldest prince's son couldn't withstand years of training. Even so, the eldest prince felt that it was no problem for him to bully a sickly and weak prince since childhood. Prince Mu Wendy and Yu Chao came to the prince and whispered. They were obviously worried about this. The prince said, "Don't worry. I know what's going on." Mu Wendy looked anxious and tried to dissuade him, but was stopped by Yu Chao. "What are you doing?" He looked at Yu Chao angrily. Yu Chao said, "You can't change what the prince has decided." Moreover, he had fought with the prince for a long time, and he could feel that the prince had changed a lot. For example, his strength had improved a lot. He suspected that the prince's body had actually recovered, at least half of it. But since the prince didn't publicize it, Yu Chao didn't say it. And Mu Wendy, who was also his companion, didn't say it either. At this moment, the people around had cleared a space, and the prince and the eldest prince stood opposite each other. The two of them quickly started fighting. The eldest prince came with the mentality of teasing and teaching the prince a lesson. He used to dislike the prince, but because of the prince's weak body, he didn't want to fight with others first. Now the prince came on his own, so he couldn't blame him. But after only a few moves, the eldest prince's face changed instantly. His men frantically resisted the prince's attack, looking a little embarrassed. The onlookers were also discussing, is the prince's martial arts so powerful? All along, the prince mainly fought with Yu Chao, and some other people who occasionally fought with him also had a good impression of the prince and belonged to the prince's side. Such people naturally did not dare to really hurt the prince and gave in everywhere. Although they had heard their martial arts teacher praise that although the prince's strength was not enough, his moves were flexible and very good, etc., everyone felt that it was just a compliment from the lower-ranking person to the prince. Not that the prince himself was so powerful. Moreover, when fighting with Yu Chao, the prince was still dwarfed by him, and it was completely impossible to see that he could have such a style today. It's because Rong Yupeng himself is not good enough. Rong Yupeng is the name of the eldest prince's son, and Rong is the national surname. Rong Yupeng is not very good at this. So compared to the prince becoming stronger, everyone is more willing to believe that Rong Yupeng's strength is too weak, and he can't even beat the weak prince. Although swords have no eyes, it is not good to injure someone with a sword in such an occasion. Therefore, the prince only used a sword to leave a bloody mark on the arm of the eldest prince's son, which was not considered serious, and then kicked him away. Prince, the eldest son of the fourth prince, exclaimed. Just as he was about to step forward, the prince was already standing in front of the eldest prince's son. It seems that the prince is not good at using a sword. I heard that the prince is very good at fighting outside. Then let's continue to compete. As he said, the prince threw away the sword in his hand. You can't really beat the eldest prince's son with a sword. And poking a few holes in him is not good either. Just giving him a sword is not enough to achieve the purpose of teaching his brother a lesson. So it's better to just beat him with bare hands, which doesn't look too serious. The eldest prince couldn't come here for this. As the eldest prince's son, Rong Yupeng was so arrogant at ordinary times. Of course, he wanted to save face, and was very arrogant. Now, in front of everyone, he was beaten and kicked out by a weak chicken in the past. Rong Yupeng was already angry, and his face turned red. He also abandoned the sword, stood up directly, and rushed towards the prince with fists. But what shocked everyone was that the prince was still beating Rong Yupeng. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Rong Yupeng has been to the brothel too much and his legs are weak? Is the prince so strong? This shouldn't be. Everyone couldn't believe it. Only Yu Chao was more convinced of his thoughts. The prince's weak body must have improved a lot. Think about the prince's hiding. The current queen has given birth to a biological child, and the two princes are from the Duke of Ying's mansion. There are many twists and turns in it. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yu Chao did not think about them anymore. He had also heard about the style of the 10th prince. Between the two princes, he was more supportive of the crown prince. Moreover, with so many years of friendship, he had already been labeled as the crown prince and was the crown prince's man. Seeing Rong Yupeng retreating step by step and unable to stop him, the eldest son of the fourth prince, who was on good terms with him, could not help but stand up and walk closer to persuade him, Your Highness, how about this competition just stopped like this? Get lost? The crown prince was always gentle and never deliberately made things difficult for others. Even for those who had conflicts with him, he would stop at the right time. So when the eldest son of the fourth prince persuaded him, he actually did not think it was a serious matter in his heart. He just said it casually. Therefore, when he heard the word get lost in the crown prince's harsh voice, he was stunned and stood there for a long time without reacting. The prince's attack became more fierce, and he punched Rong Yupeng in the chest. Rong Yupeng vomited blood and his face was distorted with pain. Prince, the eldest son of the fourth prince, was shocked and stretched out his hand to stop him. The prince punched Rong Yupeng in the face. Taking advantage of Rong Yupeng's fall, he looked at the eldest son of the fourth prince with sharp eyes. Why? Do you want to help him compete? Ah? The eldest son of the fourth prince was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, when did the prince see that he had such thoughts? He didn't think so. But before the eldest son of the fourth prince could say it, A sharp fist wind had already hit him, and the eldest son of the fourth prince barely avoided it. No, Prince. You have to tell me why you are targeting us. Right? The eldest son of the fourth prince tried hard to speak, but the prince did not give him the chance. The people he wanted to beat were mainly Rong Yupeng and the eldest son of the fourth prince. He had beaten Rong Yupeng so badly that he was almost bruised and swollen. He did not expect that before he could find an excuse to target the eldest son of the fourth prince, the other party would come over like this. Everything was just right. How could he be willing to let anyone stop? In the end, the eldest son of the fourth prince was also beaten. Looking at the miserable appearance of the two, everyone looked at each other and was sure in their hearts that the prince was definitely targeting them on purpose. Rong Yupeng and the eldest son of the fourth prince were helped to sit on the edge of the martial arts training ground. When the imperial physician came to see them, he also said, "The prince is definitely targeting us." The children of the seventh prince sat on the side without saying a word. In addition to them, the others were also wondering why. Rong Yupeng and the eldest son of the fourth prince were beaten black and blue, and even vomited blood. Everyone was guessing how they had a grudge with the prince. They also lost their concentration in class and focused on discussing with the people around them. Although the teacher who taught them thought that the prince beat them too hard. He was the prince after all. When the prince was serious, they didn't dare to say anything. Everyone's doubts were answered when school was about to end at noon. Zhao Yuan got out of school early today. He knew that the prince had a martial arts class this morning. He was obsessed with what the prince promised him yesterday, and was worried that the prince would get hurt himself. So after class, he quickly rushed to the martial arts training ground in Chongwen Hall. When he went there, the prince had just finished school. Zhao Yuan immediately ran over. "Brother Prince?" Everyone in the prince's class looked over. Not everyone had seen the ninth prince, but everyone was familiar with his name. Now that they saw him appear, they all looked at him more. The prince took a few steps forward and grabbed his brother. "Why are you here?" Zhao Yuan couldn't ask the prince directly if he helped him beat someone up. He just held the prince's hand, his eyes darting around, as if he was looking for someone. "I just came to take a look." Seeing his insincere look, the prince smiled gently and pointed in a direction. "The person is over there. My brother taught him a lesson for you personally. But the son of the seventh prince and the one in your class do not have the same mother. He is also a quiet person and has never caused trouble in the school. So I didn't beat him." Zhao Yuan looked over and saw 3 people sitting over there. It was too far to see clearly. He pulled the prince over and walked a little, but did not come to the front. He looked at him from a distance, and Zhao Yuan was satisfied. He hugged the prince's legs and looked up at him with sparkling eyes. "Prince brother, you are so good. You are really amazing. Xiao Jiao admires you the most." The corners of the prince's mouth kept curling up after hearing the sweet words. Not far away, Rong Yupeng and others could not hear what the prince and Zhao Yuan were saying. They stared at this side with a covetous look. What is the prince doing standing there? He didn't come close, but he seemed to be coming for them. That kid is the ninth prince. Could it be that the crown prince is showing off to the ninth prince that he beat us so badly? After these words came out, Rong Yupeng and the eldest son of the fourth prince turned green. Rong Yupeng cursed fiercely. The crown prince is really a piece of shit. He only won this time and let the kids come to watch. If he has the ability, why doesn't he go and beat Yu Chao down? Having said that, Rong Yupeng moved his body and used his companion's face to cover his miserable appearance. Over there, Zhao Yuan finished watching and pulled the crown prince away. As soon as they left, the others heard a few words and guessed the reason. The crown prince was teaching people a lesson because of the ninth prince. Rong Yupeng was puzzled. "We haven't seen the ninth prince. Why did he ask the crown prince to beat us?" "Yes." The eldest son of the fourth prince was puzzled for a moment. But the son of the seventh prince reminded him. "I heard that Yunhao and the others had some conflicts with the ninth prince before. In fact, he had also heard about the recent trio who praised the ninth prince everywhere, and even knew what those 3 people were up to. But it was not easy for him to say such words." "That's right." Rong Yupeng slapped his thigh and accidentally slapped the place where he was kicked, and screamed in pain for a while. After recovering, he continued, "It must be that little Rong Yunhao who caused trouble." The eldest son of the fourth prince said, "But that happened a few days ago. It shouldn't be that serious." Rong Yupeng didn't care about that. His logic was quite direct. They must have done something bad again. He cursed, This prince is really mean. If he has the guts, he can just beat those kids. Why did he beat me? He's not my brother from the same mother. In fact, he didn't have a very good relationship with this brother. Each prince has a princess and 2 concubines. Rong Yupeng was born to the princess and became the prince early, while Rong Yunhao, who was with the 9th prince, was born to the concubine. This concubine was a bit arrogant because of her favor. She didn't respect her mother, and always wanted to pull him down from the position of prince. Thinking about the fact that he was still being beaten because of that bastard, Rong Yupeng was so angry that he stood up and said, "I will beat that unlucky guy to death when I go back." Yes, there are many princes' sons studying in Chongwen Hall, and even the eldest prince has other children in Chongwen Hall. When Zhao Yuan asked the prince to beat them, he had already inquired about their relationship. He knew that Rong Yupeng, the eldest prince's son, was simple-minded and irritable. He knew that the relationship between the main house and the concubine was not harmonious, and he guessed that Rong Yupeng would definitely teach his brother a lesson later. So he made such a calculation. As for the fact that Rong Yupeng was beaten for no reason, Zhao Yuan didn't care about it. These princes' sons have embarrassed the prince and other princes, and they just beat them up and felt relieved. The 4th prince is his younger brother, but he didn't feel comfortable when he touched his swollen face. As for the 7th prince's son, he was fine. He shrank back during the fight and was not beaten at all. While eating with his brother, the prince was thinking absent-mindedly that what happened in class today should have reached his father's ears, and his father would probably find someone to invite him soon. But until he and his brother finished eating and took another nap, the emperor didn't call anyone. In the afternoon, the prince sent his brother to the classroom. When he was about to go to his own class, he saw a little eunuch coming over. "Your Highness, the emperor invites you." The prince was stunned for a moment, and looked at the classroom where his brother had just entered. He didn't know what to feel for a while. So, was it because Xuzhou was there that the father delayed calling him until now? The prince arrived at the Qinzheng Hall, where the emperor was handling government affairs. The prince walked in and saluted in silence. "Your son pays respects to your father." "Well, sit down." The emperor frowned and looked at the memorial, without raising his head, and just gave a casual order. The prince's heart tightened, and his whole body became uncontrollably nervous. He sat down on a chair beside him with light steps. But the emperor did not speak to him for a long time, and the prince's mood became more and more anxious as time passed. After a while, the emperor seemed to finally remember that there was another person in the hall. He put down the memorial in his hand and turned his body to the direction of the prince. The prince's heart suddenly lifted up, and the whole person was serious. The emperor asked, "I heard that you beat the eldest prince, the crown prince, and the child of the 4th child today, and it was very serious. What happened?" The prince's eyes met the emperor's for only a moment, and then he looked away immediately. He had been afraid of the empress and the queen since he was a child, so he usually didn't dare to look them in the eye, especially the emperor. He lowered his eyes and said, "Father, I heard that the children of the eldest prince and the 4th prince were plotting against Xuzhou in Chongwen Hall. I couldn't go and cause trouble for the children directly, so I beat up their elder brothers and asked them to go back and discipline their younger brothers. Although it was Zhao Yuan who acted like a spoiled child and asked him to beat him, he didn't want to push the matter onto his younger brother. Besides, this was a little secret between him and his younger brother, and he didn't want others to know, especially the emperor, who always snatched his brother from him. He waited for the emperor's punishment. As a prince, it was really inappropriate to act so unsteadily. He was not only a prince, but also a prince. The prince represented a different meaning, and he should think twice before doing anything. But after a long while, the emperor didn't say anything disapproving. The prince couldn't help but look up, and then he was stunned. This was the first time he saw his father smile like this in front of him. The emperor laughed so hard that a little tear came out of the corner of his eyes. After a long while, when he finished laughing, the emperor said, "Prince, this is good. It's rare to see you so bloody and tough. And you still love your brother so much. You did a good job. You are of different status, and you don't have all for the prince. It doesn't hurt to teach him a lesson." The prince felt relieved, and he felt that there was a little more father-son warmth between him and the emperor. The next moment, he heard the emperor ask, "What do you think happened to Xuzhou being plotted against?" The prince had a wooden face. Sure enough, everything was his illusion. His father was only like a real father when he was with Shujio. And he was the kind of father who especially doted on his children. He answered respectfully. It was the sons of the 3 princes in their class who flattered Shujio all day long and belittled Xiaoshi, trying to arouse Xiaoshi's hatred towards Shujio. The emperor couldn't help but comment halfway through. There's no need to deliberately arouse this. The 2 of them don't get along. However, the emperor did not take the grudges between the 2 5-year-old children too seriously. Maybe one day everyone would put aside their past grudges and forget their grudges with a smile. Prince. After the emperor finished his comments, the prince continued also. When Shujio studies, they praise Shujio and say that he will definitely get the first place in the exam in the future. This puts a lot of pressure on Shujio. After all, there are so many people in the class, and many of them have good grades. If Shujio fails to pass the exam, it will be a joke. The emperor said, this is not bad. It can also urge Shujio to study more. The emperor himself is a man of both civil and military talents, and he has high expectations for his son. So I didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Children can't sit still at this time. With the encouragement of others, Shujio can sit at the table for a while and study hard. He can get a good grade in the test. The prince knew that the emperor would react like this. In the past, every time he and the 2nd and 3rd sons couldn't answer the questions during the test, the emperor would be very serious and unhappy. This is also the reason why he didn't give Shujio up before. He didn't think the emperor could always like a child who likes to play and study poorly. The emperor didn't know what the prince was thinking. He just thought about it for a while. When he thought about his son's failure to get the first place in the test, being laughed at by others, and then crying to find him, he felt that it was better to take care of him. He changed his words and said, it's wrong for those people to do this. Shujio is so young, and it's not good to have too much pressure. Yes, the prince replied. He thought so too. After knowing that Shujio was not really bullied by others that he didn't know about, the emperor knew that it was not Shujio standing in front of him, but other children. He praised the prince, saying that his behavior was very good, and that as a prince, he should not be too soft, etc. The only thing the emperor was dissatisfied with the prince before was that the prince's character was too mild and cowardly, which made him very dislike. Now he has seen some changes in the prince. The emperor looked at the prince with a hint of satisfaction. The future of this country must be handed over to a suitable person. If the prince is such a person, it would be great. Moreover, the prince had a good relationship with Shujio, so he didn't worry that Shujio would be bullied by others in the future. When the prince walked out of the Qingjing palace, his mind was still a little dazed. He could feel that his father was satisfied with him, not only because he protected Shujio, but also because he was satisfied with him personally. This was the first time in so many years. After all, he was his father, and the prince still wanted to get the emperor's approval in his heart. His rare good mood dropped when he walked to the gate of the East Palace and saw the familiar people there. It was someone from Changchun Palace. The prince could imagine what his mother would say after calling him over, which made him feel a little annoyed. But he still maintained his usual gentleness, walked over, and said, "Meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." The maid over there saluted the Crown Prince. Then she said that it was the Queen who wanted to see him. The Crown Prince went to Changchun Palace. As expected, when he arrived, the Crown Prince was lectured by the Queen. The Crown Prince wanted to say that his father was not angry, but praised him. But he thought that his mother had been eyeing Xiaojiu, and if she knew that Xiaojiu was so important in his father's heart, it would not be a good thing for Xiaojiu. So he let it go. After being scolded by the Queen, the Crown Prince was finally released. Zhao Yuan, who was already in class at Chongwen Hall, had no idea about the Crown Prince's experience. He saw it when he entered the classroom. 2 of the 3 people had bruises on their faces, and they looked at him with hatred. It can be imagined that they were definitely lectured when they returned home. He showed a smug smile to the 3 and sat in his seat. The 3 were immediately furious. The leader, the eldest prince's son, was about to rush forward, but was stopped by another person. Don't. We can't afford to offend him now. Their own brothers had been punished. If they caused trouble again, they would probably be punished by their brothers again when they returned home. The 4th prince's son was not too afraid of his brother. After all, they were brothers from the same mother. After he went back at noon, his brother didn't beat him. but just taught him a lesson and told him not to provoke the ninth prince in the school. But he didn't get beaten. But his brother was beaten by the crown prince. He had a conscience after all, and didn't want to implicate his brother again. He didn't dare to avenge his brother or beat the prince. The prince was still quite majestic in everyone's mind, especially after he started to participate in government affairs recently. It seemed that he was not in the same world as these teenagers. As for the child of the seventh prince, he was not punished, and his brother was not beaten. But he was not the leader of the trio. When the other two were like this, he didn't dare to rush in alone. You know, his father, the seventh prince, was not the one with a strong presence among the princes. This also led to the fact that as his son, he couldn't stand out too much in many cases. With the help of the fourth prince's son, the eldest prince's son finally stayed in his seat. He was panting heavily, and looked very angry and unwilling. People in the school were also watching this side quietly, wanting to see if there would be more good shows next. Compared with going to school, everyone still prefers to watch the excitement. In fact, the eldest prince's son's reaction was normal. Unlike the other two, he was the one who was beaten the worst among the three. He and his elder brother, the eldest prince's son, did not have the same mother. He was the child of a concubine, and the son was the daughter of the princess. Moreover, they had never gotten along, and usually competed for their father's favor at home. Logically speaking, his status in the family is not low, and his mother is the favorite of his father. Unfortunately, he is not the prince, and the prince is irritable and will not care so much. When he needs to be beaten, he will do it directly without any scruples. Of course, in this situation, he is basically the one who provokes the other party first. This time was the same. Even though his father felt sorry for him after seeing his sadness, he couldn't do anything to the prince. After all, the prince was beaten badly by the crown prince, and he vomited blood and suffered internal injuries. This was all for him. In comparison, he was not beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the prince. It was just that this was the truth. But it didn't mean that he could accept the fact that he was beaten. Thinking of the culprit, he looked at the ninth prince in front of him fiercely. Zhao Yuan didn't seem to care about this little look. If they dared to touch him, he would let the prince brother continue to beat up the elder brothers of these people. This feeling of pleasure was simply invincible. Until the afternoon after school, the trio did not take the initiative to appear around Zhao Yuan, and Zhao Yuan was able to be quiet. Zhao Yuan's quietness was over, but the prince's was not. After class, someone came from Changchun Palace and said that the queen wanted him to go over. The prince sighed and said that they had already talked about it at noon. I don't know what else. He instantly thought of his progress in martial arts. In the past, his strength was basically not as good as those of the class. Now that he won, it means that his physical condition is likely to have changed. At noon, his mother probably didn't think of this. After arriving at Changchun Palace, it was almost the same as the prince expected. He mentioned the conflict with others in the morning. However, at the end, the queen asked calmly, I heard that you beat 2 people alone. When did you become so powerful? Speaking of which, your health looks much better in the past 2 years. The prince used to be thin, but now he has grown taller and stronger. The prince seemed to feel the danger signal, but he behaved as usual and said lightly, with the medical officer's daily conditioning, I do feel better than before. At this time, he didn't say much. The more he said, the more suspicious he became. The queen asked, Do you want to ask other doctors to come and see me? The prince refused. I feel that I am fine. It is more effective than before. It seems that Dr. Lin is quite good at this. There is no need to ask others to come. Yes. The queen nodded, but did not force someone to ask the doctor to bring it over, and naturally changed the subject slowly. Before leaving, the prince seemed to suddenly remember something and said, By the way, mother, I happened to get a book of Wang Mingqi's calligraphy 2 days ago. Xiaoshi just needs it for school. I will ask someone to send it over later. Wang Mingqi was a great calligrapher in the previous dynasty, and the emperor had praised his calligraphy before. When the prince spoke, he looked at the queen carefully, still looking cautious and flattering as usual, afraid that his mother would be dissatisfied. The queen felt that the prince seemed to be the same as before. Why don't you send it to the ninth prince? The prince thought that Xiujio would not like this. Xiujio and Xiaoshi are different after all. The smile in the corner of the queen's eyes deepened a little. It seems that you have grown up. Xiaoshi will come back for dinner later. Why don't you stay and have a meal together as a family? In the past, the prince always quarreled with her for the ninth prince. Gradually, the queen realized that the prince was just soft-hearted towards the ninth prince. The ninth prince kept pestering the prince. So the prince naturally didn't want to hurt the child's heart. But in the final analysis, the prince, her, and Xiaoshu are family. And their importance in the heart is different. Even when giving gifts, the prince gave the ninth prince some worthless trinkets, but gave the 10th prince with all his heart. Whenever Xiaoshu mentioned something, the prince would take it to heart. The prince valued her very much, and was eager to get her recognition and attention. She knew that she had raised the prince since he was a child, and was the most important support for the prince in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the prince's biological mother. It was normal for the prince to do so. No one did not want the love of their relatives. Hearing this, the corners of the prince's mouth rose slightly, and soon pursed again. Forget it. If Xiaoshu sees me, he will be unhappy again. I will send the gift over later, he said hesitantly. It's just that Xiaoshu is still young, and I'm afraid he may not like things like calligraphy. Mother, please don't tell him that I gave it to him. As it concerns her own son, the queen smiled. It doesn't matter. He is already studying, and he should learn more. Mother knows your good intentions for Xiaoshu. The queen used to be very strict with the prince, and did not allow him to do anything that was not related to study. But when it came to the 10th prince, she was much more relaxed. Although there was some control, there were also a lot of small things. Despite this, the queen did not like people often giving the 10th prince some fun things. The prince had asked tentatively before. After all, he had given many toys to Xiuzhou, and he treated them equally. It was just that the queen didn't like it, so he changed it to something else. Now he often finds gifts related to reading. He looks like a good brother. Xiaoshu's temper is a bit too much. I really don't know how he can be so strong. You stay in Chongqing Palace. If he makes trouble later, Mother will help you teach him a lesson. The prince hurriedly said, no need. Mother, Xiaoshu is actually right. I took his share of Mother's favor. Mother often cares about me. He is young and it is normal that he can't accept it. When he grows up, maybe it will be better. As he spoke, a trace of grievance and sadness appeared in his eyes. The 10th prince was indeed like this. He did not like the prince, and did not allow the prince to appear in Chongqing Palace often. He felt that the prince was not born by the queen, and was occupying his territory here. Those words, even if the queen loved her son, knew that they were hurtful and unpleasant. It was just that her own son should not listen to her no matter what she said. So the queen could only wrong another one who was more sensible. At this moment, the queen listened to the prince's words, and hurried to comfort him. After a conversation, the prince seemed to be comforted, looking at the queen with joy in his eyes. And then the prince left Chongqing Palace. After he came out, there was no expression on his face, and people could not tell what he was thinking. The prince walked forward step by step. He thought that he might be greedy for life and afraid of death. In the past, he thought that if his mother needed it, he could give up his position at any time, or even give up his life. But now, he seemed not so eager to die. With the pressure from the crown prince, the 3 princes in the class did not dare to act casually even if they hated Xiao Yuan. They had seen clearly that although the 9th prince was young, he was not someone who could be easily fooled. They had seen clearly behind the scenes their little tricks. As for them looking for another opportunity, it was not easy to find one. After all, Xiao Yuan was in the palace every day and could not go out of the palace. If they wanted to find something, they had to do it themselves. As for finding other people, they did not dare to do it. This also led to Xiao Yuan's study career finally calming down. In the harem, this period of time did not stop. As each prince reached the age of 5, they were all sent to live in the prince's residence. After going to Chongwen Hall to study every day, the harem struggles had nothing to do with the princes. This was normal, because ordinary concubines could not reach so far, and that was where all the princes lived. Even if something happened, it would be a big deal. The emperor would definitely investigate it strictly at that time. When the results were found, there was no doubt that even the family's wealth and life would be ruined. What's the point of fighting? It's all over. No one can afford such a result. In the plot, no one really took action here easily. Of course, in addition to these 2 places, there are other opportunities to take action. The fact that the princes were calm did not mean that the harem was also like this. In fact, the harem was very lively during this period. One of the protagonists was Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing used such a hidden medicine that almost caused the 10th prince to lose his life. The queen hated her so much. Concubine Xian also believed that it must be Song Shuqing who was behind it, because the medicine was similar to the medicine she took last time for her throat to be broken. Therefore, she was unwilling to let her go. Well, there is also Concubine Zhuang. Concubine Zhuang's second prince was almost in trouble when he was arrested. She did not find the mastermind behind the incident. After trying Lu Hanwan and seeing no results, she also set her sights on Song Shuqing. After all, Song Shuqing was too suspicious. In addition to this, even Lu Hanwan was very hostile to Song Shuqing, because Song Shuqing had planned all the matters concerning the 10th prince on Shizhou. Several bigwigs in the palace all targeted Song Shuqing. Even though Song Shuqing had always been aloof and felt that she was different from the women in the harem, and didn't need to care about those things, they still couldn't bear it. But Song Shuqing was also lucky. She was pregnant. And even if others hated her, they could only do some simple things, which were insignificant. And other things like kneeling punishment, etc., were not easy to do. Concubine Xian was a reckless person. Seeing that she couldn't do anything, she directly found fault and slapped the other party twice. After that, the emperor said a few words, and she restrained herself. After all, Concubine Xian is not really stupid. She will not bear the crime of murdering the heir in broad daylight. She has not sat on the position of concubine for long. But it is also good to give a slap first and collect some interest in advance. After doing so many things, she has a belly as a shield. Everyone is naturally unwilling to accept it. Since they are unwilling, they are planning to solve the problem of the belly. Without the belly, it will be easier to deal with Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing can naturally guess this idea. She knows that she has offended many people, and everyone is eyeing her belly. But Song Shuqing also keeps a close eye on her belly. In the urgency of the crowd, Song Shuqing finally understood her inner ambition. Her 12th child was already useless, and there was no other possibility in the future. So the child in her belly was particularly important. Only with a healthy body can you have the opportunity to fight for more things. She didn't want to live such a life of being pressed step by step. She wanted to live the best in the harem, and live to the end. The best result was to let her own son take the throne. Otherwise, it depends on the people who are eyeing her now. After those people's children take the throne, she and her children may only be waiting for death. For a time, several parties fought wits and courage. Song Shuqing was not to be trifled with. She took strict precautions in all aspects, but she still ended up lying in bed. With such a big incident, the emperor certainly had to come to see her. After taking her pulse, the imperial physician said, "Shu Gairen's body is too damaged. She may have to stay in bed to keep the fetus." The emperor said, "Do your best to keep Shu Gairen's fetus. Then the Chengqiu palace will be closed until Shu Gairen gives birth." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the queen and others changed slightly. If she was closed, it would be difficult to take action. Could it be that Song Shuqing really gave birth to the child in her belly? It's a pity that under the current circumstances, the queen couldn't say that Song Shuqing was not allowed to close the palace. If she did, it would be too blatant. As Song Shuqing closed the palace, some things happened in the harem. Time gradually came to autumn, and after Song Shuqing rested in bed for several months, she finally gave birth to the baby in her belly. In the courtyard of Changqiu Palace, everyone waited without any expression. After a long time, the cry of a baby came from inside. The midwife took the child out and said happily, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Concubine, she gave birth to a little prince. The emperor smiled and said, "Reward?" Then he signaled the imperial physician, who had been waiting on the side, to come forward. This was an imperial physician who was specially responsible for checking the condition of the newly born baby. After all, Song Shuqing was in a state of resting in bed before, and no one knew whether the child would survive after being born. The imperial physician received the order to see the little prince. After a while, he relaxed. "Your Majesty, although the little prince looks a little thin, he is in good health. Take good care of him, and he will be no different from a normal child when he grows up." When this was said, everyone's expression was a little strange. For example, the queen thought that even if the prince was not born dead, he should be difficult to raise. Unexpectedly, he was healthy. There must be something fishy about him needing to stay in bed to rest. with the queen's mind. Of course she would not say such words directly, but concubine Xian at the scene could not help but mutter. She is lucky. Even in that situation, she still gave birth to such a healthy little prince. Could it be that she was pretending? No one responded, but the concubines exchanged glances. Even if Song Shuqing had planned this behavior, it was not a big deal. After all, it was common in the harem to think of various ways to protect their children. Even if it was confirmed, it was impossible to punish Song Shuqing. More than a month later, Song Shuqing finally finished her confinement and started walking around in the harem again. This also meant that Song Shuqing could no longer use her belly as a shield. For a while, even Zhao Yuan heard about Song Shuqing being punished again. But what he didn't know was that his mother Lu Hanwan was also a backbone. However, he knew something from the vague description of Wei Nanny, and he didn't ask Wei Nanny to explain it clearly. Even if she was his own mother, she would want him to keep his life secrets in front of his children. In the peaceful school life, another thing came. At lunch, the prince mentioned to Zhao Yuan, "In half a month, it will be the Queen Mother's birthday banquet. Have you prepared your gift?" Zhao Yuan shook his head. "I don't know. Such things are prepared by his mother." The prince said, "I heard that the little ones have to copy scriptures for the Queen Mother themselves. So I thought whether you can write some and send them together. Shijiu's handwriting is beautiful, and the Queen Mother will definitely like it." Originally, the prince didn't have to worry about what gift his brother would give him. After all, concubine Rong had considered it herself. The concubines had so many maids serving them, and they had long remembered the birthdays of the emperor, the empress dowager, and others in the palace. Even if the concubines forgot, there were people around them to remind them. Moreover, there was a banquet for the empress dowager's birthday this time, and the queen had already prepared it. It was impossible for people in the harem not to have heard of it. It was just that he accidentally knew that several princes, who were not much different in age from Shijiu, were preparing to copy scriptures. And he was afraid that his brother didn't know the news and fell behind others, which would make the empress dowager unhappy. So he hurriedly told it. Although the copied scriptures are not valuable, for someone like the Queen Mother, no matter how many rare treasures she has, she will only enjoy it for fun. Maybe she will care more about the intention. Copying scriptures can also show filial piety, which is a good thing. Zhao Yuan really just knew that some other princes wanted to copy scriptures. He thought about it and nodded. "I copied a part of it before, but it was not finished. I should be able to finish it before the birthday banquet." This scripture was written by him when he was practicing calligraphy before. That scripture was used by his mother herself. After all, there are often some punishments for copying scriptures in the harem, and his mother is prepared for any eventuality. After listening to his mother's explanation, Zhao Yuan also wrote for a while. That's good. The prince was still worried that the time was too tight, and he couldn't make it in time. He touched his brother's head and said, "Don't be too nervous. Those children are about the same age as you. They have only learned for a short time, and can't copy too much." When Zhao Yuan came out of the East Palace and returned to the prince's residence, he saw a slender figure. The dragon robe he wore looked very imposing. At this time, the other party had walked far away. He could only see a back. Zhao Yuan asked, "Who is that?" Looking at the clothes, "It should be a prince." The people following Zhao Yuan looked over there, and a little eunuch said, "Your Highness, that should be the third prince. I heard that the third prince works in the Ministry of Rites. This time he came in probably for the Queen Mother's birthday." Zhao Yuan retracted his gaze, nodded, and continued to walk towards the prince. He knew that the third prince was one of the two princes who liked Song Shuqing. The sixth prince was the indecisive type, while the third prince was the vicious type. He did not really love Song Shuqing. He liked her, but he used her more. He had always been committed to cuckolding the emperor, hoping that one day, even if he could not become the emperor, he could let his child become the emperor. Of course, this was the most helpless idea. The third prince had high ambitions. Compared with his son becoming the emperor, he still hoped that he would become the emperor himself. He would get entangled with Song Shuqing, to a certain extent, because Song Shuqing was the emperor's sweetheart. The third prince was born in a low family and had no background support. He pretended to be obedient to the emperor. After the emperor detained the princes in the capital, he was the first to respond to the emperor, and then he got a job in the Ministry of Rites. Of course, he was secretly accumulating strength and wanted to rebel, but he was killed by the emperor in the end. The third prince, who was walking in front, seemed to have sensed something and looked back. He happened to see a group of people escorting someone away. He asked casually, "Who is that over there?" The eunuch who led the third prince replied, "It looks like His Royal Highness the ninth prince has just returned from the East Palace." It was too far to see the person, but the route and time were still very clear. The ninth prince often went back and forth from the crown prince's East Palace. Ninth prince. The third prince muttered to himself, with a wicked smile on his lips. Although he had never seen the ninth prince, he was well known to him. It seems that he will not be able to see him today. The third prince did not think much about it, turned around and continued to go to the palace to do business. After leaving the emperor, the third prince thought about it and walked towards the direction of the imperial garden. Then, when he saw a familiar figure, the curve of his mouth widened, and he raised his foot and walked towards the other person. Before he reached the entrance, the eunuch behind him stopped him with an embarrassed look. "Third prince, the harem is ahead. It may be difficult for an outsider to pass through." The third prince turned his head, not angry, but looked at the direction of the imperial garden with some melancholy, and smiled bitterly. "It's okay. I just remembered the tree that my father personally planted with me when I was young, and wanted to see how the tree is growing now. I used to go there, but I forgot that my status is different now." The eunuch behind him was embarrassed by the other party's status as a prince, and couldn't say anything to him running around in the palace. Now seeing the sad look of the third prince, he was slightly moved. Seeing this, the third prince said, "It's not easy to come here. Why don't you ask my brother if he can let me go in and take a look? It's just the imperial garden, not the palace of the concubines. Even the emperor won't be so strict. Of course, there will be palace servants following him." The eunuch hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. This is the prince after all, and he, as a eunuch, certainly can't disobey him too much. After this eunuch left, the third prince still had a little eunuch left. He took the little eunuch to a pavilion nearby, sat down on a chair, and suddenly said, "I seem a little thirsty. Please trouble the eunuch to get me some tea." The young eunuch was at a loss for words. The third prince said sympathetically, "Don't worry. I'm in this pavilion and won't wander around. Just come back soon. Besides, there are so many guards in the palace. Can I really do something bad?" He said the last sentence with a bit of authority in a teasing manner. With his status, the subordinates dared not offend him easily. Therefore, after several hesitations, the young eunuch looked around and saw no one. Knowing that the guards of the palace would patrol everywhere, he turned around and went to do his work. After watching the young eunuch walk away, the third prince immediately stood up and strode towards the figure he had seen before. Song Shuqing was watching the fish swimming in the pond with her maids, and then someone suddenly held her hand. Song Shuqing thought it was the emperor, and turned around with a smile on her face, and saw another face. She was startled and stepped back several steps, her face pale. "Third prince, what are you doing?" Song Shuqing scolded. Qianru and Wenqin, who were following behind Song Shuqing, also stepped forward to protect the third prince behind them. The third prince chuckled. "Why is Xiao Shuqing so nervous? I haven't seen you for a long time. I just want to reminisce with Xiao Shuqing." Song Shuqing still looked at him vigilantly. "There is nothing to reminisce about between us." The third prince looked at Song Shuqing with an ambiguous look, hinting, "Are you sure you want me to say it in front of these two maids?" Song Shuqing was indifferent. "There is nothing shameful between you and me. You don't need to do this." Seeing this, the third prince withdrew his smile a little bored. "This time I do have something to say to you alone." After saying this, he didn't say anything else. It was obvious that he wanted the two maids around Song Shuqing to avoid him. Song Shuqing looked at him, and their eyes met. After a while, Song Shuqing hesitated and ordered, "You go down first." When Xian shouted worriedly, "Master," Song Shuqing said, "Don't be afraid. This is in the imperial garden. The third prince dare not do anything to me." When Xian had no choice but to be pulled away by Qianru. Qianru was different from Wen Xian, who came later. She was a maid who had followed Song Shuqing since she was a child. She was also clear about the relationship between Song Shuqing and the third prince. She knew that the third prince admired her master. Therefore, in Qianru's view, it was safer for her master to be with the third prince. After the two left, Song Shuqing asked the third prince with a cold face, "What do you want to say to me, Prince?" The third prince looked down at Song Shuqing's eyebrows and laughed softly. At the beginning, I wanted to marry you, but you didn't agree. Look at you now. Since you entered the palace, it seems that you haven't lived a good life. You have been demoted to a noble. Why? Doesn't the emperor know how to protect you a little? Song Shuqing's expression became even colder. She said sarcastically, Is there any big difference between being a concubine to the emperor and being a concubine to the prince? As a concubine to the emperor, at least you, the third prince, should greet me when you see me. The third prince is not a pure and innocent person. There are not many people in the backyard, but there are quite a few. Song Shuqing's family background was not prominent at the beginning, so the third prince promised her the position of concubine. It's strange that Song Shuqing can fall in love with him. She is someone who knows a little about the third prince's ambition, so she uses her status to provoke him at this moment. The third prince was not moved at all. This remark was not offensive at all. He whispered seductively, Since he treats you badly, why do you have to stay with him all the time? It's also a happy thing for us to be good to each other. He reached out his hand to touch Song Shuqing's face. Song Shuqing turned her head away. Your Highness, please respect yourself. The third prince took his hand back. I heard that you have a hard time in the palace recently. Song Shuqing did not say anything. The third prince lowered his head and approached her. It's that concubine Rong recently. Right? Her family background and status are not as good as yours. But the emperor has always protected her. Even the son she gave birth to is always suppressed by you and your child. How about it? Do you need me to help you teach her a lesson? After a long while, Song Shuqing's voice came. If this is what you are talking about, don't say anything more. I can solve my own problems myself. After that, she turned around and left. The third prince stood there and watched Song Shuqing leave, with a smile on his face. Sooner or later, Song Shuqing would fall into his hands. After Song Shuqing left, her mood was still fluctuating. Recently, Lu Hanwan had bullied her most blatantly, and it really made her miserable. As for the queen and concubine Zhuang, they were just watching for the time being. But although those two did not take action, they were the ones that Song Shuqing feared the most, because she knew that these two people were very vicious. She almost lost her child because these two people secretly attacked her. In the previous targeting of Song Shuqing, concubine Zhuang accidentally revealed some flaws. Now the queen and Song Shuqing's attention is mostly on concubine Zhuang, because they suspect that the mastermind who secretly induced Yinguan to deal with Song Shuqing and the 12th prince was this concubine Zhuang who looked low-key. With this hatred in front of her, Song Shuqing's targeting of Lu Hanwan was not so annoying. After all, she did betray Lu Hanwan's 9th prince. That's the truth. If she wanted to, Song Shuqing certainly didn't want to be punished by Lu Hanwan all day long. It was a pain and a loss of face. It was a pity that her position was only a noble, and her relationship with the emperor had not been repaired. So she could only live like this. So just now, under the temptation of the third prince, she almost agreed. If Lu Hanwan was solved, it would really help her a lot. But out of her conscience, she didn't directly agree. When she walked over, Qianru and Wenqi were watching not far away. When they saw her coming, they hurried forward and asked, Master, are you okay? Song Shuqing shook her head gently. Nothing. Just talking. Let's go back to the palace first. Wenqi looked at Song Shuqing inconspicuously and confirmed that nothing had really happened to her. She was relieved. Song Shuqing was quite nice to them, and Wenqi really didn't want Song Shuqing to go the wrong way and completely lose her status in the eyes of the emperor. On the other hand, after Song Shuqing left, the third prince immediately returned to the previous pavilion. Not long after he arrived, the eunuch he had sent away came back. Seeing that the third prince was still staying here obediently, the eunuch breathed a sigh of relief. Third prince, the emperor agreed to let you go to the imperial garden to see the trees you planted with your own hands. Accompanied by the eunuch, the third prince went to the imperial garden to see the trees. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. After seeing them, he did not stay for long and went back directly. Some time passed, and a small figure appeared behind the rockery. He looked around and then quickly went in the direction of the prince. This person was certainly not Zhao Yuan. When Zhao Yuan went out by himself, there was always a large group of people following him, so he would be discovered by people nearby immediately. The young eunuch went all the way to the 9th prince's residence. After entering, he saw that only Wei Nani was serving in the room. So he directly reported, "Your Highness, the third prince really has bad intentions." He sent away the eunuchs who were watching him, and then met with Shu Guiran. The third prince seems to have some old feelings for Shu Guiran, and he once said that he wanted to marry Shu Guiran. Then, the young eunuch's expression was very dissatisfied. Not only that, the third prince said that Empress Rong has been targeting Shu Guiran recently, and he wants to help deal with the Empress. The young eunuch vividly reenacted the conversation at that time. Wei Nani was furious when she heard it. This third prince is really a person who can't tell right from wrong. Why doesn't he say why our Empress bullied Shu Guiran? It was Shu Guiran who deserved it. It's a pity that the Emperor is so good to the third prince. Among so many princes, only the third prince got a job in the Ministry of Rights. He actually repaid the Emperor like this, and dared to have an affair with the concubines in the harem. Zhao Yuan thought to himself. The Emperor was really good to the third prince. Otherwise the third prince would not work in the idle Ministry of Rights. What the Emperor wanted was to completely weaken the power of the princes. Not to give a lot of benefits just by pretending to bow their heads. It's not like he was begging the princes to bow their heads. The Emperor is a strong man. Zhao Yuan said, "Nurse, take Xiao Luzi to Chaoxia Palace and tell my mother all this." "Yes, Your Highness. I'll go right away." Nanny Wei was filled with righteous indignation and took Xiao Luzi out. In fact, Zhao Yuan didn't know that the third prince would meet Song Shuqing this time. But in the plot, the two had indeed met several times. After he returned to the prince's residence, he asked Xiao Luzi beside him to go to the imperial garden to secretly see if Song Shuqing was there, and squat near Song Shuqing. See if he can hear any useful information. After all, the third prince is a ruthless person, and he will really do it if he says he will do it. Zhao Yuan himself and his mother are the opponents of Song Shuqing, and he is indeed a little worried that the third prince will do something against his mother. That's why he asked Xiao Luzi to go over and listen. As for him going alone, forget it. It would be conspicuous if he brought too many people. As a result, there is a result now. In Chaoxia Palace, Lu Hanwan listened to the whole process with a sullen face, and then she raised a gentle smile on her face. "You have done a good job in this matter, which is very useful to me. Xiaoyun, look at the reward." Xiaoyun went in and took out a big purse. Xia Luzi got a lot of money and was very happy. Nanny Wei was calmer, but she was also happy to get a sum of money. Time passed quickly, and it was not long before the Queen Mother's birthday came. Zhao Yuan also copied his Buddhist scriptures 2 days ago and gave them to his mother, asking her to give them to the Queen Mother as a gift. On the day of the banquet, the palace was quite lively. All officials, clan members, etc., all arrived at the palace. Lu Hanwan dressed up carefully and stood out among the concubines in the harem, which caused some sour remarks. This Rong Fei, she always dresses so differently for such occasions. Obviously, when she was in the harem, the difference was not so big. This was just a small episode. Zhao Yuan and other princes were also very happy today. After all, everyone ate, drank, played, watched performances, and didn't have to go to class. It was quite interesting. Zhao Yuan noticed that the third prince had also arrived. However, the two had not had much contact. The banquet went smoothly, and there were no accidents. The birthday gifts sent by the princes were not particularly outstanding, which made the Queen Mother particularly like them. The Queen Mother did not often interact with her grandchildren. She actually liked her niece, Concubine Chun, and wanted Concubine Chun to give birth to a prince to continue the glory of the Duke's mansion. Of course, the Emperor was the Queen Mother's biological son, and these princes were also the Queen Mother's biological grandchildren. The Queen Mother did not hate them, and just treated them indifferently. After the tribute, it was drinking and having fun. That is, eating and watching performances. After a while, Zhao Yuan saw his mother go out. He frowned slightly and turned to look at Nanny Wei. Nanny Wei indicated that the Queen Mother had arrangements. Not long after, Zhao Yuan saw Song Shuqing also go out. Zhao Yuan thought about it and went out as well. In fact, after Zhao Yuan had walked for a while, the third prince also left the table. Zhao Yuan did not stay out for too long. After walking for a while, he saw his mother and the others. That was the place where women changed clothes. Many people came to the palace today, including young ladies and ladies. If these people wanted to rest, wash and change clothes, there were special places. The room on the other side was the men's changing room. Zhao Yuan went over there, found an empty room, and said to the servants who followed him, "You just stand guard outside the door. If anyone comes to ask, just say that the 9th prince is changing clothes inside." "Got it, Your Highness." The servants were all panicking. "Doesn't this mean that the 9th prince wants to act alone and leave them here? The palace is crowded and noisy today. If something happens to the 9th prince, everyone will be implicated. The queen has ordered the servants to follow the highness all the time, not a step away." Zhao Yuan's eyes were serious. "The queen is your master, but this prince is not?" Among the servants, although Zhao Yuan was gentle to people and was not harsh on any problems, he was actually close to those few people. He was also the most favored prince in the palace. He could coax the emperor to hold him in his arms to watch the candidates take the imperial examinations. So he actually had a lot of majesty among the people. So everyone looked at Nani Wei. Nani Wei was the leader among the servants. Nani. Zhao Yuan's voice softened when facing Nani Wei. He knew that Nani Wei was a person who was kind to him and never overstepped the line. Nani Wei was embarrassed. "Your Highness, the 3rd prince had a conspiracy, and she was really afraid that the little prince would get involved and get into trouble." Zhao Yuan thought about it. And he did grow up under everyone's protection since he was a child. And he was indeed a little young. So he compromised. "Then let Yunruo follow me." Yunruo was a girl who knew martial arts around Zhao Yuan, and Lu Hanwan specially arranged for her to come to protect her child. Yunruo's martial arts were good, so Nani Wei felt a little relieved. She gritted her teeth and said, "If the little prince hasn't come back in half an instant stick of time, I will go find you." Zhao Yuan smiled. "Don't worry, Nani. I'm nearby. If there is any noise, you will hear it." The 3rd prince arranged the show to be near the men's dressing room. After the agreement was made, the servants who served Zhao Yuan waited at the door, pretending that the 9th prince was changing clothes inside. Zhao Yuan went out. He first went to see his mother, who was sitting in the dressing room, and then he carried a woman to the men's dressing room. Zhao Yuan knew that Song Shuqing was wearing such clothes today. The man put Song Shuqing inside, then came out and closed the door. Zhao Yuan thought that it seemed that the 3rd prince's plan today was to put his mother in this room, and there must be another man in that room. But after his mother knew the plan, she replaced herself with Song Shuqing and went in. After knowing that his mother was fine, Zhao Yuan went back. Suddenly, he saw people coming not far away, and the leader was Yi Huan. Yi Huan led people into the room, then brought Song Shuqing out, and then left in a hurry. Zhao Yuan. This development was unexpected. Not long after, Zhao Yuan was about to go back, but he found that someone came not far away. It was the 3rd prince. It seems that the 3rd prince was a little worried and came to supervise. In fact, the 3rd prince just saw Song Shuqing coming out and wanted to talk to her, but he didn't find Song Shuqing, so he just came here to take a look. Zhao Yuan thought about it, and he and Yunruo went around to the back, knocked the man unconscious, and then put him in the house. Perfect. Zhao Yuan led his people back to their seats. His mother came back soon after. Only Song Shuqing and the 3rd prince remained silent. This was normal. The 3rd prince was probably confused in the room, and Song Shuqing was knocked unconscious by someone arranged by his mother, and she would not wake up for a while. However, Zhao Yuan was thinking, the 3rd prince, the initiator of the affair plan, could not come. So who should let the emperor know what happened in the room? If his mother intervened, would the emperor find out that his mother had taken action? He knew that his mother seemed to have been committed to creating a pure and innocent image in front of the emperor. "Shijiu, this dish is good?" The prince's voice called Zhao Yuan's attention back. He was talking to the prince and didn't notice that at this time. An inconspicuous person came behind the emperor and whispered something in the emperor's ear. The emperor choked and the tea sprayed out. But fortunately it didn't make much noise and stopped soon. His eyes quickly stayed on his son for a moment. In the following time, Zhao Yuan accepted the prince's feeding, and the 2 brothers talked from time to time. Zhao Yuan didn't take what happened just now to heart. Based on his understanding of the emperor, he felt that even if the emperor knew his mother's hand and foot in it, he would not really blame his mother. It was those people who harmed his mother first, and his mother was just fighting back. Besides, the emperor hasn't been cuckolded yet. After a while, the banquet was about to end. At this point, many wives had to get up and go to the dressing room to take care of their personal physiological needs. There were also some sons of royal family and nobles. They were young and did not hold official positions. They came here to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday just because of their status. They couldn't sit still for a long time in such a formal banquet. Now you can get up and go out for some fresh air. There are many places with good scenery in the palace, so you can take a look. In this case, someone soon discovered something unusual. Someone from the Emperor and Queen's side came to report it. And even the Empress Dowager knew the news. The Queen Mother is still strong at this age, and she has considerable power in the harem. So it is normal that these things cannot be hidden from her. The person who came to report did not directly say who was in the room. Now no one knows. Before, there was only a man who went to the dressing room and heard the noise. Everyone knew that this was either someone who was not dignified and could not wait to do such a thing at the Queen Mother's birthday banquet, or someone was calculated. In either case, the identity of the person inside is unknown. What if it is a prince or something? Everyone was afraid of getting into trouble, so they did not kick the door open directly. Now there are many people gathered outside the room, but they are still waiting for a heavyweight like the Emperor to support the scene. When the Queen Mother heard the news, her face immediately darkened. This was her birthday banquet, no matter what was behind it. Those who dared to take action in such an occasion did not take her. The Queen Mother. Seriously? She stood up and sneered. Let's go! I want to see who is making trouble today. The Emperor glanced at his son and stood up. I will go too. The three giants, the Emperor, the Queen, and the Queen Mother, all left, and the officials below were also a little confused. Why did they leave? Some smart people also guessed that something must have happened, but everyone looked at each other and still didn't follow. It was related to the royal scandal, and they, the officials of other surnames, should not get involved. But the people of the royal family, especially the arrogant prince, swallowed the wine in their cups when they saw this situation, and then followed directly, with someone taking the lead. The people of the royal family couldn't help their curiosity and went. A group of people came to the outside of the room. The Queen Mother stood in the front, listening to the obscene voice coming from inside. Her face turned red with anger. There was only a man's voice, but no woman's. This man was so arrogant that he might not only cuckold the Emperor, but also shouted so loudly. What? Is it so cool to cuckold the Emperor? She said sternly. Come here. Kick the door open for me. Someone immediately stepped forward and kicked the door open with a bang. Then he rushed in. Then there was a scream, and the guard who had entered came out with a blushing face and reported, Your Majesty. Queen Mother. The one inside is the third prince. The Queen Mother was even more angry. It turned out to be a vassal prince. You know, this third prince has always pretended to cooperate with the Emperor and actively bowed to the Emperor. She knew that none of these vassal princes were good. Although the guard's voice was low, it was not a whisper after all. And of course, there were people with sharp ears who heard it. The next moment, the eldest prince's gloating voice sounded. It turned out to be the third prince. This is really a real person who does not show his true colors, cuckolding the Emperor in the palace. There really is a third brother. He strode into the room, wanting to see if the third brother had done it to the Emperor's concubine. If it was true, there would be something interesting to watch. He was very strong, and the guard just stretched out his hand to stop him, but was pushed away by him. The guard was about to say something but stopped. The Emperor also had a strange look on his face. A vomiting sound came from the room quickly, and the next moment the majestic prince ran out with a lidded face. After coming out, he couldn't help vomiting again. For the steely straight prince, the scene inside was really beyond his imagination. This reaction made everyone even more curious. What exactly happened inside? Everyone stood on tiptoe to look inside. It was so lively outside. And the third prince on the bed finally woke up. He felt a piercing pain in his back. He looked back and his eyes were about to burst. Get out! A shocking howl sounded. People outside said, This voice seems familiar. As if I have heard it somewhere. Yes. I also feel that I have heard it. Someone's voice was full of excitement. I really don't know who this person is from. He actually did such a thing at the Queen Mother's birthday banquet. Whose family is this prodigal son? The man on the bed was kicked by the third prince and fell to the ground with a plop, wailing in pain. The outsider hesitated and said, Why do I feel like there are two men's voices inside? Long Yongji was not popular in the court, so everyone didn't react for a while. and was still wondering if there were 3 people together? This was a bit too cruel. This hazy look made everyone feel itchy. And the 4th prince couldn't help but ask dissatisfiedly, "Brother, who is inside? Why didn't you say anything? Why do you act like this?" The 1st prince pointed inside with a pale face. Old 3. Old 3 He lowered his head and vomited again. The 4th prince? It turned out to be the 3rd brother inside. The 3rd brother is still fierce. The 4th prince couldn't wait to go in and take a look. Other young nobles and children who were braver saw that there was nothing unusual on the emperor's face. And they also followed the crowd in. Then, everyone gained new knowledge. The furious voice of the 3rd prince sounded inside. "Get out. All of you get out." As the people inside slowly came out, the queen mother felt something was wrong. "Who is in here?" The palace servant who had entered earlier immediately whispered, replying to the queen mother. "The people inside are the 3rd prince. And a guard." The queen mother nodded, then realized something, and her voice suddenly raised. "Huh? What did you just say? Guards? Not some concubines or palace maids?" The palace servant said, "It is indeed a guard." The queen mother's expression was shocked, and she asked unwillingly, "Did you really see it clearly? It is indeed a guard. Not someone dressed as a man in a guard's uniform, right?" The palace maid was stunned by the queen mother's question, and then said, "It is indeed a male guard. After all, the back of the 3rd prince." The back? The palace maid was a little embarrassed to speak, mainly because this was in front of the emperor, the queen mother and other nobles, and it would not be good to say too much. Seeing this, the queen mother also guessed what the man wanted to say, and she raised her hand to stop the palace maid from saying anything more. "I already know. You can go down." "Yes." The palace maid was as if she had been pardoned, and hurriedly stepped aside. Now, everyone present knew what happened inside, although the emperor had been reported to him by the secret guards. When the time came, he saw that everyone had seen it, but he himself had not seen it with his own eyes, and he always felt that something was not enough. He couldn't help but step in, and soon, the emperor came out silently. He glanced at his son, who was being protected by the prince not far away, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that his Shujo was really a talent. How can the 3rd son live after this? Although he sympathized with the 3rd son's experience, this sympathy was limited. In the eyes of the emperor, these princes have never relaxed their vigilance. Last time the 3rd prince was in the palace, he was always monitored by secret guards, including this time. The 3rd prince calculated these, and the subsequent Rong Fei and his Shujo did it. But the development of this matter was really beyond the emperor's expectations. Of course, the emperor didn't want to cuckold himself, so Lu Hanwan couldn't really be harmed by the 3rd prince. But before the secret guards took action, they found that Rong Fei was not only fine, but also took Shuguren in. The secret guards were about to rescue Shuguren, and suddenly He-Wan came outside and hurried in to take Shuguren away. The secret guard was thinking that it was nothing, when he saw the 9th prince go around and send the 3rd prince in. This secret guard, so should we save him or not? The secret guard felt that he had to go back and ask his master for instructions. The emperor felt that after all this time, everything that was supposed to happen had already happened, so it was useless to save him. So he just forgot about it. Of course, this was an excuse the emperor made for himself on the surface. In fact, the emperor had never thought of saving anyone at all. He had long been aware of the ambition suppressed in the eyes of the 3rd prince, including his restless secret actions. The birthday banquet ended so hastily, and all the people who came to the banquet were released from the palace. After hearing about this, the 3rd prince was extremely sad. No! He knew that after those people were released from the palace, the news that he was stabbed would definitely spread throughout the capital. But after thinking carefully, the 3rd prince didn't know how to end it, because too many people knew about it. They were all sons of royal families and nobles, and they couldn't all be killed to silence them. Thinking of the strange looks he would receive in the future, the 3rd prince was desperate for a moment. At this moment, the 3rd prince had been washed and put on clean clothes. The emperor looked at the crying 3rd prince and coughed dryly, comforting him. "3rd brother, cough, this. Don't be too sad. In fact, it's not a big deal for this person to have a love affair with a man. There are definitely many such people in the world, and you are just one of them." As he spoke, the emperor almost laughed out loud. The good relationship between Long Yang and the emperor was actually not bad. The key point was that everyone saw that the third brother was at the bottom. And the key point was that the third brother did not like Long Yang at all. However, this atmosphere was not suitable for laughing. And the emperor tried hard to hold it back. He couldn't help but feel resentful in his heart. Xiao Jiao, this child, was really good at making trouble. And he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The third prince thought to himself that it was not you who was beaten. Of course you can stand here and talk well. There was hatred in his eyes. But he still wanted to thank the emperor on the surface. Thank you very much. But as soon as he stood up, he felt the pain behind him. And his face was twisted directly. The emperor hurriedly said, forget it. Brother. Just lie down. We brothers don't care about that little etiquette. After comforting the third prince, the emperor left. The third prince was the only one left in the room. Of course, this room was not the same room as before. And now it had been replaced with a new one. His expression was ferocious. What a Rong Fei. He never expected that the plan he had made would be severely set up by someone. The third prince still felt a little aggrieved and puzzled in his heart. He was obviously helping Song Shuqing. What was going on with Rong Fei? Even if he wanted to fight back, shouldn't he attack Song Shuqing? How could they think of stuffing him into the room? Until now, the third prince couldn't accept this reality. At the door, the emperor poked his head in again. Royal brother. The third prince did not expect the emperor to come back and quickly put away the ferocious expression on his face. Trying to be gentle, Your Majesty. Is there anything else? The emperor asked with concern. Why do you look like this? Are you in too much pain? After asking, the emperor covered his mouth again, as if he had asked the wrong question. The third prince gritted his teeth. No. Thank you for your concern. The emperor said, that's good. I just want to say that if you have any problems, you must not be afraid to see a doctor. And you must tell the doctor what you should say. Before he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. From what I said, third brother, you must have a lot of experience in this area. So there is no need for me to say anything more. I'm leaving first. After saying that, the emperor immediately put his head back. The third prince said in anger in the room, no. He has no experience. And he doesn't have a good relationship with Long Yang. Is this damn emperor blind? He is clearly being plotted against. The third prince went crazy in the room. And the emperor had a relaxed smile on his face when he left. Su Quan followed him with a smile on his face. And then reminded, Your Majesty. The third prince's expression may make him not let go of the person who plotted against him. As for the ninth prince, Su Quan was the eunuch beside the emperor. The emperor did not hide the secret guard's report from him. And he also heard some of it. The emperor looked at him with a smile. You worry a lot. Su Quan knew that the emperor was not really angry. So he smiled and said, the ninth prince is the emperor's favorite little prince. So I have to pay more attention to him. In fact, Su Quan knew that when the third prince was thinking later, he might not think of the ninth prince. So Rong Fei would most likely take the blame. After all, the third prince's plan was to plot against Rong Fei. Now Rong Fei didn't get into trouble, but he got into trouble instead. Of course, the third prince would blame Rong Fei, not the ninth prince. But Su Quan reminded this because of the ninth prince, not because he was attached to Rong Fei. The ninth prince liked to crawl around in the Qinzheng palace since he was a child. Many times, Su Quan took care of him personally. The ninth prince was small, but considerate and sensible. Such a child grew up under his nose. And even Su Quan couldn't help but have some concerns in his heart. As for concubine Rong, since she was the mother of the ninth prince, if something happened to concubine Rong, it would still affect the ninth prince. So Su Quan said so. However, the emperor did not pursue it further. The emperor thought that since Xiao Jiao was so good, it was normal for the old man Su Quan to like her. On the other hand, Lu Hanwan in Chaoxia Palace could not figure it out. Shouldn't it be concubine Shu in there? How did it become the third prince? Xiaoyan was also puzzled. It's really strange. We clearly let concubine Shu in. Lu Hanwan pondered. Could it be that the emperor had someone put her in? If it was someone from the harem. She couldn't figure out who was so kind to take Song Shuqing out of the room after she had already been put in. She had someone ask around. Song Shuqing was fine. No one noticed that she had entered the room. Xiaoyan was shocked. How could it be the emperor? Lu Hanwan didn't comment. given the way Song Shuqing was in the palace. Who else could it be except the emperor? Song Shuqing had previously harmed the 10th prince, and dragged her little nine into the water. And even with concubine Xian, even those in the harem who disliked Song Shuqing would probably stay away from her. Only the emperor would protect Song Shuqing and hate the 3rd prince at the same time. Otherwise, Lu Hanwan couldn't understand who could be so cruel to the 3rd prince. From now on, the 3rd prince's affair today will probably have to be borne for the rest of his life. Xiaoyun said, Master, the most important thing now is probably not this. But if the 3rd prince can't find the mastermind behind it, he will probably blame us for this. He has suffered such a big loss, and he will probably become a mortal enemy with us. What they will face next should be the crazy revenge of the 3rd prince. Lu Hanlan sneered when she heard this. It's not him who made a fool of himself today. It's probably me. The mortal enemy has been made since the moment he plotted against me. With her status, if she was caught hanging out with someone in public, even if everyone could see that she was being plotted against, she would not survive. The 3rd prince was so cruel that he had no intention of leaving her a chance to live from the beginning. It was just that the truth was that Lu Hanwan was still a little upset. Although the 3rd prince's previous plot was fierce, it was different from the desperate revenge afterwards. The only good thing was that she and Shujio stayed in the palace, and the 3rd prince's hand could not reach the palace. But she herself was fine. As a concubine, it would be difficult for her to leave the palace for the rest of her life. But what about Shujio? Xiaojio had to grow up, and the 3rd prince had a lifetime to stare at Shujio. She imagined that as a man, the 3rd prince would never forget this great humiliation. And as long as he seized an opportunity, the result would make Lu Hanwan miserable. She couldn't help but say, the emperor is really a fool. He only cares about Song Shuqing. Doesn't he even care about his own son? Last time, the emperor clearly chose Shujio between Song Shuqing and Shujio. No! Lu Hanwan stood up suddenly. This is a serious matter. I have to go to the emperor to talk about this. Master. Xiaoyun hurriedly held her back. If you go like this, what if the emperor knows that we are plotting against Shuguiren? Lu Hanwan's face was uncertain. Since the emperor saved Song Shuqing, maybe he already knew what we did before. In this serious atmosphere, Xiao Yuan walked in from outside. Mother! Lu Hanwan restrained the expression on her face and smiled again. She asked gently, why is Shujio here? She had seen her son and the prince together before. Xiao Yuan smiled and said, I came to see mother for something. Then, he told her about how he asked Yunruo to knock the 3rd prince unconscious and throw him into the room. Lu Hanwan's mouth opened wide unconsciously. She could never have imagined that it was not the emperor who was behind this. Nor was it any concubine who intervened, but her son's little head that had a flash of inspiration. Thinking about the scene today, she was shocked beyond words and stammered. You? How did you think of sending the 3rd prince in? Xiao Yuan said, as a matter of course, I know sending him in is a bad thing. That prince wants to harm my mother, so I will send him in himself. Anyway, this is something he made himself. As for whether to tell his mother about this matter, Xiao Yuan actually didn't think too much before. The main reason was that Yunruo, who had fought with him, was specially found by his mother to protect him, and it might not be possible to hide it. In addition, he heard his mother planning to discuss it with the emperor outside the door just now, so he felt that he had to tell his mother. However, even if his mother knew, Xiao Yuan didn't think it was a big problem. Children will have so many strange ideas. He himself is a child. Lu Hanwan opened and closed her mouth for a long while. She touched her son's head, and after thinking about it again, she couldn't help but smile. This is really, if you think about it carefully, it is indeed much more satisfying than taking revenge on Song Shuqing. When she thought that the 3rd prince had brought it upon himself, she felt a sense of satisfaction. And this self-inflicted suffering was just because of the whim of a 5-year-old child, which made the fun even greater. After confirming that it was her son who did this good thing, and not herself who was taking the blame for others behind the scenes, Lu Hanwan finally had the mood to enjoy the joy of victory. She looked at her son's innocent, clear and righteous eyes and said, Shujio did the right thing. But you should not tell anyone else about this except your mother. Understand? Xiao Yuan asked. Father, can't you tell me? Lu Hanwan thought for a moment. If your father asks, you can tell me. After all, it was the 3rd prince who was tricked. When the emperor knew about it, He would be very happy. Then Lu Hanwan asked if anyone else knew about it. And after asking clearly, she let Xiao Yuan leave. Looking at her son's figure leaving, Lu Hanwan breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan also smiled. The little prince is always so considerate and filial. And he is smart and cute. He is so likable. Yes. Lu Hanwan also smiled. After this incident, she started to plan her thoughts again for the third prince's revenge. Knowing that she was taking the blame for her son, Lu Hanwan felt that she was now motivated. She figured it out. On the other side, Song Shuqing, who had just woken up, felt a particularly sharp pain in the back of her head. She opened her eyes and said weakly, "What happened to me?" Qianru and Wenqing threw themselves at the head of her bed and said in surprise, "Master, you finally woke up. Master, you were knocked unconscious." Unconscious. Song Shuqing also gradually remembered what happened before she fainted. She remembered that after she saw Lu Hanwan go out, she thought of the suggestive look that the third prince had given her before, and her heart was always uneasy. So she wanted to go out for some fresh air. As a result, she seemed to lose consciousness. "What about you?" She remembered that she didn't go out alone at that time. Wenqing and Qianru, the two personal maids, followed her. When Xian said, "I and Qianru were also knocked unconscious, but the dosage of the drugs for us may be lighter, so we woke up earlier." The two saw Song Shuqing trying to sit up, so they hurriedly helped her up. Song Shuqing gradually regained consciousness, but her face turned pale. She seemed to remember something and looked down at her clothes to check if anything irreversible had happened to her. She had realized that she might have been tricked. Seeing this, when Xian and Qianru also knew what Song Shuqing was worried about, Qianru hurriedly said, "Don't be afraid. Master, nothing happened to the master. Eunuchy quietly sent the master here, and no one noticed." Song Shuqing asked, "Eunuchy? How come she didn't know what eunuchy she knew?" Qianru said, "It was a young eunuch serving the emperor. He sent the master back. He said that he found something wrong when the master was just sent in, and then rescued the master, and told the master not to worry. No one knew about this, not even the emperor. He said that the master helped him once before and saved his life. So now, he has the opportunity to repay the master." Qianru said with some pride. Her master was kind-hearted, which was why he was liked and helped by so many people. Song Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, "What time is it now? Tell me everything that happened." Qianru told the story again. "The Queen Mother's birthday is over now, but the master's matter has not been discovered by anyone because another major event happened before." Song Shuqing's heart was lifted. Could it be that concubine Rong was? But if Lu Hanwan hadn't discovered their plans, how could she have almost suffered? Or after she was rescued, the third prince found something wrong and plotted against concubine Rong again. Or, it was another concubine who made a mistake. Song Shuqing hadn't finished thinking about all the possibilities when she heard Qianru continue, "At the banquet, everyone found that the Queen Mother had someone open the door of the dressing room. And found. Qianru stuttered for a rare moment, because she knew that the third prince had some ambiguity with her master before. But now this happened to the third prince. She didn't know if this was the true face of the third prince. "What did you find?" Song Shuqing was listening intently and asked hurriedly. Qianru closed her eyes and said directly, "I found that the third prince and a guard were having an affair in there." Song Shuqing looked stunned. She wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. The third prince and a guard having an affair? Qianru understood Song Shuqing's reaction very well, because when she woke up and went outside to inquire about the news, she was also so shocked when she heard this news. She nodded vigorously. "Yes, it was the third prince and a guard. They were fighting so hard that I heard that you could hear the noise from far away. And the third prince was the one below." Qianru's face flushed when she said the last sentence. Song Shuqing's face turned green. Qianru asked, "Master, do you think that the third prince is a man who likes men?" Song Shuqing was misled by Qianru for a while, and doubted whether the third prince really had never liked her, and was actually a man. This suspicion was normal. Song Shuqing knew very well that the third prince just wanted her to give birth to his child. And the title was the emperor. In the future, let their two sons ascend the throne or something. When Xian was more reliable and quickly said, "The third prince must have been plotted against. I heard that the guard inside was drugged, and the third prince was knocked unconscious and drugged." He was unconscious and did not wake up for a while. So this happened. At that time, Zhao Yuan was afraid that the third prince would wake up too early. So he gave him medicine. Hearing this, Song Shuqing's face recovered. But when she thought about this in her heart, she still felt something was strange. After sorting out everything, Song Shuqing finally had the energy to think about who wanted to harm her, thinking that she was really knocked unconscious and thrown into that room. Song Shuqing was terrified. She knew very well what the result would be. She asked, "Where is Concubine Rong? Have you heard any news about Concubine Rong?" Concubine Rong? Qianru and Wenqin looked at each other, and neither of them thought why their master would suddenly ask about Concubine Rong after waking up. Qianru said, "I didn't hear any news about Concubine Rong. After all, they were also unconscious at the time, and were not at the scene. What they said now was all learned from asking people." Song Shuqing knew that if she hadn't heard any news, it meant that nothing had happened to Rong Fei. Otherwise, with the speed at which news spread in the palace, the matter would have been a hot topic long ago. Why did the queen ask about Rong Fei? Qianru was a little surprised. She didn't know that Rong Fei was the one who was plotting this disaster. But she suddenly thought of what her master had just encountered, and that Rong Fei had targeted her master in the palace before. Her face changed drastically. Could it be that Rong Fei did this? The queen? But the queen? Concubine Zhuang and Concubine Xian should also be highly suspected. This was Qianru's true inner thought. And so was Wenqin. Judging from the various methods used against Song Shuqing before, Rong Fei obviously had a weak foundation, and did not use such vicious and cruel methods. Instead, she preferred to target directly and openly. Although she suffered more, it was better than setting traps and poisoning in secret. Song Shuqing did not answer. She used to think that Lu Hanwan was a simple person just like the two maids. But after this time, she did not think so. Because she knew very well that the conspiracy against Lu Hanwan was replaced by her in the middle, and then by the third prince in the end. Only Lu Hanwan did not have any name in this matter. She ordered, "Go out and ask Rong Fei what she did today, where she was when the incident happened, and then come back to tell me." Song Shuqing had given such instructions. So Wenqin and Qianru of course took action immediately. The results of the subsequent investigation were the same as Song Shuqing's guess. Concubine Rong did not let anyone notice anything wrong. She did not disappear for too long at the banquet. She went to the toilet in the dressing room, like a normal woman, and then went back. This was obviously wrong. The third prince could not have done nothing. It could only be that Concubine Rong knew the news in advance and fought back. Song Shuqing was very shocked that Concubine Rong dared to do this to the third prince. But at the same time, she was still puzzled. That is, why did Lu Hanwan do this to her? This matter was arranged by the third prince, not by her. She did not intervene in the whole process, and she was not even aware of it. She only guessed some of it on the day. Lu Hanwan felt that this matter was related to her, unless the other party heard the conversation between the third prince and her that day. Thinking of this, Song Shuqing felt a little guilty. It was always bad for a concubine to meet with a man outside the court in private. But soon she became confident again. She had no love affair with the third prince, and she did not do anything out of line. Even if the emperor knew about it, he could not blame her. Song Shuqing comforted herself in this way, and she let it go. In front of her, Wenqin and Qianru were still wondering. "Master, was this really done by Concubine Rong?" "Yes." Song Shuqing nodded. It's basically confirmed that it was her. When Xian was still a little confused. But Qianru already believed in Song Shuqing. She had followed Song Shuqing since she was a child. The Song family had a simple environment. After she arrived at the palace, she often felt that her brain was not enough. Now that Song Shuqing had found the murderer, she did not think about it, and complained angrily. "This Rong Fei is really too outrageous. I thought she was not so scheming before, but I didn't expect her to be so cruel. If the master really got into trouble today, it would be the master's life. She is really one thing in front of you, and another behind your back. She actually came up with such a vicious plan. She is so vicious." Qianru said it smoothly, and Song Shuqing called a halt. "Okay, let's just leave it at that." Wenqin wanted to ask more questions, such as how Song Shuqing identified Rong Fei, whether she had found the wrong person, etc. But seeing Song Shuqing's irritability, she swallowed her questions. She pulled Qianru's arm very tactfully. "The master must be tired. Let's go out first, and let the master have a good rest. Qianru agreed. Qianru is not very calculating. And Wenqin was prepared by the emperor when Song Shuqing arrived at the palace. She is usually thoughtful and knows a lot of things. The two of them get along well. Over the years, Qianru has been more obedient to Wenqin's words. After the two of them went out, Wenqin found a suitable opportunity to spread what she heard. Qinzheng Palace. The emperor listened to the report. And after listening, he signaled the people to go down. He had known the news for a long time. And he knew the whole story clearly. There were much more than what Song Shuqing guessed. After reviewing the memorial in his hand, the emperor put down his pen and sighed softly. Su Quan brought in the tea from outside and just heard the emperor's sigh. He put the tea next to the emperor's hand. Is there anything bothering the emperor? The emperor said helplessly and proudly, what else can it be? It's just Shizhou. You said that his little brain is full of ideas. What should we do after this? I have to worry about it. The emperor never thought that Lu Hanwan was really an innocent person. So after seeing Lu Hanwan's methods, the emperor did not feel disappointed. He was still quite reasonable. He knew that the third prince was harming Lu Hanwan for Song Shuqing. And Lu Hanwan was able to fight back. To be honest, the emperor felt very interesting when he saw it. He did not expect Lu Hanwan to know in advance and fight back quickly. And his son came up with a stroke of genius and sent the third prince to prison, which made the emperor appreciate it even more. But it is easy to do bad things, and you have to clean up the mess afterwards. This matter was blamed on concubine Rong, and it was inevitable that Shuzhou would be involved. The emperor did not want his son to lose his life one day. Su Quan could not help but hear the pride in the emperor's words. He said, I see that the emperor is talking about the ninth prince, and I don't know how happy he is in his heart. The emperor kicked him directly. You are getting more and more talkative. Su Quan dodged. The master and servant exchanged a few words, and the atmosphere became more harmonious for a while. By the way, after the commotion, the emperor sat down again, tapping his fingers on the table. What's the matter with Yi Huan? The secret guards monitored the whole process, and of course did not ignore Yi Huan's existence. In fact, it was not something that Yi Huan saved Song Shuqing, and it could be a credit. It was a pity that there was a man in the room. Although Song Shuqing was rescued, she had stayed there after all, which was related to the reputation of a woman. If someone knew about it, Song Shuqing's future would be hard to say, and no one knows whether the emperor would mind this. So after Yi Huan rescued Song Shuqing, he of course concealed the matter. He did not report it to the emperor. Such behavior could not be inconspicuous in the eyes of the emperor. You know, Yi Huan is a eunuch in the Qinzheng Palace, serving the emperor. The people around the emperor are on the side of others, so he can't stay. Su Quan had someone to check it out a long time ago. He answered seriously, Your Majesty. This Yi Huan was troubled by someone in the palace. Xu Guoren helped him once. After that, this man recognized Deng Zhong as his godfather and was transferred to the Qinzheng Palace. Previously, after Yun Guoren attacked Xu Guoren and the 12th prince, it was Yun Guoren who Yi Huan interrogated. It is said that he took the initiative to ask for the order. In the imperial prison, he tortured Yun Guoren in every way. Yun Guoren wanted to confess, but she refused to listen. It was not until the early morning of that day that Yun Guoren was allowed to speak. Although Yi Huan is currently under Deng Zhong, he is considered to be a little important, but he is still too weak. It is too easy to find out everything one by one. The emperor listened to the words and responded casually, and then said, Since your heart is not here, don't keep it. Yes. Su Quan responded respectfully. The fact that one person was missing in the Qinzheng Palace did not cause any waves. Only Song Shuqing was very surprised. Qianru, are you sure you remember that the eunuch who saved me was surnamed He? Why haven't I seen a eunuch He in the Qinzheng Palace? For Song Shuqing, whether the other party saved her, or was the eunuch serving the emperor, she was worthy of gratitude. As early as when she gave birth to her second child, Song Shuqing had already raised her ambition. If she wanted to climb higher, some other forces were also indispensable, such as the eunuchs around the emperor. Song Shuqing had realized that she was no longer so important in the emperor's heart. So it was very important to have her own people around the emperor. Originally, she didn't want to do anything under the emperor's nose. She knew that the emperor was not so easy to fool. But this eunuch he came to her door and was grateful to her. So she was ready to go with the flow. But unexpectedly, Wenqin and Qianru have been following her for several days. but they haven't found anyone. Even when she asked directly about the eunuch surnamed He, the eunuchs looked as if they didn't know. If she hadn't been rescued that day, Song Shuqing would have doubted whether this person didn't exist. Chaoxia Palace. Lu Hanwan said, "Are you saying that she is looking for a eunuch surnamed He?" As a cooking expert, Lu Hanwan often sent soups and water to the Qinzheng Palace to the emperor. Recently, she ran into Song Shuqing twice, which attracted her attention. So after discovering that Song Shuqing was looking for someone, she asked Xiaoyun to find out. "Yes," Xiaoyun said. "This eunuch, he should be working in the Qinzheng Palace." Zhao Yuan, who was eating, raised his head and raised his hand to speak. "I know this. Eunuch He Huan, is a little eunuch beside my father." However, Zhao Yuan didn't know how He Huan was doing recently, and he didn't pay attention to it deliberately. He Huan became famous too late, and it would take more than 10 years for him to make some moves. He didn't pay attention to it. The two were not at the same level. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't deal with him. Even if He Huan grew up in the future, it would not be difficult for him to deal with him. Lu Hanwan heard this and looked at Xiaoyun. "It seems that it should be this little eunuch who saved Shuguiran that day. I just don't know if this little eunuch was the one who was ordered by the emperor to save him. If that's the case, does the emperor know that Song Shuqing was put in by her?" Thinking of this, Lu Hanwan couldn't help but feel uneasy. Lu Hanwan couldn't say that she fully understood the emperor's mind, so she didn't have the confidence to confess to the emperor. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it for the time being and pretend that nothing had happened. After all, she knew one thing very well. The emperor was somewhat fond of her, and perhaps also somewhat fond of her. But this fondness was because she was considerate, beautiful, gentle, and versatile. The two of them got along well, and were pleasing to the eye. So he naturally liked her. And it was definitely not that he fell in love with her. She even suspected that in the emperor's heart, he had never fallen in love with anyone. Even Shuguiran, who was the emperor's favorite in the palace, didn't seem that special. In comparison, the emperor paid more attention to his son than to his concubines, but only to a limited number of princes. And the weight of each emperor was different. So Lu Hanwan didn't have the confidence to bet on the emperor's tolerance of her. The incident had already happened, and the emperor didn't come to ask for punishment. So she just pretended that she didn't find anything. This also reminded Lu Hanwan that she must be more cautious in the future. At least she must have a legitimate reason. And don't hurt people casually. Of course, she herself is not a bad person. Compared with hurting others, she still prefers to compete for favor directly with her ability. In a blink of an eye, some time passed, and the emperor didn't mention the incident that day again. Lu Hanwan gradually let go of her worries, and didn't think too much. Zhao Yuan had been to the emperor several times, but he didn't see He Huan, so he didn't care. Song Shuqing finally learned that He Huan had been executed. How could this happen? Song Shuqing was shocked. Qianru couldn't understand it either. Wen Xin thought for a while and said, "Eunuch, he saved his master in private to repay his gratitude. But he didn't tell the emperor about it. He is a eunuch serving the emperor, so he should pay more attention to these things. The emperor should not tolerate such betrayal." Song Shuqing felt that the emperor was more ruthless. Even so, he saved me after all. Even if he can make up for his crime, isn't it okay? Rather than being unable to accept the death of Eunuch He, Song Shuqing felt more sad because the emperor was ruthless towards her. If the emperor cared more about her, he would never treat Eunuch He like this. If it really didn't work, why not put him in her Changqiu Palace and get a loyal person? In fact, the emperor did think about giving He Huan to Song Shuqing. But after knowing He Huan's usual behavior and doing so much, this idea was dispelled. After all, although he didn't mind that someone admired Song Shuqing with him at the beginning, it didn't mean that he could let Song Shuqing live with other men day and night after Song Shuqing became his concubine. Although He Huan is a eunuch, eunuchs still look for partners. Judging from He Huan's behavior, if it were in other places, he would come out and make trouble one day in the future, instead of regretting it later. It is better to solve it early. After all, there are still people in this palace that the emperor cares about. Shuzhou is running around all day long. The emperor can't stand it when he thinks that what Yunguiran suffered might happen to his son. The emperor doesn't have so much energy to prevent it, so it's better to solve it directly. This incident did not cause any waves in the palace. Lu Hanwen watched her son more strictly, and everyone looked like someone with bad intentions. She was ready for the revenge of the third prince. She was afraid that the revenge would fall on her son first. At the same time, she also went to the emperor to tell him about it. Of course, she didn't involve herself in it when she said it, but just said, Xiao Jiao is the emperor's favorite prince. I don't know who killed the third prince. I heard that the emperor and these princes had a mediocre relationship back then. What if the third prince can't find the mastermind and blames the emperor? So he will take the emperor's son. That would be bad. Right? She looked at the emperor tentatively with her beautiful eyes. Her tone was also soft and weak. In short, put the blame on the emperor first. No matter what she did, Xiao Jiao was the emperor's son after all. And the emperor would not really watch others harm his son. After all, her own power was still weak, and she couldn't compare with the emperor. She had to be soft when she needed to be soft. The emperor was so angry that he laughed. So this is still my problem. Lu Hanwan hurriedly smiled. Your Majesty? What are you talking about? How could your Majesty be wrong? It's just that the third prince is incompetent. If he can't find the real culprit, he will just bite people randomly. It will be too late to regret it then. The emperor glanced at her, but didn't say much. Okay. I know. Seeing this, Lu Hanwan knew that he agreed. And she was relieved. In fact, it was not so easy for the third prince to take action. After all, he didn't dare to expose his covetousness for Song Shuqing. And he didn't dare to let the emperor know that he intended to interfere in the other's harem. He would never dare to make a big fuss about the fact that he attacked Lu Hanwan first. So for a period of time afterwards, whether it was because the third prince did not move or because of the emperor's protection, Lu Hanwan and Zhao Yuan's lives in the palace did not change at all. When Lu Hanwan came out of the Qingjing palace and was stopped by brother Lu Er, who said that something happened at home, Lu Hanwan actually felt that it had finally come. Brother Lu Er said, originally, the family did not want to trouble you, but they really didn't know what to do. The family's business has been messed up these days. The most unpredictable thing is that the eldest nephew has suddenly made friends with a few gangsters recently. Those people actually took him to the gambling house. Fortunately, he was alert in advance, so he ran back secretly when those people were not paying attention. I've seen those people hanging around near my home these days. They probably want to corrupt him. Gambling house. Lu Hanwan caught the word instantly. For ordinary people, people always have a deep prejudice against gambling houses. Lu Hanwan was born in an ordinary family in the past, and she also felt very secretive about gambling houses. She had heard before that someone got addicted to gambling, lost a lot of money, and caused his family to go bankrupt. Gambling houses are even more cruel to those who don't pay back their debts, and some even cut off their hands and feet. Although the Lu family has a low position in the capital, with her daughter who has reached the position of concubine, and the prince's grandson, the Lu family still has a certain status in the capital. Ordinary people would not plot to provoke the Lu family. After all, if the Lu family was plotted against, it would be easy for the emperor to hear it directly. Lu Hanwan instinctively felt that someone was deliberately targeting them, and she asked, Second brother, do you know who is behind this? Second brother Lu was still quite capable. He also knew a few brothers in the capital. After many investigations, he finally determined that it was the richest man in the world. Can Yuan Hua? Can Yuan Hua? Lu Hanwan remembered this name. Before, when Xu Guiren's brother got into trouble, it was this person who helped Xu Guiren to get around. When she heard this, she was sure that it should be Song Shuqing who was dealing with her. Obviously, Song Shuqing's status in the palace is not as high as his own, so it is not easy to take action. So he could only take action against her family. Lu Hanwan looked at Lu Erge. I should be the one who implicated my family in this matter. Second brother, go back and tell my family. I will solve it as soon as possible. After saying what he should say, Lu Hanwan did not stay for long, and took Qiao Yun directly back to his Chaoxia palace. Sitting in the room, thinking about the poisons that Song Shuqing had taken before, Lu Hanwan was still cautious and asked Qiao Yun to invite the imperial physician to come and take a look at him. Although the imperial physician did not see any problems after concubine Xian and the 10th prince took Chinese medicine, the imperial physician should be able to see whether their health has deteriorated. After the diagnosis and treatment, I will feel more at ease. Xiao Yun hurried out. Soon, Lu Hanwan asked the imperial physician to diagnose her, and check the things in the room to confirm that no one had drugged her without her knowledge. When Zhao Yuan came back, He saw the back of the imperial physician leaving. He walked quickly into the Chaoxia palace, shouting with some worry. "Mom, I just saw the imperial physician go out. Is anyone in our palace sick?" He remembered that his mother was still in good health yesterday, so there should be nothing wrong. Lu Hanwan said to his son, "It's okay. Mom is fine. She is not sick. Just ask the imperial physician to come and take a look." Seeing that his son was still staring at him, Lu Hanwan thought for a moment and said, "Your second uncle just went to see your mother." Zhao Yuan reacted in an instant that something might have happened to the Lu family. This was not surprising. The third prince had suffered that incident, which was a lifetime of shame. The other party would not let it go. And Song Shuqing. Song Shuqing was knocked unconscious and stuffed into the room by his mother at that time. After such an incident, he did not think that Song Shuqing would not have any reaction at all. Therefore, Song Shuqing would definitely retaliate. Even if Song Shuqing did not do it herself, there would be other people to help her. Second brother Lu was a very taciturn person. Because he felt guilty, he basically would not take the initiative to ask them for anything. If he came to them at this time, there must be something wrong. Lu Hanwan didn't keep the secret, just said that the family business was disrupted, and brother Lu's eldest son was almost led astray to a gambling house. How could that person be so bad? Zhao Yuan was a little surprised for a moment. He remembered that the child was only about 11 or 12 years old. How could he do such a thing to an unrelated child? But thinking back, Song Shuqing, as the protagonist, whether she was pretending or not, she would not come up with such a cruel method if she was not forced into a corner. But as admirers, whether it was the third prince or Qin Yuanhua, who was suspicious of the young master of the grassland, they were still very cruel when they took action. Especially Qin Yuanhua. It is impossible for him not to be cruel to the extent of being the richest man. He frowned and said angrily, "I'm going to tell my father and the prince." After that, he ran out. Hey! Lu Hanwan didn't expect her son to react so quickly. She wanted to stop him but failed. But on the other hand, this was a good idea. After all, she was in the harem, thinking about scheming with the concubines and competing for favors all day long. Lu Hanwan didn't know how to start for a while. Zhao Yuan ran away quickly. He was thinking about complaining. But in fact, an idea jumped into his mind again. That is, to cultivate his own power. In the past, he thought about doing business. If the Duke of Ying's mansion hesitated between the prince and the 10th prince, he could give the prince a lot of money, so that the prince could be strong even if he relied on himself. It was a pity that so many things happened when he entered Chongwengwen at that time. He rarely left the palace, so this matter was delayed for a while. Now, Zhao Yuan put this idea on the agenda again. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to fight back against Qin Yuanhua. While he was going to file a complaint, Zhao Yuan went to the East Palace first. He wanted to file a complaint, but he also wanted to know the specific information about Qin Yuanhua, so that he could get to the point even if he did file a complaint. The prince had already participated in the government, and even if he had never dealt with a big businessman like Qin Yuanhua directly, he should know the general information. Of course, he asked the prince first because Zhao Yuan knew that the prince would be more likely to accommodate him, and would not ignore his words just because he was a child, but would take them seriously. This does not mean that the emperor would not accommodate him, but that the attitudes of the two people were still slightly different. Arrived at the East Palace, the prince was there today. This was normal. After all, Zhao Yuan and the prince were both studying in Chongwen Hall. When he was free, the prince was also off duty, or they were both on vacation. When Xiao Fuzi saw him coming, she greeted him with a smile. The 9th prince is down. His Royal Highness the prince is in the study. Xiao Fuzi's voice was not very low, and the prince in the study also heard it. When Zhao Yuan entered the door, he saw the prince looking at him with a smile, and then waved at him. Do you want to sleep in the East Palace tonight? Zhao Yuan did not always sleep in the prince's residence. Sometimes he came back to the East Palace. The prince's residence was certainly not bad, but compared with the prince's East Palace, there were still some differences. Zhao Yuan shook his head and ran towards the prince with his short legs. As soon as he opened his mouth was already pouting with grievance. Brother prince. Seeing this, the prince slightly calmed down and stood up. What's wrong? Who did you fight with? Old 3? Little 10? In the whole palace, There are basically only these two people who dare to fight with Xiaojio. Xiaojio will not suffer any loss in the hands of others. The prince looked around at his brother. His hair was neatly combed, and his clothes were not dirty. It didn't look like he had a fight. No fight. Zhao Yuan said unhappily. It was Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu? The prince was puzzled. He knew Concubine Shu. His father almost eloped for her. But he didn't see how special she was to his father in recent years. It is said that Rong Fei and Xu Guiran have had a bad relationship recently. But Rong Fei is a concubine. And Xu Guiran has been demoted to a noble. Logically speaking, Rong Fei occupies the upper position. Xu Guiran cannot possibly let Xiaojio suffer. Zhao Yuan began to complain. Xu Guiran has an admirer. That is, the richest man in the world. Qin Yuanhua. It is probably because my mother and Xu Guiran have been against each other recently. And that person has no way to retaliate against my mother. So he attacked my grandparents' family outside. My grandparents' small business was ruined by him. And he also wanted to have someone lure my uncle's children to learn bad things and owe gambling debts. Finally, he made the final decision and concluded. He bullied me. If this continues, others will think that I, the ninth prince, am easy to bully. Knowing that it was not his brother who was in trouble, the prince was no longer nervous. Although he was also angry that people did not take his brother's status as a prince seriously. He was amused by his brother's childish words and deliberately said, with your domineering personality, who dares to think that you are easy to bully? At the beginning, the third prince deliberately pinched Xiujio's face, and Xiujio directly smashed the teacup on the third prince's face. He also raised his fist to fight with Xi when he disagreed with him. And the three princes' sons were also made by Xiujio to fight with Xiaoshi and others. Even so, he still had the nerve to say that others thought he was easy to bully. Zhao Yuan said seriously, those people dared to bully my grandfather because they didn't take me seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to bully my relatives. Well, I am the best friend of the prince. They are looking down on the prince by doing this. They deserve to die. Go beat them up. Prince, he added, as if he was afraid that the prince didn't know how serious it was. And he tried hard to think of a reason. In fact, Qin Yuanhua was not that fierce. He thought that it would be a natural thing to dare to let someone seduce Uncle Lu's son. After all, Uncle Lu's son was quite unlearned and skipped classes every day. It was natural for such a child to learn bad things. Other princes' families couldn't stand the ninth prince, and it was not impossible for them to make trouble for him. He secretly asked someone to do it secretly, thinking that he couldn't be found. But he didn't expect that the boy was so timid. He ran away as soon as there was a sign, and dared to tell his family immediately. As for interfering with the business, it was a small matter in comparison. The Lu family only does some small business. And he was also unlucky. Lu Hanwan had asked brother Lu to investigate Song Shuqing's past. And he happened to find out that Qin Yuanhua was Song Shuqing's admirer, and had been running around for Song Shuqing's brother some time ago. He was not from the capital, but he stayed in the capital every day after that. So brother Lu asked people to keep an eye on him. And now, the clues were discovered immediately. Of course, since Qin Yuanhua dared to do such a thing, he naturally had some confidence. And he also had someone behind him. Here, in the study, looking at the prince's smiling face, Zhao Yuan was a little dissatisfied. Brother Prince? What a reaction! The prince was shocked by the child's sharp voice. He knew he couldn't tease the child anymore, and agreed repeatedly. Okay, brother Prince. I promise to help you teach him a lesson. Okay? This Qin Yuanhua is really outrageous. He actually wants to ruin a child's life for some small fights in the harem. Zhao Yuan thought. In fact, it's not a small fight. After all, it was almost a matter of taking each other's lives. It's normal for Qin Yuanhua to do this. But everyone has different positions. Of course, he won't stand in Qin Yuanhua's position to understand the other party. What's more, the source of all this is Song Shuqing. However, hearing that the prince obviously agreed with him, Zhao Yuan nodded happily. That's it. This time he dared to do this. It must not be the first time. He must have done a lot of bad things before. We must get rid of harm for the people. The prince looked at his brother, who was so happy that he showed a row of white teeth, and couldn't help but reach out and touch his brother's forehead. He continued to respond. Yes, to eliminate harm for the people. Zhao Yuan remembered another reason why he came to the East Palace. So he hurriedly said, Brother Prince, can you tell me what kind of person Can Yuanhua is? What kind of business does he mainly do? Only after knowing it clearly can he prescribe more appropriate medicine. Seeing that his brother wanted to know, the prince organized his words a little and said, Can Yuanhua's business is very large, involving many aspects. The most important one should be salt. And there is also the textile industry. There are also various other businesses. And there is a shop specializing in selling overseas things, which is worth thousands of gold. He could roughly guess what Xiujiu was thinking. So he said, Xiaojiu, no matter what his style is, Can Yuanhua is really extraordinary in doing business. And he is very good at it. Otherwise he would not be the richest man. He also set up a chamber of commerce. All the textile merchants in Yangzhou alone were united by him. And they acted in unison, forming a direct monopoly. If you want to make trouble for him in this business, it may not be that simple. After saying this, seeing his brother frowning, the prince chuckled and comforted him, but don't be afraid. No matter how powerful he is just a businessman. When the court really wants to manipulate them, it will be easy. However, if there is no reason, and it is done in a big way, it will also damage the face and dignity of the court. Unless it is intolerable, it will not be done casually. This will not be good for the development of business. The status of the prince also prevents him from doing so. But if it is not completely eliminated, Can Yuanhua has a deep foundation, and a temporary blow will not make him fall. This will not have any effect at all. Tomorrow, the prince brother will have someone stop his salt permit this year. Okay? With the salt permit, salt merchants can sell salt. And salt merchants have to have a good relationship with officials. Zhao Yuan did not relax after hearing this. Such a punishment is insignificant to Can Yuanhua, and he will definitely be like nothing happened. He didn't like people who had done something bad and were still so arrogant. The prince racked his brains to coax his brother. He was of course angry that Can Yuanhua dared to treat his brother's family like this. It was obvious that he didn't take his brother seriously. But the prince had to think about how to do it. Although with his status, as long as he showed that he was dissatisfied with Can Yuanhua, the people below would naturally try to please him. But the prince also knew that these were only temporary solutions for Can Yuanhua. He dared to bully his brother. So of course, he didn't want to let the matter go so lightly. But he didn't know much about Can Yuanhua, and he had to check it out later. The prince's character destined him not to easily take someone's life just because of his status. His position does not allow him to be so presumptuous. The second and third sons, and even the concubines and their families, who gave birth to princes later, were all staring at him. Zhao Yuan also knew the prince's difficulties. He had some ideas in his mind, but he did not intend to say them out before he did it. Just watching the prince coaxing him like this, he couldn't help but feel sweet in his heart. He threw himself into the arms of the prince squatting in front of him. Brother Prince, Xiujiu likes you too much. The prince hugged the little body in his arms. And after hearing these words, he also felt a sense of satisfaction. After the prince said this, Zhao Yuan left the East Palace, hesitating whether to complain to the emperor again. He had no doubt that the emperor would have a way. The emperor was not so good-tempered that he could tolerate people challenging the imperial power. But once the emperor took action, what could the prince do? In daily interactions, Zhao Yuan could feel that the prince liked to do something for him. As if only by helping him could he prove that his brother was needed. It was necessary to prove the existence of the prince. Zhao Yuan liked the prince. Not for this reason. He also wanted to give the prince enough sense of security. So he was very attached to the prince in daily life. Of course, he also liked to stick to people. He liked to be with the prince. Now, after thinking about it, he still did not go to the emperor's Qinzheng Hall. He returned to Chaoxiao Palace, told his mother what he had done, and then said seriously, I have grown up, and I have to learn to solve problems by myself. I can't always ask my father for help. Mother, I am going to deal with that bad guy myself and get rid of harm for the people. Puff. Lu Hanwan was amused by her son's reaction. With the intervention of the prince, she knew that she didn't have to worry about the Lu family for the time being. So it was okay to let her son try. She asked with a smile, what is Xiujiu going to do? Zhao Yuan shook his head seriously. No. You can't tell mother now. You will know later. Can Yuanhua's business is not unbreakable. The problem now is where to start. Zhao Yuan thought about it. He went to the library in the palace, and then asked someone to find books about salt and textiles, pretending to know himself and the enemy and win every battle. After all, even if he wants to propose a plan, some things can't come out of thin air. Of course, the reason why he went to see it was to understand how far the technology in this area has developed, and to understand the relevant systems of the court. When he asked for the book, he went directly to the administrator here. After flipping through it for a while, and understanding it roughly, he went to the Ministry of Industry. This was not his first visit to the Ministry of Industry. When he was young, he often went there. In the winter, the skates he wore were made by the Ministry of Industry. He was very interested in the Ministry of Industry, a very creative place. This time, after he arrived, a young leader came over quickly with a smile on his face. "Your Highness is here. Will you let Qin Shu show you around this time?" Zhao Yuan nodded. The young leader immediately responded, "Okay. I'll call him over right now." Qin Shu was a young man who was arranged by the Ministry of Industry to look after Zhao Yuan and explain things to him when he came here and refused to leave. In any place, there is a phenomenon of seniority. Qin Shu is the kind of person who is ordered around at will. As for Zhao Yuan's identity, he is still young, even though everyone knew that the emperor liked him very much at that time. In fact, no one in the Ministry of Works wanted to curry favor with him. After all, at his age, currying favor is useless. There are also a group of wet nurses and palace servants following him, watching covetously, as if they are afraid that someone will lead the child astray. If someone accidentally makes this child cry, it will be the end. This job is like a hot potato, and it was thrown to Qin Shu. Although Qin Shu also felt that such a young child coming here would cause trouble. Fortunately, he knew that the identity of the little prince was not something he could comment on, so he could only introduce him diligently. He has a good attitude. After Zhao Yuan came, the two became a fixed partner. However, Zhao Yuan only came a few times. The people in the Ministry of Industry may not be very smooth in dealing with people. Zhao Yuan and his group waited for a long time before Qin Shu was called over. "Your Highness the Ninth Prince." Qin Shu greeted first, then asked, "What do you want to see today?" Zhao Yuan nodded, walked in by himself, and asked curiously, "I read in a book that the tools for weaving have changed a lot. Before, it took 2 people to cooperate, but now it only takes 1 person. There are also looms that have changed from hand-cranked to foot-operated. It's amazing. Does the Ministry of Industry have looms that are more powerful than these now?" Facing the little prince's expectant eyes, Qin Shu shook his head under great pressure. "No." Zhao Yuan was a little disappointed. "Okay." Although there was nothing ready. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan did not pin his hopes on others. He said, "Then take me to see those spinning wheels." Qin Shu certainly had no problem with this. Not only the current spinning wheels, but also the original textile tools, were also available in the Ministry of Industry. But after half an incense stick, Qin Shu felt that the problem was serious, because the Ninth Prince wanted to do it himself. Ninth Prince? This? How can this be possible? Qin Shu was shocked. How could he let the Emperor's son do what a craftsman should do, when everyone handed the Ninth Prince a hot potato? To him, Qin Shu thought it was not a big problem. In fact, after several times of getting along, he also felt that the Ninth Prince had a good personality. He was a young man in the Ministry of Industry with no qualifications. On the contrary, because he got along well with the Ninth Prince, his position in the Ministry of Industry was not as low as before. He was lucky. But now Qin Shu knew that the fate of all this had already marked the price in advance. He was almost crying. If the Emperor knew that he had led the Ninth Prince astray and made the Ninth Prince lose his ambition, wouldn't he chop off his head? He turned his head and looked at the group of servants following the Ninth Prince. You should persuade the Ninth Prince quickly. This group of people have been with the Ninth Prince for so long, so they must be more effective than a young man who has only met him a few times. Everyone stepped back and looked at Nani Wei. There was no other way. Among this group of people, Nani Wei was the one in charge. It was not that Nani Wei was the only one in charge. Of course, there were other people who Lu Hanwan trusted. It was just that Nani Wei had a lot of experience and was willing to do anything for the Ninth Prince. The Ninth Prince relied on her, and Lu Hanwan also gave her face. In this way, as long as Nani Wei didn't do anything out of line, everyone would listen to Nani Wei. Facing Qin Shu's eyes, Nani Wei didn't step back. She just said, "Since the Ninth Prince wants to do it, let him try." In the past, the little prince played with those toys every day, and Rong Fei indulged him. These things are more formal than toys. Of course, the most important thing is that the little prince wants to do it. Nanny Wei knows that the little prince has a good personality. He will not embarrass others for some harmless things. But when it comes to things he really likes, he will not be easily persuaded once he makes a decision. This is the case now. Nanny Wei is very familiar with the little prince's expression. Qin Shu. The other palace people are also hard to say. Although everyone knows that Nanny Wei is extremely doting on the little prince. You can't do this kind of thing without hesitation. Someone reminded him. But weaving is usually done by women. If the little prince learns this, will it be bad for his reputation? Zhao Yuan was so small that he couldn't make a spinning wheel. However, if the little prince used some small shuttles, it would be the same as embroidering flowers in everyone's eyes. Wei Nanny hesitated for a moment. She judged that the little prince's decision could not be changed according to the temperament of the little prince and Rong Fei. And Rong Fei would not feel bad. But other suggestions should not be ignored. Zhao Yuan saw this, and didn't make things difficult for others. He waved his hand and said, "You go back and ask my mother for instructions first." It's no wonder that sometimes his words don't carry much weight. His age is there. There's nothing he can do. If he did something wrong, it would be these palace servants who would be punished. So Zhao Yuan usually wouldn't make things difficult for him. After he said that, Qin Shu and others were pardoned and hurried back to find concubine Rong. But things turned out to be as expected by Wei Nanny and Zhao Yuan. Lu Hanwan really didn't have any opinions. Whatever Xiaojiu likes to do, as long as his life is not in danger, just let him do it. She believed that Xiaojiu had his own sense of propriety. Lu Hanwan knew that her child was an extremely smart and clever child. So, Zhao Yuan started to do it himself. If there were things that his little body couldn't reach, he asked Wei Nanny to cooperate, and he watched from the side. Many girls have these skills, and Nanny Wei had also practiced them at home in her early years. Now, except for the slightly unfamiliar movements at the beginning, she became fluent afterwards. After a while, Nanny Wei stopped. The little prince had not finished looking at these things, but it was already late. "Your Highness, you have to go to class tomorrow, so you should go back and rest early. Let's play again when we have free time." Zhao Yuan looked at the sky, and it was indeed not good. He agreed. Okay. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The little prince had been playing with the spinning wheel for a long time. As a prince, it was not a good thing to be interested in these things, although he had obtained Rong Fei's approval. If the emperor knew about it and investigated, everyone might not be able to escape. After all, the little prince is so young. If he is interested in these things and can find this place, it must be the problem of the people around him. In fact, these people think too much. The emperor has long been clear about his son's stubborn temper. He knows who to find when there is a problem. Zhao Yuan is now living in the prince's residence and can't live in Chaoxia Palace often. But he was intercepted by the eunuch around the prince halfway. So he accepted the fact that he would live with his brother. The prince? In the East Palace tonight. The prince was waiting in the front yard of the East Palace at this time. After seeing his younger brother, he took his younger brother's hand and walked inside. The servants behind Zhao Yuan consciously moved away a little, so as not to disturb the conversation between the two brothers. The prince asked. It was said in the palace today that Xiaojiu had been weaving cloth in the Ministry of Works for the whole afternoon. Did you really go to play with the spinning wheel? This reputation is not very good. The prince was busy discovering it late. After all, he was the prince. Even if he still lived in the palace, the East Palace was different from the harem. He was getting older, and sometimes he had to avoid suspicion. In addition, his adoptive mother, the queen, did not pass on information to him in a timely manner. So the prince found out a little late. The prince spoke gently, and did not put pressure on him at all. His younger brother was just a child at heart. He was just playing around. What's wrong? He couldn't let his younger brother feel like he had done something unforgivable. Do you like those? Zhao Yuan nodded and shook his head. I watched it for an afternoon, because I want to make a more powerful spinning wheel. The prince was shocked by this. He stopped and looked down at his brother. Xiaojiu wants to make a more powerful spinning wheel. Although the prince always thought his brother was super cute, he didn't expect him to say such a thing. They just talked about Qinyuanhua before, and he could realize what Xiaojiu wanted to do. But whether it can be done or not, just the fact that a 5-year-old child can think of this aspect is enough to surprise the prince. Xiaojiu seems to be smarter than he thought. Did Shujio think of this idea himself? Zhao Yuan nodded. Brother Prince said that Qin Yuanhua established a chamber of commerce and united a group of textile merchants. They are all together. Shujio has checked the books and knows that if we want to defeat their team, we need to use more powerful tools. If my spinning wheel can weave more cloth in the same time, it means that I can sell it at a lower price. So their cloth can't be compared with ours. After all, the cost is there. Even if we want to lower the price, it can't be lowered casually. No one will buy their cloth in the future. In this way, our cloth is good in price, which can not only make the common people afford it, warm, but also defeat those bad guys. It's simply killing two birds with one stone, Zhao Yuan said happily, holding the prince's hand. He jumped up and down. He said this not because he really wanted to think about everything from scratch. Even the ball that was running with the ball might not be so versatile in everything. Moreover, he had to produce results as soon as possible. It was because when Zhao Yuan was studying in the book, he had read about the development of textile technology in the history book. There were also pictures of spinning wheels in the book. His private teacher even made a video, because he was worried that he was still young and didn't understand some things at all. After all, children are curious, and teachers are afraid that he will try to get to the bottom of things when they are talking. But the teacher himself can't explain it clearly. So Zhao Yuan still has a clear mind about those videos and pictures. As for any details that are wrong, there are so many skilled craftsmen in the Ministry of Industry who can help to supplement them. The reason why he took so much effort, first reading books and then going to the Ministry of Industry, is to make these things have a reasonable source. And the cleverness in these unconventional places will not cause too much fear. After all, who would think that a prince who improved the spinning wheel is suitable to be an emperor? It would only feel incompatible with his status as a prince, and it would lower his status. At present, although the prince felt that his younger brother thought clearly about the problem, he felt that it was unlikely for his younger brother to vow to make a more powerful spinning wheel. No, it should be said that there was no possibility at all. How old is Shujio? He doesn't even know how to weave. How could he possibly develop a more powerful spinning wheel? If this thing could be improved so easily, there would be so many weavers in Jiang'an, and the cloth workshop would have made it long ago. However, he did not deny discouraging his younger brother. It would be good to let his younger brother try anything. He only suggested, the craftsmen in the Ministry of Works are all skilled and very powerful. Father has praised them. Shujio can also let them improve. They will definitely come up with a better way. His younger brother was so hopeful. And the prince felt that he could not let his younger brother have no gains at all. Just because his younger brother couldn't do it himself didn't mean that the people in the Ministry of Works couldn't do it. Craftsmen from the Ministry of Industry? You are aloof. Zhao Yuan was also amused by the prince's secret thoughts, and smiled even more brightly. He shook the prince's hand, and said softly, "Okay." In the following time, the news that the ninth prince liked weaving became more and more popular in the harem. And even the emperor couldn't help but find his son. Of course, he knew what his son wanted to do. But he thought it was not a good thing to keep making such a fuss. Father. As soon as Zhao Yuan came in, he ran over consciously, hugged the emperor's legs and started to climb up. The emperor didn't even maintain his serious expression, and he reached out his hand to pick up his son reflexively. Father heard that you ran to the Ministry of Industry after class these days. Yeah. Zhao Yuan nodded, looking at the emperor with a pair of clear eyes, as if he didn't know how much controversy he had caused in the palace during this period. His eyes were shining and his tone was excited. I want to make a super powerful spinning wheel that can produce a lot of thread a day. And then, the loom must be super powerful and can weave a lot of cloth, so that I can win. These days, the emperor was not completely unaware of Qin Yuanhua's affairs. After all, his son had been in the Ministry of Industry for so many days. So of course, he had to ask what was going on. He was of course very dissatisfied that Qin Yuanhua, a mere businessman, dared to despise the prince. You know, this is his favorite son, and Qin Yuanhua actually dared to take action against Shujio's in-laws. The emperor was offended by the other party's arrogant behavior. He recalled the last time when Qin Yuanhua dared to help Song Shuqing control public opinion, and intended to control Song Xiang's life and death. The emperor found that some businessmen seemed to be too arrogant, especially the people in the Chamber of Commerce. Qin Yuanhua, who monopolized all the business and was too overbearing. The businessmen had money in their hands, and the capital accumulated more and more, which was not good for the imperial power. The title of the richest man in the world was indeed a bit annoying. The emperor did not take direct action on the surface, but in fact he was already thinking about some policies to weaken and restrict the status and strength of these people. The promulgation of each policy was not decided by a snap of the head. Now the emperor had not thought about it yet, so he did not tell his son. Anyway, King Yuanhua's life has not been easy these days. If the prince intervenes, the Duke of England behind him will naturally help. The Duke of England is not weak in terms of power and qualifications. It is no problem for this old fox to trip up a businessman. As for the Liu family, King Yuanhua has been exposed, so he naturally dare not do anything. At this moment, the emperor looked at his son's happy look with a smile and asked, "Then you have been busy for so many days. Have you made any progress?" When asking this question, the emperor did not think that his son really made any progress. But to his surprise, after he finished speaking, he did not see his son's face depressed. The little child smiled and stretched out his hand in front of him, proudly gesturing to him. "A little bit. There is already a little bit." The emperor was a little surprised. "Really? Did Shujio come up with it himself?" "Of course it's true." Zhao Yuan nodded heavily. Shujio and the adults in the Ministry of Works came up with it together. The prince said that they are all skilled craftsmen. Very powerful. If there is a problem, just find them, and they will definitely solve it. He provided ideas, and those people were not just show-offs. When everyone thought together, they were really moving in the right direction. The emperor was amused. He could see that the prince was kind and weak. But when it came to Shujio, he was rarely unreasonable. It was a pity that the other party could say such a thing. The pressure was all pushed to those people in the Ministry of Works. He laughed and said, "Shujio, you are really amazing. Your father is waiting to see your achievements in the future. You will definitely be able to defeat those who bully you by yourself." "Yes." Zhao Yuan nodded seriously and said seriously, "Shujio will." The emperor was amused again. Zhao Yuan looked at him speechlessly. The emperor looked at his little expression and couldn't stop laughing. Zhao Yuan. In fact, he knew that the emperor was teasing him deliberately many times. But Zhao Yuan was willing to cooperate whether it was out of emotion or interest. The father and son talked back and forth for a long time. Until the end, the emperor did not tell the rumors about Zhao Yuan in the palace, but just let him go. With the emperor's performance, Zhao Yuan's trip to the Ministry of Works became more justified. The emperor acquiesced, so his approach was correct. As for the rest, let the emperor help him solve it. Time passed day by day, and outside the palace, King Yuanhua also heard that the ninth prince had vowed to make better spinning wheels and looms to grab business. In response, he smiled contemptuously and said lightly, "It's a good idea. But it's a pity. Children are prone to wild imagination." King Yuanhua never doubted his ability to do business, and he didn't think a 5-year-old child could pose any threat to him. On the contrary, the pressure from the Duke of Ying's mansion was not small, and his business in the capital was disrupted. It is said that the people should not fight against the officials. In the capital, the Duke of Ying's mansion is indeed different from the general royal relatives, even if the person standing behind him is also a member of the royal family. At this time, especially when he is in the wrong first, he can only endure it temporarily. A lot of time has passed. In the palace, even the harem is too lazy to spread the news that the ninth prince likes weaving. Of course, this is also because the emperor does not allow such rumors. Zhao Yuan attends classes on time every day, and goes to the Ministry of Works during the free time at noon, and in the afternoon, to continue working on his spinning wheel and loom. Previously, there was only one Qin Shu who listened to his orders. But when he decided to improve the spinning wheel, he asked the manager here to find a craftsman who is more proficient in related aspects. Now that his mother is a concubine, he has the ability to be independent. After he made a request, the people in the Ministry of Works dared not perfunctorily deal with him. Zhao Yuan likes to learn by nature. From time to time, he proposed some ideas for the Tianma action to inspire the inspiration of these craftsmen. And at the same time, he also learned some things from these craftsmen that he had never learned before. In this way, when the people in the Ministry of Works came to report happily that the spinning wheel made by the ninth prince was successful, the emperor was still a little unresponsive. "You just said that you made a spinning wheel that was even better than before." The person who replied was full of joy. Everyone was a craftsman, so they naturally knew the value of this thing. This would definitely have a huge impact on the current fabric market. But everyone dared not take away this kind of credit at will. The man replied, "This water-powered spinning wheel can be made, and it is inseparable from the ingenious ideas of the ninth prince in many places. The ministers are nothing more than following the ninth prince's ideas. All this is the credit of the prince." After saying this, he looked admiring and excited. His face flushed. "The spinning wheel we use now can only spin 2 or 3 kilograms of yarn a day. But the water-powered spinning wheel made by the ninth prince can spin at least hundreds of kilograms of yarn a day. The impact of this number is undoubtedly huge." Even the emperor's heart skipped a beat after hearing it. He didn't bother to argue with this man about who should have the greater credit for making this spinning wheel. He couldn't wait to see what this water-powered spinning wheel was like. Are these people exaggerating? Etc. He stood up. "Get up first. Take me to see this new spinning wheel you made." "Yes." The man responded respectfully and led the emperor over there. When they were almost at the destination, looking at Shujio, who was jumping and skipping with the prince's hand on the other side, the emperor finally remembered why he always felt like something was missing. He stopped and watched the prince and Shujio gradually approach him, with a half-smile on his face. Zhao Yuan was still chattering with the prince. "Brother Prince, when the time comes, let's use this spinning wheel to do business. Our business will definitely surpass that of King Yuanhua, and we will be the richest people in Tianqi in the future." As he said this, the child giggled happily, as if he saw that he had endless money. His little head didn't look at the road at all. He kept staring at the prince talking. Anyway, the prince was holding his hand, so he would definitely not let him fall. The prince had been listening with a smile, and when he saw the emperor's dark face in front of the road, he quietly reminded his brother to look ahead. Obviously, after his brother made achievements, he chose to come to him in person instead of going to the emperor. This discovery made the prince's mouth slightly curved, but it was obvious that it was not only the prince who discovered this, but also the emperor. He said, "Why did he feel something was missing?" Shujio succeeded in something, and it sounded like he had gained a lot. But he didn't come to him first to report the good news. Instead, he went to find the prince. The emperor couldn't help but start to doubt. Can the brotherhood really be better than the father-son relationship? This shouldn't be the case. At the prince's suggestion, Zhao Yuan finally saw the emperor. He didn't realize the problem yet, and dragged the prince to the emperor, because the matter was done. His voice calling the emperor also seemed to be full of sugar because of happiness. "Father." The two stood in front of the emperor. Zhao Yuan stretched out his other hand to pull the emperor, saying, "Father, our super-powerful spinning wheel is successful." But as soon as his hand touched the emperor dodged it. Zhao Yuan was stunned. And then he heard the emperor say in a yin and yang tone, "You still remember father? You used to say that you liked father the most. Such a big thing happened. But I didn't see you come to father to share it first." Zhao Yuan stared at the emperor blankly, his mouth opening and closing. And for a moment, he couldn't think of what to say. He would go to the prince first because the prince had helped him find skilled craftsmen outside to help him improve. And he also paid attention to the progress every day, and was more worried than he was that he didn't get a good result. After coming to the conclusion, Zhao Yuan of course went to his brother, the prince, without thinking. What's more, he and the prince had agreed earlier that if the machine was made, he would join forces with the prince to do business. For this kind of thing, only the prince's power can fully protect the interests. And the prince is not short of all kinds of talents around him. This thing is also involved. For example, after it goes on the market, the impact on the handwoven weavers in Jiangyan, etc., must be settled, and there will be counterattacks from those whose interests have been robbed. These things are indeed more suitable for the prince to do. For Zhao Yuan, there are still more businesses he can do. What's more, when he does business with the prince, it is not certain who will take advantage. The prince will definitely not treat him unfairly. He also wants to add some strength to the prince personally. But now looking at the emperor's angry and sad look, Zhao Yuan feels that it is not so good if he does not tell the emperor first. After all, the emperor has always been very good to him. When he fights and makes trouble, the emperor also favors him. For a moment, Zhao Yuan looked at the prince and then at the emperor, with a very tangled face. He wrinkled his face and thought about what to say. Both people were looking at him. He couldn't open his mouth and said that the emperor was the most important in his heart. So after thinking about it, he said slowly, "Well, that is, this spinning wheel is not made by me. It would be a bit bad to ask for credit in front of my father." Right? He was not sure what he said, and his tone sounded very weak. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the emperor's face, as if to see if the emperor would accept such a reason. Seeing that the emperor did not seem to have calmed down, he had to continue to concentrate and think hard. The emperor and the prince both had smiles in their eyes, but they did not let Zhao Yuan see. Both of them were mean enough, just standing there, waiting for someone to come up with a suitable reason. Zhao Yuan thought for a long time, but could not think of it, and felt wrong. But father and prince are two people, and Shizhou is only one. Shizhou cannot go to you at the same time. The emperor immediately said, then who is the most important in your heart? Father or prince? Although the emperor felt that he asked carelessly. After asking, he and the prince stared at the child's face with their eyes wide open. Their hearts lifted. The emperor actually felt that this answer was undisputed. He was Shizhou's father. Shizhou liked him very much when he was a baby, and it was the same now. The child was so big, but he always came to him. The prince also felt that he would win. He often slept with Shizhou, and this time Shizhou came to him first. Only Zhao Yuan faced the emperor's question, looking at the person in front of him staring at him anxiously. He felt under great pressure. He tried, I like both of them. The emperor said without thinking, that won't work. You must choose the one you like best. Zhao Yuan. He grabbed the emperor's clothes. Before the emperor was surprised that his son actually chose him. He saw his son angrily asking, Father, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? If I say any one of you, won't the other one be sad? The emperor was stunned. He was watching his son's distressed look with great interest, but he didn't expect that he would get into trouble. He quickly restrained his expression and said, no. Father really wants to know. The prince's eyes flew to the other side. Anyway, he didn't say anything just now, and it wasn't his brother who was making things difficult for him. You can't say you like me, Zhao Yuan said, whether I like you or not. You should know it in your heart just by looking at your usual performance. Don't make things difficult for the children. Adults make choices, and we kids like both of them. The emperor and the prince ignored the last sentence and made up their minds. Yes, Shizhou likes his father the most. Yes, Shizhou likes his brother the prince the most. So, the emperor was satisfied. The prince was also satisfied. Zhao Yuan walked towards the water wheel they had made with one hand in a threatening manner. The emperor walked for a long time before he realized that he still didn't get the answer why Shizhou didn't call him first. But he knew that if he teased the child again, he would be angry and cry again. So he could only regretfully forget it for the time being. Now it's more important to do business. If you want to amuse children, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As the name suggests, the water-powered spinning wheel must be related to water power. So the spinning wheel is now arranged beside a stream. After they entered, they went directly there. The emperor raised his eyes and saw a large spinning wheel in front of him, which was running with the water flow. Just by looking at it, it can be clearly seen that the speed of making finished products is much faster. The people over there saw the emperor coming and hurriedly saluted the emperor. Your subordinate greets the emperor. Yes, the emperor responded, his eyes still focused on the spinning wheel. Get up. One of the leading craftsmen saw this and couldn't help but excitedly introduce it to the emperor, regardless of whether the emperor could understand it or not, and praised the new spinning wheel again and again. After talking about the effects, the main thing is to talk about Zhao Yuan. After all, without the ninth prince's ideas, they really couldn't think of these things. In fact, we are still researching a better loom, and we have made considerable progress. This is also the idea of the ninth prince, but it is not yet fully formed, so we haven't reported it to the emperor. They made a loom that can make patterns, which is more advanced than the current ones. Of course, compared to the effect of this spinning wheel, the efficiency has increased so much that everyone was so excited that they couldn't help but report it to the emperor after getting the consent of the ninth prince. After reading this, the emperor was in a good mood, and he was even happier when he knew that these people had other things that they hadn't finished. Well, you did a very good job. Zhao Yuan pulled the emperor's hand. Father, I'm doing business with my brother. The prince didn't take the business seriously before, and always thought that it was nothing more than helping his brother and giving him some pocket money, which he was happy with. But he didn't expect that after seeing it today. He realized how wrong he was. If you use this thing to do business, you can get a steady stream of money just by lying down. Not only is it Tianqi, This thing can also be sold to neighboring countries. And it can also be sold by sea. Those countries outside are rare to have silk and other things here. This is not him helping his brother. This is his brother supporting him. Hearing his brother mention this again, the prince said hurriedly, if Shujio wants to do business, then you can find someone to help you. Or ask your father to find some people. This kind of thing is very simple. You don't need to go by yourself. Just find some useful people. He can help his brother to set up the stall. But there is no need to cooperate in it to share the money. The prince has never thought of taking advantage of his brother. He also knows how much money this technology can make. So while agreeing to his brother's business, he looked at the emperor with a calm and vigilant look, trying to figure out the expression on the emperor's face. He was worried that the emperor would see the benefits behind this and rob Shujio's things. My younger brother is so kind and soft-hearted. If my father is willing, he can just coax him a little, and he will be fine. Emperor. Well, I was indeed moved. Zhao Yuan didn't know that the two of them had so many twists and turns in their minds. After hearing the prince's answer, he shook his head. No, brother. Help me take care of it. Shujio has to go to class. When he said the last sentence, he even sighed pretentiously. He looked like he was worried about studying. Such a cute look made the emperor and the prince laugh. Finally, the emperor looked at the prince and said, since Shujio said so, and the prince agreed before, it's not good. If you want to change your mind, you can cooperate with Shujio to do business. At this time, the emperor was young and strong, holding great power, and it was the heyday of the spring and autumn period. Even though he knew how much profit the prince could make if he took over the business, he was not afraid at all. He was confident that he could suppress everyone. Since the emperor had said so, the prince could only agree. Yes, father, I obey your order. The emperor said again, although you are doing business, you are also the prince. Don't forget your identity. You must know how much impact this thing will have on the people who make a living by spinning. The improvement of the spinning wheel is a good thing. Don't let it ruin the people's families. You must arrange all these in advance. This can also be regarded as a test for the prince. In order to inherit the throne in the future, the prince needs more experience. The prince responded in a deep voice. When Shujio came to tell him that this ordinary spinning wheel can only produce 2 or 3 kilograms of yarn a day, and this one can produce hundreds of kilograms, he thought that there are many things to be solved behind it. The emperor's order at this moment was also within his expectations. The son will be thorough and perfect, and will not let the people suffer. Yes. The emperor nodded. After watching the spinning wheel, the emperor was in a good mood and gave a lot of rewards to the son of the leader. The craftsmen also received rewards. Of course, these things were ordered not to be disclosed. After all, this is to do business. If it is not kept secret, it will be learned by others. When leaving, the emperor picked up his son and held him in his arms, happily heading towards the Chaoxia Palace. The emperor couldn't wait to show off his son's intelligence to others. After thinking about it, the emperor decided to talk to his son's mother first, and then to others. In addition to the benefits and other aspects, the emperor felt particularly comfortable when he thought about the shock that his son's thing would bring to Qin Yuanhua and others, and the expressions of those people at that time. Solving Qin Yuanhua's group also helped the court solve some troubles. A large amount of wealth is more suitable in the hands of the court itself. He held his son and shook him. You kid, maybe you can really become the richest man in the future. Zhao Yuan was also happy and waved his hand generously. When I make money, I will give it to my father and mother. The emperor laughed. Okay. Then father will wait for your money. In a flash, the emperor had arranged all the expensive projects such as his own expedition. Zhao Yuan, who knew nothing, still smiled brightly. In Chaoxia Palace, the emperor and Lu Hanwan praised each other for their son's intelligence. When they had almost finished talking, the emperor stopped talking with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. It was not enough for concubine Rong to know. He had to let everyone know what a good son he had. Not only was his son smart, but he was also filial. He said that he would give all the money he earned to his father. Zhao Yuan? At noon, Zhao Yuan and the emperor had lunch in Chaoxia Palace together. Chong Wengwen was closed today. Zhao Yuan was resting, and he could stay in Chaoxia Palace for a while longer. As for the emperor, he left after lunch. He still had to deal with government affairs, and his passion for showing off his child had not subsided. He had already thought of some candidates to talk about. The first person to suffer was Feng Ji. and the emperor specially sent someone to call him to the palace. The next one was Jinping, the Minister of Revenue. This old guy had boasted about his grandson in front of him in the past, and he had not forgotten it. Then, there were all the ministers who came to the emperor to report their work. In less than a day, everyone knew that the emperor's favorite ninth son had made a particularly powerful spinning wheel, which was much better than the current spinning wheels. This kind of news was not deliberately concealed. As a person with a backstage in the court, Qin Yuanhua naturally received the news on the same day. Whether it was him or the people behind him, they actually knew that the ninth prince had been obsessed with things like spinning wheels during this period, and he was targeting Qin Yuanhua, a textile merchant. However, no matter which one, they didn't take it seriously. After receiving the news, Qin Yuanhua chuckled. A 5-year-old kid. It's a pity that the emperor can say that. He was extremely disdainful in his heart. He used to think that the emperor was at least a good emperor. But now it seems that even the emperor can't avoid some problems. For example, putting other people's achievements on his son. He knew that this thing must have been made by the craftsmen in the Ministry of Industry. The ninth prince may have watched it for a few days, and all the credit belongs to the ninth prince. Qin Yuanhua felt that this spinning wheel might have really made some progress. But even so, he didn't have anything to panic about. How could a slightly faster spinning wheel defeat him? After all, his ancestors have been running it for so many years. Sometimes, in business, it is not enough to just increase the production efficiency. Qin Yuanhua did not take the improvement of the spinning wheel seriously. Of course, he actually asked the people behind him if he could get the new spinning drawings. After all, he was not afraid. But if the production efficiency could be higher, it would be good for his business. Unfortunately, the people behind him did not agree. The emperor issued a secret order, and it was not easy to get it. The prince was also very busy with this matter. He knew that his brother made this new spinning wheel to target Qin Yuanhua, and he also knew how big Qin Yuanhua's business was. Now that his brother's spinning wheel has been successful, he can't let his brother's efforts be ruined at the last critical moment. Fortunately, the prince is not just one person. His East Palace can be regarded as a small court, and there are many people in it who serve him alone. This is the privilege of the princes of all dynasties. So when doing things, the prince will also let people he trusts come to discuss it together. After all, this business is not only related to Shizhou, but also to his father's test of him. There is no need to say this. Everyone in the East Palace understands it. Although the Duke of England has never seen the so-called new spinning wheel, he did not doubt its authenticity. After knowing the high efficiency of the new spinning wheel, he instantly understood how much money this business could make. He couldn't help but say beside the prince. The ninth prince said that he wanted to cooperate with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to do business. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the prince. I will not participate in the profit sharing. I will just help Shizhou with the initial part. This is also a test from my father. This business involves people's livelihood, and it is not unreasonable for the prince to simply intervene and run the stall. The Duke of Ing has been in the court for most of his life, so he can guess the specific situation. He knows that the ninth prince said that he would do business with the prince, so he must really want to do so. It's just that the prince now sees that the benefits are too great, so he gave all the benefits to his younger brother. He couldn't help but persuade, once this new spinning wheel appears, all the textile merchants in Jiangnan will surely fall. At that time, we can occupy the majority of all related businesses, and even the other two countries will definitely not be able to resist. This thing can make a lot of money. It's easier to make money in those overseas countries, and what they like most is our silk. If it is operated properly, there will be no other large textile merchants in the world, and they can control the cloth business in the world. You can imagine how much money they can get. It's not much different to say that they are rich enough to rival a country. The Duke of England's mansion is rich, but the Duke of England can't help but be jealous, especially since the ninth prince intends to give a part of this thing to the crown prince. The ninth prince is still so young, and if they use some tricks, it's no problem to swallow most of the benefits. The Duke of England didn't think there was anything wrong with thinking this way. In his opinion, there are many things to do in this business, and the ninth prince will enjoy the fruits of others' labor. All the operations are done by the crown prince, so there is nothing wrong with the crown prince taking most of it. Brothers are bound to fight for interests, not to mention that they have the same mother. But the prince remained unmoved and warned, Father is very concerned about Shizhou's affairs. Now that father has handed the matter to me, it does not mean that he really trusts me. If father finds out about the problem later, the prince of a country will even take things from his 5-year-old brother, which will be a lot of fun. Of course, he did not calculate his brother because of the emperor. In his heart, this should have belonged to his brother. It's just that he didn't want the Duke of England to do anything unnecessary. So he warned him in this way. Instead of thinking about these, it's better to solve the problem as soon as possible and pull down those ignorant merchants, so that father can feel comfortable. As long as the father is satisfied. This is more important than anything else. Hearing this, the Duke of England had to withdraw his thoughts in disappointment. Given the emperor's attention to the 9th prince, these things are indeed likely to happen. At present, the emperor attaches great importance to the prince, which is the most important thing. The key is that if he is willing, the prince will not be willing, and the Duke of England can only obey the prince. Despite the disappointment, the Duke of England is actually very satisfied with the prince in his heart. It is better to have such a grandson who is affectionate than too cold and ruthless. What's more, the prince is very good in other aspects. The prince is busy with these things every day, but the protagonist of the incident is relaxed and happy. Xiao Yuan went to class on time every day, just like before, without worrying about anything else. Lu Hanwan also knew about the spinning wheel her son had made, and knew that the prince was doing business with her son. She didn't have much of an opinion on this, and wasn't worried that the prince would take advantage of Xiaojiu. Anyway, this matter had been seen by the emperor, and she thought the prince wouldn't dare. Moreover, this could also show whether the prince was really good to Xiaojiu. It was also a good thing to be able to really see a person clearly. Now both mother and son had been bewitched and were about to become the prince's party. Time passed quickly. As soon as the new cloth shop opened, it instantly caused a huge wave of fluctuations. No other reason. The price. This business is aimed at attacking the strength of the Chamber of Commerce headed by Qin Yuanhua, specifically targeting the textile merchants united in Jiangnan. Naturally, the move will not be silent, and the goal is to hit the target with one blow. Therefore, after making preparations, it was listed in various places in an instant. Qin Yuanhua naturally got the news. What's going on? Could it be that the prince would rather suffer a loss and fight a price war with us for the sake of a 9th prince? This price is not enough to cover the cost. Master, the servant who was still reporting was worried. Now people outside are buying their fabrics. What about us? There are also disputes about this in the market. Everyone also thinks that this is a price war between the two merchants. After this period of time, the price of fabric will rise. Therefore, even if there are enough clothes in their own homes, everyone is thinking about buying 2 more pieces of cloth. If they buy them, they will make a profit. There won't be such a good price in the future. Qin Yuanhua thought for a moment and shook his head. No, we don't need to lower our prices. He sneered. I want to see how much they have to lose money like this. Even if it's the prince, selling so many cloth shops at the same time is not a small amount. Besides, selling like this today, and selling like this for a while. Can the prince keep selling like this for a lifetime? Qin Yuanhua waved his hand to let people go out. And then he walked around the room with a frown on his face. Although he thought the prince and his men were losing money by selling at this price, it didn't mean that it had no impact on him. Especially since the prince was obviously fighting with him, and the emperor allowed it. This was a signal that the court wanted to deal with him. Qin Yuanhua is just a businessman. He doesn't really think that he can fight against the court. When people really want to kill him, it's easy to find an excuse to deal with him. The supporter behind him is the prince. But how can the prince compare with the emperor? Qin Yuanhua couldn't help but regret it. He shouldn't have asked someone to seduce the eldest grandson of the Lu family. He was not Rong Fei's son. This revenge was too far-fetched, and he also brought trouble to himself. But he didn't expect that he would be caught. He didn't expect that he was just a 9th prince. But he actually made the emperor pay attention to him. However, since the emperor didn't take action against him directly, did he not want to deal with him? He was just a businessman and didn't really do anything. So it shouldn't be that serious. For a while, Qin Yuanhua was upset. While Qin Yuanhua was upset, the prince was in a good mood, and a steady stream of good news came to him. The business of the cloth shop has been very good these days. In addition to the spinning wheel that Xiaojiu made before, several looms were also made later, some of which can even weave beautiful and prosperous patterns. This kind of brocade is the most precious and sells at a high price. There is also a kind of light luo craft, which is most suitable for making summer clothes. After a month, Qin Yuanhua has been waiting for the prince to stop. It's been so long. It should be enough. Go and see if the prices of fabrics in those shops have gone up. He ordered the servants. When the emperor showed off his son to others before, he only said that his son made a spinning wheel that was more powerful than the current one. But he didn't say how efficient it was. So Qin Yuanhua couldn't imagine that other people's efficiency could be increased so many times at once. The servant heard the noise and hurried out. Not long after, the servant came back and reported, "Master, the cloth in that shop is still the same price." Qin Yuanhua frowned. And after a while, a sneer appeared on his face. "In that case, why don't I help them a bit? The price of some cloth sold by the prince's shops is not much different from their cost price." In that case, Qin Yuanhua thought it would be better to directly purchase a large number of things sold in the prince's shop. After the purchase, sell them at their usual price. Although the profit is a little less, there is still profit. During this period of time, although Qin Yuanhua also doubted whether the spinning wheel was really very efficient, it was always difficult for people to imagine things that were too much beyond their own minds. Who dared to imagine that an ordinary spinning wheel could produce 2 or 3 pounds of yarn a night? And the new spinning wheel could produce more than 100 times more. No matter how much Qin Yuanhua thought, he could only think that the spinning wheel had increased by about 2 times at most. Of course, he could become such a big businessman. And he certainly would not act only on his own guesses. And he would not only guess in the best direction. He knew roughly when the spinning wheel came out. And he bought so many at one time to test the speed of the spinning wheel. He didn't want to wait and see how long the prince could hold on. It has been a month. And even if the prince has stocks in advance, they should be almost gone. If the worst comes to the worst, and the court's new spinning wheel is really that powerful, he could also sell this batch of cloth by sea. By then, he should really think about what to do next. With this in mind, he called people, "Go to those shops and buy all the cloth you can buy, and discuss with the owners of those shops." These things happened in Jiangnan. Even if it was a pigeon, it would take 3 days for the pigeon to reach the prince. The prince is not good at doing business, and does not have much experience. So as to specific business-related matters, after discussing some important measures before, he handed them over to his subordinates, who are good at this. This time, the other party actually wrote his own suggestions when the letter came back, which was of course to agree to Qin Yuanhua's order. There was nothing to hesitate about. After all, they really relied on technology to crush, not on any strategy. Qin Yuanhua just helped them to send a sum of money. However, they did fool Qin Yuanhua for a while before. Now that he has a big order, to a certain extent, it also meets the psychological expectations of these people. It just happens to be a pitfall for their enemies, and they feel comfortable. The prince also wrote a reply letter quickly. These things, when eating lunch in the East Palace at noon, the prince also told Zhao Yuan. He smiled. Xiao Jiu's business has made a lot of money during this period, and there will definitely be more in the future. Zhao Yuan smiled when he heard this. He didn't spend much money. After all, he stayed in the palace every day and didn't have much money. As for his mother, although she often needed to reward servants, she was not short of money. When the prince was on his way back from the autumn hunt, he gave his mother 100,000 taels of silver notes because the queen had harmed him. Even with Lu Hanwan's reward, she couldn't spend all the money. However, it was always a good thing to hear that he had more silver in his hands, especially to make that casual harmer Qin Yuanhua suffer. It was very pleasant to think about it. However, Zhao Yuan tilted his head. He bought a large number of fabrics from us? Yeah. The prince picked up some food for his brother, and said calmly, "He may suspect that we are just pretending to be rich and deliberately making trouble to test our true strength. Of course, many of the fabrics we sell are indeed much cheaper, and he can also sell them overseas." When he heard the news before, the prince also thought about it instantly. What if Qin Yuanhua bought so much fabric and couldn't sell it in the future? Then he thought of the business that the other party did, and realized that even if he couldn't sell it in Tianqi, it was not impossible to take it to other countries. After all, now, even in their neighboring Xia, the price of fabric is probably about the same as before Tianqi, and he is selling it at a lower price now, so he can still make money by taking it to neighboring countries. Not to mention that overseas, Tianqi's tea, porcelain, silk and other items have always been the most popular. But don't worry, it won't be that easy for him to pass the customs. The prince just didn't directly frame Qin Yuanhua and confiscate his property and exterminate his family. This was very inappropriate in the prince's concept of behavior. But it didn't mean that he could tolerate people who bullied his younger brother and wanted to make money by taking advantage of his younger brother's things. At this time, he didn't mind using his power. When the prince decided not to talk about martial ethics, it proved that no one could stop him morally. Zhao Yuan didn't know what his innocent brother the prince had twisted into for him. After hearing that Qin Yuanhua couldn't take advantage, he happily shook his two short legs and gave the prince a brilliant smile. I know the prince is the best. Then he continued to eat without a care in the world. As the ball that runs with the ball, Zhao Yuan is not weak in business. Normally, someone like him should have built a huge business empire at the age of 5. After he went back in his previous life, he quickly went to the company to learn to help his father handle affairs. And he was able to be flexible in a short time. So Zhao Yuan knew what the prince said just now about Qin Yuanhua ordering a large number of fabrics. It's just that the prince helped to solve these things, and Zhao Yuan himself didn't want to intervene at all. Anyway, the prince is so powerful, and he will be in charge of the whole country in the future. Those who are capable should do more work. So it doesn't matter if he does more now. The prince saw that he was speaking smoothly, and couldn't help but said sourly, "You better really think that the prince brother is the best." He heard it all. Shujiao also praised his father as the best. More than once. Fortunately, the prince is a good person. Not as bad as the emperor, who always likes to embarrass his brother. He figured it out himself. His father and his brother are two different roles, and it is impossible to be completely replaced. They are the most important in his brother's heart. If you really want to compare, there is another concubine Rong in the harem. It seems that she is not conspicuous, but no child will dislike his mother. Even the prince himself. Doesn't he also miss his long-dead mother? As he said that, the prince suddenly remembered something. Oh, my father said something today. Xie should have envoys coming to us soon. Zhao Yuan asked casually. Why are they coming here? In fact, he knew the plot and knew what Xie was doing. Just like the emperor was ambitious to unify the surrounding countries, Xie was the same. The previous southern Liang had been destroyed by Tianqi, and now there are only 2 countries left, Tianqi and Xie. Oh, no. There is also a mixed existence. The Chang people. The Chang people live on the grassland, are good at riding and shooting, have high combat power, and always like to make trouble in the surrounding areas. When fighting, they are like modern mercenaries, and they can help for money. However, according to the plot, Tianqi and Xie will attack the Chang together, and the Chang will eventually surrender to Tianqi and be commanded by Tianqi. Then the formal confrontation with Xie will begin. Xie is not as easy to deal with as the previous Nanliang. The war between the 2 countries lasted for many years, and both sides used many means. Feng Ji was killed by someone close to him in the war with Xie. Without Feng Ji, Tianqi did not have the confidence to win when facing Xie. Xie also had generals with extraordinary talents. At this time, it was the young master of the Chang tribe who showed up and became more important. Of course, this only made the emperor a little afraid. But Tianqi's strength was far beyond the control of the Chang people. Otherwise, they would not have been controlled by Tianqi and submitted to Tianqi. The prince didn't know what would happen in the future. When he heard his brother ask, he answered, "The envoys came to communicate. I guess that since Nanliang was destroyed, Xie is also ready to move now. So they sent people to take a walk and see Tianqi's strength, etc." Zhao Yuan took a bite of the meatball and suddenly asked, "Can our Tianqi do business in Xie?" The prince said, "Yes, it can. It's better to do business. If you do business in Xie regularly, you will be restricted if you are not a native. Especially when the business grows. You may lose your assets inexplicably, and you will be framed and imprisoned. It's just the case in Xie. In fact, there are also such things in Tianqi. So if you do business there, you can cooperate with the people there. But if you want to make money from Xie independently under the identity of Tianqi, that's not possible." Zhao Yuan blinked, looked around to see that there was no one around, and whispered, "Then is there no one of ours hiding there?" The implication is that it is a spy, whose identity is difficult to find out. The prince smiled with some meaning, and seeing this expression, Zhao Yuan knew that there must be one. The prince asked, "Why? Shujiao still wants to earn all the money from Xie?" Zhao Yuan nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Make all the money." He knew that although Xie was strong, there were treacherous ministers. In real history, There were treacherous ministers who sold out their country. Why can't there be such a thing here? As long as enough bribes are given, nothing is impossible. They, Kanchi and Sia, had the same ancestor hundreds of years ago. They were all one family. What's wrong with the treacherous minister promoting the reunion of the family? He knew that the war with Sia was worth fighting, and there were many capable people on the Sia side. If there was an insider, it would also reduce some of Tianqi's losses. Xiao Yuan was the prince of Tianqi, so he naturally had to start from Tianqi's side. Anyway, they will be united in the end. He just wants to reduce the casualties. Of course, to achieve this, the bribes must be given. So going to Sia to do business can be considered. It is convenient to make money locally and spend it directly. Otherwise, Zhao Yuan always feels a little awkward to send Tianqi's treasure away. Of course, he has no intention of telling the prince about these ideas for the time being. Everything is still too far away. Going to Sia to make money was just a sudden idea that Zhao Yuan had just had. He didn't have a clear plan for what to do. So after understanding the general situation, he put it aside for the time being. After eating and drinking and taking a nap, Zhao Yuan was sent to Chongwenguan by the prince to attend class. When he entered the classroom, Qin Rui and Dong Mingli were already there. While the teacher hadn't come yet, the three of them gathered together to talk. Qin Rui looked at the ninth prince and remembered the lively scene in the newly opened cloth shop when he went out today. He couldn't help asking, the cloth business has been going on for so long. Is there any impact in Jiangnan? Zhao Yuan and Dong Mingli understood what he said immediately. After all, Qin Rui was only 8 years old. He certainly didn't ask this question because he cared about people's livelihood. The emperor and the prince would naturally worry about this. He asked this mainly because he wanted to know what happened to Qin Yuanhua and the group of businessmen with Qin Yuanhua. From Qin Yuanhua playing dirty tricks behind the scenes and trying to harm Zhao Yuan's relatives, to Zhao Yuan discovering the mastermind behind the scenes and preparing to disintegrate the other party's power. And Qin Yuanhua's identity is the richest man in the world. Very good at doing business. And he also has a chamber of commerce in his hands. All along, Qin Yuanhua has been manipulating the people in the chamber of commerce to advance and retreat together, and can exert great energy. Most of the textile business in the world is probably in their hands. Facing such a force, the ninth prince, a small child, seemed so small and powerless. But soon, the ninth prince grasped the key point and knew that the most important thing in the textile industry is production efficiency. So he devoted himself to research on this point and finally invented a particularly powerful spinning wheel and loom, which was dozens of times more efficient than those big businessmen. The real counterattack officially began. Such a process looks so cool and exciting. Now it is the harvest stage. No wonder Qin Rui is so concerned about the results. After all, in the past, the method Qin Rui could think of was that the royal family risked their reputation and used power to attack Qin Yuanhua. But Qin Yuanhua has a deep foundation after all, and he will never sit still and wait for death. The matter will definitely spread among the people. If the other party did not do anything wrong, the court's behavior will only cause panic among the people, or let the ninth prince suffer a loss directly. But it is very frustrating to think about it. Anyway, he couldn't think of a good way, so he kept paying attention to it after the ninth prince really came up with such a method. Compared with people outside, Qin Rui and Dong Mingli, as Zhao Yuan's friends, know more about the efficiency of the spinning wheel. However, as the children of officials and the companions of the prince, although Qin Rui and Dong Mingli are not particularly old, their minds are actually not young. At least they knew what could be said and what could not be said. Qin Rui was a bit old-fashioned and stubborn. After he returned home, he did not even reveal a single word in front of his grandfather, whom he always respected and trusted. It was enough to see how tight-lipped he was. As for Dong Mingli, he was careless. After knowing that this thing could not be said, he quickly put the matter behind him and did not think about it at all after returning home. Moreover, his family was a combination of his biological father and stepmother, and the relationship was different from that of ordinary families. Naturally, there was nothing to tell others. Hearing Qin Rui's question, Dong Mingli also looked at Zhao Yuan expectantly. There was more than one person who was looking forward to this follow-up. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan smiled slightly. The fabric merchants over there have begun to panic. All their goods cannot be sold. Their fabrics that target middle-class families are not as affordable as ours. As for those expensive ones, The brocade made by the looms with patterns made by the Ministry of Industry is now in high demand. The shop they opened didn't just sell the ones he researched. They also sold the other expensive materials on the market. After all, this was the Ministry of Industry that gathered the best craftsmen in the world. And the Duke of England was behind the prince, which had a shop like this. And there was no shortage of those skills. When the shops of merchants like in Yuanhua couldn't sell, those rich families would not lower their face and go to their shops instead of the hottest shops to buy the good ones. In the final analysis, among the 4 classes of scholars, farmers, merchants and artisans, Qin Yuanhua's title of the richest man was still discriminated against in the eyes of some people. Some people who were more well-informed knew that Qin Yuanhua had offended the crown prince and the 9th prince, and subconsciously wanted to draw a line with him. They are big businessmen, so they should be able to hold on. Those with weaker strength are likely to go bankrupt. However, the princes have been prepared for a long time, and will not let these small businessmen and the women who weave and sell at home suffer much harm. This is also a test of the prince by the emperor. Or in other words, when the storm started, the whole court was already watching the prince. After all, everyone knew that the prince had someone do this business behind the scenes, and many people were waiting to find fault with the prince, wanting to ruin his reputation and pull him down from his position. However, based on the arrangements that Zhao Yuan learned from the prince, it should end successfully. Qin Rui and Dong Mingli also knew about this, so they didn't pay attention to it. Dong Mingli smiled and couldn't help complaining after Zhao Yuan finished speaking. Qin Yuanhua really deserved it. It was just some minor conflicts among the concubines in the harem. It was obviously that Xu Guiran who did the wrong thing first. He actually acted so cruelly towards the Liu family. Not only did he ruin the business, but he also wanted to make the child addicted to gambling. Few people knew about Liu Hanwan's direct ruthlessness and asked Song Shuqing to replace herself, which almost tarnished Song Shuqing's innocence. Except for a few people involved. Dong Mingli and Qin Rui were unaware of it. They just thought that Liu Hanwan had made things difficult for Song Shuqing after she left the confinement period, which made Qin Yuanhua the admirer, then his anger for Song Shuqing after knowing it. Of course, they knew this. Not because the harem affairs were widely spread, but because Zhao Yuan had fooled them before. After all, Zhao Yuan couldn't tell his friends the whole truth. You have to know that no matter how good these 2 people are, they are still children. The 3 of them complained for a while. And then the bell rang, and the teacher came in. They immediately stopped talking and sat down, ready to start the class. In the following time, Zhao Yuan lived a completely normal child's life every day. As for Qin Yuanhua, he didn't pay much attention to him, since his spinning wheel and loom were made. Such things were taken out, and they were already reserved. He knew that Qin Yuanhua also had the identity of a salt merchant. But the method of making salt was not easy to take out casually. He had to find a suitable opportunity. The most important thing at the moment was that the envoys from Xie were about to come in. Zhao Yuan planned to wait until Xie left before looking at Qin Yuanhua's situation and conducting activities. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the envoys from Xie arrived. When he got up in the morning, in the classroom, Dong Mingli talked about this with Zhao Yuan. I heard that the envoys from Xie have arrived at the post house today. Zhao Yuan yawned, a little sleepy because he got up early today. He nodded. I know. The envoys were received by the prince, who got up early this morning to get busy. Qianqi and Xie are said to be enemies, but the etiquette should not be lost. Besides, the 2 countries still have to discuss and deal with the Chong people together first. The Chong tribe is not as big as the 2 countries, but it is not small, including many tribes. Don't let the 2 countries fight and let this traitor take advantage. In the past, the 2 countries and the Chong tribe had a lot of grievances, and now they must work together to get rid of him. When it was noon, Zhao Yuan went to the East Palace for lunch, but he received a report from the prince that the prince had to accompany the envoys at noon and would not come back. Zhao Yuan thought about it and decided to go back to his mother's Chaoxia Palace for lunch. Anyway, he couldn't eat alone. When she arrived at Chaoxia Palace, Liu Hanwan was not surprised to see her son. She ordered people to serve the dishes and said with a smile, "The prince is so busy that he won't come back at noon?" "Yeah." Zhao Yuan nodded, and then pursed his lips again. "Doesn't mother like me to come back for dinner?" "Yes. Of course I don't like it." Liu Hanwan's enthusiasm for teasing children is a little shallower than that of the emperor, mainly because she is not as stubborn as the emperor. She doesn't like to see her son being wronged. She just wants to see her son smiling. Sure enough, after hearing the answer, her son immediately regained his smile. At the dinner table, Lu Hanlan also asked about her son's situation. How have you been doing in class during this period? Can you understand what the teacher teaches? Fortunately, I can. Zhao Yuan answered simply, and continued to bury his head in his rice. Zhao Yuan's homework is pretty good. Lu Hanlan knows this. So she didn't say that she would test her son's homework or check it in any way. After all, her attainments in this area are average. Besides, the emperor himself will examine these. She only reminded him, if you don't understand something, tell your father. You are a prince. Since the teacher is teaching you, he should teach you well. Don't be afraid to speak. Okay. Zhao Yuan agreed again. Lu Hanlan said, if you can't learn it, forget it. But since our Shuzhou has talent in this area, then learn it well, and don't delay it because of playing. You see, among the envoys from Xia this time, there are princes from Xia and young talents there. You see, those people will definitely have a competition with your brother, the crown prince, and the second and third princes. You are young now. But when you grow up, if someone from another country comes and competes with you in front of so many people, it will be embarrassing if you can't win. Lu Hanlan is not really strict about her son's studies. She doesn't mind her child playing. The main reason is that she rarely watches Shuzhou do his homework. He often plays during holidays. Recently, I heard that he even asked the servants to copy his handwriting. So she said this. In her opinion, if her son can't learn it, she won't force him to learn it. But if her son can do well, the emperor also likes excellent children. So it's not a big deal to be serious at ordinary times. Lu Hanlan was not a strict mother, but she was not completely indifferent. When the child was young, he had little self-control, so she had to restrain him a little. Zhao Yuan was helpless and dragged out his voice. I know. He just didn't want to copy it many times, so he asked people around him to help him. This was because the teacher punished him to copy it, and Zhao Yuan was implicated. He felt that this was of no use to him, so he asked the servants to help him copy it. He did his normal homework by himself. When it was night, Zhao Yuan did not return to the prince's residence, but went to the East Palace again. Fortunately, this time he waited for the prince. The two brothers lay on the bed, and Zhao Yuan asked, Brother Prince, among the envoys of Xia, there is a young man who is not much different from you in age. My mother said that there might be a competition later. In the original plot, this was not actually played in detail. After all, this is a palace fighting drama, and all the plots are focused on the harem. At most, it was only briefly mentioned that the envoys from Xia and Tianqi conspired to attack the Chang people together. If it was related to the Chang people, it would be related to the heroine. It's a pity that the young master of the Chang people was just a supporting role, with average national strength. When the two great powers of Tianqi and Xia were determined to attack them, they could not escape. Finally, under Song Shuqing's advice, the emperor who accepted the surrender of the Chang people was quite good to the Chang people. After that, Tianqi had a marriage with the Chang people. Of course, in the beginning, the princess of Tianqi actually took the upper hand in this marriage. The emperor thought that the princess would directly inherit the power of the Chang people after giving birth to a child. However, with the death of Feng Ji and the threat from Xia, the Chang people were a bit confused. The people there were fierce. Some customs were different, and the environment was very bad, which was completely different from Tianqi. Most women could not adapt to the life there at all. Many people died early because of the environment or other reasons. The marriage has become something that everyone avoids. Another point is that at this point in the play, without him, the prince's health has always been weak and sick, and by this year, he has already been at the end of his strength. When the envoys came, it was autumn, and the weather was cold, so the prince lay down, lingering on the sickbed, and never got up again. Before the new year, the first snow of winter fell, and the prince died. The current prince is different from the one in the play. The prince's body has grown taller and stronger in the past 2 years, and he no longer looks sick. He has also participated in the government and has a good reputation in the court. No matter what the prince in the play is like, the current situation of the prince is likely to be compared with those princes among the envoys. The prince felt a rare pressure after hearing his brother's words. He pulled his brother into his arms, pressed him down, and said sullenly, "Why do you worry about these things? The prince will arrange it. What can be arranged? He can only compete in person, and cannot be replaced by others. He has the best reputation among the princes, and he is also the prince. The title of the prince can represent Tianqi. Defeating him is to trample Tianqi's face on the ground. The prince does not think Xia will give up this opportunity. This is a premonition he had long ago when he heard the news that Xia was coming. The prince buried his head in his brother's neck and sighed in his heart. He has always lived in such vigilance all his life. In the past, it was his brothers who wanted to compete with him. And now it is Xia's people who want to step on him to establish their authority. He had already inquired about the prince of the same age as him in the Western Yu envoy group. He was said to be both civil and military, and was very good at riding and shooting. During the reception, he could feel the prince's fighting spirit against him. The prince has tried his best to do the best he can in these years. With Xuzhou, some changes in his father's attitude, and he was the only one involved in government affairs. He had improved a lot, but the upcoming competition weighed heavily on his heart. He once again made it clear that he was not a genius. When it came to such a time, he would be extremely depressed and afraid. He thought that perhaps the second prince, who had been very strong since childhood, would be very excited when facing the challenge of the Western Yu prince. But he wouldn't. He was only worried and terrified. He was afraid that he couldn't beat the other party, that he would bring shame to the country, and that everyone would look disappointed, and that his younger brother. For a moment, the prince wanted to hide his younger brother. You seem to have said before that you wanted to go out of the palace to play? Zhao Yuan nodded in confusion. Why did the topic turn to this? But he still answered. Yes. The prince said, why don't you let Mu Windy and the others take you out to play for a day one day? The day the competition with Xia starts, Xiuzhou will go out to play with the other party. Anyway, don't let your younger brother see your embarrassed appearance. After saying that, the prince also felt that what he said was a bit outrageous. At that kind of occasion, all the princes must be present. At least the emperor will definitely bring Xiuzhou. Forget it. He sighed, turned over and lay flat, staring at the darkness above, and didn't know what he was thinking for a while. He really had no confidence in the competition, especially in martial arts. Zhao Yuan reached out and held the prince's hand. The two brothers lay side by side. He didn't know the fear in the prince's heart. In Zhao Yuan's heart, the prince was very good. He was always among the best in learning. Although his martial arts were not very good, they were also quite good when handling political affairs. Even his father praised him. He didn't think that the prince had to be better than everyone else in every aspect. As long as he was almost there, he would be a good emperor in the future. He had the ability to understand right and wrong, know how to use people, and have compassion for the people. What's more, the prince is even better than this standard. Of course, it's still early for the prince to become the emperor. Zhao Yuan knows that what the prince should do now is not to lose in the competition with Xia. Zhao Yuan has already thought about this for the prince. He shook the prince's hand and said with a smile, Brother Prince, when the competition comes, you can let those people compete with you in riding and archery. Okay. The prince knew that the competition was basically about these. But he was still curious. Why do you say that? Zhao Yuan tilted his head to look at him, his eyes sparkling. But it was difficult to see in the night. I prepared a bow and arrow for Brother Prince, using a lot of good materials. I secretly went to my father's private storehouse and took out all the century-old phoenix trees that my father collected. If you use such a good bow, Brother Prince, you will definitely win. Prince, phoenix tree? Father's private vault? Yes. Zhao Yuan nodded. I asked father for it at first, but he didn't want to give it to me. But later he promised to let me go to the private vault to take some things I like. So I took them away. The prince breathed a sigh of relief. Since Xiuzhou could take it from the private vault and father didn't object, it meant that he agreed. He was shocked, thinking that Xiuzhou really took his father's things privately. You know, their father had been fighting for many years, and the importance of those rare treasures might not be as important as what Xiuzhou took. Now that the things have been used, he is really afraid that his father didn't know about it before, and would be angry with Xiuzhou after finding out. The misunderstanding was resolved. And thinking of his brother's words just now, the prince couldn't help but smile helplessly. Sometimes he felt that his brother was extraordinarily smart, and sometimes he could really feel that he was still a child of more than 5 years old, and his ideas were naive. It's not that you can win the horse archery competition just by having a good bow and arrow. Although a good bow and arrow may indeed benefit people, the prince doesn't think it can make up for the gap between himself and other geniuses. But he didn't refute his brother. After all, his brother risked being beaten by his father to make it for him. It was out of his heart. If he said too much, it would hurt his brother's enthusiasm. He smiled and said, "Okay. Then have you finished your bow and arrow? If you are ready, brother Crown Prince, practice it tomorrow to find the feel." Zhao Yuan said, "It's ready. This bow and arrow has been made for a long time. It has been made a year ago. The emperor likes to conduct examinations in Chongwen Hall. The prince had a horse archery competition last year and lost. He was looked down upon by the second prince. The second prince has been strong since he was a child and can pull a bow with 7 forces, while the prince can barely reach 6 forces, which is limited to pulling, and can't shoot accurately at all. But the prince's accuracy is very good. When the prince lost, he didn't show any disappointment or dissatisfaction. He just watched the second and third princes mocking the prince. Zhao Yuan was unhappy and wanted to give his brother a surprise, using pulleys to make bows and arrows more labor-saving. But the range is farther, and the destructive power is greater. The prince didn't know the function of the bow and arrow, but he liked his brother's kindness to him. The two brothers talked slowly, and after a while, Zhao Yuan's voice became weaker. The prince called his brother twice softly, but he didn't see his brother answer. He knew that his brother was asleep. He raised his body and took a look. Seeing that his brother was still covered with a quilt, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day at noon, Zhao Yuan came to the East Palace with a bow and arrow. The prince's 2 companions Mu Wendy and Yu Chao were also there. Zhao Yuan ignored them. For so long, their relationship was still average. Mu Wendy still had a prejudice against him and thought that the prince should be better with the 10th prince. But they didn't hate Zhao Yuan. After all, Zhao Yuan was on good terms with the prince, so he was a member of the prince's party. In the end, they were on the same side. There was no reason to push one's own people out. Especially the emperor's favor for the 9th prince was beyond everyone's imagination. And he had been loved by the emperor for so long. Previously, everyone thought that the emperor would not always like the same prince. Unexpectedly, so much time had passed, and the 9th prince was still the most favored prince in the palace. "Brother Prince," Zhao Yuan called with a smile on his face. His eyes curved. He signaled the eunuch following behind him to pass the bow and arrow to the prince. The prince opened the wooden box and took out the bow and arrow inside. Mu Wendy and Yu Chao also came over to look. Mu Wendy said, "This bow and arrow looks different from ordinary ones." Zhao Yuan looked up at the prince expectantly. "Brother Prince, let's find a place to try it. This thing definitely can't be shot randomly in this room." The prince touched his brother's head. "Okay, let's go to the martial arts arena. The prince has a small place to practice martial arts in the East Palace. Of course, this small place is for their usual martial arts lessons. In fact, the prince's martial arts arena is enough for daily use." Mu Wendy asked, "Is this something that the 9th prince found and gave to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Asking this, Mu Wendy's tone was a little indifferent. With the 9th prince's family background, what good things can he find? In the past, the Crown Prince gave the 9th prince many valuable things, but the 9th prince gave the Crown Prince a birthday gift that was worthless. Only the Crown Prince doted on his younger brother. Now that the West side was provoking him, he didn't think of a solution quickly, and he still had the mood to play with his younger brother. Mu Wendy curled his lips. Seeing this, Yu Chao on the side gave Mu Wendy an elbow. Mu Wendy screamed and his face turned blue in pain. The Crown Prince and Zhao Yuan turned around. "What's wrong?" Mu Wendy had tears in his eyes, covered his chest that was hit by the elbow, and gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing. Just got stepped on by Yu Chao. That idiot. And it hurts so much. Does this idiot still remember that he was born with supernatural powers? Is he trying to kill him?" Yu Chao looked up at the sky. The prince's expression was hard to describe. Did he cover his chest because his foot was stepped on? But he didn't mean to investigate it. Just because Mu Wendy restrained himself in front of him didn't mean that he could really change Mu Wendy's mind completely. Mu Wendy was born in a superior family, and was not someone who could be punished at will. Moreover, the 3 of them grew up together since childhood, and had an extraordinary relationship. It was destined that the prince would not be too harsh on the 2 companions. He held his brother's hand and continued to walk forward, admonishing him half-heartedly, "Okay, Yu Chao, you should be more careful when walking next time." Okay. Yu Chao responded without changing his expression. Zhao Yuan could roughly guess what he was thinking. But he didn't care. There were so many people in this world who were prejudiced. And he couldn't possibly respect himself to the utmost according to everyone. The family of the Duke of Ying had produced 2 queens. And now there was a prince. And another legitimate prince. When the prince succeeded to the throne in the future, the Duke of Ying would be the emperor's in-laws. Mu Wendy and the prince grew up together. And they had a deep relationship. With such a background, it was no wonder that Mu Wendy was so arrogant. Anyway, Mu Wendy only dared to express his emotions in private. But he didn't dare to be sarcastic in front of Zhao Yuan. Of course, it was not ruled out that it was because Zhao Yuan had complained directly to the emperor before. Well, anyway, he had this temper. Previously, he didn't bother with Mu Wendy because of his brother, the prince, but it was absolutely impossible to ignore him because of his good temper. They walked all the way to the martial arts arena, where there was a place for practicing archery, and the targets were set up. The prince stood at the place where he usually trained, and Zhao Yuan and others also stood beside him. The prince held the bow and arrow and smiled at his brother. Try it first. The bow and arrow made by Xiaojiu must be good. The prince was not saying this to fool the child. But the bow and arrow were made of the best materials and the most skilled craftsmen. So of course, there was no problem with the bow and arrow. The problem was the person who used it. As he said this, the prince turned towards the target and slowly raised the bow and arrow in his hand. But as soon as he exerted force, his eyes changed slightly. He glanced at Xiaojiu, who was looking at him expectantly next to him. He sighed at his heart, and sighed that his brother really took him to heart. The force required for this bow and arrow was exactly what he could achieve. But on the other hand, it was uncomfortable, because this was the maximum strength he could exert. Normally, he could pull the 6-force bow, but it was limited to pulling it, and it was impossible to shoot it properly. Today, it seemed that he would make a fool of himself in front of his younger brother. His younger brother spent so much time and effort, and used so many good materials to send him a bow and arrow. But he couldn't use it. You can imagine how unhappy his younger brother would be. His younger brother was watching. Between making a fool of himself or not trying his younger brother's bow and arrow at all, the prince finally chose to try it. If he didn't try it, he was afraid that his younger brother would cry. However, he even thought about what to say to his younger brother after making a fool of himself. After all, his current strength is also the strength of a normal man. He can tell his younger brother that he can't use this bow and arrow now. But he likes it very much. When he grows up, he will be stronger. He will practice more in his daily life. By next year, he will be able to use this bow. He was thinking about what to say, but his hands did not hesitate to act. He drew the bow, aimed, and shot. The arrow made a sound of breaking through the air, and shot out quickly. Good. Yu Chao could not help but shout and walk towards the prince. It seems that your strength has increased a lot during this period of time. From the speed of the arrow, it can be seen that the force required to pull the bow open is definitely not small. It has improved a lot compared to the past. The prince did not react for a while. He said blankly, "No. No." He never gave up his skills in archery and practiced for a while every day. After all, the emperor attaches great importance to these things. And he is the prince. So he will not be bad in any aspect. Yu Chao quickly ran to the target, picked up the arrow on the ground, and walked over. It hit the center of the target and shot through it directly. This strength is really great. It seems that the bow and arrow sent by the 9th prince is really powerful. Otherwise, the prince's progress would not be so fast. The prince looked at the target and realized that it was not that his strength had increased, but that the bow sent by Xiaojiu was really a good thing. He raised his hand, put the arrow on, and aimed. This time, he carefully felt the changes, but was surprised to find that during the time of aiming after pulling the bow, the force required to maintain the bow was completely different from that of ordinary bows and arrows, which made it much easier. This also led to the fact that he could only barely pull the 6-force bow. But now, he can easily maintain it with less than 6 force after pulling it. Find the target, and then shoot it out. This situation is also obvious. This bow not only uses less force, but also has a faster arrow speed and a longer range. The effect is much stronger than other bows with the same force. The prince's face was full of surprise. Xiaojiu, who made this bow of yours? This bow is really extraordinary. I can only barely pull the 6-force bow. but this one saves a lot of effort after pulling it. And you have all seen the range and destructive power. The prince said the following words to Chao and Mu Wendy. Yu Chao and Mu Wendy were not ignorant of the value of the bow. After hearing what the prince said, they also realized the extraordinariness of the bow and arrow. I'll try it. I'll try it. Yu Chao couldn't wait to stretch out his hand. The prince turned his head and looked at his younger brother. After all, this was given to him by his younger brother. The prince knew that although Xiao Jiao had known Mu Wendy and Yu Chao for a long time, and they often had dinner together in the East Palace. In fact, Xiao Jiao and his two companions had a general relationship. So at this time, it was not easy for him to directly give the things his younger brother gave to Yu Chao. What if his younger brother didn't like it? Facing the prince's gaze, Zhao Yuan nodded slightly. He didn't care about it to this extent. Yu Chao had always been very polite to him. Seeing this, Yu Chao excitedly took the bow and arrow from the prince's hand. As for Mu Wendy, he secretly retracted his hand that he had extended to the prince. Even though his martial arts skills were not as good as Yu Chao's, there was no way a young man would not be interested in such a powerful weapon. He was also excited to extend his hand to the prince to try it. But he was not as fast as Yu Chao, and his voice was not as loud. But after this incident, he couldn't extend his hand again. It's not that he was embarrassed. He has always been a black-faced and thick-hearted person. If he wants to get involved in government affairs, he can't be too thin-skinned. It's just that he knows the temperament of the prince and the ninth prince. The prince will take the ninth prince's feelings as the main thing. And the ninth prince, this little guy, is not a good person who can suffer losses. He knows everything about the surroundings. He knew his usual attitude towards the ninth prince, so he should not humiliate himself in front of him. He stood aside, watching the crown prince and Yu Chao trying it out, and he felt itchy in his heart. At this time, he noticed that the ninth prince beside him looked at him. He looked back, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit of expectation in his heart. Could it be that the ninth prince saw that he wanted to try the bow and arrow? So he wanted to take this opportunity to laugh with him and forget the grudge? It's not impossible. After thinking about it carefully, he didn't seem to be too much to the ninth prince. He is so old. He shouldn't target a little kid every day. All kinds of thoughts came to Mu Wendy's mind. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. He thought that the ninth prince was just a little kid. And he looked white and tender. And he was really cute. It was no wonder that the crown prince liked him. The 10th prince had a bad temper. And the contrast between the two was too obvious. If the ninth prince really wanted him to give it a try, he would agree to it and treat the ninth prince better in the future. He was already so old. There was no need to be angry with a little kid. Besides, it was the crown prince who insisted on liking the ninth prince. And it had nothing to do with the ninth prince. What could the ninth prince do wrong? Thinking of this, Mu Wendy saw the little kid beside him holding his hands in front of his chest, snorting at him with pride and disdain, then turning around and changing his face, not wanting to see him at all. Mu Wendy's face flushed red. In an instant, he remembered the ninth prince running to the emperor to report him without saying a word. He felt his fist harden. Sure enough, there is a reason why some little brats are not liked. He also turned around and turned his back to Zhao Yuan. When the prince and Yu Chao finished practicing, Zhao Yuan rushed up with a bright face. The prince caught his brother and held him up. His excitement was beyond words. He kept rubbing his face on his brother's head. Prince brother really likes this gift of Shuzhou. It is very useful to you. Shuzhou is simply the best brother in the world. A series of rainbow farts came out of the prince's mouth. At this moment, he was really happy. After all, with this thing, he would never make a fool of himself in the next competition. As a prince, he was under a lot of pressure. And now, he finally let go of most of it. Zhao Yuan also hugged the prince, and was very happy that he could help the prince. Yu Chao walked beside them and looked at them, feeling emotional. The ninth prince was indeed a very good child. He was so young, but he could take the prince's affairs to heart. If he were the prince, he would definitely like the ninth prince as much. As for the 10th prince, Yu Chao was out of the matter. But he could see more clearly than Mu Wendy, who was born in the Duke of Ing. The queen was not the prince's biological mother after all. Now that she had a biological child, she was not necessarily that good to the prince. It was natural for the two sides to have a gap. The two walked to Mu Wendy's side, and Yu Chao was immediately startled. Why is your face so red? Too hot? You didn't move. Why are you so hot? The prince also looked over, with a look of surprise. Even though Mu Wendy always boasted that he was more resourceful and knowledgeable, and had a steady personality, he felt that his face was completely lost at this moment. He did not even dare to look at the expression of the ninth prince, who was held in the prince's arms. Sure enough, it was too difficult to maintain his demeanor in front of someone who grew up with him. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, "Nothing. I just remembered something." In a panic, he made up a reason, hoping that this matter would pass quickly. The prince did look at his younger brother, but Zhao Yuan looked well behaved. So the prince completely let go of the idea that this matter was related to his younger brother. Even if it was related to his brother, it was Mu Wendy's fault. Shujo has always been well behaved and sensible, and it is impossible for him to provoke others. On the contrary, Wendy is always arrogant and looks thoughtful. But in fact he is arrogant and needs to be tempered. After hearing what Mu Wendy said, Yu Chao immediately looked at Mu Wendy with an indescribable look. "What are you thinking about in broad daylight?" Mu Wendy was so ashamed and angry that he wanted to strangle Chao to death for a while. "What is this stupid big guy talking about?" The prince immediately hugged his brother away with disgust. Shujo was still there. How could he talk nonsense casually? After giving the things to the prince, Zhao Yuan went back. The prince would probably be very busy these days, as he had to receive the envoys and practice the newly set bows and arrows to improve his proficiency. In the blink of an eye, 6 days passed. As a child, Zhao Yuan was not responsible for the affairs of the envoys. He only knew that the prince and some officials took these people to wander around the capital these days. This is also one of the necessary procedures for envoys from each country to go to other countries. Let these people see the style of the foreign country. Then there will be a formal reception. However, I didn't hear that there was any trouble, nor did the other envoys take advantage of the opportunity. After all, the emperor was so hot-tempered that he would never tolerate anything that would make him feel aggrieved on his own territory. After the envoys had eaten, drunk and had fun, it was time for the formal banquet. Zhao Yuan and other princes would attend this banquet, so Chongwen Hall gave them a day off in advance. The next morning, Zhao Yuan woke up. He didn't have to go to class today, but today's banquet would not start until noon, so he could have lunch at that time. So he had a whole morning of free time. Zhao Yuan went out and went to Chaoxiao Palace. After having breakfast with his mother had no time to pay attention to him because she had to prepare clothes and makeup for the banquet at noon today. Ever since Yun Guiran was sent here by Nan Liang, Lu Hanlan crushed her and won the title of the world's most beautiful woman. Whenever this kind of link came, Lu Hanwan would attach great importance to it. This time was no exception. Zhao Yuan was no exception. After finishing his meal, he wiped his mouth and went out again. After finishing his homework, he went to the imperial garden to stroll around. After a while, it was noon and the banquet was about to begin. He was called back by the palace maid sent by Lu Hanwan. He changed into a new set of clothes and went to attend the banquet with his mother. This banquet prepared for the envoys from Xia was not much different from the usual ones. There were singing and dancing performances in the venue, but Zhao Yuan was not very interested in these. While eating, he stretched his little head and looked around. The first thing to pay attention to, of course, is the group of envoys from Xia. Without a doubt, one of the strong men, with a strong aggressive aura, should be the fourth prince of Xia. The Xia envoys have been in the capital for so many days, and the news about these envoys has been spread everywhere. Zhao Yuan is also familiar with these people. This fourth prince is about the same age as the crown prince, but he is domineering and strong. He also has the capital to be strong. It is said that this person is both civil and military, especially good at riding and shooting, and has served in the army. Among the 5 princes of Xia, he is the most capable one. It is said that he is very likely to succeed the next emperor. This person is the one who disturbed his brother, the crown prince, and he couldn't sleep well these days. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuan looked back at his brother the prince, and then he sighed in his heart that the prince was worthy of being in the position of the prince for so many years. When they were together in private, he could feel that the prince was resistant to the fourth prince of Xia, and even avoided and was afraid. Of course, he was not afraid of the fourth prince, but was afraid of losing. After all, the prince represented the face of Tianqi. But now, the prince was like a piece of fine jade, warm and firm, with great momentum, and compared with the sharp fourth prince of Xia, he was not inferior. Zhao Yuan's eyes flashed, and he looked at the prince with more and more admiration. Brother Prince was so handsome. The prince was just about to see how his brother was doing when he met his brother's shining eyes. He laughed dumbly instantly. What a little darling. Under his brother's gaze, the prince unconsciously straightened his back a little more. During the banquet, the emperor and the envoys of Xia talked for a while, and the two sides roughly agreed on the purpose of this trip, which was to attack the Chang tribe together. Hearing this, the spoon in Song Shuqing's hand instantly fell into the bowl and dish, making a crisp sound. Fortunately, the banquet was also lively, and the noise was not loud, except for the people nearby who noticed the movement. No one else noticed it. The emperor at the top glanced over here lightly. Song Shuqing also knew that her behavior was a little abnormal. She picked up the spoon again in a daze, with thousands of thoughts in her mind. The young master of the Chang tribe was once good friends with her. Suddenly she heard that the other party would be in danger, and she couldn't control her worry. It's easy to imagine that under the siege of the two great powers of Tianqi and Xia, the Chang tribe will definitely suffer serious damage, and may even perish. But on the other hand, she has also heard about the Chang tribe. The Chang tribe has always had a bad reputation. In addition to the fact that it suddenly intervened in the war between various countries, it also often looted at the border of Tianqi, burning and robbing countless people, which is really hateful. Song Shuqing knew that it would be better for the people of Tianqi to destroy the Chang tribe, even for the people of Xia. The same was true. But she thought of the boy who was good to her. He was so kind to her, and it was impossible to see that he would do such a cruel thing. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. While Song Shuqing was thinking, the situation at the table changed again. The fourth prince of Xia stood up and suggested, "He came from afar. These days, I have seen that the prince of your country is very elegant. I heard that the prince is good at both literature and martial arts. He and the prince are the same age. Usually, he is obsessed with martial arts. I wonder if I can have a chance to see the style of the prince today." The fourth prince of Xia, named Yi. Although the fourth prince seemed to be praising the prince in his words, his tone and expression showed no sign of humility. His face was full of provocation. There was no doubt that this man did not think that the prince could suppress him. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became quiet, and the court officials looked over with some worry. Everyone had some confidence in the prince's literary studies, but when it came to martial arts, that was not necessarily the case. Especially the fourth prince of Xia was famous for his outstanding martial arts. For a while, many people in the hall did not know what to do. It was true that they had reached a deal with Xia, but it was a matter of benefit to both sides. Everyone knew that after they dealt with the Chang people, it would be a showdown between their two countries. What's more, Tianqi and Xia had never had a good relationship. It was natural for the fourth prince of Xia to speak rudely about this matter. The emperor's eyes sank slightly. It was obvious that the emperor also knew the ability of his prince, and was also not confident. He was not stupid and certainly did not want to see the people of Xia slap Tianqi in the face in public. But it was not in line with the emperor's style to not fight at all. He looked at the second prince, who was below the prince. In contrast, the second prince had been strong since he was a child. If the second prince came out to deal with it, there was still a chance of winning. But the moment the emperor's eyes came over, the second prince lowered his head without a trace, pretending that he did not notice his father's gaze. The fourth prince of Xia often mixed in the army, and his reputation was known even to them in Tianqi. It was said that he was strong enough to lift a tripod. How could he compare with others with his little strength? If he wins, it's fine. If he loses, what will he do? The second prince has no confidence in winning. At the same time, the second prince has another thought in his mind. Why should he protect the prince from disaster? The fourth prince of Xia is obviously going for the prince. This move may make his father unhappy. But if the prince loses to the prince of the enemy country in public, it will be a fatal blow to the prince's prestige. So, the second prince thinks it is a good deal that his father's temporary dissatisfaction will be exchanged for the prince's dethronement. "Please help me, Your Majesty," the fourth prince of Xia said loudly. His face was full of pride. The fourth prince of Xia knew that he was known as a man of both civil and military skills. But in fact, in terms of literature, he was better than his four stupid brothers. Compared with the prince here, it was hard to say. But in terms of martial arts, the fourth prince has absolute confidence in himself. So after he clearly stated that he wanted to compete with the prince, he was a guest. After he mentioned this, even if the prince was better at literature, he could not change his mind and say that we should not compete in martial arts but in literature. Seeing that no one spoke in the hall for a while, the fourth prince became even more proud. After this incident was reported back to Xie, his power would be even higher than that of his other brothers. The emperor's eyes fell on the prince again. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a proud voice of a child. "Since you are so sincere in your request, let's have a competition. Father, let the prince compete with the fourth prince in horseback archery. The prince is the best at this." It's not that Zhao Yuan wanted to put pressure on the prince, but he knew the strength of the fourth prince of Xie. After the prince had the new bow and arrow, he could really compete with others in this aspect. He heard from Xiao Fuzi that the prince had practiced very smoothly these days. The emperor sighed imperceptibly and looked at the prince. What does the prince mean? The prince had been mentally prepared for a long time, and he was not panicked. He nodded and agreed. The son will follow the arrangements of the father. The emperor heard the words and made the final decision. In this case, the prince will compete with the fourth prince of Xie in horseback archery. He looked at the prince's calm expression and remembered the report from his subordinates a few days ago, saying that the prince had been practicing horseback archery diligently these days, which was obviously for the fourth prince of Xie. He thought to himself, could it be that the prince really had some way to deal with it? Everything will have to wait until later to know the result. After the prince agreed, everyone quickly got up and went to the martial arts arena. Anyway, everyone had almost finished the meal at the banquet. Everyone arrived at the martial arts arena. For a moment, people were everywhere, and it seemed particularly lively. The emperor stopped and looked at the envoys from Xie, and said with a smile, "The weather is very good today. It would be a bit too much of a fuss for two children to compete. I see that you have brought so many young talents from Xie this time. Why don't we compete together?" There were indeed several young people in the envoys from Xie. Even though the prince looked calm and composed, and had specially practiced archery a few days ago, as if he was confident, the emperor still had no confidence in the prince. So he decided to disrupt the situation and let everyone compete together. As for whether to take the exam, it depends on the result. The fourth prince of Xie is indeed a bit arrogant. This time, he invited a few people who are not too old to come, which may be a sign of his pride. So he immediately agreed. While everyone was preparing, the emperor reached out and called Zhao Yuan, who was standing there watching the fun, to come over. After holding his son in his arms, he asked curiously, "Your brother, the prince, has never been the best in riding and shooting. You have praised him very much. What if he loses?" He thought that Xuzhou was with the prince every day and might know something inside. Of course, even if he thought so, the emperor actually did not have much hope that the prince could win. It was not that the prince was not good enough. The prince's martial arts had always been top-notch among the students of Chongwingwen. But the premise was not to compare with those gifted people. And it is obvious that the fourth prince of Xie is such a person. Among all the young people in Tianqi, I am afraid that only Yu Chao, who is born with supernatural power, can try to fight with the fourth prince of Xie. Of course, this refers to direct fighting. As for riding and shooting, it is not entirely based on strength. I have never heard of any famous general in the past dynasties who is famous for his strength. In the eyes of the emperor, the reputation of the fourth prince of Xie was not taken seriously, and he did not start to be afraid. He started to fight on the battlefield when he was more than 10 years old. The only person who could really compare with him was Feng Ji. In this world, you can't win everything by comparing strength. Besides, the emperor himself is much stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not have given birth to the second prince, who is born with great strength. Zhao Yuan moved in the emperor's arms, and found a comfortable sleeping position for himself. And he did not forget to answer affirmatively, "Prince brother has practiced well these days. There is no way he will lose." The little voice was full of trust in the prince. "Emperor, forget it. What's the point of asking a little kid? The competition is about to start. There is no rush." The field was quickly prepared. And Tianqi also had several people who were about the same age as the young talents in the Xie envoy group. In contrast, the initiators of the competition, the fourth prince of Xie and the prince, were not the first to appear. Zhao Yuan leaned in the emperor's arms and watched the competition on the field. After a while, it was time for the crown prince and the fourth prince of Xie to go on stage. Zhao Yuan immediately became alert and leaned forward to watch more carefully. in order to prevent his son from falling. The emperor had to pull him back. At this moment, everyone's attention was also on the crown prince and the fourth prince of Sia. Some people even complained about the crown prince. If you don't have the diamond drill, don't take the porcelain job. Knowing that you can't beat it, why do you have to compete with others? The crown prince and the fourth prince of Sia both rode on horses. As the drum sounded, they both drove their horses and ran. Zhao Yuan held his breath and looked at the crown prince without blinking. He knew that the crown prince had practiced well in the past few days. But he was also afraid of a possible accident. If something went wrong in such an occasion, the prince, who was very careful, would probably think about it for a long time. The scene became tense. And soon, both of them drew their bows and shot arrows. And the arrows shot out like meteors. They all hit the bullseye. The fourth prince of Sia glanced at the prince. And he was not surprised that the prince could hit the bullseye. According to the information he had inquired, the prince's accuracy in horseback archery has always been quite good. This first arrow was originally for him to find the feeling. And the next one was the highlight. The fourth prince of Sia quickly opened the distance from the target and shot continuously. But the prince followed closely. The people around were so nervous that they exclaimed from time to time. Even those who were studying in Chongwen Hall were a little bit unbelievable. Is the prince so good at riding and shooting? Was the prince hiding his incompetence in the past? I never saw that the prince knew so much before. They had heard a lot about the reputation of the fourth prince of Sia. But there was nothing about the strength of the prince. After a few arrows, the fourth prince of Sia looked at the prince, who was looking at him hesitantly with a new look. But the corner of his mouth raised a curve. And the next step was over. There are some things that ordinary people can't compare to no matter how hard they try. That's called talent. With a wicked and complacent smile, the fourth prince of Sia suddenly reined in his horse and changed the direction of the bow and arrow. His action made everyone confused for a while. But soon, someone in the crowd shouted, "Is he trying to hit the stone tablet over there?" Seeing this, everyone looked over and saw that the fourth prince of Sia was aiming at the stone tablet. The distance from here to the plaque is very far. If the fourth prince of Sia can really hit it, it can be called a stunning shot. It can be spread immediately. But at the same time, the stone tablet was made by the emperor in the past. And some words were engraved on it to encourage everyone to study hard. Now if the fourth prince really hit it with an arrow, Tianqi's face would be completely swept to the ground. The emperor's eyes sank, and he glanced at a person not far away. The man nodded slightly, and quickly put the arrow on it, ready to directly shoot the fourth prince of Sia's arrow down in the air. But faster than that man was an arrow that followed the fourth prince's arrow. The arrow was so swift that it split the fourth prince's arrow in half. It continued to move forward with great momentum. Finally, the arrow was inserted into the stone tablet, and the tail feathers were still trembling slightly. The whole audience was silent, and everyone was stunned by this reversal. The prince's hand, which was still in the air, slowly retracted to his side. His fingers curled up and trembled slightly. He was breathing heavily. And after doing all this, he had no strength in his body. He had just shot this arrow completely by instinct. He did not have the confidence that he could hit the fourth prince of Sia's arrow. Even if he was asked to do it again and prepare well, he might not be able to do it. But fortunately, the result was good. "Brother Crown Prince." The child's clear and sharp voice broke the silence. Zhao Yuan slipped off the emperor's legs and ran directly to the crown prince. The crown prince was helped down from the horse, and he regained some strength. He took the hand of his brother who ran over, and smiled with a rare bit of wantonness. "Xiujiu, is Brother Crown Prince powerful?" "Powerful. Brother Crown Prince is the most powerful," Zhao Yuan praised without hesitation. The Crown Prince was satisfied, but it was enough to show off in front of the child. The Crown Prince knew his own ability. He could do what he did today, all thanks to his brother's bow and arrow. But this is not a cheating thing. Everyone is competing with their favorite and most commonly used bows and arrows, including the arrow used by the fourth prince of Sia. It is said that it was specially made for him, and the materials used are also very expensive. It is not cheaper than the prince's bow, compared with the bows and arrows of others. The fourth prince's bows and arrows are definitely more powerful. After this last arrow, the competition is over. The fourth prince of Sia also got off the horse with an ugly face. He knew that it would be useless to stick around, and his momentum was completely suppressed by the prince of Tianqi. The prince took his brother to the fourth Princess Ia, with a warm smile on his face and a graceful demeanor. Fourth prince? Thank you. The fourth prince's face was completely black. And he didn't say anything. He couldn't accept that he actually lost in the area he was best at, even though he was confident that he was definitely stronger than the prince. Just seeing that the prince's arrow could actually shoot into the stone tablet, he knew that the prince's strength was not small. Moreover, on the battlefield, could it be that every enemy soldier was also competing with him in strength? The fourth prince was not so arrogant after all. He didn't say anything, and the prince didn't mind. Anyone who was hit so badly in the face would be speechless. He went straight to the emperor and said, "Father, I am glad to have fulfilled your mission." The emperor nodded. He saw that there must be something wrong with the prince's strange bow and arrow, but he didn't say it at this moment. The prince has made a lot of progress. Then he smiled and looked at the fourth prince, who came over, and asked, "The prince has always been very accurate in riding and shooting. This round was a fluke win. But I heard that the fourth prince is both civil and military, and is also quite knowledgeable in literature. Why don't we compete again?" He said it generously. But how could the fourth prince dare to respond? Facing the emperor, he didn't dare to be as arrogant as he was to the prince. He forced a smile and clasped his fists and responded, "If I lose, I lose. There is nothing I can't accept. But I feel a little unwell." He said that there was nothing I couldn't accept. But just looking at the fourth prince's face, everyone could see that he still couldn't accept it. It's just that he lost, and he couldn't change his words in front of the emperor. If that happens, it will only bring more embarrassment. The emperor heard this and said with understanding, since the fourth prince is not feeling well, he should go back and rest more. As soon as the fourth prince left, the envoys also left. They didn't want to stay here. The fourth prince lost, and they lost face. What's more, the young talents they had fought against Tianqi before also lost more than they won. The atmosphere in the team was very dull at the moment. Of course, the emperor couldn't let them go directly by themselves. The officials responsible for receiving the envoys would accompany them all the time. But the prince didn't have to follow them every step of the way. After everyone left, the emperor stretched out his hand to the prince. "Your bow and arrow." The prince quickly handed over the bow and arrow, explaining, "This bow and arrow was given to me by Shujio. It is more powerful than ordinary bows and arrows, and has some wonderful features. You will know it after you try it." The emperor was also in front of the stone tablet at this time, and he and the officials, concubines, and clan members around him watched the arrow shot by the prince into the stone tablet. Everyone was originally sighing, but now they also knew that this bow and arrow was unusual, and they all looked at him with sharp eyes. The emperor took the bow and arrow, put the arrow on it, and pulled it, and immediately felt the change. The force required for this bow and arrow at the beginning is similar to that of ordinary bows and arrows. But the strange thing is that after pulling it open, the force required is reduced a lot. No wonder the prince's strength seems to have increased so much all of a sudden. As soon as he let go, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the arrow shot out quickly, with a fast speed and a long range, faster and farther than ordinary bows and arrows of the same strength. The emperor was instantly delighted to see the prey, lowered his head to look at the bow and arrow in his hand, and liked it more and more. "You said this was given to you by Shujio?" The prince said, "Yes." "Can this thing be mass-produced?" The emperor looked at the bow and arrow in his hand. Although he was not a professional craftsman, he also had a guess in his mind. Sure enough, the next second, Shujio said, "It shouldn't work. This is very expensive and difficult to make." The emperor had expected this, so he was not too disappointed when he heard this answer. Such a magical weapon is not something that can be found everywhere on the street. However, he looked at the bow and arrow in his hand. If this is the only one currently, the emperor raised his eyes, and his gaze fell on Zhao Yuan. Such a good thing. Why didn't Shujio make it for himself first? Bathed in the emperor's gaze, Zhao Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition. "Shujio?" the emperor called out, and Zhao Yuan quickly interrupted the other party's next words. "Shujio wanted to make one for father, but when I thought about it, I was not sure whether this bow and arrow could succeed, and there was no more material. I want to give father the best, and I can't just make do with it." "Well?" The emperor shut up. This was a good excuse. He asked with interest, "Did Shujio and the craftsman discuss this?" He still remembered the birth of the spinning wheel and loom. The emperor thought that if this was the case, It was normal to be unsure whether the effect would be so good before the bow and arrow were actually made. So Xiaojie didn't give it to him first. He also expected that Xiaojie would study this. Probably because he saw that the prince's strength was not particularly strong. So he made it specifically for the prince. As for the emperor himself, there was no bow he couldn't pull. So there was no need to use these tricks. Zhao Yuan nodded. Yes. This is a modified bow he had seen. Since the last spinning wheel was successful. He called the prince first. Which made the emperor unhappy. Zhao Yuan reminded himself that he should not forget the emperor in the future. But this time it was really unexpected. The production period of the bow and arrow was very long. He had already confirmed it with the craftsman a year ago. It happened that the envoys from Xia arrived this time. He just wanted to give the things to the prince. And he didn't think of anything else. The emperor touched the child's head and felt particularly proud. This is his son. He is worthy of being born by him. So he is amazing. The only bad thing is that this thing was not presented to him first. Thinking of this in his mind, he inadvertently rubbed the bow and arrow in his hand. The prince looked a little hesitant. Well, can you give the things back to him first? The more the emperor looked at the material, the more he felt that it looked familiar. Could this be the flamboyant tree in my private storehouse? The prince had a bad feeling. But he could only bite the bullet and answer, yes. Yes. The emperor smiled. This is really great. It's okay that he didn't have a share in making this bow and arrow. But he actually made it with the things in his private storehouse, and gave it to the prince. The emperor looked at his son with strong condemnation. Zhao Yuan pretended that his attention was attracted by the distance, and didn't look at the emperor's expression. The emperor laughed and said in a deep voice, This flamboyant tree is a treasure I have collected. Some time ago, I wanted to use it, but I couldn't find it. I was wondering where it went. I didn't expect. The prince had a very strong premonition of bad things. They had been father and son for so many years. Although the prince was always scared from time to time when he was with the emperor, he knew that the emperor was not really angry at this moment. Despite this, he still knelt on one knee. Father, please calm down. Xiaojie is still young and does not know the preciousness of this thing. Please be magnanimous. Everything is caused by me. If you want to punish me, punish me. Of course. He knew that Xiaojie could take things out of the emperor's private treasury, which must be the emperor's tacit consent. But now the emperor obviously regretted it. So no matter how much he said, it would be useless. Who let the other party be his father? Just cooperate with the performance. Forget it. Forget it. There is nothing to punish. The emperor immediately waved his hand, and weighed the bow and arrow in his hand. Since this thing is made of my things, then don't keep it. Prince. Why? Prince, you don't want to give this thing to your father? The emperor asked when he saw the prince's expression. The prince thought to himself, you don't know whether you are willing or not? But he still reluctantly rescued it. But father, this is a gift that Xiaojie prepared for a year to give to his son. Yeah, the emperor said lightly. But this is made of my things. Shouldn't it be his? The prince was aggrieved and wanted to curse. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan quickly opened his mouth to help the prince. His face was puffed up. Father, how can you do this? It was you who said that you could let Xiaojie go to your private storehouse to choose some things he likes. Facing Zhao Yuan, the emperor's expression was different. He said with some self-mockery, yes, Xiaojie has grown up. And he won't think of his father first when he has anything. Obviously, when he was a child, Xiaojie liked his father the most. And his father even let Xiaojie go to the private storehouse to take anything he wanted. Zhao Yuan. What else can people say about this? Zhao Yuan shut up. So the emperor confiscated the new bow and arrow with great satisfaction. Although it was a bit of a waste to use this bow and arrow with his strength. If he didn't have it, then the prince couldn't have it either. If you want it, make it yourself. The onlookers who were close could hear the emperor and the prince talking about bows and arrows. In today's competition, the prince's bow and arrow were indeed different from the others. Everyone also heard that this bow and arrow was made by the ninth prince. And it seemed to be quite powerful. As for how powerful it is, no one knows. But this does not affect the fact that the prince won. After all, compared to weapons, how the two countries win is not important. What is important is that they won. Even if the prince's weapons are very good, no one believes that the weapons of the fourth prince of Xia are not good. Whose weapons are better is also their own ability. Today's banquet ended successfully. The envoys of Xia did not stay in Tianqi for a few more days. On the second day, they resigned from the emperor and went back. Next, both countries have important matters to do, which cannot be delayed casually. Soon, the emperor also ordered Feng Ji to go to the border and start the war against the Chang people. The same thing happened in Xia. Both sides went to war against the Chang people. Among them, Song Shuqing did not do anything. She knew that she could not change such a national event. As for whether to tell the young master of the Chang people in advance, it was unnecessary. It was just a matter of a few days. The army would set out, and the Chang people would naturally know the news. Even if they knew it in advance, there was nothing they could do. Xia and Tianqi were both serious. This war could not be ended easily. Soon, winter came. It was not suitable for fighting at the border in this season. They could only suspend it temporarily, and wait for the ice and snow to melt and continue in spring next year. But at the end of the year, there was another thing coming. When Zhao Yuan was called to the Qingjing Hall, he was still a little confused. When he entered, he saw the prince was also there. Father, brother prince. Zhao Yuan called people one by one. The emperor smiled when he heard the voice, and patted the seat beside him. Shuzhou is here. Come and sit down. Zhao Yuan walked over and sat down, and asked curiously, why is father so happy today? The emperor said, it's not father who should be happy, but Shuzhou. Your brother prince has sent you the first batch of silver earned from the business. And the account book is also here. Zhao Yuan looked at it, and was also shocked. It's so much. Actually, it was not so bad. When the spinning wheel was made, Zhao Yuan could roughly guess the range of silver that could be obtained. But at this time, it was obviously more interesting to be an ordinary child. Moreover, he was really happy to see so much silver at once. He thought that these could be used by his mother. Oh! And he also agreed to give them to his father last time. Seeing his son's overjoyed look, the emperor said, of course, this is only part of it, and the time is still short. Next year, the amount will be even greater. The emperor simply checked his son's account and found no problem. Of course, this is only the general ledger and the account books of the shops in the capital. The other shops are all in other places. So it is not necessary to transport all the account books to the capital. The prince will arrange people to check the accounts. In fact, in order to protect his brother's property, the prince had previously thought about giving the silver account books to his brother privately. But after thinking about it, he chose to hand it over in person in front of the emperor. Although he felt that he would not take advantage of his brother secretly, and Shuzhou should not doubt him, this matter was made public in front of the whole court. In his position, some things must be paid special attention to. If he gave it to his brother privately, Rong Fei would not understand, and would still find the emperor. It would be impossible to hide it. So he simply did not avoid it. This way, if the emperor wanted to fool Shuzhou, he could point it out directly to his face. Zhao Yuan looked at these things and suddenly remembered. Do you want to give me all of them? I have agreed with my brother the prince that we will split the business in half. The prince shook his head. Little Zhou, my brother the prince is not short of money. You can use it yourself. In fact, it is hard to say whether he is short of money or not. The prince has money himself, and the amount given by the Duke of Ingwa every year is not a small amount. However, if these silvers are used to fight for the throne and win over people, they will be insignificant. Therefore, it is not unreasonable that many princes have violated the laws of the court and ended up making money. But no matter how short of money he is, the prince's values are very positive in his younger brother's eyes. Zhao Yuan refused and insisted on giving it. The two of them refused one after another. The emperor on the side coughed leisurely, showing his presence. When Zhao Yuanli, a stack of silver tickets passed. And by the way, he presented a well-behaved smile to the emperor. For the father of the father, the stack of silver tickets in the child was almost halfway. The corner of the emperor's mouth was old, and he calmly hummed, this is almost the same. The speed of collecting money is not slow, and there is no meaning to push. See everything in the eyes of the prince. Sure enough, my brother is too good to cheat and softened. So what to do in the future? Zhao Yuan and the prince had a dispute, but they didn't get the desired result. Although Zhao Yuan felt that the prince was too tired to do such a thing, it was reasonable for him to take a part of the profit. Not to mention that they had agreed to do business together. But the prince didn't agree. Even if Zhao Yuan lowered the conditions in the end, we don't split it in half. 40%-60%-30%-70% or 20% to 80% would be fine. The prince still shook his head, looking at his brother with gentle and doting eyes. Okay, Shijo. Don't worry that your brother has no money. Your brother has plenty of money. You are your younger brother, and the prince should take care of you. This is the right of a child. In this way, when the prince needs money in the future, he can ask Shijo for it. Okay? Although this business is indeed a bit troublesome, after he succeeds, it will also help him accumulate prestige in the court, earn performance in front of his father, and even improve his reputation among the people, so that the people will know more about the existence of the prince. After all, the cloth is sold at a low price, and the people get good things, so of course they will like the prince more. Although the prince sometimes appears timid and inferior, he is really capable. Therefore, most of the time, the prince has a firm and unquestionable temperament. Seeing the prince like this, Zhao Yuan knew that he really couldn't let the prince accept the profit sharing. For a while, he sighed, took the prince's hand, and said worriedly, "Then when you need money, you must ask Shijo for it. It's useless for me to have so much silver. The prince should use more. He is so young, and has always lived in the palace. His food, clothing and expenses are all taken care of by someone. He really doesn't need much money. Even his mother doesn't need so much. As for the Lu family, if the Lu family really wants to say it, there are many places where they need to spend money. Such as the house they live in is very ordinary. And the two uncles have good relationships with their superiors when they're on duty. But unfortunately, his mother has a mediocre feeling for the Lu family. She has always disliked spending money on the Lu family, and very much encourages the spirit of Lu Urge and others to strive for themselves." The prince said helplessly, "Okay. Prince brother knows." The emperor was hesitant to speak several times. He wanted to say that if the prince didn't want it, he could give it to him. He also didn't approve of the prince asking for Shijo's things, which were Shijo's. But if he took it himself, it would be fine. Later, he thought that if he asked for a share, it would be difficult to cheat his son of the remaining half, which would make him look thick-skinned. So he let it go for the time being. In addition to the silver bills he brought, the prince also told Zhao Yuan about Qin Yuanhua's situation. There is no doubt that the other party suffered heavy losses, and was in a very bad situation. However, the prince remembered that his younger brother was still young, so he did not tell him too much. But it didn't matter whether he said it or not. Zhao Yuan knew it in his heart. Zhao Yuan took the remaining silver bills, and went back to Chaoxiao Palace happily. Such good news. Of course, he had to tell his mother immediately. As soon as he arrived at Chaoxiao Palace and entered the gate, Zhao Yuan couldn't wait to yell, "Mom!" He ran inside quickly. When he entered the room, Lu Hanlan had heard the noise and looked over, smiling and saying, "Why? Your father asked you to come over for something good?" Zhao Yuan ran over, took out the banknotes that he had stuffed in his arms, and gave them to his mother, saying happily, "Look, mother, this is what the prince gave me, saying it's money for business. And this is not all. There will be more later." Seeing the banknotes in her hand, Lu Hanlan was also very surprised. Even if she couldn't spend it, she couldn't help feeling proud when she saw her son making money at such a young age. "So much," she said. Zhao Yuan sat down on the chair, shaking his short legs. "I gave half to my father, and took back the rest. This is a lot." Lu Hanwan thought that her son's cloth business could almost be a monopoly, and the money earned could not be less. However, she did not think too much when she saw the banknotes. After all, her son said that this was only part of it, and it didn't matter whether it was more or less. Zhao Yuan chattered with his mother. It was agreed that the prince and I would each take half of this business. But the prince refused, saying that he should take care of me as a brother, and asked someone who was trusted by mother to join in and watch over it. When the business is on the right track, it will all be given to me. Mother, you said that the prince has helped me so much. What should I do? He is still young, and it is foreseeable that the prince will need to help him for a long time. Moreover, if this business wants to be fully expanded in various places, it will take a lot of effort. Everything is difficult at the beginning. The prince is prepared to return it to him after everything is done. Lu Hanwan did not have much contact with the prince. Her understanding of the prince came more from her son. Even though she knew that her son described the prince well, and the two of them were as good as brothers born from the same mother, Lu Hanwan still did not fully trust the prince in her heart. She knew about this business before, and she felt that if the prince had to do it, it would be okay for him to share half of the profits. Who made the mother and son have a weak background and not many people on hand. But at this moment, Lu Hanwan couldn't help but be surprised to hear that the prince had considered all aspects of his son in the face of such a great temptation. She didn't think the prince was playing tricks. After all, this was promised in front of the emperor. Instead of using tricks in secret, the prince might as well directly agree to Shijio's share. This would be more legitimate and save a lot of trouble. She said with some emotion, "Your brother, the prince, is really good to you. These brothers in the royal family actually have true feelings. Of course, it is not ruled out that the prince is still acting. After all, the emperor's favor for Shijio is obvious to all, because the prince has been with Shijio for many years. It must be said that the emperor pays much more attention to him than before, seeing that her son was still struggling with the prince's loss." Lu Hanwan thought for a moment and said, "He is the prince. If he can get too much money, it may not be a good thing for him. Everyone knows that the spinning wheel and loom are Shijio's credit. The prince has done a good job, increased his prestige, and satisfied the emperor. If he takes more money, some people will say something behind his back. The main reason is that Shijio is only 5 years old. At this age, taking his benefits will make people feel that it is not the case. Of course, there is a deeper meaning. Lu Hanwan can't tell her son this. But after Zhao Yuan heard what his mother said, he was stunned for a moment, and instantly thought of the emperor's last appearance in the plot. If the prince has too much money in his hands, it is indeed not a good thing, which will only make the emperor more wary. For a moment, Zhao Yuan was silent. He could not imagine that such a good father would only have suspicion and doubt between them in the end. Lu Hanwan did not know what her son was thinking about suddenly, and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, mother?" Zhao Yuan's voice was full of confusion. "Do you think that father will never change?" Lu Hanwan's heart skipped a beat. She did not expect that her son, who was so young, could understand the deep meaning of her words just now. But think about it. Living in the palace, being influenced by what he saw and heard. No matter how simple the child was, he knew some things. She squatted in front of her son and looked at him seriously. "Shijio, are you worried that father will not like you so much in the future?" She continued, "Mother doesn't know if your father will change in the future. But mother knows that your father likes our little Nine the most now. The future is still far away, and there is no point in worrying too much. It is better to grasp the present. Our little Nine is so good. Maybe father will not want to change in the future. Don't worry too much about things that haven't happened. If father knew you thought so, he would be sad." Zhao Yuan blinked and looked at his mother. He thought, yes, in the play, father didn't like a certain prince so much. But now father likes him so much. People will change with the environment. He and the prince brother are closer to father, and cultivate more feelings in advance. Father should be reluctant to do anything to them in the future. Also, he thought, his father's lifespan in the plot didn't seem to be very long. In modern times, there are many people who live to the age of 80 or 90. So his father's life was still too short. He thought that he would have to study medicine well in the future. As long as his father didn't have to face death too early and was healthy, he wouldn't become so cruel. After all, he was just a child, and the emperor was so good to him in this life. It was difficult for Zhao Yuan to accept that the emperor would become a different person in the future. But it was not difficult to accept that his father would be good in the future. Children always have hope for everything. Zhao Yuan regained his vitality, and Lu Hanwan was relieved when she saw this. They were happy with each other. But in Chongqing Palace, the situation was different between the prince and the queen. When the queen met the prince, she didn't say much nonsense and asked directly, "I heard that you gave all the cloth business to the ninth prince, and didn't even want 10% of the profit?" The prince nodded. "Yes." The queen asked again, "How much profit do those businesses have now?" The prince gave a rough number, and the queen's heart beat faster. This was just the beginning, and there were still many cities that had not been expanded. Even though she had long known how big this business was, she couldn't help but be moved by these numbers. She was the daughter of the Duke of Ying's mansion, and she was not short of money. But how much could she do with such a large sum of money? The prince refused. She said with a bad look, "You are grown up now, and you can disobey what you promised your mother before." She was talking about the profit sharing of this business. From the beginning, the prince refused to take half of his brother's profit. But the queen was not stupid. She knew that with the efficiency of the spinning wheel and loom, the amount of money that this business could earn should not be underestimated. So she specifically advised the prince. The prince refused at first, but later said in an ambiguous attitude that he would consider it. The queen thought that the prince was persuaded by her. After all, the prince would never refuse any of her requests, since he was a child, whether good or bad. But now she knows clearly that the prince is just tired of listening and is perfunctory. The prince explained anxiously, "Mother, I have no choice. Xiujio is so young. How can I take advantage of him? Moreover, my father is watching this matter. If my father is dissatisfied with me..." He repeated what he said to the Duke of England. But he knew it was useless, because the benefits were too great, and the queen would not give up. He had also said these things to the queen. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the queen raised her voice and said sternly, "So what if your father is dissatisfied? You are the prince, his legitimate son. Can he really dislike you all the time? The second prince and the third prince, who has never made mistakes. You, the prince, don't have to be correct every step. You are still young. Your father is not happy with you now. Will he still remember this when you are in your 20s or 30s? As long as time passes, all this will pass. What's more, this business was agreed upon by you and the ninth prince in advance. You paid a lot. It was you who found the craftsman for the ninth prince, and you were the one who did the business. Is it hard for people to understand that you took half of the money?" The queen sneered. "You think the ninth prince is nice to you. But that's just because he is still young. When he grows up and understands the power, he will know how annoying you are as a prince." The prince lowered his eyes and said nothing. He couldn't imagine how Xiujio would hate him in the future. But he wondered, in the eyes of his mother, was he, the prince, very annoying? As early as after Xiaoshi was born, the prince gradually understood the gap between himself and Xiaoshi, and even felt the change in the queen's attitude. Now, he could accept this with a stable mentality. In front of the queen, he is still timid and stubborn as before. No matter how much the queen said, he could not achieve the desired goal, which made the queen particularly upset. "Okay, now the mother can't control you. You should leave first." She didn't want to see the prince lowering his head and not saying a word, talking for a long time without listening. The prince looked up and looked at her with a look of hesitation. He was a good son who cared about his mother, but couldn't let go of his principles and didn't want to do bad things. "Then mother, please take care of yourself. I will leave first." The queen waved her hand, not wanting to look at him. The prince left the house as if nothing had happened. This was his routine. The queen was too strong, and he didn't want to listen to her. This was the only way. As for a complete fallout with the queen, this was unlikely in an era where filial piety was the priority, especially since the queen had raised him for so many years. If the prince really didn't care, I'm afraid the whole court would be filled with memorials to accuse him. On the other hand, emotions were quite complicated, and the prince didn't want to really break off relations with the queen. The days they spent together were still in his heart. In Changchun Palace, after the prince left, the queen fell into deep thought. Although the prince had always been filial to her, and was very good to Xiaoshi, he was too good to the ninth prince, who had nothing to do with him. Because of the ninth prince, the prince had contradicted her many times. Furthermore, even if the prince behaves well toward Xiaoshi, in fact, in the eyes of most people at present, the prince and the ninth prince are always connected. Even if the prince and Xiaoshi have a bad relationship, it is mainly because Xiaoshi rejects the prince. The queen can't do anything about it. She also said that she has a son, but Xiaoshi has no intention of changing. She can only do this. But after all, she and the prince are not biological mother and son. The queen can't help but think that two princes, one likes the prince, and the other treats the prince badly. After a long time, will the prince really have no bias? When Xiao Jiao and Xiaoshi went to Chongwenwen to study on the same first day, didn't the prince choose to go to Chaoxiao Palace to pick up the ninth prince? Some subtle details still reveal the prince's inclination, because of her own childhood experience. The queen herself did not want her son to be like her one day and never be valued. So she wanted to have a good relationship with her son at first, so that she could rest assured in the future. But they were not biological mother and son, so the queen could not really rest assured about the prince. The queen was not an ordinary woman. Of course, she could not put all her hopes on the prince. She wanted to give her son the best of everything, including the throne. It was just that she raised the prince, and the prince was pure and kind. And he had feelings after all, so she could not make up her mind so easily. Furthermore, the queen knew that even if her elder sister died, the Duke of Ing would support the prince, not the 10th prince she gave birth to. The dual factors of emotion and reality allowed the queen to maintain the current situation. But her suspicion and desire for control also made her demand more and more from the prince. It seemed that only if the prince agreed to every one of her requests could it prove that the prince really had deep feelings for her, and was full of care for the 10th prince, and would be good to them in the future. Or, the queen just wanted to find a suitable reason in this nitpicking to prove that she would take action against the prince. She had no choice, so as not to feel guilty when she thought of her elder sister in the past. After all, in that long time, only the elder sister would see her and listen to her ideas seriously. The other party still had some weight in the queen's life. The relationship between the crown prince and the queen is on a dangerous fine line, and it is unknown when it will break. Of course, the crown prince had anticipated this, and he would not sit still and wait for death. So it is really unclear what the future will be like. The new year has passed. The ice and snow began to melt, and spring is coming. At this time, another thing happened in the palace. That is, the second and third princes also began to enter the court. Among the many princes before, only the crown prince began to get involved in political affairs. The crown prince directly led the second and third princes by a large margin, and even the prince party was jubilant, and the crown prince was in great glory. But now, the other two princes are also standing at the same starting point as the crown prince. This also means that the fight between the three princes will become fierce again. However, for the time being, nothing has happened. At this moment, the dynasty's main focus is on one thing. That is, the war against the Chong people. Last year, Xie and Tianqi had already started a war against the Chong people. But due to the cold winter climate, the two sides temporarily stopped fighting. But after the new year, they started again. There is no doubt that no matter how brave and good at fighting the Chong people are, they can't stand up to two big countries. Especially these two big countries have extremely powerful generals, and the Chong people are completely defeated. The good news kept coming to the capital, and the emperor was very happy. In contrast, Song Shuqing was more anxious. First, she was worried about her old friend. Second, she was awakened and began to desire power. A famous young master of the Chong tribe was of course much more useful to her than a prisoner. She sat by the window with a worried look. Qianru went out to make tea and came in. Seeing Song Shuqing like this, she also said with concern, "Master, are you still worried about that person?" That person refers to the young master of the Chong tribe. Qianru has served Song Shuqing since she was a child, and knows a lot about Song Shuqing. Of course, she is also aware of the existence of this young master of the Chong tribe. Song Shuqing sighed. Qianru comforted, "Master, don't worry. Isn't it said that it is easy to ride a horse on the grassland? That person will definitely not get into trouble." Song Shuqing had nothing to hide from her personal maid. It's not as simple as you think. Tianqi and Xie are specifically targeting the Chong people. How could they let them go easily? Especially with what the Chong people had done before. It would be good if they were not killed. Qianru muttered in confusion. Even in this war, there are still people seeking peace. Could it be that our Tianqi really wants to destroy the Chong people? There are so many people. Can they be killed? She didn't really have a big opinion on whether the Chong people should die or not. She was just confused. The Chong tribes must have at least 1 million people in total. If we only count the soldiers, there must be hundreds of thousands. Qianru couldn't think of how to arrange the bodies. Ask for peace. Song Shuqing repeated in a murmur, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She stood up, which scared Qianru. Yes, there is still a way to seek peace. Although Xie and Tianqi are trying their best to deal with the Chong this time. As long as there are enough benefits, everything can change. Who can refuse a tool that can be used as a vanguard? After the Chong, it should be a war between Tianqi and Xie. Wouldn't it be better if some Chong soldiers replace some of Tianqi's soldiers to be injured and bleed? Let alone Tianqi. I am afraid that Xie can get the submission of the Chong. After weighing the pros and cons, I am afraid that it is also possible to tear up the alliance with Tianqi. Of course, such a method is not only her idea, but the Chong people may not accept it. After all, the Chong people are notorious and have a deep blood feud with both countries. No matter which country they submit to, I am afraid that neither country will be at ease. They will only be completely used. And the difference between dying early and dying late. The Chang people will definitely be unwilling in their hearts. But it doesn't matter. If they don't agree, they will be exterminated. It doesn't matter whether they are willing or not. At least there is still a glimmer of hope. And what Song Shuqing wants to do is to persuade the young master of the Chang people to choose the side of Tianqi before the Chang people really decide which country to submit to. If the Chang people join Tianqi, then with her relationship with that person, the Chang people will be her helper. And it may be a very powerful and useful helper. Thinking of this, Song Shuqing felt completely relaxed. She couldn't wait to find paper and pen, and then wrote on the letter paper. In the Qingjing Palace, the emperor looked at the letter paper in his hand, tapping his fingers. After a while, he smiled. It's really interesting. I hope the young master of the Chang tribe can listen and stick to it. After all, it is really interesting to have another scapegoat to attack Xia. The emperor still felt very distressed about the soldiers of his own country. And it was better to save one more life. If the country wants to become stronger, it cannot do without a sufficient population. However, the old hatred cannot be avenged. And he cannot raise a tiger to cause trouble. The Chang tribe must be cleansed. Song Shuqing's letter was delivered to the border as promised. At the beginning, the young master of the Chang tribe and Song Shuqing agreed on a place to pass the letter. Because of the war during this period, the emperor also tried to make way so that the letter could reach the hands of the young master of the Chang tribe smoothly. At this time, the Chang tribe was almost at the end of their rope. They had sent a message for peace before. The western Yu side might not be unmoved. But they, like Emperor Tianqi, wanted to take this opportunity to sharply reduce the population of the Chang tribe, grind their edges, and then accept the people. Otherwise, it would be bad to invite a wolf into the house. If you agree now, it will be difficult to do it. The young master of the Chang tribe fell silent after seeing Song Shuqing's letter. In fact, before, the Chang tribe wanted to lean towards Xia. First, the old emperor of Xia was old and incompetent, and it was easier to fool him. In contrast, the emperor of Tianqi was in his prime and had the appearance of a wise ruler. They might not get anything good if they went there. Second, the Chang tribe had cooperated with the high-level officials of Xia in the past. As long as they were given enough benefits, they would have a better life and better vitality. The belief of wanting to restore the glory of the past has always been in the hearts of the Chang people. Different races. No one wants to live under the rule of others. That night, when the leaders of various tribes gathered together to discuss what to do next, the young master of the Chang tribe suddenly said, "Why don't we try Tianqi's side?" What? Some people were shocked. As for which side to seek peace with, everyone must have disagreed before. But everyone was more inclined to Xia. Especially the young master was a strong supporter. Therefore, he suddenly changed his mind at this moment, which was unexpected. Since the young master of the Chang tribe has spoken, it must be that he has not found any reason. If so, the others will not listen to him. Now is the life and death moment of their entire race. He, the young master, cannot show off here. Besides, he is not the only young master. He has 2 older brothers and a younger brother. He said in a steady tone, "We should have felt that Feng Ji of Tianqi is indeed a difficult person during this period." Seeing that he said this, some people on the scene immediately showed an indignant look on their faces. He quickly stopped them and continued, "I know that the men of our Chang tribe are good at fighting. Xia and Tianqi are just relying on their large numbers. If they really fight us alone, they will definitely not be able to beat us." After hearing what he said, the commotion of the people present stopped. It must be said that the Chang people are indeed proud in their hearts, which comes from their strength on horseback. They grew up on horseback since childhood, and they are tall and strong. They are really good at fighting. They have been harassing the borders of Xia and Tianqi for so many years, and they are basically invincible. They have been fierce for hundreds of years. That kind of arrogance in war has long been engraved in their bones. Glancing at the expressions of the people present, the young leader of the Chang tribe said, "We are powerful. But it has become like this. There is no need to deny how powerful Feng Ji is. In comparison, although the generals on the Xia side are not bad, they are still a little worse than Feng Ji. The general from Xia is said to be better at defending the city. Both countries are afraid of our Chang people. No matter which country we go to, they will just force us to fight the other country. We have discussed this before. If we go to Xia, we will have to fight Tianqi. The losses will definitely be huge. So many of our Chang people have died. We can't lose more. On the contrary, if we go to Tianqi and fight Xia, the damage will be much smaller, and we can buy more time to recover. What he said makes sense. But some people are still hesitant. But the Emperor of Tianqi is much more powerful. They have killed the most of our people during this period. And now they want us to be their running dogs. Some people looked excited. This was actually the main reason why most people chose to go to Xia before. Because Tianqi killed too many Chang people. Of course, there were also many people from Xia. But in comparison, Tianqi was more brutal. The young leader of the Chang tribe said, Tianqi is stronger than Xia. If we go to Xia, I'm afraid Tianqi will kill us. It is obvious that Tianqi and Xia both want to destroy the other country, and will not stop until they achieve their goals. Everyone was silent for a moment. And someone objected. But the Emperor of Tianqi is not a simple person. What if he kills us in the future? However, the young leader of the Chang tribe did not refute this. In fact, everyone had different opinions about which side to join. It was just because Tianqi killed them too hard in this war that they did not speak out to support going to Tianqi. But the young leader of the Chang tribe spoke up just now. And those people no longer had to worry about anything. After a debate, the result finally came out. Everyone agreed to go to Tianqi. Only by going to Tianqi can they buy some time for the Chang people to recuperate and reduce damage. As for whether the emperor would abandon them, by then the Chang people should have recovered enough and would not lose the ability to fight back. Okay, let's go to Tianqi. But, someone worried, will Tianqi agree to us? The hatred between Tianqi and the Chang people is not shallow. Which is why Feng Ji attacked the Chang people so harshly this time. Although Feng Ji is gentle and kind in the capital, he is cruel on the battlefield and faces the enemy. In his eyes, the local soldiers seem to have exceeded the scope of human beings. A real iron-blooded general. The young leader of the Chang tribe snorted disdainfully. No one has really rejected our Chang warriors. They are really useful. And they are definitely a great weapon to attack Xia. Soon, Feng Ji received a letter from the Chang tribe asking for peace. To show their sincerity, the Chang tribe was willing to submit to Tianqi and be at Tianqi's disposal. Looking at the letter in his hand, Feng Ji laughed. And his deputy general came over and asked carelessly, General, the Chang tribe is here to ask for peace? The other generals in the big tent also looked over. Although they asked this question, everyone was actually sure in their hearts that at this time, the letter from the Chang tribe could only be a request for peace. One person said, I heard that the Chang people had asked for peace with Xia before. But Xia ignored it. Another person sneered, of course. If Xia really accepts the Chang people, it will be like letting a wolf into the house. Everyone started talking. The Chang people killed so many people on our border and robbed so many things. How can we accept their peace? They are just wolves with ambitions. Dogs can't change their eating habits. More than 100 years ago, when our Tianqi was weak, these bastards came to our Tianqi to massacre the city. Now it's time for us to give them back. These people are dirty in their bones. Only when they are all slaughtered and killed can we completely solve the future troubles. Speaking of the grievances between Tianqi and the Chang people, they have been entangled for hundreds of years. Not every emperor of Tianqi was a wise or normal monarch. There were also incompetent monarchs. When Tianqi was in turmoil, the Chang people did a lot to deal with Tianqi, including burning, looting and smashing. In short, everyone felt disgusted when the Chang people were mentioned. Of course, it was not that no one at the scene could see the usefulness of the Chang people. The emperor had never concealed his ambition to unify the world. And Xia was also eyeing Tianqi. Therefore, someone noticed it at this moment. If the Chang people are used to fight Xia, it can be considered useful. How can that be possible? Keeping these Chang people is a disaster. Immediately, there was a quarrel in the tent. Okay. After a while, Feng Ji called for a stop. His voice was not very loud. But the scene immediately became quiet. Whether to accept the surrender of the Chang people depends on the emperor's intention. So you don't have to quarrel. Feng Ji's mouth curled up a smile. But his words were full of cruelty. It's not a pity to kill the Chang people. But it's not a bad idea to accept them. Letting them die in the battle with Xia in the future is not a bad thing for our soldiers. As the emperor's senior fan, Feng Ji certainly would not let the emperor have any chance to be blamed. So he directly expressed his attitude, so that when everyone knew that the emperor decided to accept the Chang people's decision, they would not be dissatisfied with the emperor. After all, the Chang people and Tianqi do have a deep hatred. He had received the emperor's letter a long time ago and knew the emperor's plan. Although these minor dissatisfactions did not affect everyone's loyalty to the emperor, Feng Ji was used to protecting the emperor. After hearing what Feng Ji said, everyone knew that no matter how you look at it, the Chang people are looking for death, and the court will only use them, so everyone can accept it in their hearts. General, you are right. We all listen to the emperor and the general. Then, General, do we still have to continue fighting this war? Fight. Of course we have to fight. Feng Ji said, whether to seek peace or not. We have to write a letter back to tell the emperor first to get the result. As for before getting the result, we can't easily violate the emperor's previous order. What if this is a delaying tactic used by the treacherous Chang people? The emperor said that the Chang people must be cleansed thoroughly before they can be accepted. Seeing their general talking nonsense seriously, the generals around him also showed a smile of joy. Everyone started to make a noise. Yes, the general is right. The Chang people are treacherous. We must be on guard against them. On the other side, the leader of the Chang tribe saw the letter and threw the letter on the ground in a rage. He walked around in the tent with a red face. This is too much. This Feng Ji is really too much. Khan! What's wrong? Someone picked up the letter on the ground. And then the people around passed it around. And they all got angry instantly. No one would not feel angry when seeing the other party fooling themselves and not taking them seriously when their lives were in danger. This is too much. This is the only thought in everyone's mind when they saw the letter. This Feng Ji. Could it be that our Chang people dug up his ancestral grave before? One person said angrily. After being ashamed and angry, many people calmed down and thought. After all, this was their only way out. Xia had not agreed to their request for peace before. Could it be that Tianqi would not agree to us? One person said with a dark face. It's nothing more than wanting to reduce the strength of our tribe first so that they can control it. But Tianqi. Xia played hard to get. But Tianqi was not necessarily the case. Emperor Tianqi was a strong man. When Emperor Tianqi led an expedition, they intervened, but were repelled by Emperor Tianqi and suffered heavy casualties. Although these people did not say it, they knew in their hearts that Tianqi was not a country that could be easily despised. Is Tianqi really not tempted? It is nonsense to say that we Chang people are treacherous. It is obviously the Tianqi people who are treacherous. They have been cheated many times when doing business in Tianqi, and they almost lost their pants. Even in this situation, these Tianqi people still have the nerve to say that they are treacherous. This is really absurd. The leader had a dark face. Since Tianqi is playing tricks on us, we don't have to go with Tianqi. Let's talk to Xia again. They want to force our Chang people, and now they should have done it. The young leader of the Chang tribe was shocked when he heard this, and he knelt on one knee and begged, please think twice. Khan, don't change your mind because of the momentary anger. For our Chang people, the best way at present is to surrender to Tianqi. It is reasonable for Feng Ji to ask the emperor for instructions. As long as we survive this period, everything will be fine. What are the differences between Tianqi and Xia? Both sides have the same calculations. The Chang leader had 4 sons, and the third young master, who was the one who had been talking, was the most respected one. So even though his words seemed a little disrespectful, the others really took them to heart and knew that the third young master was always reliable. The leader also fell silent. This matter concerned the survival of the tribe. So how could he not know the key? After considering the pros and cons, the Chang people decided to be patient for a while. They didn't believe that there was really a country willing to give up such a useful weapon. The benefits were obvious. They also knew how bad their reputation was, and how deep the grudge between them and Tianqi was. So they could understand Feng Ji's rejection and malice towards them. But it didn't matter. The emperor made the right choice. They just needed to be patient for a while, and wait for the order of Emperor Tianqi to arrive. No matter how much Feng Ji disliked them, he would not really dare to delay in front of the emperor when it came to the Chang people's decision to be used by Tianqi. That would be disrespectful to the emperor, and would have serious consequences. The Chang people who thought so could only comfort themselves in this way during Feng Ji's increasingly fierce attacks. Feng Ji also controlled the degree. After all, he would need these people in the future. Khan, Xia agreed to our request for peace. A soldier came with a letter from Xia in surprise. The tired faces of the Chang upper class, who gathered together, showed surprise, knowing that for them, this war has finally come to an end. People are dying every day. Even the cruel Chong people in the past can't stand it. Someone directly said loudly, Khan, why don't we just accept Xia directly? The two countries are obviously playing tricks on them. But at least Xia is not playing that seriously. Especially now that Tianqi has not made any moves. For a moment, many people showed moved expressions on their faces. They really don't want to be hunted down by people from the two countries again. They have lost a lot of people during this period. So now should we choose Xia? Or wait for Tianqi? Suddenly, someone asked. It would be good if Xia agreed. But they had already agreed to go to Tianqi. And going to Tianqi would be more beneficial to the Chong people. The young master of the Chong people. No. It should be said that the third young master said steadily, at this time. The imperial court of Tianqi should also come. The war was rushed for 800 miles. And they grew up on horseback. So they were able to estimate the time. As soon as he said this, the wavering people were instantly stabilized. The leader heard this and said, in this case, let's wait a few more days. If Tianqi doesn't make any more moves, then we Chong people don't have to fight them. At worst, we will fight against Tianqi. It seems that Xia is easier to fool, and they don't have to worry about finding a way out. A few days later, Fengji looked at the imperial edict in his hand, and said with some regrets, it seems that this war can't continue. Let's go and tell the Chong people what we mean. We Tianqi agreed to their request for peace. The capital. This news was also passed back. The prince said, in a few days, those people will come to the capital to meet the emperor. Zhao Yuan sipped his soup, his little face buried in the bowl. Looked at the prince, thought about it, and reminded him, I heard that the third young master of the Chong tribe had a good relationship with Shu Guiran. And Shu Guiran's several admirers seemed to help her. It's not that he wanted to gossip, but the third young master's style of doing things was very bold, daring to think and do, and he would really kill people. Compared with the original third prince, the third prince was also cruel. But the third prince was mainly here to plot against people, making some conspiracies and plans to calculate people, while this third young master killed people directly with force. These two are both the third oldest. They are really a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix. The reason why Zhao Yuan told the prince at this time was to let him know. In the original plot, neither he nor the prince lived to this time. So the affairs of the young master of the Chong tribe naturally had nothing to do with them. But now it is estimated that Song Shuqing already has the intention to seize the throne. So the existence of the prince is an eyesore. Who knows if this young master will do something to the prince one day. It is better to let the prince be a little alert. The prince frowned and thought. How many admirers? How many? He only knows one Qin Yuan Hua. Oh! And their father. The prince glanced at his brother who was eating, and thought that Shuzhou was very well informed. He thought about what happened in the palace in the past 2 years, wondering who might be related to Song Shuqing. Then took a breath and said carefully, brother will pay attention. He didn't ask his brother where he got the news from. It was probably Rong Fei. Or he heard some palace gossip in the palace. Zhao Yuan was actually not worried that the prince would mention this to others. Even if he did, he would not mention that he was the source of the news. The prince protected him very closely in these aspects. After all, even if everyone believed that what he knew was what his mother Lu Hanwan said, the concubines knew too much secret information and stretched their hands too far, which might make a bad impression, especially in front of the emperor. The prince would never cause any trouble for Zhao Yuan. A few days later, the leader of the Chong tribe and some people came to pay homage to the emperor. Zhao Yuan also saw the young leader of the Chong tribe, who was related to Song Shuqing. He had to say that he was quite good-looking, the type of a little wolf dog, with thick eyebrows and deep eyes, and it looked difficult to get close to him. He looked at his father again, thinking that his father was the best-looking. In fact, among the several admirers, the emperor's power, status and appearance were the best. The only ones who could be together for life were probably this little wolf dog and the miracle doctor. It was not certain about the little wolf dog. The other party had several brothers and his status in the tribe was unstable. If he wanted to go further, he might need to marry with other tribes. However, given the other party's mentality and means, it was very likely that he would marry her back as a decoration. As for the miracle doctor, his personality is not acceptable to ordinary people. Of course, from the psychological confession of Song Shuqing after she supported her son to ascend the throne in the later part of the plot, it can be seen that the reason why Song Shuqing was still entangled with the emperor after knowing his family background and identity at that time In addition to emotional factors, there was also a part, perhaps the desire for power hidden under her love at that time. Otherwise, if it were someone else, she might not be able to forgive. Zhao Yuan felt that Song Shuqing was right to choose this. This is the highest power in this era. It is normal to have the opportunity to contact or even own it. After the Chong people met the emperor, they were arranged by the emperor. As expected, Tianqi used them to fight against Xia, conferred them titles, and after a short rest, the Chong people were arranged to work. Their appearance and disappearance did not cause any waves in the capital. At the moment, another thing that attracted much attention everywhere was the selection of concubines. And this selection was different from the previous ones. This time, the crown princess and the second prince's consort would be selected. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened when he heard the news. Lu Hanwan stretched out her finger and tapped his nose with a smile. Don't you think about it? Your crown prince brother is 17 years old. And it's time for him to get married. From selecting the right person to getting married, it takes a long time. Maybe next year or the year after. Your crown prince brother can really get married. Now we just select the person first. Zhao Yuan sighed. The prince isn't growing up that fast. Lu Hanwan teased him. The prince is getting married. Is Shujio sad? Zhao Yuan shook his head. Puzzled. What's there to be sad about? He's still my prince after getting married. He was even a little excited, wondering what kind of person the future princess would be. He jumped up and ran out. Mom, I'll ask the prince what kind of wife he likes. He ran away in a flash. And Lu Hanwan, who was watching him in the room, smiled helplessly. This guy is really unexpected. Shujio and the prince have been good friends for so many years. And she thought Xiaozhou might think that the prince would be taken away by someone, and was just about to comfort her son. Xiaoyun smiled and said, the master should be happy that the ninth prince is not sad. Otherwise, I don't know how long the master will have to coax him. On the other side, Zhao Yuan's footsteps were fast, and he arrived at the East Palace in a short while. The prince's study was never on guard against him. Zhao Yuan poked his head directly at the door, and saw the prince working behind the desk. He immediately ran in and lay on the desk, saying with interest, Brother Prince, do you know that this time, the emperor is going to choose your princess as well? The prince put down the pen in his hand and looked at his brother. I know. The emperor told me. Zhao Yuan asked again. Then what kind of wife do you like? Brother Prince? Xiao Jiao can help you look and choose the most beautiful one. The girls in the selection were not easy for the prince to see at his age. But Zhao Yuan was different. He was only 6 years old, so it was no problem for him to walk around the palace. He felt that this was not good in ancient times. The prince had never seen his future wife, nor had they ever gotten along with each other. How could he get married directly? Blind marriage, if it was not suitable, would not be good for both parties. The prince smiled and asked, Shujio wants a beautiful one? Zhao Yuan shook his head quickly. No. This cannot be based on beauty. It has to be that you, the prince, like her. As long as you like her. She is the most beautiful. Oh! The prince smiled and said, you know so much at such a young age. And you are so sweet-mouthed. You will definitely have no problem coaxing your wife in the future. Brother Crown Prince. Zhao Yuan puffed up his face. He was talking to Brother Crown Prince about serious matters. Getting married is a lifelong event. If it is not suitable, it will not be good for the couple. Seeing that his brother was anxious, the prince became more serious. Let your brother think about it. As for the selection of the crown princess, the prince actually didn't think too much before, and it was not something he could choose casually. The position of crown princess represents different meanings. She must have the ability in this regard and be worthy of this position, or even the position of the future queen. So the choice is very obvious. Of course, the prince doesn't hate such a girl. He really doesn't have a favorite type. In his heart, he will respect his future wife. It's good for the couple to support each other and respect each other. As for whether they love each other or not, he has never thought about it and can't imagine it. At the moment, he said to his brother, a gentle type who won't be bullied. In fact, she is dignified and smart. After all, the prince is also aware of his situation. There are the second prince and other princes who are growing up in front of him, and the queen as his adoptive mother behind him. If his wife is not smart, it will be difficult for her to stand in the same position with him. Husband and wife are one, since they have decided to fight. They are together. It's just that he can't tell his brother too obviously. Otherwise, if his brother says it in front of his father might think of something when he hears that he wants a smart crown princess. Seeing his brother's entangled look, the prince patted his little head and said with a smile, "Okay. Don't worry so much. Father will choose the most suitable candidate for the crown princess." Zhao Yuan nodded. But he was still curious. He led Wei Nani and 2 palace servants to the direction of the imperial garden. He planned to see what those concubines looked like. Those concubines had been in the palace for a few days. The eunuch he brought with him happened to know the origins of these concubines. Zhao Yuan didn't think of appearing in front of the concubines directly. He was simply curious and wanted to match those names with people. Fortunately, when the crown princess was selected, he had an idea in his mind. As for the other party's personality, it was not something he could see through at a glance. Moreover, the concubines are all in the palace now, and anything that happens will be spread out. Everyone will pretend not to make any ugly things happen. If there is a commotion, the consequences are hard to predict. In comparison, he thinks his father's investigation may be much more reliable. Most people in the palace should have heard about the temperaments of those concubines in the past. Of course, the performance of each person in the palace should also be able to tell something. Zhao Yuan came to a rockery where he used to stay, and stretched his head to look over there with Wei Nani. There were many concubines in the imperial garden today, and the eunuch squatted on the side and kept introducing them. The girl in blue clothes is from the family of the Minister of Rights. The one wearing red is. In the series of introductions, some rumors about each other were also interspersed, such as which girls were aiming for the position of crown princess, and which ones were so and so. Basically, several girls with high family backgrounds came for the position of crown princess. Although this talent show will also select the second prince's princess. The second prince is the same as the crown prince. The second prince is not the eldest son, and his mother's family is also mediocre, while the crown prince is the crown prince. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the future emperor. So compared to the second prince's wife, everyone's goal is still more focused on the crown princess. Among them, the most watched in this session is the daughter of the left prime minister. This daughter of the prime minister's family has the highest family background. She is dignified, often with a gentle smile on her face, and well-mannered, so people dare not offend her easily. After hearing about this person's temperament and family background, Zhao Yuan took a closer look at this daughter of the prime minister's family. This daughter looked dignified and generous, standing there and different from others. It can be seen at a glance that she is from a high family. Many people are surrounding her. She is not particularly beautiful, but she is also above average. Zhao Yuan is still very satisfied in his heart. His sister-in-law is like this, which is pretty good. She won't be bullied if you look at her. Who is doing what there? A crisp voice sounded behind Zhao Yuan and the other two. Zhao Yuan knew that they had been discovered. He turned around and saw 2 concubines watching them vigilantly not far away. The one who spoke just now should be the pretty girl, who was a little closer to the front. After Wei Nani and the others revealed Zhao Yuan's figure, the 2 girls' guards were instantly dispersed. They squatted and saluted. "I see, Your Highness. I didn't know Your Highness was here. I'm sorry. Earlier, the 2 saw someone hiding behind the rockery to peek at the concubines, and naturally felt that something was wrong. But later when they saw the little boy inside, they knew that this should be the little prince, who heard about this election and was curious. It is obvious that the child who can appear in the palace must be a prince. Moreover, Dueling guessed that the little prince in front of him was most likely the 9th prince. There had long been rumors outside the palace that the 9th prince and the crown prince were good friends, and that the crown princess would be chosen in this selection. So it was not impossible for the 9th prince to help the crown prince. Another point was that the 9th prince was cute and said to have a good temper. The child in front of him would not have a bad temper from his face. Zhao Yuan said, "You get up." The 2 girls got up, and the girl who spoke up met Zhao Yuan's eyes, and subconsciously smiled sweetly. At a glance, you could tell that this should be a cheerful, sunny and energetic girl. And she was also pretty. The noise on their side also disturbed the people in the imperial garden. People gathered around. Among them, the daughter of the left prime minister, who was the focus of attention, smiled and pointed out his identity directly. His Royal Highness the 9th Prince. A group of people saluted. Zhao Yuan asked curiously, "How do you know I am the 9th Prince?" The daughter of the left prime minister coaxed the child in a soft tone. I was fortunate to come to the palace with my father, and met His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince at that time. And now, of course, I can recognize him. So that's it. Zhao Yuan nodded. And after a few polite words, he left. After they left the imperial garden, the eunuch next to him continued, I just found out that the girl in the yellow dress of your highness is the daughter of General Shenwei. The Du family has been generals for generations, and is very prestigious. Her father and brothers are all at the border, and have not returned for many years. They are a famous family of loyalty and bravery, with 100,000 troops in their hands. The other one is, however. Zhao Yuan listened and felt good about this one. However, Miss Du looked simple, and was not suitable for the complicated situation in the East Palace. So he did not pay much attention to her. He had to ask his father which girl would be the wife of the prince. After looking around and seeing that there were no outsiders in the Qingjing Hall, Zhao Yuan went in directly. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted loudly, Father! The emperor looked up and saw his son and waved at him. You are free today. Come sit here. Father! Zhao Yuan ignored these and ran over and sat down next to the emperor. He happened to see the portrait placed in front of the emperor. His eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this a coincidence? He asked, Father. Who are you going to choose as the crown princess for the prince? What? The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. Does your prince brother have someone he likes? As he said this, he put his eyes back on the portrait and said casually, As for the crown princess, of course she must be of the same status and ability. But if the prince has other women he likes, it doesn't matter. I am preparing to help them choose concubines as well. Whether it is the crown prince or the second prince. They have 2 concubines in addition to the main wife. Zhao Yuan was directly shocked by this sudden news. The crown princess and concubines are selected together. But if so, how sad the crown princess will be. After coming here for so many years, Zhao Yuan's concept of monogamy has always been very solid in his mind. Of course, each place has its own views. He doesn't care about other people's wives and concubines like in ancient times. It's enough to just take care of himself. But when he encountered such a scene, he still felt that it was wrong. The emperor listened to his son's naive words and laughed. What's there to be sad about? It's a matter of time. No matter who you marry. The royal family can't marry only one. Especially the crown prince. That's even more impossible. This is something everyone has known for a long time. In comparison, those people are probably more concerned about the position of the crown princess, not whether she is a concubine or not. Zhao Yuan frowned. He still felt bad. That's different. Even if it's a matter of time. But the feeling is still different. He is young. But he is not easy to fool. At least, he has watched a lot of TV dramas in modern times. Unable to think of how to refute, he simply grabbed the emperor's arm and acted like a rogue. I don't care. Father, please don't find a concubine for the prince for the time being. Knowing that the prince has someone else, how can the princess not be sad? What should we do if we treat them unfairly? Seeing that his son was always talking about sadness, the emperor wondered how his son knew all this at such a young age. However, he was slightly moved and thought of concubine Rong. Such a young child would feel sad because of another woman. Could it be that concubine Rong was sad in the past and Xiuqiu saw it? Thinking about how concubine Rong dared to accompany him through smallpox. It was normal for her to have some real feelings for him. He leaned back slightly on the chair and asked, You said that? Have you discussed it with your brother the crown prince? What if your brother the crown prince wants to settle everything at once? It would be of great benefit to the crown prince to settle it early. Are you sure your brother the crown prince will be happy when he knows that you have settled it? Getting married is an excellent way to win over power. Zhao Yuan was stunned. He really hadn't discussed this with the crown prince first. Seeing that the emperor looked like he was enjoying the show, Zhao Yuan puffed out his chest. Brother the crown prince is not that kind of person. He will definitely be fine. The emperor was amused by him and laughed non-stop. Finally, touching his son's head. Okay, father can agree to you. But you should ask your brother the crown prince first, so as not to be blamed in the future. Not only the crown prince's concubine, but also the second prince's concubine will be settled together. After all, there were many beautiful girls from good families in this year's show, and the emperor didn't want to bring all these girls into his harem. Although he himself was not very old, this time Zhao Yuan didn't show off anymore. He knew that the emperor was doing it for his own good. It was about power. And there was the second prince as a comparison. If the prince fell behind, it would not be a good thing. At least, if the prince's party knew about his proposal, they would definitely have a bad opinion of him. He pursed his lips, inexplicably unhappy, because he thought things were too simple for a while. Seeing that he was unhappy, the emperor felt uncomfortable instead. He picked up the portrait on the table and diverted his son's attention. Didn't you ask who would be the candidate for the crown princess? Come and see for yourself. He told his son about the people in the portraits, and his words were more to the point than what the eunuch beside Zhao Yuan had said before. The two most important families at the moment were the one Zhao Yuan had thought of before, the dignified and polite daughter of the left prime minister, and the other was the Du family, a military family. One was a scholar, and the other was a military. Of course, there were other families that were not bad. Zhao Yuan looked at the two portraits and asked, "Do you want to choose between the left prime minister's family and the Du family?" The emperor didn't say it directly, but only asked, "Who do you want to be your sister-in-law? Shijio?" Zhao Yuan shook his head. "I have seen both of them, and they seem to be good. I can't choose. It depends on who the prince likes." The emperor smiled. Afterwards, Zhao Yuan went to talk to the prince about whether they wanted to choose a concubine together. He looked at the prince's expression cautiously. "I'm sorry. I mentioned this to my father. If the prince said he wanted to choose together, would it make my father have a bad idea about him?" The emperor really had no sense of distance from him, and the two of them got along just like ordinary father and son. Zhao Yuan often played tricks in front of the emperor, so he always said whatever he wanted in front of the emperor, without any scruples. This also led to him saying that he realized that he seemed to have cheated the prince after he finished speaking. The prince never liked to see his younger brother being uneasy in front of him. He directly reached out and pinched his younger brother's face, and smiled. "What's there to worry about? It's just a matter of time. Father is still so young. It's too early for them to think about this. Shijio's suggestion is very good. It just helps the prince. Marrying the princess first is just right to cultivate feelings with the princess alone. In the future, the couple will be of one mind and walk hand in hand. Isn't it a good thing? Marrying too many people will easily cause trouble and alienate the couple. The status of a wife is indeed different in many people's minds." Hearing the prince say this, Zhao Yuan finally showed a bright smile, his eyes sparkling, and kept nodding. "Yes, that's what I mean. Marrying less will be more stable, let alone other things. Just look at their father's harem. You will know what it's like to marry too many people. Where there are people, there are struggles. Everyone is fighting for the same interests. So there will be people who know the consequences and continue to fall." A few days later, in addition to the crown princess and the second prince's consort, the news that a concubine would also be selected was known to everyone. As for who they would be, everyone had some idea in their minds. Because the crown prince and the second prince had their own mothers, their main and concubines would of course be reviewed by their mothers in advance. Therefore, in these days, many of the concubines were called over by the queen and consort Zhuang. The more times they were called, the more satisfied the superiors were with the girl, especially the crown princess and the second prince's consort, who were the focus of everyone's attention, were under everyone's attention. Everyone thought that the two should be selected from the daughters of the left prime minister and the generals. Both of them have good family backgrounds, especially Du Yuling, who comes from a military family. Her father and brother hold 100,000 soldiers in their hands. This is absolute strength. To some extent, this is very useful for the prince, who wants to seize the throne. This can be seen from concubine Zhuang's enthusiasm for Du Yuling. Every time concubine Zhuang asked Du Yuling to come over, she would say nice things and be very close to her. Of course, in addition to Du Yuling, concubine Zhuang also asked other girls to come over. On the other side, the queen also summoned the daughter of the left prime minister and Du Yuling. The daughter of the left prime minister had more times, but Du Yuling was not bad either. This made some people a little confused, because according to the rules, this means that the queen is still hesitating between the two. You know, the identities of these two people are worthy of whoever becomes the crown princess. The second prince was very anxious and walked around in concubine Zhuang's palace. What does the queen mean? She doesn't want to catch both of them at once. One as the crown princess and the other as a concubine. Concubine Zhuang sat on the chair and said lightly, "You are not calm. The queen has her own son. Why is she paving the way for the crown prince? Besides, one is civil and the other is military. And it depends on whether the emperor agrees or not. The second prince also knew that what he said was outrageous. But he really couldn't figure out what the queen wanted to do by doing this. So he said such words in a moment of anger. He didn't leave at this moment, but sat on the chair, looking at his mother who was still steady, and couldn't help urging, "Oh, mother, don't be so steady. What do you know? Tell your son." Normally, the second prince is not a man of courage but no strategy. On the contrary, he has a good brain. But when it comes to his marriage, between the prime minister's mansion and the general's mansion, he cares more about the general's mansion, which has 100,000 soldiers. To put it bluntly, their father rebelled all the way to rise. And it is too important to have military power in his hands, especially since the second prince himself is also outstanding in martial arts. So of course, he wants to get in touch with this aspect. The second prince was anxious when he thought that the military power of the Du family might fall into the hands of the prince. Concubine Zhuang said, over the years, although the prince and the queen still look like a loving mother and a filial son, who can't make plans for their own son, especially when our queen was in her natal family, she was always suppressed by her sister. How could she really be good to the prince? Back then, it was just the environment that forced her to do so, and she herself had difficulty in bearing children. Now, the 10th prince is still young, but the crown prince has reached the age of marrying. No matter which of these two wives, they are of high status. The queen just doesn't want to do it. A smile appeared on concubine Zhuang's face. The second prince still felt a little bothered, and he frowned. But it's not certain who has a higher status in the queen's heart, the left prime minister's family or the general's family. What if the queen chooses Du Yuling? You know, Du Yuling's father and brother are both on the battlefield, and it's possible that they will encounter an accident one day. If the queen wants to make a move in the future, she can find an opportunity. But it's not easy for the Zhuxiang family, and the Zhuxiang can help the prince a lot. Concubine Zhuang shook her head. The Zhuxiang family is aiming for the position of the crown princess, and they have some tacit understanding with the Duke of Yingluo's family. The queen will not go against the wishes of the family. Moreover, Du Yuling is simple and unsuitable for the position of the crown princess. No matter from which aspect, Ji Hijing is more suitable, since she is sitting in the position of the queen. At least on the surface, she must act in accordance with the rules of the queen. Moreover, the queen's thoughts. Firstly, without the support of the Duke of Yingluo's family. And secondly, she dare not put them in front of the emperor. It would be strange if she could do anything. The queen would not want to be separated from the crown prince now. On the other side, Changchun Palace. The queen looked at Du Yuling with a smile on her face, and her tone was soft, as if she was very satisfied with Du Yuling. She took Du Yuling's hand to pat. "You girl is simple and lively. Just have a daughter like you." Du Yuling laughed embarrassed. The queen mother laughed, and she could get the blessing of Yuling. In fact, she was restless and felt embarrassed. "I can't wait to fly out without him." When the queen praised her like this, she was still standing on the side to be a long-lost princess. Woolen cloth. Du Yuling is not deep, but she is not a fool. She knows what she came to do when she entered the palace. When at home, his mother and grandmother had analyzed it with her. Attribution is also obviously indicated that she knows that she must be on the side of the second prince. With her family background, she is most likely the second prince's consort. As for the position of the crown princess, Du Yuling felt that her scheming was useless. She couldn't be so comprehensive, so she never thought about it. But the prince's aunt liked her very much and wanted her to become a family member in front of the crown princess. And Du Yuling was dumbfounded. She knew that the queen didn't really like her. She just became a pawn of the queen to stimulate Ji Hijing. The relationship between the queen and the prince didn't seem to be as harmonious as rumored. East Palace. Today was the time for the prince to pay respects to the queen. Zhao Yuan heard from people around him that the queen summoned several beautiful women, including the very likely crown princess. So he excitedly pulled the prince to meet her early. He held the prince's hand. "There are many people in the imperial garden, so it's not easy for you to meet her. But it's okay to go to Changchun Palace to pay respects and see her by the way. Even if there is a strict rule between men and women, it's not to this extent." The prince thought about the recent period. He heard that the queen liked the girl from the Du family, but was a little indifferent to Miss Ji. After thinking about it, he felt that it would be okay for him to meet her. He knew that Miss Ji was a foregone conclusion that the crown princess would be the crown princess. His mother was targeting her because of him. He should also see how Miss Ji was doing now, and see if there was anything he could do. When the two brothers arrived near Changchun Palace, they happened to see a girl who had gone far away. Zhao Yuan was a little disappointed. It seemed that the prince brother would not be able to see his future sister-in-law today. That's the person who will spend the rest of his life with him. Just as he was thinking, he saw two girls coming out from the other side. One of them, Zhao Yuan recognized, was the daughter of the left prime minister. His eyes lit up, and he pulled the prince's sleeve, motioning him to look over. That's Miss Ji. However, Miss Ji's face didn't look very good. Zhao Yuan knew that the woman who followed Miss Ji and looked at her carefully was also a selected girl this time, and was a person who had always been on good terms with Miss Ji. The two of them should focus on Miss Ji. Miss Ji's face was terribly gloomy, and this posture made Zhao Yuan and the prince feel uncomfortable and rushed out directly. The pink-dressed woman beside Miss Ji said cautiously, "Hejing, the queen doesn't really want to choose Du Yuling as the crown princess. Does she?" Ji Hejing raised a mocking smile, thinking that if the queen really did that, it would be a great help to her. But unfortunately, the queen just wants to sow discord between me and the crown prince. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the crown princess the queen really likes is Du Yuling. But she can't do anything about it due to some realistic conditions. And she is not as good-looking as Du Yuling. And it can be seen at a glance that she was reluctantly chosen as the crown princess because of her background and temperament. The queen said openly and secretly that Du Yuling and the crown prince are more compatible. And as a woman, how could a normal person not mind? It might even make him misunderstand that the prince also thought so. If she was separated from the prince before she married into the palace, she would have many suspicions in the future. Hearing this, the prince looked at Ji Hejing with a softer look. This is the palace. And Ji Hejing also knew that even a brick in the palace could talk. So she quickly put away the expression on her face. Seeing that the two girls were approaching, the prince hurried out of the hiding place. The pink-dressed woman exclaimed, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The two hurried forward to salute, and Ji Hejing saluted with full etiquette. But when she stood up, she secretly looked up at the prince. When their eyes met, she hurriedly lowered her head shyly. Her face flushed. "Meet your Highness." "Get up," the prince said, knowing that his future princess consort had been wronged. The prince looked at Ji Hejing with a much gentler look. "Is there anything you are not used to in the palace?" Ji Hejing shook her head gently and said softly, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. There is nothing you are not used to in the palace." "Yeah," the prince said dryly, facing a strange woman who might be his future wife. The prince really didn't know what to say to her. The awkward atmosphere spread around. Ji Hejing's eyes moved to Zhao Yuan on the side, with a gentle smile on her face. "I have heard that Your Highness has the best relationship with the ninth prince. Now it seems that it is indeed well-deserved." The prince took over, and then the two chatted for a long time about Zhao Yuan. "A little kid? Zhao Yuan?" Finally, the prince coughed and said, "It's getting late. You should go back first." "Yes." The two bowed and left. Zhao Yuan covered his mouth and laughed secretly. The prince pinched his brother's face a little embarrassedly. "You know how to secretly watch the joke," Zhao Yuan said. "She is the future wife of the prince brother. Of course, I have to leave time for you to talk." He asked curiously, "What does the prince brother think of her?" Apart from other things, this sister-in-law's skill of changing her face in an instant is not simple. But Zhao Yuan doesn't mind this. There are few simple people in the palace. Just his own mother. Isn't she also a master? "Not bad," the prince said calmly. He continued to walk into Changchun Palace. Strictly speaking, Miss Ji's appearance can only be considered average, not to mention compared with those who are outstanding in appearance. The pink-dressed girl next to her is actually better looking than Miss Ji. But the prince is a very tolerant person. He will not judge whether a girl is good or bad simply by her appearance. Although he always mutters to himself that his brother is the best-looking child in the palace. The reason why he and Shizhou are so close is mainly due to Shizhou's temperament. Not just because the child is good-looking. The same is true when choosing a wife. He didn't have a favorite woman, as long as the other party was suitable and had the same mind as him. The prince thought that after getting married, they could slowly cultivate their feelings together. Thinking of the woman's blushing face in front of him just now, the prince knew that Miss Ji should be satisfied with him. This discovery made the prince feel a lot more relaxed. It was good that his future princess also wanted to marry him. Zhao Yuan also followed the prince into Changchun Palace. As a prince, it was not a big deal for him to pay his respects to the queen. Of course, it was mainly because he had already come to Changchun Palace. It would be bad for him to let the prince go in and wait outside. Things in the palace cannot be concealed. If this matter gets out, he might be accused of disrespecting his mother. After entering, the queen saw him coming, and there was no change on her face. Someone must have reported his arrival in advance. Xiao Jiao greets the queen. Zhao Yuan bowed. Get up. It's rare to see the ninth prince come to this palace. The queen looked calm. Although she didn't like the ninth prince, who occupied her son's favor in front of the emperor. She was the mother. And it was not good to be cold to the child for no reason. You know, the ninth prince is a person who doesn't suffer any loss, and likes to tell tales when encountering things. In fact, Zhao Yuan basically solved it by himself. For example, if the 10th prince deserved a beating, he would go up to satisfy the other person and beat him up. But for others, such as Mu Wendy, the prince's companion, who was much older than him, and had a good relationship with the prince, it was difficult for him to take small actions to retaliate. So Zhao Yuan would simply go to his father to complain. The same was true for some concubines in the palace, who said sarcastic things in front of him. The main goal was not to suffer any loss. But the emperor also happily cooperated with his son, and gave some punishments that were not too big or too small. Although the punishments were not severe, he was the emperor. How could the people below not be terrified when he made such a move? However, Zhao Yuan did not stay in front of the queen. He knew that he was not welcome. After paying respects, he said frankly that the flowers in Changchun Palace were blooming well, and he wanted to go and see them. Then he slipped away, leaving the prince to talk to the queen in the room. This is not because he is unrighteous and keeps the prince alone. But even if he can help once, he can't help forever. The prince still has to contact the queen after all. What's more, the prince also wants to say something to the queen. The room was quiet. The prince watched his brother leave the door, then retracted his gaze and looked at the queen. I heard that mother likes Miss Du very much. The queen sighed lightly when she heard the words, and her face became serious. Mother knows what you want to say, but mother is just unwilling. The queen stood up. Those two girls. The daughter of the left prime minister sounds like she has a good family background. But the Du family holds 100,000 troops. I know what your father is thinking. He just wants to marry Miss Du to the second prince. But you are the prince. And the one standing behind you is our Duke Ying's mansion. You should have the best. What kind of person is concubine Zhuang? How can the prince she gave birth to marry someone better than your crown princess? And Miss Ji is plain. How can she match you? The queen said this with some sincerity. Even though she was dissatisfied with the prince's upcoming marriage and having such a big power. But the disdainful words were also true. The prince himself was gentle and beautiful. And under her guidance, he was excellent since childhood. And he was really a handsome man. And Miss Ji was too ordinary. In comparison, Miss Du is much prettier. She frowned. How come these two girls have their own shortcomings and can't make a whole? When the eldest sister was chosen to marry the emperor, she was outstanding in appearance, talent, and character. She was one of the best girls in the capital. Now the selection has selected a bunch of ugly girls. The queen's true feelings and resentment were too heavy, which made the prince speechless for a while. The queen was not an ordinary person. In fact, she had treated Miss Ji with courtesy before, without obvious difference. Miss Du was lively, and talked a lot when she opened her mouth. She took the opportunity to talk to Miss Du a little more. These were just trivial matters. There was nothing to say if people knew about it. She was the queen, and the prince's adopted mother. Even if Miss Ji was the crown princess, she could only flatter and respect her. But she didn't expect that Miss Ji didn't hold it back, and directly spread it to her vaguely. It just so happened that what the other party said at that time could not be said to be wrong. But the listener thought too much. The queen was very angry when she knew about this. She was the queen, and a little girl dared to play these tricks on her. Did she really think she couldn't control her? She even wanted to replace the crown princess directly. But unfortunately, there were only so many people this year. The other party was the daughter of the left prime minister, who was very popular with the emperor. And Miss Ji's position as the crown princess was basically determined. She couldn't intervene at all, although it seemed that these people were summoned by the queen and concubine Zhuang. In fact, the marriage of the prince, The specific selection of the main wife, and even the concubines were all directly decided by the emperor. The queen suffered a loss. So she just watched Miss G getting more and more impatient. "Mother!" The prince called out softly, and didn't say anything nice to Miss G. He knew that if he said anything now, she would only get angrier. He also knew that Miss G had cheated his mother first. The reason why he didn't mind it was because he knew that the daughter of the left prime minister would cheat the queen, because the queen had secretly squeezed her before. Both sides had fought in this matter. And with his status, it was inappropriate for him to say anything. After a long time, the queen sighed and said helplessly, "Okay. Mother knows your intention, and will treat Miss G better in the future. After all, even if the queen mother doesn't like her, if we really marry the girl from the Du family, I'm afraid your father will doubt our Ingong mansion. The Ingong mansion itself has some signs of decline. And if it is added with military power, it will really attract attention. Of course, the queen does not want the prince to really marry a princess with military power. In that case, when her little Tin grows up, the prince will become very difficult to deal with. As for what the prince said at the beginning, that he would give up the position of prince, and even if she asked, it would not matter even if she sacrificed her life. The queen did not think it was true. Or, it might be true at the beginning, but it is different now. The prince listened to the queen's helpless words, her sighs, and watched her rubbing her temples with tired hands. In an instant, a feeling of sadness came to his heart. When a child grows up and sees the parent's submission and fatigue, he will always feel an unspeakable feeling in his heart. The prince hurriedly said, "I have no such intention. I know that my mother is always doing it for my own good." After the two actors performed a play, the prince should leave. After walking out of the door, the prince was still a little dazed, just as he felt the queen's murderous intention towards him at the beginning, and then slowly didn't want to die and started acting. The queen might have also started acting for such a long time. The mother and son. The son is filial and obedient, and the mother is strict as always, but also shows the kindness contained in it. Although the queen is not always right, what she shows is that although she has selfishness, she also has the prince in her heart. After a while, the prince is a little confused. He thought, maybe what the queen mother showed was not necessarily all fake. They grew up together. How could those feelings disappear overnight? The queen mother's love for him will eventually fade away. When the queen mother finally took action against him, perhaps, it was the time when his emotions dissipated. The prince left the room, not forgetting that his own little Nine was still wandering in Changchun Palace, and he had to take his brother with him. Just after walking a short distance, he saw a group of people coming over from a distance. The leader was undoubtedly the queen's biological son, the 10th prince, and a group of people surrounded him behind him. The prince subconsciously felt a headache. Sure enough, as soon as he saw him, the 10th prince came over, raised his chin slightly, and said arrogantly and annoyedly, "Why are you in our Changchun Palace again? This is where this prince and my mother live. Don't you have your own mother? You come to steal someone else's mother every day." The 10th prince. The nurse who served the 10th prince was shocked when she heard this, and said in fear, "This can't be said." It's not that the nurse was really afraid of the prince, but it would be bad for the 10th prince if such words were spread out. If the queen knew about it, she would also be dissatisfied with the servants, who did not think highly of the 10th prince. The nurse said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. The 10th prince is still young, and what he said was unintentional." The prince smiled gently. "You don't have to panic. I know that the 10th prince is young and ignorant. It's not intentional." He felt that what the 10th prince said was not wrong to a certain extent. In the eyes of the children, he was not the one who came to rob the queen mother. The servants panicked, but the 10th prince was not afraid at all. He held his head high and looked like he was the best and said the truth. "What's wrong with what I said? The queen mother has raised you for so many years, but you are so good. You only make the queen mother angry every time. What is this called? An ungrateful wolf. You are an ungrateful wolf." The 10th prince shouted with laughter, avoiding the servants who came to stop him, and ran away with a smile. Those servants also chased after him. The prince stood in the yard, watching the running figure of the 10th prince, and did not move for a long time. Zhao Yuan hid behind the pavilion, not knowing whether he should show up now. The prince's brother seemed to always be very face-saving in front of him. Probably didn't want him to hear these words. Damn it. Why don't he beat up the 10th prince? This little bastard. He deserves a beating. Your Highness. The eunuch who followed the prince shouted softly with worry. The prince recovered as if nothing had happened. Nothing. Let's go. Let's go find Xiaojiu and go home. Zhao Yuan walked away a little. And when the prince came over, he pretended that he hadn't heard anything and followed the prince away. But as he walked, he still felt very angry. The prince felt that Xiaojiu would occasionally look at him, and his originally depressed mood was completely broken. He reluctantly reached out and touched his brother's head, and asked, "Is there anything you want to say to the prince?" Zhao Yuan shook his head quickly. "No. No," the prince said. "Did you hear what Xiaosher said just now?" Zhao Yuan continued to shake his head habitually. "No. No." But after saying that, he felt that since the prince asked this question, it was likely that he had already known everything. Could it be that he was discovered because he didn't hide well just now? He had no choice but to nod again. "I heard it. A little bit." He held out a little finger, indicating that it was really only a little bit. "I didn't hear it on purpose. He just spoke too loudly." The prince hummed, and said indulgently, "Just hear it. There is nothing that the prince's brother can't let Xiaojiu know. Xiaosher has always been like this. You will get used to it after hearing it a lot. That's the truth." But how could Zhao Yuan be willing to let the prince's brother be bullied? The 10th prince would always say something unpleasant to the prince. But he was beaten by Zhao Yuan several times. And the queen might also know that saying these things outside would cause the greatest harm to the 10th prince. And she also disciplined him. So the 10th prince would not do this in public again. Basically, they only talk when they are alone with the prince. As for the servants who follow them, they are all the queen or the prince's people. So they naturally won't go out and talk nonsense. How can I get used to this? Zhao Yuan had only heard Xiao Fuzi complain twice about the 10th prince being rude to the prince before, and the prince comforted him a few words at that time. But he didn't expect the 10th prince to speak like this. He's too much. Okay. He is so young. And what he said is not wrong. From childhood to adulthood, the queen has indeed spent a lot of thought on me. It's normal for a child like him to feel unhappy that his mother has been taken away. All along. Even though he and the queen were on guard against each other, the queen did treat him as before on the surface. Since childhood, the queen has always been strict. She just treats him and Xiaosher completely differently. As for this difference, in the eyes of others, it also proves the queen's kindness to him. After all, the queen still has strict requirements for the prince, and wants the prince to be excellent in all aspects. As for the 10th prince, the queen did not discipline the 10th prince strictly. Doesn't it show that the queen has no intention of letting her own son compete with the prince for the throne? She can give up the throne. The queen has deep feelings for the prince. It's strange that she treats the prince as her own son. Zhao Yuan curled his lips. It's strange that he can believe such words. He walked away silently with his short legs. The prince thought it was cute when he saw it. When he was about to coax his younger brother again, he heard his younger brother speak. "Brother Prince, do you think that before the queen was pregnant, she was sincere to you?" The prince was stunned, thinking back to the past, and was silent for a moment. "Yes, my mother also treated me sincerely. It's a pity that people's hearts change easily. My mother treated him well before because it was difficult for her to have her own children. And he lost his mother at a young age. So the two of them couldn't be more suitable. But the conditions have changed, and people naturally change with it. Do you hate the queen?" Zhao Yuan continued to ask. "Have you ever thought about going back to the past?" The prince woke up from his memories. He smiled at his brother. After all, he was still a child. Time has passed. How can people go back to the past? "Xiaojiu, don't worry about the prince brother. Brother has grown up. Those words can't hurt the prince brother. And besides, without them, the prince brother has Xiaojiu's love. That's enough." Zhao Yuan shook his head. How can this be? He definitely couldn't accept that his mother would like the next child one day and no longer like him. He knew the pain he had experienced personally. He looked around, and the people who followed the prince and the people who followed him were following far behind. He lowered his voice. "Brother Prince, how about Xiaojiu kill the 10th prince for you? This bad guy bullied the prince when he was young, and he is not a good guy when he grows up. In palace fighting dramas, there are always conspiracies against princes. It is not strange that the 10th prince is missing now. The queen had attacked him before." His words frightened the prince. He covered his brother's mouth in a moment and looked around in panic. When he was sure that no one else around could hear him, He was slightly relieved. Then his heart was lifted again. He looked at his brother seriously, and opened his mouth to say something, thinking that they were outside. He couldn't help it. He pulled his brother and said, "Come with me." He walked forward quickly, and seeing that his brother couldn't walk fast, he hurriedly picked up his brother. The two brothers went to the East Palace at a fast speed. When Wei Nani and others who followed behind raised their eyes, they saw that their master was already far away. They were shocked and hurried to catch up. On the other side, the prince carried his brother all the way to the East Palace and entered the study. The prince told Xiao Fuzi, "Watch it. No one is allowed to approach the study." Seeing this, Xiao Fuzi knew that the situation was urgent and responded quickly. When he arrived in the study, the prince held his brother's shoulders with both hands, squatted in front of his brother, and asked solemnly, "Xiao Jiu, who taught you this? But who said something specious in front of you, leading you to do this?" He kept thinking, "Who is it? Could it be someone around him?" Xiao Fuzi. He remembered that Xiao Fuzi had complained to Xiao Jiu twice that Xiao Shi was disrespectful to him. He also understood the meaning. As the adopted son of the queen, he couldn't do anything to the 10th prince. But Xiao Jiu was the most favored prince by his father, and was very good to him. After hearing these things, whether he went to beat Xiao Shi or complained to his father, it would be beneficial for him. There are more than one person around him who wants to be good to him. But the prince does not want to use these tricks to take advantage of his younger brother. He is the elder brother, and he should protect his younger brother. Therefore, he strictly prohibits such behavior. But this time, who said these words in front of Shujio again, especially directly instigating Shujio to kill Xiao Shi? If Shujio did it himself, if he was discovered, the prince would be terrified. Who is it? His eyes are full of angry flames. Shujio is just a child. Zhao Yuan has never seen the prince look so stern, and he was a little scared for a moment. No. No. This idea had appeared vaguely before. As someone who had watched the plot, he knew clearly that after having a biological child, the queen even wanted to kill the prince. But before the 10th prince, the queen had real feelings for the prince. So today, after hearing the 10th prince's heart-piercing words, Zhao Yuan felt that the 10th prince did not have to be alive. Once the 10th prince died, many problems would be solved. The prince also realized that he had scared his brother. He tried to soften his tone. "Shujio, the prince brother knows that you are a good child. Don't be afraid. Brother is not angry with you. Tell me, how did you think of killing Xiao Shi? Did someone tell you something?" Zhao Yuan shook his head. "No one told me anything. But I thought that the old prince brother was fine. As long as the 10th prince was gone, everything would return to normal." The prince blinked slowly. He looked at the child in front of him and explained to him seriously, "Prince brother, believe me, I have a way to prevent anyone from finding out. Just like a natural death. No one will know. Well, but in the palace, everyone seems to think a lot, and the queen will definitely suspect people everywhere. So, prince brother, do you want to ask father to send you to work outside a month or two in advance? In this way, even if the 10th prince is in trouble, the queen will definitely not suspect the prince brother." The child thought and supplemented, "Crown Prince." Before Zhao Yuan finished speaking, he was hugged by someone. Feeling the wetness on his neck, he froze in place for a moment, not knowing what to do. Then, he hesitated, stretched out his little hand, and gently hugged the Crown Prince. After a while, the Crown Prince sniffed, squatted again, and forced a smile on his face. "Good boy. Crown Prince doesn't need you to do anything. In fact, there is nothing to miss about the life of the Crown Prince before. It seems that he didn't live very well at that time." He also thought about it just now, and found that even if the 10th prince was not born, his life at that time didn't seem to be much better. The time when the queen had more sincerity towards him was probably when he was still young. He grew up with the queen's strong desire for control. The queen needed him to do everything according to her ideas. It was like this since he was a child. When he first came into contact with Shujio, who was still crawling on the ground, he was almost suffocated by the queen's control, and even had little desire to live. The prince suddenly felt as if his mind was opened. What he was grateful for was the warmth of his childhood. The queen now seemed to be not much different from the years before the 10th prince was born. Except for the queen's intention to kill him. Everything else seemed to be better than before. At least, the queen showed him much more concern than before. He felt that he had been comparing himself with the 10th prince for so many years. Zhao Yuan looked at the prince's bright eyes. Ah? He struggled for a while and explained, my medicine is really useful. No imperial doctor can see it. It is better than the one used by Shu Guren before. Okay. Seeing that his brother was anxious, the prince comforted him. Brother prince, you know that it was Shujo who cured your weakness. It's just that this kind of medicine cannot be used casually. Except for your mother. Shujo can't tell anyone else. Including father. Understand? The prince said the last two sentences very seriously. The fate of the concubines and the princes in this palace is linked. He believes that if concubine Rong knew that Shujo had these medicines, she would protect Shujo very well. But if the emperor knew, the result would be uncertain. Concubine Rong only has Shujo as a son, but the emperor has more than 10 sons. Zhao Yuan nodded and asked unwillingly, do you really not need Shujo's help? I am very powerful. He finally made up his mind. Why didn't the prince agree? The prince touched his head helplessly and smiled. Yes. Our Shujo is the most powerful. But the prince really doesn't need it. There was really nothing good before. I don't want to go back to that time. Okay. Zhao Yuan frowned and thought about it. It seems that the prince's brother in the past was not very happy. When he played with him, he was like a frightened bird. As if the queen would appear at any time. Looking at it this way, it is okay now. In order to completely dispel his brother's idea, the prince was worried about it. He was afraid that the child would really go and solve Xiaoshi directly if he got too excited. So, he kept talking to his brother, trying to prove that he was really unhappy back then. And the unhappiness now may not be really unhappy. Zhao Yuan was tired of listening to it. He covered his ears and yelled, okay. Okay. My mother told me to go home for lunch at noon. Prince brother, I'll leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, his little body had already rushed out the door. After that, he ran straight to the door without stopping, as if there was a vicious dog chasing him from behind. The prince was behind him, looking at his brother's energetic appearance, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face.